Chapter 1. The Lingxiao Continent, Qishao Realm. In the depths of the Yoer Sunlin, under the cover of night, the moon shrouded by clouds and the wind howling fiercely. Suddenly, amidst the vast forest, a radiant and resplendent divine rainbow appeared, streaking across the sky like a meteor, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the horizon's edge. Yet, merely moments later, 5 more divine rainbows surged forth from the darkness, seemingly in pursuit of the first. The封ed has taken full effect. The demon emperor can no longer hold on. Quick pursue, exclaimed one figure amidst the divine rainbows, elated. With this declaration, the 5 rainbows accelerated, racing forward with lightning speed. As anticipated, the pace of the leading divine rainbow began to falter, revealing the faint silhouette of a woman clad in black with flowing white hair. It appeared she had suffered grave injuries, her breath chaotic, and her form swayed precariously. In no time at all, the 5 figures had caught up. Demon Emperor, meet your demise. Today, I shall avenge my master. A voice rang out from behind the woman, filled with both fury and elation. Immediately, the 5 acted without hesitation, unleashing a formidable combined strike. Seeing no avenue for escape, Jiang Mengli could only raise the jade flute she had clutched tightly, exerting all her strength to defend herself. At that moment, as if sensing her use of spiritual power, a mysterious symbol flickered in her dantian. In an instant, her aura plummeted as if plummeting from a precipice. Clang! The divine light of their attack struck the jade flute with tremendous force, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Following this, the flute emitted a brilliant light, clashing against the assault, creating powerful ripples of energy in the air. However, due to the binding of the mysterious symbol, Jiang Mengli found herself overwhelmed. The flute ultimately could not withstand the onslaught, and the divine attack broke through her defenses, striking her delicate form with brutal intensity. Jiang Mengli was sent sprawling several dozen feet away, violently coughing up blood, the crimson liquid staining her garments before being swallowed by the dark fabric. Soon, she felt her eyelids grow heavier and ultimately succumbed to her injuries, plummeting into the forest below. Even a god can slay an immortal. The raucous laughter echoed through the night, the 5 figures wearing expressions of triumph. Do not let your guard down. Eliminate her to prevent future troubles. One of them cautioned. The remaining 4 nodded in agreement and hurriedly pursued the direction where Jiang Mengli had fallen. Deep within the Yoer Sunlin, in a quaint wooden cabin, Li Changxuan sat quietly at a table, his gaze fixed intently on a half-burnt incense stick, his eyes a mixture of anticipation and concern. Sigh, just half an incense stick remains. Only a year left. Please, let nothing go awry. But unexpectedly, misfortune struck. Suddenly, Li Changxuan furrowed his brow, for his spiritual sense detected 6 auras racing towards him with great speed. He could only hope they were mere passers-by. Yet the heavens did not heed his wish. Bang! Moments latte. Arrazunding kraj aquawitin li Changxuan's courtyard. Damn! Just half an incense stick left, and now this? Fuming, Li Changxuan stormed out of his room. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was rendered speechless, frozen in place. The gate to his courtyard lay in ruins, and a silver-haired woman lay sprawled on the ground. No, living in this secluded wilderness was already isolating enough. Why was there someone here? Even if she was just passing through. Miss, this is not a place for slumber. As Li Changxuan pondered how to deal with a half-conscious woman, 5 other uninvited guests stealthily arrived at the courtyard entrance. Though there was no direct confrontation, Li Changxuan could already sense the chilling, killing intent emanating from the 5. The 5, seemingly oblivious to Li Changxuan, proceeded towards the unconscious Jiang Mengli. Hey, this is my courtyard. Isn't it rather impolite to enter without an introduction? Li Changxuan furrowed his brow, raising his voice to alert the 5. At this, they finally halted, regarding Li Changxuan with haughty expressions. To them, aside from his refreshing and handsome appearance, he exuded an aura of utter mediocrity, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, resembling an ordinary mortal. Had Li Changxuan not spoken, they wouldn't have deigned to acknowledge him. Thus, they merely cast him a disdainful glance before summoning their weapons, intent on eliminating the white-haired woman first. But Li Changxian braced himself against the doorframe, barring their entry. "I'm not being rude, but are you all mute? What brings you to my home in the dead of night?" The five glowered at the audacious man blocking their path, their displeasure evident. As cultivators, they held themselves in high regard, believing mortals should bow their heads and show utmost respect upon encountering them. Yet, this man not only failed to welcome them, but also dared to express dissatisfaction. One of the cultivators, his face contorted with anger, bellowed, "Seeing us, why do you not kneel before the immortals?" Bound by the rules of the cultivation world, they could not attack a mortal without cause. Moreover, being from reputable sects, they had to maintain some semblance of dignity. Thus, they unleashed their unsingeing pressure upon Li Changxian, attempting to force him to kneel. They reveled in witnessing mortals cower beneath their might, trembling and proclaiming them as immortals while they basked in their superiority. However, the anticipated scene of Li Changxian kneeling did not materialize. He stood firm, seemingly impervious to their overwhelming pressure. Instead, he regarded them as if they were fools, even jesting. "Just you lot? What nonsense about being immortals? You, who exactly are you?" A wave of shock coursed through the five, for they realized their unchanging pressure had no effect on this man, leading them to deduce that he possessed at least the cultivation of Oshujing. To their astonishment, they encountered a rogue cultivator in this desolate wilderness. Yet their surprise was fleeting, and they did not regard Li Changxian as a threat. After all, they were 5 against 1, all at the Lianxinjing level. Dealing with the Oshujing rogue was well within their capabilities. "The advantage is mine." Seeing that he had already displayed such arrogance and his opponents had yet to act, Li Changxian felt a twinge of regret. But with the half-stick of incense time swiftly passing and being unable to act first, it was untenable for them to remain. Thus he warned the 5, "You are not permitted to step into my courtyard. I shall grant you 3 breaths of time to leave at once." Li Changxuan's warning was met with indignation from the 5, who perceived it as a grave insult. They exchanged glances, a shared malicious intent flickering in their eyes. In an instant, the 5 surged forward, their weapons aimed at Li Changxian, laughing maniacally. "A mere Oshujing rogue dares to shield the demon kin. Prepare to meet your end. Once we slay the demon emperor and present his head, we shall be the paragon of righteousness, renowned throughout Lingxiao. Ha ha ha." However, their laughter abruptly ceased, for they were horrified to find their weapons halted just an inch from Li Changxian, unable to advance despite their efforts. A tumult of shock surged within their hearts. To easily block their combined assault indicated that this man's cultivation had at least reached Huajijing. Li Changxian looked at the weapons suspended before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "TSK, TSK. Finally, you've made your move." With that, he waved his sleeve gently, and the 5 weapons originally aimed at him instantly reversed direction, shooting forth like arrows released from a bow, piercing through the bodies of the 5 in an instant. The 5 stared wide-eyed in disbelief at their chests, where their own weapons had penetrated, blood gushing forth like a fountain. They struggled to utter words, but their faces grew increasingly pale, only managing to produce hoarse sounds. "Rest in peace." With another wave of his sleeve, the 5 vanished into the ether, without a sound or disturbance, their physical forms and souls erased, as if they had never existed in this world. After dispatching the 5, Li Changxian remained rooted in place for a long while. After a full decade, he had finally taken this step. In another year, he would no longer be confined to this desolate place. The realms of cultivation are as follows: body refinement, qi drawing, spirit entry, spirit sea, god refinement, yoshu, calamity transformation, immortal passage, earth immortal, heaven immortal, Xian immortal, and absolute immortal. Each realm is divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and the ultimate perfection pinnacle. In the realm of spirit refinement and beyond, one can expand their domain and suppress the strength of opponents. They can also release a formidable presence and open a personal space for storing items. Li Changxian was not originally of this world. A decade ago, he resided on Blue Star. During a night ascent of the Xiandu Peak on Blue Star, a bolt of lightning struck without warning, and he found himself, along with his soul, transported to this land of Lingxiao. The good news was that he discovered this continent allowed for cultivation, with a multitude of systems available to pursue the paths of sword, spear, knife, music, and more. An even better revelation was that he possessed the dual extraordinary physiques of the heavenly sword body and the absolute heavenly immortal vein, granting him an unparalleled talent and comprehension in swordsmanship, along with meridians capable of absorbing and circulating spiritual energy 100-fold more than that of ordinary individuals. The unfortunate news was that he lacked the essential system typical for those who traverse worlds, rendering him unable to ascend swiftly and dominate the contemporary realm. Moreover, the inhabitants of Blue Star differed from the denizens of this land, lacking a chi within their bodies, which barred him from joining any sect of cultivation. In his moment of despair, he encountered an old Taoist with white eyebrows, who claimed to possess a special method of cultivation. Li Changxian was eager to become the old Taoist disciple, but the old man declined. Perplexed, Li Changxian was about to inquire further when the Taoist spoke of a discordant fate. Subsequently, with a gentle touch to the crown of his head, the old man imprinted the method of cultivation deeply into Li Changxuan's mind. Then, he floated away, never to return over the course of the next decade. Before departing, the old Taoist specifically cautioned Li Changxian not to take any initiative for 10 years, lest he be erased by the rules of heaven. The reason remained undisclosed. Furthermore, due to the uniqueness of his physique and meridians, he needed to rely on the techniques imparted by the old man for purification, gradually transforming into a native body during the process of cultivation. The 10-year period was indeed a critical deadline. Once it concluded, the technique would automatically activate, aiding him in establishing a chi and mending his foundation. After tonight, his earthly immortal cultivation would enter a year-long period of silence. It was precisely for this reason that, when faced with the 5 individuals harboring ill intentions, Li Changxian intentionally provoked them repeatedly to incite their actions. Had they delayed any longer, he would have found himself unable to respond. Moreover, this marked his first act of taking a life, leaving him still trembling with trepidation. Moments later, Li Changxian stood at the doorway, his aura receding like the ebbing tide, until he was indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. This was not merely a fad. He had truly reverted to a mortal state. He sighed deeply, having retreated to this secluded forest to avoid offending others and minimize conflict, yet he never anticipated the sudden arrival of 6 individuals at such a pivotal moment in the 10-year countdown. Alas! Wait, 6 individuals. Li Changxian abruptly regained his composure, his gaze falling once more upon the figure of Jiang Mengli sprawled on the ground. If he had not misheard, those 5 had claimed that this woman was the demon empress. Recalling the earlier encounter, he did indeed perceive a faint trace of demonic energy emanating from her, albeit so weak that it had escaped his notice. If her demonic energy is so feeble, this demon empress is rather lackluster. It seems the demon empress is not so formidable after all. To be chased so pitifully by 5 in the realm of spirit refinement. Li Changxuan's face contorted in disdain. Gazing at the pale, almost ghostly Jiang Mengli, he found himself pondering, to save or not to save. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. A gentleman does not intervene. Indeed, perhaps it would be wiser to find a place to bury her. Currently devoid of any cultivation, this woman is still a demon. Should she awaken, my life might very well be at stake. Thus, Li Changxian cautiously turned Jiang Mengli over. In the dim light of night, he finally discerned her features, revealing a young and beautiful maiden. Several streaks of blood marred her fair visage, enhancing her tragic beauty. Just as Li Changxian intended to drag her out of the small courtyard, the jade flute she had been clutching tightly in her hand suddenly flew out, positioning itself firmly at the entrance of the courtyard, emitting a faint glow as if attempting to convey some message to him. Li Changxian was utterly bewildered by the flute's actions. He reached out to remove it, only to find it immovable no matter how much force he exerted, as if it had taken root. In resignation, Li Changxian resolved to drag the womano, the demon, out, prompting the jade flute to become agitated, seemingly preparing to strike him on the head. Yet, it hesitated, as if contemplating, ultimately choosing instead to lower its position and gently push Li Changxian back into the courtyard. Throughout this entire episode, Li Changxian remained oblivious, as he faced away from the flute and, in his current state, was no different from an ordinary mortal, naturally unaware of the movements behind him. At this moment, Li Changxian also sensed the object pressing against him from behind. Turning around, he beheld the jade flute once more blocking his path, scratching his head in confusion. After witnessing the flute's peculiar behavior, he seemed to grasp something. He pointed at the prostrate Jiang Mengli and tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting that I should save her?" The jade flute swayed gently, seemingly nodding in agreement. Li Changxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. This jade flute possessed sentience. Winky face to his disbelief. What he had merely posed as a tentative inquiry turned out to be true. It was not due to his ignorance, for he had never once set foot in the cultivation realm of Lingxiao continent. Unaware that celestial weapons could possess such intelligence. It was also unfortunate that the old Taoist had only imparted to him the methods of cultivation and swordplay, neglecting to share any common knowledge. Subsequently, residing in this remote mountain forest had rendered him isolated, leading to his utter unfamiliarity with the cultivation world. At this moment, Li Changxian silently resolved that he would endeavor to forge a sentient sword should the opportunity arise in the future. Returning to his senses, Li Changxian gazed at Jiang Mengli lying on the ground, and then at the jade flute blocking his path. "That I cannot save her." After uttering this, he still attempted to pull her away. Yet the jade flute obstructed him at the entrance of the courtyard. Faced with the flute's hindrance, Li Changxian found himself at a loss, ultimately retreating back indoors, intending to leave her to her fate in the courtyard. However, as he approached the door of the small room, the jade flute suddenly flew over, blocking his way. Li Changxian was taken aback by this unexpected action. Frustrated, he could no longer endure the incessant entanglement, and in a fit of irritation, he seized a broom from the courtyard and began to grapple with the jade flute. Sensing her master's waning aura, the jade flute seemed to grow anxious. In a moment of lost control, a beam of divine light burst forth, striking the courtyard wall. The wall collapsed in an instant, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the jade flute was poised against Li Changxuan's neck. Observing the fallen wall and the icy touch against his throat, Li Changxuan swallowed hard. "You possess such ability? Why not reveal it sooner and employ it earlier?" The jade flute emitted a faint, ethereal glow, as if waiting for Li Changxuan's response. After a brief hesitation, Li Changxian ultimately laid down the broom, signaling his acquiescence. Internally, he felt a sense of despair, stripped of his cultivation. He found himself bullied by a mere stick. He could not ignore the situation. Had that blow landed, in his current state, he would have been utterly defenseless. Truly, a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. A handsome man fallen in the plains is bullied by a stick. The jade flute had acted out of necessity, fearing that if it truly harmed him, its master would be left without assistance. With no other choice, Li Changxian hastily placed Jiang Mengli on the door plank and dragged her inside. The jade flute hovered closely beside him, seemingly monitoring his every move, wary of any mischief he might attempt. Yet, upon bringing her into the room, Li Changxian was confronted with another dilemma. He could not muster even a trace of spiritual power. How then could he save her? The jade flute gently poked his shoulder, urging him to act quickly. Neither the man nor the flute dared to overstep. Li Changxian feared the flute's retaliation, while the flute feared that he would neglect to save its master. First, Li Changxian filled a basin with clean water and gently wiped away the blood and grime from Jiang Mengli's face with a towel. As he worked, her true visage gradually came into view. Having lived in Blue Star and accustomed to various technological marvels, Li Changxian was momentarily captivated by her naturally exquisite features, a wave of astonishment washing over him. The woman's skin was as white as snow, delicate and smooth, with brows like willow leaves and lips as subtle as cherry blossoms. Her grace was unparalleled, an ethereal beauty that could not be measured. Perhaps due to her severe injuries, Jiang Mengli's face appeared somewhat pale. Yet it added an enchanting fragility to her allure, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Her slightly furrowed brows indicated that she was in discomfort. Li Changxian also noticed several sword cuts on Jiang Mengli's dress, exposing patches of her snow-white skin, alongside a few deep brown wounds. Yet, as night had fallen, he would not venture out in search of medicine simply for the sake of beauty. He turned and laid down on his small bed. Observing Li Changxuan's actions, The jade flute darted toward him once more. Anticipating its approach, he calmly turned his back and said, "Rest assured, she won't perish overnight that I lack medicine now. I will tend to her wounds tomorrow." Hearing this, the jade flute halted before him, first fluttering anxiously within the room, but eventually realizing that it could do nothing further and reluctantly returned to Jiang Mengli's side. The following day, as dawn broke, Li Changxian, still caught in the realm of dreams, groggily felt a stick-like object poking him. Without needing to think, he knew it was the woman's jade flute. Awakened by its prodding, he found sleep elusive, compelling him to venture out in search of herbs. Coincidentally, apart from his cultivation, Li Changxian occasionally descended the mountain to procure books, and in his idle moments, he would peruse these texts, gaining some understanding of the celestial herbs and medicines of this world. Perhaps fortune favored the woman, for while this secluded mountain forest was seldom visited, it boasted an abundance of celestial herbs and medicines. In just half a day's time, Li Changxian gathered a considerable amount of medicinal materials he deemed useful. After preparing the healing salve, without much thought, he proceeded to remove Jiang Mengli's garments. The jade flute, fearing he intended to act inappropriately, swiftly intercepted his hand. Frustrated from lack of sleep and now being thwarted repeatedly by a flute, resentment welled up within Li Changxian. He struck the jade flute forcefully and exclaimed, "Do you want me to save her or not? If you can, why not do it yourself?" The jade flute seemed to comprehend his words. Lowering itself slightly, if it possessed expressions, it would surely appear pitiful at this moment. After a brief moment of hesitation, the jade flute ultimately flew out the door. Seeing the jade flute depart, Li Changxian rubbed his hands together vigorously, exhaling warm breath onto them. "Why is this flute so stiff? In my current mortal state, I end up hurting myself." After a brief pause, Li Changxian deftly removed Jiang Mengli's outer garment, gazing at the woman lying on the wooden board. Clad only in a dark inner garment, he could not help but admire her graceful figure. With a slender waist and petite form, she possessed an ethereal lightness, complemented by her long, straight legs and the fullness of her inner garment, all indicating her remarkable physique. Coughing lightly to regain his composure, Li Changxian admonished himself, nearly becoming entranced. He still had matters to attend to. I must not linger. Another glance may lead my thoughts astray. Thus, he carefully tore open the already damaged areas of her inner garment to facilitate treatment of her wounds and application of the medicine. Fortunately, there were only 2 or 3 wounds, none of which were in sensitive areas, and Li Changxian swiftly completed the task. Afterward, he casually draped her outer garment over her, noticing that Jiang Mengli's previously furrowed brows had relaxed somewhat. However, one thing perplexed Li Changxian. Was she not the demon empress? Why, then, did such superficial injuries take so long to heal? And why had she shown no signs of awakening even after an entire night had passed? Logically, cultivators should recover swiftly from injuries, yet he now found himself devoid of cultivation. Unable to discern the underlying reasons, his suspicions grew. Were those 5 telling the truth? Was she truly a demon clan empress? Were it not for his current mortal form, he would have been tempted to probe her realm, for she seemed remarkably lacking. Thus, 3 days passed, with Jiang Mengli lying on the door plank for the entirety of that time. On the 4th day, rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Jiang Mengli's stunning visage. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her watery eyes, revealing a hint of confusion and uncertainty. Gently lifting her head to survey her surroundings, she found herself in a quaint and elegant room, though not luxurious. It was exceedingly pleasing to the eye and soothing to the spirit. She was lying on a wooden plank, with another bed on the opposite side. Rubbing her slender waist, she felt a wave of soreness wash over her. Could one not feel discomfort sleeping on such a hard surface? Then, she caught a whiff of a strong medicinal odor emanating from her body and realized she was clad in only an inner garment, with unpleasant ointment smeared over her wounds. The jade flute, noticing its master had awakened, swiftly flew into Jiang Mengli's hand. Jiang Mengli took the jade flute, feeling a slight sense of calm settle within her. She donned the outer skirt that draped over her, then cautiously surveyed her surroundings. That moment, the door creaked open, and Li Changxian stepped inside. Upon seeing Jiang Mengli, who had already awakened, their gazes met instantaneously, both quietly appraising one another. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the room. Li Changxian regarded Jiang Mengli, who had risen, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, with an ethereal beauty and an air of grace that rendered her imperial presence unmistakable. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli scrutinized the youth of the human race standing at the door, whose complexion was as flawless as jade. Noticing the absence of any fluctuation of spiritual energy from him, she deemed Li Changxian merely a mortal, posing no threat to her, and her vigilance relaxed slightly. "Are you ready?" Li Changxian broke the silence first. "Was it you who saved this empress?" Jiang Mengli did not answer his question, but coldly retorted with an icy expression. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian raised an eyebrow and stepped closer, replying nonchalantly, Isn't it obvious? Why would I save you?" Jiang Mengli could hardly believe that anyone could be so benevolent in her understanding, whether cultivators or mortals. All humans would rather see her dead. Why would this mortal rescue her without reason? Li Changxian hesitated for a moment, thinking he couldn't possibly admit to being threatened by her weapon. That would be quite embarrassing. Because I am kind." At this, a flicker of skepticism crossed Jiang Mengli's eyes, but she did not dwell on the matter too much. After all, survival was paramount. Thus, she shifted the topic, asking, "Then who removed this empress's outer garment? Given that we are in this desolate wilderness, there is only me here, so it must have been I," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli's delicate brows furrowed, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. How dare this lowly human touch her? Under normal circumstances, he would have been reduced to ashes. However, considering he had saved her life and left her inner garment intact, she begrudgingly suppressed her indignation. Realizing that he was indeed alone here, Jiang Mengli suddenly recalled the 5 pursuers from that night. In an instant, fury blazed in her eyes, her murderous intent surging like a tumultuous tide, 100-fold stronger than before. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, and even Li Changxian felt a chill creeping in. Simultaneously, doubt arose within her. Why was she still unharmed? That night, she had thought she would surely fall to the hands of those 5 lowly cultivators. What of those 5? Jiang Mengli coldly inquired again. "They've left," Li Changxian replied, unsure whether this demon empress would turn against him, and thus he uttered a lie. Yet, Jiang Mengli was not easily deceived. Her killing the demon empress would be an excellent opportunity for fame among human cultivators. Something no cultivator would easily forfeit. Congealed snow. Jiang Mengli saw through Li Changxuan's deception in an instant, and the jade flute in her hand flew forth, swiftly poised at Li Changxuan's neck. "You have one chance to speak the truth." Her voice was as frigid as ice, seemingly capable of freezing the very air around them. Li Changxian had no choice. His mortal form could not withstand the strike of the jade flute. And thus he confessed, "I killed them." Jiang Mengli was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, disbelief etched across her exquisite features. As if she could scarcely believe her ears, she stared blankly at Li Changxian, her expression morphing into one of incredulity, as though to say, "Do I look like a fool to you? Do not think that saving this empress's life means I will not dare to kill you." Frowning deeply, her expression turned displeased, her tone icy and fierce. Li Changxian found himself at a loss for words. If he spoke the truth, she would not believe him, and if he lied, that too would be futile. Leaving him in a truly precarious position, Li Changxian remained silent, standing still, for he was utterly powerless to resist. Observing his silence, Jiang Mengli contemplated whether to teach him a small lesson. However, the Fox Demon clan had a principle of repaying kindness, and she did not wish to truly harm him. Besides, her injuries had yet to fully heal, and she needed to remain here to recuperate, so she decided against it. Best not to play any tricks on this empress. Jiang Mengli warned sweetly, as congealed snow flew back into her hand and vanished. Subsequently, she examined her internal state and, as she suspected, found her energy sea had been sealed. Currently, she could only exert the strength of the body refinement realm. The body refinement realm was merely the first step on the path of cultivation, allowing for a physique slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person, but not capable of wielding spiritual energy. Were it not for the celestial artifact she possessed, she would hardly pose any threat to Li Changxian. Li Changxian, however, appeared completely at ease. He leisurely strolled to the table, sat down with an air of nonchalance, and poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it as if no one else were present. His demeanor intrigued Jiang Mengli. "Oh, you know who this empress is?" Li Changxian took a sip of tea and replied indifferently. "Are you not the demon empress? Are you not afraid of me?" What is there to fear?" Li Changxuan's reply remained calm. Jiang Mengli found this utterly unbelievable. In the outside world, the mere mention of the demon empress would send shivers down the spines of both humans and demons alike. Since her ascension to the throne of the demon race, she had ruthlessly suppressed all, instilling fear that silenced even the most defiant of her kin. 3 years prior, she had single-handedly slaughtered the beast tamer sect, leaving no survivors. This battle had sent shockwaves throughout the Lingxiao continent. Known to all mortal cultivators, Jiang Mengli had not anticipated that the name of the demon empress, which struck terror into the hearts of countless individuals, would be uttered so casually by Li Changxian that if mentioned in front of ordinary mortals, the mere mention of the demon empress would pale their faces. Yet here, she stood before him, and he remained unfazed. Jiang Mengli assumed he must be a recluse, unaware of her notorious reputation, or perhaps he simply did not believe her, considering she currently appeared no more than a mortal, devoid of any semblance of an empress. Glancing down at her tattered garments, remnants of the injuries sustained from the swords of those 5 lowly cultivators, she was relieved that, with her body refinement realm physique and the treatment from an unknown elixir, her wounds had nearly healed. However, she could hardly endure the strange odor of the medicine any longer and, unable to use a cleansing technique, asked Li Changxian, "Is there a bathing area here?" Li Changxian set down his teacup, gestured to the bathing tub behind the screen, and said, "There is, but you'll have to heat the water yourself." Jiang Mengli's irritation flared. The esteemed demon empress. When had she ever performed such menial tasks? Thus, she commanded Li Changxian imperiously, "You, go heat a tub of water for this empress. Are you well enough to bathe?" Li Changxian did not answer her question, but posed one of his own instead. Jiang Mengli took a few steps across the floor, feeling no significant discomfort, and proudly declared, "These minor injuries cannot possibly hinder this empress." At that moment, Li Changxian genuinely wished to roll his eyes, mentally scoffing, "You've been lying here for 3 days, with such superficial wounds. Even a mortal would have healed by now. How can you still call yourself the demon empress?" He was not there to serve her. Saving her life had already been a considerable act of kindness. Therefore, he resolutely refused. "Whoever wishes to bathe can do so themselves. Besides, do you not claim to be the demon empress? Surely heating water is a trivial task for you." Jiang Mengli found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Li Changxuan's remarks. Firstly, she indeed could not wield her spiritual power at present. Secondly, she was taken aback that this mere human dared to defy her time and again. In the past, anyone who had the audacity to oppose her in such a manner would have met a swift and brutal end, and it was precisely this ruthlessness that had earned her the fearsome reputation of the Demon Emperor. Yet now, a mortal stood before her, seemingly indifferent to her status, which piqued Jiang Mengli's curiosity. However, as the Demon Emperor, how could she lower herself to engage in such trivialities? She promptly addressed Li Changxian, declaring, "To serve this emperor is a tremendous honor for you. Do hurry and prepare, for I shall take my bath." "Are you all right, my lady?" Li Changxian remarked, his face betraying a hint of disdain as he observed her serious demeanor. Almost unable to suppress a chuckle, did she truly believe she was still among her own kind? "Hurry up." Seeing the mocking smile on his face, Jiang Mengli felt her anger rise anew, and with a wave of her hand, the icy snow once again surged forth. Fine, I shall go. I am truly afraid of you." Li Changxian sighed in resignation, shaking his head as he exited the room, muttering to himself, "I've rescued a true ancestor." Had it not been for her status as an injured party, he would have had no intention of attending to her. Once Li Changxian departed, Jiang Mengli allowed a satisfied expression to grace her features as she began to explore her surroundings, her interest piqued by the peculiar objects within the room. Before long, Li Changxian had prepared the bathing water. Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Mengli called out to him, "Hey, do you have any women's clothing for me to change into? This emperor wishes to bathe and change. I'm a man. Why would I possess women's garments? Here, take this." He approached his wardrobe, retrieved a set of clean clothes, and tossed them in her direction as he reached the door. He added, "And by the way, I am not He. My name is Li Changxian." With that, he closed the door behind him. Jiang Mengli gazed at the clothing before her, furrowing her brow in evident discomfort, while her spatial storage contained dresses. Her spiritual power was currently sealed, rendering her unable to retrieve them. She glanced down at her own attire, now torn and revealing ample pale skin, and her frown deepened. This garment was clearly unfit for wear, and with no alternatives available, she would have to make do for the time being. After her bath, Jiang Mengli donned Li Changxuan's clothing. Though she was tall, the clothes hung loosely on her frame, exuding a faint scent of sandalwood that was quite pleasant in her mind. She resolved to return to the demon clan as swiftly as possible, despite having entrusted matters to two reliable subordinates during her journey to the Yinshu secret realm. She was increasingly uneasy, fearing internal strife might arise within her clan. Thus, she sat cross-legged, attempting to channel her internal spiritual energy in an effort to break the seal imposed upon her. However, no matter how diligently she tried, her spiritual power remained inert, as if she had never practiced at all. Yet Jiang Mengli did not lose hope. She continued to cultivate her technique. In her haste, she seemed to forget that her internal injuries had yet to fully heal. And in her impatience, she suffered a backlash from the spiritual seal. Suddenly, a metallic taste filled her throat, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness once more. When she regained consciousness, she found the night had fallen, and she lay back on the hard, cold wooden bed. Hearing her stir, Li Changxian inquired nonchalantly, "You're awake?" Jiang Mengli did not respond. Instead, she gracefully made her way to the table and took a seat. As Li Changxian observed her from across the table, he found her appearance peculiar. Previously, he had only washed her face, and her silver hair had been disheveled. Now, having cleaned herself up, she appeared even more beautiful. Save for her perpetually icy expression, which almost rendered her flawless. Noticing his unwavering gaze, Jiang Mengli felt a surge of irritation. This man was audacious beyond measure. Few dared to meet her eyes. Li Changxian. "Have you finished staring?" Coughing awkwardly, Li Changxian sought to divert the conversation. "I still don't know your name." Jiang Mengli's brows furrowed slightly as she regarded Li Changxian's earnest demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, she replied coldly, "Logically, you are unworthy to know the name of this emperor. However, considering you have saved me twice, I shall make an exception. My surname is Jiang, and my given name is Mengli." Simultaneously, Jiang Mengli concluded that he was merely an ordinary person living in seclusion within the mountains. After all, her name as the demon empress Jiang Mengli was known far and wide. Even mortals had heard whispers of her title. Jiang Mengli, Li Changxian murmured to himself. Hearing her name spoken so casually made Jiang Mengli feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, few dared to address her so directly. Thus, she admonished him, "Although I have divulged my name to you, do not utter it freely. You may refer to me as Empress or Demon Sovereign." Yet Li Changxian's focus was not on the form of address. Upon hearing the word "usually," he queried, "Aren't you already healed? You can leave tomorrow. I need not owe you any further favors." Reflecting on that night's events, he felt that keeping a demon emperor around was perilous. He was uncertain of the enemies she had made, or if more would come after her, given that he could not utilize his powers for the next year. He feared he might become a casualty if trouble arose. "Did you not witness my condition earlier? My injuries have yet to fully heal. I must stay a while longer," Jiang Mengli retorted coldly. While she had indeed been eager to leave, upon realizing her powers were still dormant, she reconsidered. Returning to the demon clan in her current state would surely incite chaos. If news of her weakened state spread, it would disturb her clan, and the human cultivators would undoubtedly become restless. Furthermore, the internal stability of the demon clan was tenuous, with many leaders coveting her position. Had they not feared her might, they would have rebelled long ago. If she were to return now, and any rebel leaders sensed her vulnerability, it would undoubtedly trigger a civil war. Thus, at this juncture, it was wiser for her to remain away from the demon clan. However, the incident involving the 5 elders of the Taishan sect would eventually come to light, and she could only hope the human cultivators would remain unaware for a little longer, preferably until her powers were restored. Moreover, the whereabouts of those 5 core disciples from Taishan remained unknown. Thus, she had to hastily lift the insufferable spiritual seal. Li Changxian, upon hearing that she did not plan to leave, felt a surge of worry about attracting her enemies. Yet, he was not her match at present, and with no options left, he asked once more, "When do you intend to leave?" "Once this emperor's injuries are healed, I shall depart," Jiang Mengli replied. Li Changxian was inwardly dismayed. Lamenting that he now had to accommodate this troublesome guest, who treated him as if he were her ancestor, Jiang Mengli, noticing his distress, mistakenly believed he was concerned about her taking advantage of him. "Rest assured, having saved me, this emperor shall not let you suffer. No need for that. I implore you to recover fully and depart swiftly." Li Changxian spoke with a tone laced with irritation, his unwillingness evident. However, Jiang Mengli paid no heed to his demeanor. After all, the initiative lay firmly in her hands. As she contemplated this, Her gaze fell upon the icy snowflake in her hand, which sparkled with a chilling luminescence under the flickering candlelight. Moments later, a voice as crisp and commanding as a decree suddenly resonated in the room. "This emperor requires rest. You may leave at once." Jiang Mengli, with an expression void of emotion, gradually rose to her feet and gracefully approached the solitary bed within the chamber. By the time Li Changxian registered her actions, Jiang Mengli was already perched on the edge of the bed, elegantly arranging her gown, as if she were the true sovereign of this space. Seeing Jiang Mengli's demeanor, it was clear she intended to claim his bed for herself, a notion that Li Changxian could not tolerate, setting aside the absurdity of this foolish demon treating herself as the master. He pondered the sheer delight of slumber. How could he allow her to commandeer his bed? Thus, he promptly issued a soul-searching inquiry. "Are you not the demon emperor? Do you truly require rest? Do practitioners of the arts still need to sleep?" Jiang Mengli was well aware of these considerations, yet her cultivation was sealed, rendering her susceptible to fatigue. Moreover, as a dignified demon emperor, she had not yet reconciled the indignity of being relegated to that cold, unyielding wooden plank for several days, a matter she intended to address with him. Hence, she firmly declared, "As the foremost among all demons, how could I possibly slumber upon that coarse, unyielding plank? Therefore, this bed shall henceforth belong to me." With a haughty gaze, Jiang Mengli regarded Li Changxian, her face radiant with satisfaction. "No, this is my bed. Your sleeping quarters lie over there," Li Changxian retorted angrily, rising without fear and gesturing toward the adjacent door. Jiang Mengli followed his pointing finger, and upon seeing the shabby bedboard, her ire reignited. How could she, as the esteemed emperor of the demon race, be reduced to resting upon such a wretched surface? When she was accustomed to the opulent silk-draped beds of the demon palace, soft and luxurious, it was no wonder she had awoken with aches. How could her delicate skin withstand such a wooden bed? With her expression darkening further, Jiang Mengli coldly fixed her gaze upon Li Changxian and exclaimed, "Li Changxian, how dare you defy my will?" Her voice dripped with fury, as if she could consume him whole with her wrath. Li Changxian, however, was disinclined to engage with this foolish demon, appearing oblivious to her words as he nonchalantly settled beside her, preparing to remove his shoes and ascend the bed. Jiang Mengli's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered such brazen disrespect. Her face flushed crimson with rage, and she clenched the icy snowflake in her hand, for no man had ever dared approach her so closely before. With a fiery glare, she directed her wrath at Li Changxian, her eyes promising retribution. Yet, Li Changxian remained blissfully unaware of her ire, continuing to remove his shoes with a casual demeanor. Unable to contain her fury any longer, Jiang Mengli erupted, "Li Changxian, get off this bed at once." Yet, he acted as if deaf, persisting in his actions, seemingly indifferent to her outburst, even feigning yawns to express his weariness. Jiang Mengli, finally pushed to her limits, stood abruptly, glaring at him with a murderous intent, the icy snowflake in her hand radiating a frigid aura. "Jiang Mengli, if you possess any ability, refrain from utilizing that wretched flute of yours." Seeing Jiang Mengli's face flushed with anger, fearing she might threaten him, Li Changxian hastily invoked a defensive spell at that moment. Jiang Mengli's cheeks burned with indignation. Despite her decades of cultivation, she had never encountered such audacity. Yet, since Li Changxian had spoken, she reluctantly quelled her desire to wield the icy snowflake, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "I have told you not to call me by my name. Jiang Mengli, Jiang Mengli, Jiang Mengli," he continued, each utterance dripping with provocation. Li Changxian had discerned that this foolish demon seemed to be somewhat unhinged. He had noticed that she appeared only capable of wielding her icy snowflake, having never witnessed her channel any spiritual energy. Thus, it seemed the only threat she posed was that wretched flute. As he called out her name in succession, Jiang Mengli's chest heaved with agitation, desperately suppressing the urge to strike him down. Simultaneously, she reminded herself, as a demon emperor, one must be magnanimous, not stooping to the level of an ant. However, as she finally managed to temper her rage, she realized that Li Changxian had already reclined upon the bed. Her previously subdued anger flared once more. Li Changxian, she enunciated each syllable with a simmering fury, ignited by his repeated defiance. "If you wish to sleep, so be it. It is not I who will suffer the consequences." Li Changxian, turning his back to her, replied with a teasing tone that hinted at amusement. Yet, Despite Jiang Mengli's mounting frustration, she found herself powerless against him, having never shared a bed with any male. She dared not confront him directly. Reluctantly, she returned to the wooden plank bed, but not before issuing a final warning. Li Changxian, you are quite something. You have successfully captured this emperor's attention. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian was beset by goosebumps, overwhelmed by the sweetness of her words. Could there truly exist a narrative akin to that of a domineering CEO? Jiang Mengli returned to her familiar surroundings. Yet after enduring Li Changxuan's incessant provocations, her ire burned within her, and the coldness of the wooden plank made it impossible for her to find rest. In desperation, she resorted to a meditative posture, feigning repose while secretly vowing to avenge this humiliation once her powers were restored. In the dead of night, a sudden sound pierced the silence of the room, reminiscent of a needle dropping, shattering the tranquility like a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples throughout. Li Changxian, startled awake, rolled out of bed, and immediately spotted Jiang Mengli trembling on the wooden floor. Initially, Jiang Mengli had intended to meditate in silence, but her injuries had yet to fully heal, compounded by the effects of the sealing spell. She had overestimated her resilience and, while seated, inadvertently dozed off, rolling onto the floor in the process, observing her curled up like a frightened fox. Her brow furrowed and body shivering, Li Changxian felt a twinge of guilt for his earlier arrogance. She had not retaliated despite his brashness. Consequently, he moved his bedding closer, preparing to lay it down for her on the wooden floor. Just as he contemplated lifting her back onto the bed, he hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. Jiang Mengli, Jiang Mengli. He called her name twice, but she stirred not, her brow furrowing even deeper, as if she were truly chilled to the bone. Realizing that spring had only just begun and they were deep in the mountains, where the temperature was indeed low, he reluctantly bent down to lift her. As he drew near, a beguiling fragrance wafted toward him, subtle yet intoxicating, reminiscent of orchids yet distinct, a scent more enchanting than any he had encountered. He nearly lost his composure. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he swiftly placed her upon the bedding he had prepared and covered her with a blanket. Moments later, the tension in Jiang Mengli's furrowed brow began to ease, her expression softening as she appeared to find some solace. Throughout the entire ordeal, she remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Though Li Changxian moved with utmost care, a practitioner of the arts, especially one of her stature as a demon emperor, would not be entirely unobservant. Thus, he concluded that she had indeed lost her powers. Otherwise, how could a cultivator remain so unresponsive to the cold? The mystery of her lost powers lingered in his mind. Before departing, he cast one final glance at Jiang Mengli, who was now pouting her cherry lips in a gesture of contentment. Observing her serene demeanor, he noted that she was not entirely the spoiled and headstrong figure he had first perceived. In this moment, she appeared quite endearing. Li Changxian pondered to himself. The next day, as dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, and Jiang Mengli slowly opened her glistening eyes. Suddenly, she became aware that she was lying in a warm place, the long-lost softness beneath her evoking a profound sense of comfort. Although the surroundings could not compare to the opulent canopied bed they were a significant improvement over the hard wooden boards she had previously slept on. Jiang Mengli sat up. Pulling aside the covers that enveloped her, a sense of familiarity washed over her as she examined the bedding in her hands, and she recalled that it was indeed the same bedding she had contended for with Li Changxian the previous night. This revelation surprised her. How considerate of Li Changxian to offer her his own bedding. She scanned the room, but found no trace of him. Her gaze eventually landed on Li Changxuan's bed. Where the bedding that should have been there was conspicuously absent, a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. She wondered when Li Changxian had brought the bedding to her at the same time. She realized that her current physical condition might indeed mirror that of a mere mortal, as she was unaware of Li Changxuan's comings and goings. Yet, a satisfied expression graced her features regarding his actions. It seemed that once her cultivation was restored, she could allow him to linger a while longer. After all, how could she deign to attend to such trivial matters herself? It was more than fitting to leave those tasks to Li Changxian. It was not until noon that Li Changxian returned. "Look, out of pity, I bought this for you," he said, handing her a set of white wide-sleeved flowing robes as soon as they met. He had specifically purchased it while descending the mountain. A few miles away from lay a small mortal town, where he had procured various necessities over the years. Whenever he found himself short on funds, he would venture up the mountain to gather medicinal herbs and exchange them for money at the town's apothecary. The mountain was rich in spiritual herbs and medicines, which were in high demand among cultivators, thus he never lacked for funds. Jiang Mengli took the white garments, noting the exquisite silver thread embroidery that shimmered under the sunlight like a constellation of stars. After a careful appraisal, she deemed Li Changxuan's taste commendable. The attire was barely suitable for her imperial status, although she felt that white was somewhat juvenile and did not quite match her temperament. It was at least feminine attire, and it would be inappropriate to continually wear Li Changxuan's clothing. Thus, she accepted it with a smile. After handing her the dress, Li Changxian stepped outside, granting her the privacy to change. When he re-entered the room, he beheld Jiang Mengli seated gracefully at the table. Her waist was as supple as silk, and her ears adorned with moonlight earrings. Her fingers were delicate, and her lips resembled the hue of vermilion. Jiang Mengli was tied at the waist with a pink ribbon, accentuating her slender figure. The soft silk clung to her form, outlining her exquisite curves. The cuffs and collar were adorned with white lace, adding a touch of elegance and sweetness to her appearance. The gentle skirt swayed with the breeze that wafted in through the door, akin to a wisp of smoke under the moonlight. Dreamlike and ethereal that it must be said that Jiang Mengli, donned in her new attire, exuded an enchanting allure, her graceful and bewitching demeanor juxtaposed with a hint of aloofness that lent her an air of restraint. Li Changxian found himself momentarily lost in thought. Jiang Mengli, when will you depart? This humble abode cannot accommodate such a grand presence. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly changed the subject, attempting to appear nonchalant. Caught in the moment, the pure-hearted youth felt a tinge of shyness. Though Li Changxuan's reaction was swift, Jiang Mengli's attention remained fixed on him, and thus she could not help but notice that a sly smile crossed Jiang Mengli's lips. He was undoubtedly entranced by her beauty. She held a deep confidence in her appearance. Had it not been for her formidable reputation, she would likely have had numerous suitors among the furthermore, as a mere mortal residing in these mountains. Li Changxian had likely not encountered many such beauties. Thus, his previous behavior seemed entirely understandable to her. I have already assured you that I will not mistreat you. Once I am healed, I shall take my leave. In return, I can impart to you the methods of cultivation. If you possess the aptitude, you may one day reach the I. In that case, living an additional 60 years would be no challenge at all. Jiang Mengli stated coldly. Based on her observations of Li Changxuan's living quarters, she surmised that he was not lacking in resources. Although he resided in a single room, its decor was uniquely exquisite, possessing an elegance that was unmatched by ordinary households. Moreover, the garments he had brought her, though not magical attire, were nonetheless of commendable craftsmanship and aesthetic appeal within the realm of cultivation. Thus, she speculated that Li Changxian must be of poor aptitude, leading him to seclude himself in the mountains. Upon hearing that there was willing to teach him cultivation, Li Changxian felt a surge of interest, though he had already begun his cultivation journey. It was based solely on his own understanding, leaving him uncertain about the reliability of the methods imparted by the old man. His only experience with combat occurred during an encounter with 5 individuals a few nights prior, and he now had the opportunity to learn from her, to see whose teachings were superior. Therefore, Li Changxian nodded in agreement. I accept, but I shall not take you as my master. You wish to seek the favor of this. Yet I have no desire to accept you. Jiang Mengli retorted with a cold huff. Since time immemorial, she might have become the first to teach the human race the ways of cultivation. However, she merely intended to impart some foundational. Subsequently, Jiang Mengli casually shared a few incantations with him, allowing him to attempt them. She was unsure whether this cultivation methods would be applicable to mortals. Li Changxian tried them out and indeed sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world, but they were worlds apart from the cultivation methods in his mind. Even absorbing spiritual energy proved challenging. Thus, he decisively abandoned the endeavor, realizing that his own approach was more effective. Observing this, Jiang Mengli assumed he was simply too inept to draw in the energy that it hardly qualified as a step into the realm of cultivation. So she did not teach him the. Jiang Mengli had expected him to cherish this rare opportunity, yet to her surprise, he abandoned it after a mere attempt, prompting her to question, "You are giving up just like that?" To which Li Changxian merely chuckled and waved his hand. "Forget it. No need to practice. When I leave this forest, I shall surely be invincible." His tone was brash and carefree, devoid of any hint of jest. Hearing his proclamation, Jiang Mengli was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly yearning for cultivation, yet unable to attain it? driven to madness. Upon confirming her suspicions, she ceased her attempts to persuade him. After all, she had already shared the methods of cultivation with him, fulfilling her obligation. 4 days later, Jiang Mengli remained in her room recuperating. By this time, her internal injuries had healed significantly, and she could circulate a modicum of spiritual energy through her meridians. She believed that once fully recovered, achieving mid-stage would pose no problem. In the small courtyard, Li Changxian lounged comfortably on a makeshift recliner, basking in the warm sunlight. Dage, what happened to your gait? A youthful voice, tinged with a hint of naivety, pulled Li Changxian from his semi-slumber. Glancing up, he saw a young lad striding into the courtyard with a lively gait. Xiao Chun, what brings you here? Where is your mother? Oh, my mother caught a cold today and is still recuperating, replied the youth, identified as Zhao Chun. His real name was Zhao Chun, a resident of Baoping town, several miles from the. 5 years prior, Zhao Chun's mother had ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and had been injured by a wild beast. She managed to escape to Li Changxuan's doorstep, and upon seeing that she was merely immortal, he took pity and rescued her. Consequently, the Zhao family would often visit Li Changxian whenever they came to collect herbs, bringing him various supplies, and Zhao Qin frequently accompanied her. Over time, a bond formed between Li Changxian and the mother-son duo, making them one of the few acquaintances he had since arriving in Lingxiao continent. Dage, what happened to your gait? Let me help you fix it, Zhao Chun said as he entered the courtyard. Then I shall leave it to you. Li Changxian nodded lazily, reclining in his chair and expressing no intention to rise, for the comfort was simply too enticing to disturb. Upon receiving his acquiescence, Zhao Qin busied himself in the courtyard, the sound of clinking and clattering incessantly filling the air. For a commoner like him, repairing a courtyard gate was a task he could handle with ease. Before long, he had completed the job and settled down beside Li Changxian. With a fan shielding his face, Li Changxian, upon hearing Zhao Qin take a seat, extended a hand to pour him a cup of tea. Speaking leisurely, what brings you here today? Were you not meant to be foraging for herbs in the mountains? Breathless, Zhao Chun hurriedly took a sip of tea, composing himself before replying with a smile. Brotherly, I came to discuss a matter concerning you. Li Changxian remained leisurely reclined, not removing the fan from his face, and replied nonchalantly, what matter could possibly concern me? Surely it pertains to your lifelong affairs. Zhao Chun's voice rose slightly. At these words, the previously languid Li Changxian finally straightened up, removing the fan from his face, his expression one of curiosity. Zhao Chun, with a beaming smile, continued to explain. My mother mentioned that she has known you for 5 years and is aware that you remain unmarried. Thus, she has taken it upon herself to find suitable young ladies for you in town. Today, she specifically sent me to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. Li Changxian found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Zhao Qin's mother's fervor. Little Chun, you can tell your mother that she need not concern herself with this. I have my own plans regarding such matters, he replied, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his tone. Having been single since his birth on Blue Star, he had encountered even fewer individuals upon arriving in Lingxiao continent. To him, such matters should unfold naturally without haste, and thus he declined Zhao Qin's mother's well-meaning intentions. However, Zhao Chun was perplexed by this attitude. I recall that 5 years ago, you were already 20. Now you must be 25. Why the lack of urgency? Li Changxian was at a loss on how to explain, as there existed a considerable disparity in perspectives between the two worlds in the mortal realm of Lingxiao continent. It was customary for men to marry shortly after reaching 20, rarely exceeding that age, while women tended to wed even earlier. Moreover, he had fabricated his age to appease Zhao Qin's mother, as his appearance had not significantly changed due to his cultivation. If he were to be honest, he should be 26, having arrived at Lingxiao continent at the age of 16 and cultivated for a decade. Nevertheless, he still bore the visage of an 18-year-old youth. I am not in a hurry regarding this matter. Simply convey that to your mother, he concluded, offering a cursory response, setting aside whether he was even willing. He would soon be departing this forest in a year, uncertain if he would return, making the discussion rather premature. Well, if that is your wish, Zhao Chun replied with resignation, but truly, there is no need to rush. Brotherly, given your appearance and talents, you shall undoubtedly attract admirers in the future. However, since I have known you, I have yet to see any change in your looks. Brotherly, have you perhaps practiced some form of immortality technique? I read in books that those who cultivate can soar through the skies and traverse mountains, and they remain ageless. As Zhao Chen spoke of cultivation, his excitement grew, his eyes sparkling with longing. Unbeknownst to him, Li Changxuan's cultivation was a secret to him and his mother. You wish to cultivate? Of course. If I could, I would protect my mother and gain respect in the town, ensuring no one would dare speak ill of her again. Zhao Chen replied without hesitation, his face radiant with dreams of the future. But if you pursue cultivation, you must leave the town. What then will become of your mother? Li Changxuan's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing Zhao Chen's newfound enthusiasm. Then perhaps I shall forego it. My mother is far more important, Zhao Chen asserted firmly, showing no signs of disappointment. Li Changxian's reasoning was sound. Firstly, Zhao Chen and his mother were dependent on each other. His father had passed before Zhao Chen was born. Consequently, some townsfolk whispered that his mother bore a fate of bringing misfortune to men, subjecting the pair to constant gossip if Zhao Chen were to leave. Who would care for his mother? Secondly, at merely 14, Zhao Chen had lived in Baoping town all his life, ignorant of the world's dangers, let alone the treacheries of the cultivation realm. The world of cultivation was one of survival of the fittest, where the heavens showed no mercy, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Though Li Changxian had not delved deeply into this realm, he had gathered enough insight from the five who had resorted to violence at the slightest provocation a few days prior. Thus, he deemed it unwise for Zhao Chen to pursue cultivation, despite his promising potential. That a brief silence enveloped the courtyard, the only sound being the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Li Changxian. I am hungry. Prepare a meal. A voice, cold yet melodious like the song of a lark, suddenly echoed from within the house. This startled Zhao Chen. Brotherly, do you have others in your household? Just as he spoke, Jiang Mengli stepped out from the room, graceful and enchanting, her presence akin to that of a celestial being. Upon seeing Jiang Mengli, Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback, as if witnessing a fairy. Regaining his composure, he leaned closer to Li Changxian, a playful grin on his face, and whispered, No wonder you were so quick to decline my mother's goodwill earlier. It appears a beautiful maiden resides within. He wore an expression that suggested no explanation was needed. Li Changxian, however, wore a puzzled look, silently pondering. Where has this foolish boy's mind wandered off to now? Stop your nonsense. Fear not. She won't overhear. Zhao Chen mischievously winked. He promptly began to gather his belongings. That I will clarify matters with my mother. It seems brotherly no longer requires my assistance, he exclaimed. I shall take my leave now, not wishing to intrude upon your time. Zhao Chen bid farewell to Li Changxian and performed a respectful bow to Jiang Mengli before departing the courtyard. Once he was a distance away, Jiang Mengli stood at the doorway, her gaze fixed upon Li Changxian as she inquired, Who was that? Just a friend of mine, Li Changxian replied. Jiang Mengli remained vigilant. Since Zhao Chen had entered the courtyard, she had withdrawn from her meditative state, initially fearing that the Taishan sect had sent someone to pursue her. However, after observing him, she discerned that he was merely an ordinary mortal, which eased her concerns. At the same time, Jiang Mengli was contemplating that once her injuries were fully healed, she must vacate this place to seek a way to break the sealing enchantment. Although she had relaxed her guard upon realizing that Zhao Chen was merely a commoner, she grew increasingly displeased upon noticing that he had been chatting with Li Changxian for quite some time, realizing that he had forgotten to prepare food for her. In truth, cultivators do not require sustenance from grains and cereals. They can sustain themselves solely by absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. However, due to her current low level of cultivation, she could not achieve this and had to rely on food to survive. Meanwhile, Li Changxian had retained the habit of eating, often indulging in meals before her. Consequently, over the past few days, he had unwittingly become Jiang Mengli's personal chef. Earlier, Jiang Mengli had stepped out to remind him, fearing their conversation would continue indefinitely. Seeing Li Changxian still lounging idly, she kicked the recliner in frustration, demanding, Li Changxian, I am hungry. Prepare a meal. Li Changxian let out a sigh, feeling disinclined to engage in a verbal spar with her any further. After all, he had his own needs to attend to. And it was evident that this demon empress had no culinary skills. He had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Deep down, he grew increasingly certain that he had unwittingly rescued an ancestor. For the past few days, he had been at her beck and call, and now he merely wished for her injuries to heal swiftly, so he could send her on her way. Thus, he silently rose and made his way to the kitchen. After the meal, Li Changxian returned to his familiar recliner, relishing a moment of tranquility and relaxation. However, it wasn't long before he felt someone incessantly kicking him. Upon opening his eyes, he found Jiang Mengli standing beside him, her expression replete with dissatisfaction. "Get down. This empress also wishes to lie down for a while," she commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Li Changxian did not immediately rise, instead continuing to recline leisurely, smiling at Jiang Mengli as he casually remarked, "Is the empress not practicing her cultivation? I have been eagerly hoping for your swift recovery." Jiang Mengli, well aware of the insincerity behind his words, discerned that his desire for her to heal was but a ruse to hasten her departure. With a cold snort, she retorted, "This empress's cultivation does not hinge on a mere moment. Move aside quickly, as I intend to rest." Jiang Mengli's icy demeanor indicated her growing irritation with Li Changxuan's nonchalance. Ignoring her request, he feigned ignorance, remaining sprawled in the recliner, frustrated by his obstinacy. Jiang Mengli's lips curled into a perilous smile as she unceremoniously sat down beside him. Startled by her action, Li Changxian swiftly shifted away, thinking to himself how utterly incomprehensible this woman was. Faced with Jiang Mengli's audacity, he had no choice but to concede. He certainly did not wish to provoke her. "Humph," Jiang Mengli huffed, inwardly musing that it was indeed a privilege for him to serve as her seat, and at least he possessed a modicum of awareness to vacate his spot, had he not moved. The outcome might have been quite different, for since Jiang Mengli's birth, he was the only male she had encountered, and that was during her unconscious state when he administered medicine to her. In her mind, she had already extended countless exceptions to him out of gratitude for saving her life, given her lofty status. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, she had navigated her path with resolute decisiveness, only experiencing setbacks within the depths of the Yenshu secret realm. Such experiences had undoubtedly shaped her proud disposition. Meanwhile, Li Changxian mused that having a fragrant, soft demoness of her stature seated upon him was not an unpleasant notion. His earlier concession had not stemmed from noble principles. Rather, he had sensed a fleeting glimmer of malice emanating from Jiang Mengli. Perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor, he ultimately retreated to his room. Jiang Mengli, now comfortably reclined in his place, found it quite enjoyable. Several days prior, she had observed Li Changxian napping in this contraption daily, but due to her urgent need for healing, she had refrained from claiming it for herself. Having never encountered such a device within the demon realm, she relished the experience. It was no wonder Li Changxian lounged there after meals, basking in the sun and sipping tea in addition to the recliner. There were various peculiar items in the room that Jiang Mengli had never seen in Lingxiao continent, all of which had been crafted by Li Changxian based on the wonders of Blue Star. Unbeknownst to her, 3 days passed. Jiang Mengli sat cross-legged, enveloped by swirling azure waves of spiritual energy, gracefully drifting like silk ribbons. This energy, the essence of heaven and earth, was being continuously absorbed into her being. Suddenly, Jiang Mengli opened her eyes, a dazzling golden light flickering within them. A subtle smile graced her lips as she spoke in a tone that barely concealed her delight. "It is done." After days of nurturing, her injuries had nearly healed. Yet, the Taishan forbidden technique was exceedingly domineering. Even at the pinnacle of her celestial ascent, she could only manifest mid-level prowess. Nevertheless, that was sufficient for her. It signified her impending departure from this place. But what to do about Li Changxian? Jiang Mengli pondered, feeling a twinge of conflict within her heart. Should she still kill him now? Yet, aside from his occasional impertinence, he seemed devoid of any significant faults. Moreover, he had not only saved her life, but also provided her with clothing and meals. Thus, it appeared that sparing his life was not entirely out of the question. After considerable reflection, Jiang Mengli resolved to grant him a temporary reprieve. After all, as she sought a method to lift her spiritual seal, having a companion to tend to her needs would prove advantageous. Even if she chose not to take him with her, she felt obligated to allow him to leave, lest he find himself in dire straits when the Taishan sect came searching. Having made her decision, Jiang Mengli stepped into the courtyard and roused Li Changxian, who was still leisurely swaying in the recliner. Li Changxian, this empress's injuries are nearly healed. I plan to depart from here tomorrow. Really? Li Changxian sprang up from the recliner, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Inwardly marveling, at last, I can send this deity away. Observing his jubilant demeanor, Jiang Mengli recognized his thoughts and a mysterious smile crept onto her lips that, of course, this empress's word is as good as gold. Once I am healed, I shall take my leave. But you, upon hearing of my departure, seem quite pleased. How could that be? Is there such a thing? Li Changxian replied with utmost seriousness upon hearing his response. Jiang Mengli's expression transformed into one of profound significance, causing an uncomfortable chill to run down Li Changxuan's spine. Why did he sense an ominous premonition? However, he chose not to dwell on it. As she was set to leave after all, the next day, may the Empress have a smooth journey. Li Changxian stood at the door with a beaming smile, eagerly anticipating Jiang Mengli's departure. As she reached the threshold and took a couple of steps outside. She turned back to him and said, Li Changxian, why are you still standing there? Come along. Li Changxian stared at her in bewilderment. Why would I stand here? This Empress finds you agreeable and has decided to take you as my demon servant. You will accompany me, Jiang Mengli declared with a serious demeanor, clearly not jesting. Supplement. Li Changxian hastily declined that in that moment. He finally grasped the source of his earlier ominous feeling. You lack the qualifications. You also lack the ability to refuse this Empress. Jiang Mengli retorted, a playful smile gracing her lips as her jade fingers snapped audibly. I refuse. Li Changxian replied decisively. He had no intention of venturing outside. The world beyond was rife with peril and easily attracted trouble. Moreover, Jiang Mengli's identity as a demon empress was akin to a ticking time bomb, inviting even more chaos, and Li Changxian was resolute in his defiance. To be favored by this empress is your honor, Jiang Mengli proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Li Changxian couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking, great, she's gone mad again, as he felt an urge to roll his eyes. Li Changxian, what does that expression of yours mean? Jiang Mengli's brows furrowed in irritation. Her tolerance for his antics had reached its limit. Yet, this man seemed impervious to her frustrations. Recognizing Jiang Mengli's formidable demeanor, Li Changxian knew she was genuinely upset and resorted to employing his ultimate tactic. Jiang Mengli, if you have any skills, don't wield that wretched flute. In response, Jiang Mengli merely smiled slightly, having regained a portion of her powers and feeling that imparting a lesson to him would be beneficial. Otherwise, taking him along would only serve to frustrate her further. You truly believe this Empress lacks other means? Jiang Mengli said coldly, a dangerous glint illuminating her eyes. Li Changxian crossed his arms defiantly, embodying the essence of a stubborn pig who feared no boiling water, which only fueled Jiang Mengli's ire further. Without further ado, Jiang Mengli ceased concealing her aura and instantly unleashed the strength of her mid-level cultivation, causing 9 ethereal foxtails to manifest behind her, towering over 3 meters and swaying from side to side. Jiang Mengli had anticipated that this human ant, upon witnessing her demonic form, would be paralyzed in terror. However, to her astonishment, Li Changxian merely regarded her with a curious expression, murmuring, so the demon empress is a fox demon? Huh? Li Changxuan's demeanor, marked by an air of calm indifference, incited a profound sense of disdain in Jiang Mengli. Escalating her fury, in an instant, Jiang Mengli vanished, and before Li Changxian crouched a colossal 9-tailed fox spirit, bearing its menacing fangs and glaring fiercely at him. However, this was not a physical manifestation, but rather an ethereal projection of her true form. While on the ground sat a small fox, mirroring the spectral figure in both appearance and movements. It was not that Jiang Mengli was incapable of transforming into her true form. Rather, her cultivation had been sealed, compelling her to assume the guise she bore before the seal, unable to revert to her gargantuan demonic form. The ability to conjure such a spectral image at the chi-gathering stage was already remarkable. Unless her powers were fully restored or completely depleted, she could only sustain the demonic apparition through her spiritual energy. Surely this will frighten you, Jiang Mengli mused inwardly. In her view, any ordinary person confronted with such an immense beast would likely faint from terror. Yet, it was inconsequential to note that Li Changxian was no mere mortal and thus unafraid. Even if he were, as a denizen of Blue Star, he would merely find it intriguing. Consequently, upon witnessing the spectacle, he paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. This was not an act of intimidation, but rather an adorable display. This little creature was rather charming. With that thought, Li Changxian disregarded the imposing fox spirit's projection. Crouching down to pet the small fox at his feet, Jiang Mengli, unwilling to allow him such indulgence, immediately bared her teeth in warning. Yet, her diminutive form posed no threat to Li Changxian whatsoever, who effortlessly scooped up the little fox into his embrace, causing the towering fox spirit's apparition to dissipate. Jiang Mengli. A moment of rigidity seized Jiang Mengli's body, her expression startled. She had not anticipated Li Changxuan's audacity or decisiveness. Before she could react, he had already lifted her to Li Changxian. Release this empress at once. The small fox in Li Changxuan's arms bared its white teeth, its mouth opening and closing as it emitted a slightly panicked sound. Its soft, fluffy body struggling against his grasp. Li Changxian ignored Jiang Mengli's plea, his sole desire being to pet the fox. His large hand reached out. Li Changxian. You dare, Jiang Mengli hissed through gritted teeth, wishing fervently to devour him alive. Yet, Li Changxian chose to overlook her threats, having saved her life and diligently cared for her in recent days. What had she done? It seemed only reasonable for him to reward himself with a little affection from her fox. Ultimately, Li Changxuan's hand landed on the small fox's head, and in an instant, a jolt of electricity coursed through Jiang Mengli's entire being, leaving her utterly limp and tingling. Li Changxian, you shall pay for this. Her voice erupted as if from clenched teeth, her rage reaching a boiling point. Despite her protests, her soul whispered of a pleasant sensation. Even as Jiang Mengli fought against it, she could not suppress a soft whimper of delight. Should this scene come to the attention of the demon race or righteous practitioners, they might be left utterly flabbergasted. Demon race. Is this truly our decisive demon empress? Righteous sect. Is this the same merciless, bloodthirsty figure who single-handedly annihilated the beast-taming sect? How has the legendary demon empress transformed into a small fox, cooing in a mortal's embrace? Li Changxian, too, was momentarily taken aback by the fox's soft whimpers. Allowing Jiang Mengli the opportunity to bite his hand, as pain shot through his palm. In the blink of an eye, he found himself cradling a fragrant, soft figure instead. It turned out Jiang Mengli's recently restored cultivation could not sustain the celestial fox spirit form for long, causing her to revert to her human shape. Jiang Mengli's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and Li Changxian quickly set her down, feeling a tinge of awkwardness, bewildered by her abrupt transformation, unsure of what to say. Yet, Jiang Mengli fixed him with a glare that could kill Li Changxian. Your days are numbered, she seethed, her fury palpable as she summoned her jade flute and struck at him fiercely. How dare he treat her with such disrespect, belittling her imperial authority? In that moment, she wished nothing more than to reduce Li Changxian to a mere puddle of flesh. Fortunately, Li Changxian reacted swiftly, ducking to evade the strike. With a resounding crash, dust billowed forth, and another section of the small courtyard's wall crumbled. Li Changxian gazed at the ruins of the fallen wall, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. Had that blow landed upon him, he would surely have been left bruised and battered. Jiang Mengli, are you truly serious? I told you not to address me by my title. And who is playing with whom? Jiang Mengli retorted fiercely, raising her hand to attack again. Li Changxian recognized that he had genuinely provoked her ire and dared not further incite her with words, resorting instead to evasion. Thankfully, his agility allowed him to dodge her onslaught, though Jiang Mengli remained relentless, seemingly determined to beat him into submission. Yet, despite his adeptness, the disparity in their realms soon took its toll on Li Changxian, and exhaustion began to set in. With no other recourse, he could only plead softly, Your Majesty, I was wrong. Spare my life. Take it up with the King of Hell. Jiang Mengli showed no signs of relenting. She was convinced that Li Changxian had practiced some form of agility training, for he could not possibly evade so many of her attacks otherwise. Li Changxian, resigned to the possibility of meeting his end here, knew that if he were to perish, he would not even have the luxury of waiting a year. Thus, he swiftly seized Jiang Mengli's wrist, where she held the jade flute, and implored gently, I will follow you. Just please, cease this onslaught. No need, Jiang Mengli replied, still in a fury, raising her other hand to strike at his chest. Li Changxian did not flinch or evade, bracing himself for the blow. I am unharmed. After a brief moment, Li Changxian noted the absence of pain. Though the area she struck was slightly sore, he found no injuries. Had his body been tempered through training, or had Jiang Mengli merely not exerted her full strength at her current cultivation level? It seemed she had indeed moderated her force. Jiang Mengli halted her assault, her exquisite features set in a cold, puzzled expression. Why do you not evade? Do you truly believe this empress would refrain from killing you? She had not anticipated Li Changxuan's refusal to dodge. Fortunately, she had tempered her strength just before impact, sparing him from injury. Had I not endured this blow, you might have genuinely wished to slay me, correct? Coughing lightly, Li Changxian feigned weakness, yet his visage revealed no hint of fear. And his body bore no signs of distress. Should there be a next time, it will not be as simple as a single strike. Jiang Mengli warned coldly at that moment. Her anger began to subside slightly. She rationalized that teaching him a lesson was sufficient, for if she truly harmed him, she would find it burdensome to transport him along their journey. Indeed, Li Changxian dared not contradict her, acutely aware that Jiang Mengli's ire had not fully dissipated. She might very well strike him again, and he could scarcely endure another hit. Sensing Li Changxuan's capitulation, Jiang Mengli's expression softened marginally. If you have agreed, then let us depart, since we are to travel far. It would be reasonable for me to gather some belongings, would it not? What belongings could you possibly need? When venturing into the world, I must eat and drink. Such necessities require funds, unlike you, who can forego sustenance. Presently, Jiang Mengli's cultivation had risen to the qi-gathering stage, allowing her to absorb the natural energy of the world without the need for food. However, she possessed spirit stones, which could be exchanged for currency among mortals. Although her spatial storage would only open at the divine refinement stage, she could still utilize it as long as she wielded spiritual energy. Thus, she impatiently remarked, "This empress has spirit stones and requires nothing from you. Your Majesty, you may not grasp the treacherous nature of humanity. Spirit stones hold no value in the mortal realm. Furthermore, should the envious catch sight of you, what then? Would you have the confidence to defeat them?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli furrowed her brows, taken aback. "You are aware of this empress's current predicament. Isn't it obvious? Do you only possess the strength of the qi manipulation realm?" A flicker of displeasure and wariness flashed across Jiang Mengli's face. She had anticipated that Li Changxian would uncover this matter, for how could an imperial figure of her clan, who had just engaged a mere mortal in combat for an extended duration, possibly justify such a scenario? Now that he had made his suspicions clear, Jiang Mengli felt compelled to issue a warning. "You had best remain compliant, although I am not as formidable as I once was. Eliminating you would still be a trivial matter. Can I retrieve my belongings now?" Jiang Mengli found merit in Li Changxuan's reasoning. It was prudent not to attract undue attention before regaining her full powers. Thus, she urged him, "Hurry, do not entertain any mischievous thoughts." After receiving her consent, Li Changxian hastily returned to his chamber, gathered his possessions, and penned a letter to Zhaochen, informing him of his departure. In truth, even without Jiang Mengli's pressure, he had no intention of lingering here any longer. Having confirmed Jiang Mengli's identity, he believed it was only a matter of time before someone tracked him down. At that point, he would no longer possess the capability to swiftly vanquish 5 foes as he had previously. It would be his life at stake. Yet, he was also reluctant to accompany Jiang Mengli, as doing so felt even more perilous. However, the initiative rested in her hands, and Li Changxian found himself with little choice. That it seemed that if an opportunity arose after their exit, he would have to escape from her grasp. Otherwise, he would inevitably meet his end. Once prepared, Li Changxian lingered in place for a moment, contemplating whether to take his sword with him. However, unlike Jiang Mengli's ethereal weapon, his sword lacked sentience, rendering it seemingly useless to bring along. Li Changxian, just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Mengli burst through the door with a resounding bang. She had waited outside for quite some time, her mood souring with impatience, and was unaware of what Li Changxian was doing inside that took so long. "Jiang Mengli, I was injured by you earlier. Could I rest for a day before departing?" Li Changxian implored from his seat at the table. He was quite reluctant to leave this humble dwelling. Having resided there for a decade since arriving in the Lingxiao continent, he felt there was no rush to depart, especially since no one had come looking for him in the past 10 days. Staying an extra day would be inconsequential. That little bit of force injured you. Even if you were hurt, it would hardly be fatal. If you continue to dawdle, do not blame me for being impolite. With a fierce shout, Jiang Mengli raised her hand, unleashing a divine light that shattered the table beside Li Changxian into splinters. "Must I leave now? Do not resort to violence at the slightest disagreement." "What if you accidentally harm me?" Li Changxian grumbled, reluctantly stepping outside. Thus, the pair, a human and a demon, strolled through the depths of the Yuyo forest. As only those at the spirit sea realm could command the skies. Jiang Mengli had no choice but to accompany Li Changxian on foot. She led the way, with Li Changxian closely following behind. Jiang Mengli, are we returning to the demon clan? You said I was of no use. Why must you insist on bringing me along? Li Changxian huffed, panting as they progressed, that we will not return to the demon clan just yet. You are aware that I am only at the chi manipulation realm. Thus, you should understand my purpose. Jiang Mengli replied coldly. As for bringing you along, I have my reasons. Do not question them. Jiang Mengli, why did you fall to such a low realm? Li Changxian posed the question that had lingered in his mind since their first encounter. He had been astonished to find a demon emperor so feeble. It was unexpected to learn that she had suffered a decline in rank. Yet, he could not fathom what calamity had befallen her to cause such a change. Li Changxuan's inquiry prompted Jiang Mengli to reflect on her arrival in the Yuyo forest and the loss of her powers, a tale that began several years prior. Jiang Mengli was originally a nine-tailed celestial fox. Born of nature's essence, after a decade of seclusion, she had ascended to the peak of the Changxuan realm 6 years ago. Upon breaking through, she had rallied to save her kin from peril, repelling invading human cultivators and successfully claiming the title of Demon Emperor. However, during the subsequent 6 years, she found herself unable to break through to the next level. In desperation, she remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the Changxuan realm for 6 long years, tirelessly seeking a method to advance. Finally, a month ago, she received word of an extraordinary event in the Inshu secret realm within the Qishao realm, where the chaotic purple lotus had appeared. Consuming it would not only enhance one's powers, but also aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Faced with the presence of Earth Immortals and Celestial Immortals from the human side, and with the demon clan's lack of high-ranking cultivators, she was compelled to risk venturing forth in search of this rare opportunity for advancement. However, upon her arrival at the Inshu secret realm, she discovered that she had fallen into a trap set by the Taishan sect, which had dispatched 5 Changxuan elders to execute her. Yet, there is a distinction between those of the Changxuan realm, and even more so at its peak. After engaging in several fierce battles, the 5 Taishan elders were ultimately overpowered and severely wounded. As Jiang Mengli's offensive intensified, they realized they could not escape the secret realm alive and thus resorted to launching a desperate blood sacrifice array. The 5 combined their strength to employ the Taishan's forbidden technique, sealing Jiang Mengli's powers through blood sacrifice. Jiang Mengli sensed her strength rapidly receding and had no time to ponder her next move. She fled the secret realm with all her might. The 5 Taishan elders perished within the realm due to the blood sacrifice technique. After escaping, Jiang Mengli encountered the Taishan disciples who had come searching for the 5 elders on her way back to the demon clan. However, her powers had already diminished to the refining spirit realm, forcing her to flee. The 5 pursued her relentlessly, tracking her for an entire day and night. As time passed, Jiang Mengli's strength continued to wane. It was only when she arrived in the Yuyo forest that she was struck by their combined force and lost consciousness. The events that transpired thereafter remained a blur to her. Returning to the present, Jiang Mengli coldly stated to Li Changxian, "Matters concerning me are not for you to meddle in. Am I not merely expressing concern for you?" Li Changxian replied nonchalantly, "Do you truly believe what you just said?" Jiang Mengli raised an eyebrow, questioning him. He. Li Changxian awkwardly scratched his nose, swiftly shifting the topic. "If you won't disclose the reason, at the very least, tell me where we are headed." At this, Jiang Mengli halted her steps. She had indeed not planned their destination. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "We will leave the Qishao realm first." Upon hearing this, Li Changxian pondered briefly before inquiring, "Was it the Taishan sect that injured you?" Jiang Mengli offered no response. Or perhaps the Tai sect. Li Changxian speculated further. Given Jiang Mengli's urgency to depart the Qishao realm, it was highly probable that the culprits behind her injuries were one of these 2 sections. After all, within the Qishao realm, the Taishan sect and the Tai sect were the 2 foremost cultivation sects that Li Changxian, possessing a modicum of knowledge about the distribution of the cultivation world in the Lingxiao continent, was aware that it comprised 5 realms: the Qingyuan realm, the Qishao realm, the Hongsu realm, the Ziming realm, and the Linghai realm. The human race occupied the Qingyuan, Qishao, and Hongsu realms, while the demon race claimed the Ziming and Linghai realms. Among the humans, 5 major cultivation sects reigned. The Floating Cloud Palace and the Star-Plucking Pavilion jointly governed the Hongsu realm, while the Taishan sect and the Tai sect governed the Qishao realm together. The Jidao sword sect alone ruled the Qingyuan realm and was the strongest among the 5 major sections, given that the Yuyo forest was situated at the edge of the Qishao realm and that Jiang Mengli was eager to leave. Li Changxian surmised that the 5 individuals who had pursued her that night were likely disciples of either the Taishan sect or the Tai sect. Noticing Li Changxuan's reluctance and his tendency to overthink, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but urge, "Move quickly. Otherwise, we won't escape the Yuyo forest before nightfall." Seeing that Jiang Mengli did not refute him, Li Changxian realized he was likely correct. With a mischievous glint, he began to tease her. "Jiang Mengli, is this how the demon emperor operates? A few insignificant sects have left you in such a state." Since discovering that Li Changxian is unafraid of her, Jiang Mengli has long since grown accustomed to his audacious remarks. Moreover, this time it was indeed her own carelessness that led to her misfortune. She regretted not bringing a few companions with her and ventured into the Yinshu secret realm alone, falling into the trap set by the Taishan sect. However, the fact that he dismissed the Taishan sect and the Tai sect, great sects of cultivation, as inconsequential minor factions, only solidified Jiang Mengli's belief that Li Changxian was merely an ordinary person, ignorant of the world. Yet, as the demon empress, her pride forbade anyone from belittling her in such a manner. Thus, she subtly threatened, "I recall someone once stating that the day one leaves the forest is the day of invincibility. What, do you wish to spar with me?" With a playful smile, Jiang Mengli regarded him, realizing that she could only intimidate him through force, as engaging in verbal sparring would yield no advantage, an insight she had long since grasped. "Ahem, this is not a genuine request. You practically dragged me out here," Li Changxian said, visibly deflated. He had not anticipated that she would remember his offhand comment, and naturally, he dared not mock her, lest he incur her wrath once more. "Oof, move faster," Jiang Mengli huffed, quickening her pace. With Li Changxian no longer retorting, Jiang Mengli felt a modicum of relief. Finally, before nightfall, the two emerged from the Yui forest and arrived at a humble mortal town, signifying their departure from the Qishao realm. This town, known as Danqing Town, lay at the far end of Baoping Town, named for its frequent gatherings of artists selling their ink and paintings. The scrolls of calligraphy and painting often featured works by esteemed masters, allowing cultivators to comprehend profound meanings and insights into the Tao through the characters or landscapes depicted. Consequently, many practitioners were drawn to this locale. Prior to entering the town, Jiang Mengli utilized a magical artifact from her spatial storage to conceal her demonic aura, rendering her indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Unless she encountered a cultivator of the Tongxian stage or above, it would be nearly impossible for her identity to be discerned. However, given the remoteness of this place, the likelihood of encountering such a practitioner was exceedingly slim. After all, once one attained the Tongxian realm, there would be no need to delve into the insights of others for cultivation. Now that they had left the Qishao realm, Jiang Mengli felt no urgency. After a day of travel, she was fatigued and decided to seek an inn to rest. "Innkeeper, 2 rooms, please," Li Changxian addressed the proprietor upon finding an inn. The innkeeper, upon seeing the striking pair, mistakenly believed he understood the request and smiled knowingly, explaining, "I apologize, esteemed guest, but we have been quite busy lately, and we only have 1 room left." Li Changxian, familiar with this old trick from his time in Blue Star, immediately recognized the misunderstanding and clarified, "Innkeeper, we are not as you presume. We genuinely require 2 rooms." At his words, the innkeeper squinted and scrutinized the duo, feeling somewhat skeptical. Could it be that he had misjudged them? It seemed unlikely. Having managed this inn for decades, his judgment had always been impeccable. Nevertheless, since Li Changxian insisted, the innkeeper could only acquiesce. Just as he was about to fetch the keys to 2 rooms, Jiang Mengli, who had been standing behind Li Changxian, suddenly interjected, "No need. 1 room will suffice." This unexpected turn of events left Li Changxian utterly perplexed. Unable to comprehend Jiang Mengli's intentions, she stepped closer. A beguiling smile graced her lips as she whispered in his ear, "Do not even think of slipping away. I shall not grant you that opportunity." Li Changxian paused for a moment, feeling wronged. This was indeed an unwarranted accusation. Previously, sharing a room had been unavoidable, but now that conditions had changed, wasn't he merely considering their reputations? Though Jiang Mengli hardly possessed a pristine reputation herself, besides, sharing a room felt rather unreasonable. He had not anticipated that she would suspect him of wanting to flee. Li Changxian found himself at a loss for words. Seeing the indecisiveness etched on his face, Jiang Mengli surmised that her guess had been correct. It was not as though they had never shared a room before. After speaking, she took the key from the innkeeper's hand, flashed a captivating smile at Li Changxian, and ascended the stairs. Jiang Mengli's words naturally reached the innkeeper's ears, filling him with secret satisfaction. He had known he was not mistaken. Thus, he regarded Li Changxian with a smug expression, thinking to himself, this young man is more reserved than a woman. Meanwhile, Li Changxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did she mean by having shared a room? Her words were ambiguous. Yet, he could not find a way to explain and could only reluctantly follow her upstairs. Once in the designated room, Li Changxian tidied up a bit. However, upon noticing that the room contained only a single bed, he could not help but inquire, where will you sleep? Jiang Mengli responded with a hint of exasperation. Of course, I shall sleep on the bed.as for you. Figure it out yourself. Li Changxian felt a sense of strangeness emanating from Jiang Mengli, particularly in light of the alluring smile she had just displayed, something he had never seen before. As she usually wore a cold expression. Thus, he dared not approach her too closely. Glancing around the room, he noticed a sleeping couch and resigned himself to spend the night upon it with a sigh. After arranging the room, Li Changxian noticed that the evening was still young and decided to venture out for a stroll. Although he had resided in the Yui forest, he had never visited Danqing town. However, just as he reached the doorway, Jiang Mengli called out to him, "Are you going out?" Li Changxian nodded. Jiang Mengli stood and followed him outside, noticing that he had frozen in place, prompting her to impatiently urge, "Weren't you going out? Why are you just standing there?" "Ah, you are coming too. I fear you might run away." Li Changxian felt somewhat exasperated. Was this really necessary? He could only acquiesce to her company. As they stepped outside, they discovered that the town was hosting its unique ink and brush competition. In simple terms, it was an event where cultivators showcased their calligraphy or paintings, allowing the audience to evaluate whose artistry conveyed a stronger essence. The victor would receive a prize from the organizers. Throughout their journey, Jiang Mengli remained closely behind Li Changxian, her gaze fixed upon him. She had no interest in such trivialities. Anything she produced from her spatial storage would far surpass the treasures found within the entire town. Upon arriving at the venue, Li Changxian found the place bustling with activity, indicating that many cultivators had indeed gathered. The ink and brush competition is now commencing. Those interested may step forward, announced a middle-aged man, who then began introducing the prizes. The crowd fell silent in anticipation. Following his words, an uproar erupted among the audience as they discussed which prize was superior. For sword cultivators, the single-character sword was undoubtedly the most coveted. But for Li Changxian, it held no appeal. He was far more intrigued by the Thunder Pearl. Although he could not currently wield spiritual power to summon heavenly thunder, detonating the Thunder Pearl would still produce a significant thunderstorm, serving as a crucial means of self-preservation. While Li Changxian contemplated, 4 or 5 cultivators stepped forward to participate in the competition. It appeared that only a handful possessed the capability to join. However, Li Changxian faced a dilemma. He could not infuse his artistic expression into his calligraphy or painting. Should he ask Jiang Mengli for assistance? Observing Li Changxian deep in thought, Jiang Mengli recognized his expectations and quickly countered. "This has nothing to do with me. Do not look at me with those eyes. Please, I have saved you twice. This is merely a small favor. Did I not teach you cultivation techniques? That debt is settled. As for the other favor, you have repeatedly offended me. I have spared your life until now. Thus our debts are cleared." Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be calculated this way? Had he known, he would not have agreed to let her instruct him in cultivation methods. With no success from gentle persuasion, he resorted to intimidation, adopting a fierce demeanor as he declared, "Jiang Mengli, you would not want anyone to know you are the demon empress, would you?" Upon hearing his words, Jiang Mengli looked at him as if he were a fool, a hint of mockery gracing her lips as she coldly retorted, "Can you fathom why they are oblivious to the demonic aura that envelopes this emperor?" Li Changxuan's expression froze. Being merely a mortal, he could not perceive the demonic energy emanating from Jiang Mengli. Her words suggested that she possessed a treasure capable of concealing it. Indeed, it was no wonder that these individuals failed to notice. If it were so easily discernible, she would hardly be worthy of the title of Demon Emperor. Were he to reveal her identity now, no one would believe him. Furthermore, if someone did believe him, he might escape, but she would likely perish here. Out of a sense of compassion, he resolved to let her off the hook. Li Changxuan's gaze returned to the deep purple orb displayed on the platform. While acquiring it was not imperative, Possessing it would provide an additional layer of security. It seemed he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. A look of disappointment washed over him. Brother, please wait. I see that you possess no cultivation, yet you wish to participate in this competition? Just as Li Changxian was about to turn away, a voice called him back. He turned to find a youth of around 20 years, rather handsome, wielding a long sword and adorned with a jade crown. This was the first time Li Changxian encountered such a courteous practitioner, and he felt it inappropriate to rebuff his civility. With a slight easing of his brow, he replied nonchalantly, "What business do you have?" Though he responded to the inquiry, his tone lacked the subservience typically displayed by mortals towards cultivators. Upon noticing Li Changxuan's courage, the young man's eyes glimmered with delight. Convinced he had found the right person, that he hastily proclaimed, "I can assist you in acquiring the items on the stage." Li Changxuan's brow furrowed at this declaration, that he understood the adage that there are no free lunches in this world, and thus he asked, "What do you desire in return?" The young man, ever so forthright, replied, "Indeed, I do have a matter requiring assistance." Li Changxuan's face bore a hint of wariness and skepticism. What could a cultivator possibly need from a mere mortal? He sensed that this matter was far from simple. Therefore, he cautiously probed, "Pray, elucidate your request, and I shall determine whether to assist you. It is not a significant affair that I merely require you to accompany me to the graveyard of the chaotic burial mounds at midnight." The young man explained. Li Changxuan's brow knitted even tighter at the prospect of venturing to a graveyard in the dead of night, for it was certain to harbor malevolent spirits. Perceiving Li Changxuan's hesitance, the young man earnestly assured him, "I require your aid to draw out a ghostly entity, but fret not. I am a disciple of the extreme Dao Sword sect and can guarantee your safety." He was indeed a disciple of the extreme Dao Sword sect, having descended the mountain for a 3-year cultivation trial. Upon departing, the sect had entrusted them with a task, to capture 5 entities of the 5 elements. With 2.5 years elapsed, he still needed to procure the final water entity. He had fortuitously encountered a wraith near the chaotic burial mounds a few days prior. But wraiths are notoriously timid and sensitive, fleeing at the slightest approach from a practitioner. Despite seeking help from townsfolk, anyone who heard of a midnight excursion to a graveyard promptly refused, fearing for their lives. He later discovered that the burial mounds were once an ancient battlefield, where locals often heard the cries of ghostly soldiers at night, accompanied by echoes of battle. Thus, ordinary folk steered clear of the site, especially at such an hour. Initially, he had approached Li Changxian with a sense of trepidation, but upon witnessing Li Changxuan's lack of the usual terror displayed by others, he felt a flicker of hope. Extreme Dao Sword sect. Li Changxian was taken aback by the distance from the sect, yet finding a disciple here. Truly, it was the foremost sect in the realm. Furthermore, observing the clarity in the young man's eyes, devoid of malice, and his humble demeanor eased Li Changxuan's apprehensions. "What say you? I assure you, you will not suffer any loss." The young man looked at him expectantly, as if awaiting Li Changxuan's affirmative response. Just as Li Changxian was about to reply, Jiang Mengli, who had been silently listening, approached with a chilling demeanor and stated, "Agreed, but in addition to obtaining what we desire, you must assist us with another task." Li Changxian opened his mouth to speak, but a single cold glare from Jiang Mengli silenced him. The young man, sensing the camaraderie between Jiang Mengli and Li Changxian, deduced they were allies and, after a moment's contemplation, consented, "Certainly, as long as it does not contravene moral principles." Upon hearing this, a hint of a mysterious, cold smile crept upon Jiang Mengli's face, which Li Changxian noted with trepidation, suspecting it was not a good omen. Yet, as matters had progressed to this juncture, he could only acquiesce, demanding, "Then you shall retrieve that thunder pearl for me." He pointed to the purple orb on the prize platform. "Very well, since we are to cooperate. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Yang Tsong, an inner disciple of the extreme Dao Sword sect. May I inquire your names?" Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback by the name. Yang Tsong, a long-lost term that he never expected to hear in this realm, albeit as a homophone. Regaining his composure, he introduced himself. "I am Li Changxian." Yang Tsong's gaze shifted to the person beside Li Changxian, but he found her aura elusive, making it difficult to discern her true nature. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli was fixated on Li Changxian with a frigid stare, as if to say, "Dare to reveal your true name, and you shall face dire consequences." Li Changxian understood Jiang Mengli's concerns. Her name was likely known only to him. After a brief contemplation, he hastily concocted an identity for her, stating, "This is my younger sister, Li Changli, Jiang Mengli." Jiang Mengli's aura turned dangerously volatile. She regretted allowing Li Changxian to speak, given his tendency. What respectable identity could he possibly fabricate for her? She, the dignified demon emperor, reduced to being a mere sibling of a human ant. Yang Tsong, surprised by their proclaimed relationship, noted their dissimilar appearances. Although the pair were strikingly handsome, he initially assumed they were a couple. However, it was not his place to pry, so he simply replied, "Then I shall assist you in procuring the Thunder Pearl. Please wait here for a moment." With that, Yang Tsong soared onto the stage as an inner disciple of the premier sect. He was a mid-stage sword cultivator, effortlessly outclassing the random practitioners and lesser sect disciples, and swiftly claimed victory. After acquiring the Thunder Pearl, Yang Tsong returned to the two, but he kept the orb close. Li Changxian feared he might retract his promise, but Yang Tsong calmly clarified, "The Thunder Law embodies the righteous energy of heaven and earth, capable of countering all evils. If you carry the Thunder Pearl now, it will hinder our ability to lure out the ghostly entity." Li Changxian was puzzled as to what kind of ghostly entity he sought, needing both a common person and to avoid the Thunder Pearl. Yet, he recognized the logic in Yang Tsong's reasoning and insisted, "You must provide me with something for my protection." "Of course, I will ensure you have something." Yang Tsong quickly affirmed that in truth, capturing the Wraith would largely fall upon Li Changxian alone, as the Wraith would flee the moment it sensed Yang Tsong's approach, having no artifacts to conceal his own aura. He could only rely on the assistance of others. The hour had grown late, and the chaotic burial mounds were some distance from the town, that we should set out now to arrive before midnight. Yang Tsong suggested. Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli exchanged glances. "Very well." In the depths of the night, three figures traversed through a small grove. Yang Tsong had initially intended to dissuade Jiang Mengli from proceeding further, for in his understanding, it was inconceivable for a young woman to venture into the mass grave without harboring fear. However, he was taken aback to discover that Jiang Mengli possessed a certain level of cultivation, albeit not particularly advanced. In the Lingxiao continent, the practice of cultivation was widespread, and numerous families boasted their own methods of training. Observing their attire, Yang Tsong surmised they hailed from a prestigious lineage. Thus he refrained from dwelling too much on the matter. Given that Li Changxian lacked cultivation and Jiang Mengli's level was modest, and with the hour still early, Yang Tsong chose not to hasten towards them. Instead, he descended to walk alongside them, engaging in casual conversation. During their dialogue, he learned that the siblings, Li Changxian and his sister, were from the nearby Baoping town. Yet, he noticed that Li Changxuan's sister seemed rather taciturn, only exchanging a few words with her brother. Moreover, whether it was merely his imagination or not, he felt a slight sense of oppression when she gazed upon him, as if he were under some unseen pressure. Sensing this aura emanating from Li Changxuan's sister, he decided to converse primarily with Li Changxian, especially since he had promised to assist them once more. Should he capture the Wraith, he would fulfill the task assigned by his sect, allowing him the luxury of traveling for another 6 months. Otherwise, he might find himself devoid of time to lend them aid. After a little over an hour, the trio arrived at the mass grave that Yang Tsong had mentioned. Though the hour of Z had yet to arrive, an eerie wind already swept through the area, raising goosebumps on Li Changxuan's skin. They lingered near the grave for a moment, and just before the hour of Z, Yang Tsong handed Li Changxian a talisman, instructing, "When the Wraith approaches, you need only to affix this talisman to its body that I will be concealed nearby and will rush over instantly. You need not fear." To Yang Tsong's eyes, Li Changxian appeared an ordinary person. Thus he continuously offered reassurance, fearing that Li Changxian might flee in fright. Li Changxian merely nodded, his heart unperturbed. He thought to himself, so they were to capture a Wraith. But what purpose would a cultivation sect have in capturing such a malevolent entity? They were not practitioners of necromancy. Once the two had distanced themselves, Li Changxian began to await patiently in place. As the hour of Z struck, a chilling wind suddenly surged, fiercer and colder than before. A dark cloud, seemingly from nowhere, obscured the moonlight, plunging the mass grave into utter darkness. After a brief moment, the wind ceased, and the grave fell into a silence and darkness, save for Li Changxuan's pale figure and steady breath. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept behind him. He sensed something drawing near. He understood it was the Wraith, though he had never encountered one before. Thus, he began his patient wait. Moments later, he heard the sound of dripping water behind him. Is the wraith a water ghost? Yet this was the opportune moment. Li Changxian could not afford to ponder further. Swiftly turning around and unleashing the talisman, that a piercing wail erupted, revealing a humanoid shadow enveloped in dark mist, seemingly gravely wounded and attempting to flee. However, the talisman adhered to it, transformed into a radiant red light, encasing the spirit completely. As the wraith collided with the red glow, it let out another agonizing shriek, more dark mist emanating from its form. "Collect!" Yang Tsung intoned a spell, and with that, a small gourd in his hand absorbed the wraith within. After securing the gourd, Yang Tsung heaved a sigh of relief, secretly elated to have completed the sect's mission. Throughout the entire ordeal, Li Changxian maintained a cold gaze, observing everything with unwavering composure. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have long since succumbed to terror, yet Li Changxian exhibited a demeanor akin to Mount Tai. Unflinching in the face of adversity, this unexpected calmness surprised Yang Tsung. It seemed he had indeed chosen the right companion. With their task accomplished, it was time to return. Li Changxian approached Yang Tsung and stated coolly, "Let us leave." After a day filled with travel, and having to toil here at night, weariness had long since settled upon him. Li brother, the Thunder Pearl. Yang Tsung tossed the Thunder Pearl to Li Changxian and expressed his gratitude with cupped fists. "Thank you." Li Changxian caught the Thunder Pearl and tucked it into his sleeve. That he sighed inwardly, pondering that when the time came to assist Jiang Mengli, Yang Tsung would likely not be so courteous. What exactly did Jiang Mengli intend to do? The two found Jiang Mengli outside the mass grave and were just about to depart when suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the forest once more, causing the trees to sway violently. The shadows cast upon the ground intertwined like ghostly hands tearing at one another. Shortly thereafter, the ground began to tremble slightly. An earthquake. Li Changxian mused in astonishment. "No, it is the Yin soldiers." Jiang Mengli, who had remained mostly silent throughout the night, suddenly spoke, her gaze alert and fixed on a direction within the forest. The tale of this place being an ancient battlefield had been shared by Yang Tsung during their journey, and Jiang Mengli had listened intently. True to her words, moments later, a patch of black mist appeared about 300 steps away, swirling with indistinct shadowy figures, heads bobbing in unison, perfectly aligned. As they drew nearer, Li Changxian finally discerned their forms. It was a battalion, ghostly figures numbering in the hundreds, each clad in incomplete black armor, with tendrils of dark malevolent energy seeping from the seams of their battle gear. This malevolence was evidently the residue of excessive bloodlust, having transformed after years of being tainted by Yin energy. Furthermore, the armor worn by the Yin soldiers bore no clear indication of its era. It seemed they had perished here long ago, left unburied, in a place steeped in extreme Yin energy, ultimately giving rise to this legion of specters. As the three discerned their forms, the soldiers also recognized the trio. Drawing swords and spears, charging towards them with ferocity, the wails of the Yin soldiers echoed, a mournful cacophony that reverberated through the heavens. Li Changxian was taken aback. Why did they suddenly become aggressive without provocation? He turned to Jiang Mengli and inquired, "Can we fight them?" "What do you think?" Jiang Mengli retorted coldly. "Must I guess at this moment? If we cannot fight, we should flee." In a moment of panic, Li Changxian inadvertently grasped Jiang Mengli's delicate wrist, pulling her in the opposite direction of the approaching soldiers. With no choice but to follow, Jiang Mengli felt exasperated, and as they ran, Li Changxian shouted back, "Purple Apple, leave the rear guard to you." In the darkness of the night, only the howls of the Yin soldiers and Li Changxuan's voice resonated. Yang Tsung was momentarily taken aback. "What is Purple Apple? Is there such a thing as a purple apple? Is he referring to me? But I do not go by Purple Apple." Yet it seemed he was the only one here besides them. With the Yin soldiers closing in, Yang Tsung had no time to ponder further. With a swift motion, he drew his long sword, plunging into the fray against the soldiers. Meanwhile, Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli had already found a safe distance to observe the unfolding chaos. "Li Changxian, release your grip," Jiang Mengli hissed fiercely, her small hand struggling against his hold. As a demon emperor, being dragged away was a matter of disgrace, and it was even more infuriating that Li Changxian had the audacity to grasp her hand and had yet to let go. Oh, Li Changxian had been too preoccupied with fleeing to notice, and naturally forgot to release Jiang Mengli's wrist. Though she was indignant, She realized she could not contend with the Yin soldiers at present and had no choice but to stand by and observe. This was the perfect opportunity to gauge the strength of this disciple from the extreme path sword sect. It is indeed reassuring to allow him to assist with one's affairs. Meanwhile, Yang Tsung found himself weaving through the dense black mist, where ethereal shadows danced amid the swirling darkness. Accompanied by the relentless sounds of clashing metal, he was embroiled in a fierce battle against the spectral soldiers. Yet soon realized that he was utterly incapable of vanquishing these ominous foes. Each strike of his long sword against the armor of the spectral soldiers merely sparked a shower of sparks, leaving behind mere scratches. Failing to breach their defenses, it appeared that the malevolent energy in this place had fortified the armor, rendering his ordinary blade ineffective. In desperation, Yang Tsung was compelled to channel his spiritual energy into his sword, which yielded some modest results, allowing him to slay a few of them. However, the sheer number of spectral soldiers was overwhelming, and he could not sustain the energy expenditure required to defeat them one by one. He surmised that these spectral soldiers had been nurtured for at least a millennium. Otherwise, they would not be so formidable. Before long, he discerned that continuing in this manner was futile. He would inevitably exhaust himself. While the spectral soldiers continued to emerge without end, he realized escape was impossible, as he was surrounded on all sides by these spectral foes, with no avenue of retreat. Naturally, Changxuan was aware of the unfolding situation in the battleground. Considering that this purple apple was quite decent and had conversed with him courteously, he resolved to lend a helping hand. Purple apple, catch! Changxuan's resounding shout prompted Yang Tsung to turn swiftly, just in time to see a violet orb hurtling toward him. The thunder pearl. Yang Tsung deftly caught the orb in his hand. The spectral soldiers, being entities of darkness, were vulnerable to lightning, which was their natural nemesis. To his surprise, the treasure chosen by Changxuan inadvertently came to his aid. Without hesitation, Yang Tsung infused his spiritual energy into the thunder pearl. In an instant, the pearl radiated a violet brilliance, crackling with arcs of lightning. It then soared into the air above the ranks of the spectral soldiers, swiftly gathering a tempest of lightning. Moments later, several bolts of violet lightning struck down from the heavens, slithering like serpents through the ranks of the spectral soldiers, obliterating them wherever they traversed, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Indeed, one force can subdue another. The horde of malevolent spirits that had previously overwhelmed him was instantly reduced to mere wisps of smoke amidst the lightning's fury. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed across the battlefield. Within a mere quarter of an hour, hundreds, if not thousands, of spectral soldiers had vanished under the might of the lightning, as if they had never existed. "Thank you, brotherly, for your thunder pearl." Once assured of his safety, Yang Tsung expressed his gratitude while returning the thunder pearl to Changxuan. He had initially thought they had fled far away, for neither of them stood a chance against the spectral soldiers. He had not anticipated that they would return to save his life. Had it not been for Changxuan's thunder pearl, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to exhaustion, given that the 1,000-year-old spectral soldiers were inherently formidable, and their numbers were staggering. "You are too courteous, Brother Yang." Changxuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had almost escaped without exerting any effort. Yet Yang Tsung remained so gracious. Yang Tsung, however, once again solemnly clasped his hands in thanks. "Alas, your words do not reflect the truth. This time, Brotherly has indeed saved my life. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not shy away from any peril. Oh, I only hope that when you lend your aid, you do so with utmost diligence." Jiang Mengli interjected suddenly, her voice as frosty as ice, devoid of any semblance of courtesy. Naturally, Yang Tsung mused that assisting Changxuan's sister would also serve as a means of repaying Changxuan's kindness, and thus he readily agreed. Yang Tsung's demeanor left Changxuan feeling increasingly guilty. Nevertheless, he recognized that not everyone in the cultivation world resembled those 5 who had perished at his hands. There were indeed honest and good-hearted individuals. The following day, Jiang Mengli and Changxuan arrived at the entrance of Danqing town, where they found Yang Tsung waiting patiently. "Miss Jiang, may I inquire about your intentions?" As they approached, Yang Tsung cautiously inquired, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The previous night, Jiang Mengli had merely instructed him to wait at the town's entrance without elaborating on the nature of his assistance. Her enigmatic demeanor piqued Yang Tsung's curiosity. As for Changxuan, He could easily deduce that she was likely seeking a means to restore her cultivation. You should proceed to Qinglian City in the Hanyuxu realm and await our arrival. At that time, I shall naturally inform you. Jiang Mengli replied coldly, her expression detached. Li Changxuan then extended an invitation with a smile. If you do not mind the pace, Brother Yang is welcome to accompany us on our journey. I shall take my leave first. We shall meet again in Qinglian City. Yang Tsong responded hastily. Until we meet again. After exchanging farewells, Yang Tsong hurriedly took to the skies on his sword. He couldn't shake the feeling that Li Changxuan's sister was somewhat peculiar. Her demeanor was as frigid as her tone, and being in her presence elicited a vague sense of pressure. Nevertheless, having promised to assist, he felt it inappropriate to decline, viewing it as an opportunity to explore Qinglian City. However, joining them on their journey was out of the question, so he departed first. Once they were alone, Li Changxuan inquired, perplexed, Jiang Mengli, what is our purpose in Qinglian City? Is there a solution to your cultivation issue there? Jiang Mengli merely shot him a cold glance and replied indifferently, you shall know in due time. As she spoke, her gaze carried a hint of danger, and I have already stated that you should refrain from calling me by my imperial name. She felt that if Li Changxuan continued this way, she might become accustomed to it. Li Changxuan, feigning innocence, retorted, but we are outside. What if I accidentally let it slip? This is for your own good. My empress, he said earnestly. Although he claimed this, he rarely addressed her as empress. Jiang Mengli found some merit in his argument and chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, she knew well that she would not gain the upper hand in a verbal spar with him. Given his knack for fanciful rhetoric, after standing in place for half an hour, the sound of creaking wheels approached from behind. Honored guest, the carriage you requested has arrived. The young stable hand cheerfully handed the reins to Li Changxuan. This was something they had arranged with the innkeeper before setting out that morning, asking him to procure a carriage for them at the town's entrance, as they were unfamiliar with Danqing town and purchasing one themselves would have wasted too much time. After delivering the carriage, the stable hand departed. Jiang Mengli was taken aback to find that even a dignified empress of demons required a carriage for travel, yet she realized she had never ridden in one before and felt it would be worth a try. Thus, she lifted her skirts and was the first to board the carriage. Li Changxuan stood there, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought that it seemed he had miscalculated. He should have hired a coachman as well. Otherwise, how would he rest? He knew it was unrealistic to expect Jiang Mengli to drive the carriage, and ultimately, the task would fall upon his shoulders, should he seize the opportunity to hire one before leaving the town. Li Changxuan, why are you dawdling? Just as he hesitated, Jiang Mengli's frosty voice called out from inside the carriage that he knew it. Reluctantly, Li Changxuan climbed aboard the carriage and set off, after traveling for more than an hour. They found themselves quite far from the Qishao realm. Jiang Mengli sat within the carriage, her delicate hand resting against her smooth, jade-like forehead. She felt a bit dizzy. The jostling of the mortal carriage was quite uncomfortable. Unlike the spirit boats of the cultivation world, which hardly jolted at all, however, she happened to have left hers behind, or else she would not have to endure such discomfort. Suddenly, a slightly fatigued voice came from outside the carriage. Jiang Mengli, have we arrived in the Hanyuxu realm? How much longer until we reach Qinglian City? At the current pace, we will require over half a month to reach Qinglian City, Jiang Mengli replied. A hint of impatience in her tone, as she was not in a good mood due to the bumpy ride. What? Hearing that it would take more than half a month, Li Changxuan was so astonished that he nearly leapt to his feet. Exclaiming loudly, he had only a vague understanding of the layout of the 5 realms in Lingxiao continent, and had not realized that the 2 locations were so far apart. Had he known, he would have insisted on keeping Yang Tsong to drive the carriage. He silently regretted this decision. After just over an hour of travel, he was already exhausted, and he wondered if he could endure for half a month. Be quiet, Jiang Mengli commanded imperiously. The already irritable Jiang Mengli was startled by Li Changxuan's sudden bellow. After a sharp rebuke, silence enveloped the outside of the carriage. Several hours passed, and the carriage continued its steady journey along the official road. At this moment, Jiang Mengli felt slightly better, having somewhat acclimated to the jolting of the carriage after enduring it for several hours. However, during those 3 or 4 hours, Li Changxuan remained utterly silent, which piqued Jiang Mengli's curiosity. She thought to herself that he was merely an ordinary man, his endurance surely inferior to her own, and she felt pity for him, wishing to suggest he take a moment to rest. Yet, After calling out to him for some time with no response, she began to suspect he had stealthily fled. Upon lifting the curtain of the carriage, she discovered Li Changxian still seated at the front, holding the reins, but with his head bowed deeply as if he were lifeless. Jiang Mengli reached out and gently nudged him. Li Changxian, what are you doing? This time, Li Changxian finally stirred, yawning as he groggily opened his eyes. Jiang Mengli was momentarily taken aback. He had actually fallen asleep. How could one possibly slumber while driving a carriage? Jiang Mengli found it both miraculous and somewhat absurd, exclaiming, "You can sleep while driving a carriage?" Li Changxian, now fully awake, scratched his head in embarrassment, explaining that he had been utterly exhausted the previous day and had risen early that morning, resulting in a poor night's sleep. After a long day of travel, he had inadvertently dozed off. He admitted that as a seasoned driver, he was always vigilant when riding in someone else's carriage, never daring to sleep even when fatigued. It was only when the reins were firmly in his grasp that he felt secure enough to steal a brief nap. After another hour or two on the road, the sky darkened, prompting the two to rest by the roadside for the night. Jiang Mengli dared not press him further, fearing that if Li Changxian dozed off again, she would have no idea where they would end up. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious enough. After regaining some of her spiritual energy, Jiang Mengli meditated to absorb spiritual essence rather than sleep, thus occupying minimal space. As a result, Li Changxian had ample room to rest comfortably. On the following day, as they journeyed towards Qinglian City, a carriage raced along the official road, its wheels kicking up clouds of dust upon the dirt path. Li Changxian, slow down a bit. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Mengli's voice, tinged with irritation, resonated from within the carriage. After finally acclimatizing to the speed of the carriage the previous day, she found Li Changxian driving as if possessed. The carriage darting forward at an alarming pace. At this speed, Jiang Mengli struggled to maintain her balance, let alone find comfort. She was jostled about to the point of nausea. However, Li Changxian seemed impervious to her pleas. Maintaining his rapid pace, resolute in his decision to hasten their journey upon realizing how far they still had to go to reach Qinglian City. After all, the burden of driving fell solely upon him, while Jiang Mengli merely needed to relax and enjoy the ride. Li Changxian, did you hear me? Jiang Mengli exclaimed, throwing open the carriage curtain and stepping out, one hand gripping the carriage doorframe as she glared at him with a fierce gaze. Aware that he could not overpower her, Li Changxian, who believed in moving forward with determination, loosened the reins, causing the carriage to gradually slow down. With that, Jiang Mengli relented, her previously angry expression returning to the carriage. Li Changxian sighed, contemplating how long it would take before he could reclaim his position as the master of the situation. That he too yearned to assert dominance over Jiang Mengli. Thus, the two continued their leisurely pace along the official road. As Li Changxian reflected on their journey, he mused on the vastness of Lingxiao continent. They had already traveled quite a distance along the boundary line between the two realms. He was aware that Lingxiao continent was not only divided into 5 realms, but also housed numerous dynasties within each realm. The dynasties, in turn, were subordinate to 5 major sects of cultivation. For instance, the Uuf forest, where he had previously resided, belonged to the North Seng dynasty of the Qishao realm. Now, their destination, Qinglian City, was part of the Qima dynasty in the Huanshu realm. Therefore, except for the Ziming and Linghai realms, the 3 realms were interconnected by official roads, allowing their carriage to traverse freely. Soon, noon approached, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth, causing waves of heat to rise from the ground and distort the air. Li Changxian was soon drenched in sweat, clearly having traveled far from the Qishao realm, as the temperature had noticeably changed. As they navigated through a valley, he suddenly perceived vague silhouettes ahead. Drawing closer, he discerned several burly men armed with various weapons, steadfastly blocking the road. Li Changxian quickly hit the brakes, halting the carriage. Inside the carriage, Jiang Mengli, who had been meditating, was jolted against the interior, letting out a startled "Wide, Li Changxian," she huffed, stepping out from the carriage. Upon seeing the intimidating figures before her, she was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The mountain bandits, initially glaring menacingly at Li Changxian, were instantly captivated by Jiang Mengli's stunning appearance, their expressions shifting to lewd grins. Jiang Mengli's exceptional beauty and elegance were unparalleled across the Lingxiao continent, drawing the attention of anyone fortunate enough to lay eyes upon her. especially for these bandits, who spent their days surrounded by rough men and seldom encountered women. They were practically salivating at the prospect of indulging in her beauty. Hey, third boss, who would have thought we'd intercept such a ravishing beauty today? Just remember to let the brothers have a taste of her after you're done, one of the henchmen said. Rubbing his hands together with a sinister smile, the man referred to as the third boss remained fixated on Jiang Mengli, ignoring his subordinate's remarks, clearly entranced by her allure. Meanwhile, Li Changxian was contemplating how to respond to the situation while discreetly assessing the bandits' movements. He quietly inquired, Jiang Mengli, do they possess any cultivation? Being merely an ordinary man himself, he could not discern their levels of power. Jiang Mengli subtly scanned the group, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of red. Before replying, aside from the one wielding the large blade, who is in the mid-stage of qi induction, the others are all ordinary. That's simple. You handle the one with cultivation. I'll take care of the rest. Jiang Mengli was about to boast about her ability to dispatch them with ease when Li Changxian abruptly interrupted her. His tone brimmed with confidence, which took her by surprise. She knew of his exceptional agility. But with so many adversaries, he could easily be overwhelmed. Could it be that his offensive skills were equally impressive? With a smile, Li Changxian dismounted the carriage, stepping to the roadside to break off a branch of moderate thickness. Observing his demeanor, the bandits brandished their weapons, cautiously encircling him. Gentlemen, can we not take the road less traveled and go our separate ways? Must you insist on marching to your demise? Li Changxian said with a calm demeanor while holding the branch. The bandits paused momentarily at his words, before bursting into laughter. Kid, you plan to block my blade with that twig? One scoffed. Look at him, all frail and weak that I could swat him with my bare behind. And it wouldn't even hurt. Their laughter echoed, as they dismissed him as a madman spouting nonsense. They had no inkling that they were dealing with a cultivator, for they believed there could be no practitioners wandering through the remote Hejia Mountain. Enough laughter. I shall first enjoy the company of the lady, and as for this fool, you can have your fun with him, commanded the third boss of the bandits, his voice gruff. With that, several bandits promptly closed in on Li Changxian. Ah, don't. Jiegu. Li Changxian feigned a look of terror, playing along with their antics. How does this kid know my name is Jiegu? Am I that notorious? Quit your prattling. Let us take him down first, so we can assist the third boss. One of the bandits urged, readying to strike. Upon finishing his words, over a dozen bandits armed with machetes, wolf fang clubs, and long swords charged forward, intent on dismembering Li Changxian. Meanwhile, the third in command approached the carriage with a lewd grin. The sight of his lascivious expression ignited a fierce desire in Jiang Mengli to kill him, to dismember his corpse, and to extract his soul for torment, ensuring a fate worse than death. However, lacking the power to act on her impulses at that moment, she turned away to avoid his face and returned to the carriage. Upon seeing Jiang Mengli retreat into the carriage, the third in command's face lit up with excitement and thrill. Ah, the little lady knows how to be shy. How delightful. I, however, prefer to conduct my affairs without an audience. Ha! Little lady, I am coming. With a lascivious laugh, he brandished his large knife and charged towards the carriage. Yet, as his hand brushed against the carriage curtain, a brilliant blue light shot forth from within, and he attempted to block it with his blade, but it was too late. The blue light pierced through his forehead, and he was hurled backward, landing motionless beneath the carriage. Whether unconscious or dead, it was unclear. Inside the carriage, Jiang Mengli lowered her hand that had been clasping the Ningxue, though Ningxue's powerful strike was not at full strength. It had struck true at the third in command's brow, rendering him beyond salvation. After resolving the situation, Jiang Mengli lifted the carriage curtain and emerged, taking her place at the reins beside Li Changxian. Crossing her long, elegant legs, she gazed at him with a hint of curiosity, eager to see what further abilities he possessed. The commotion by the carriage did not escape the notice of several bandits, who exclaimed in shock, "Third in command," and rushed towards the carriage. However, Li Changxian swung the branch in his hand with the force of a sword, halting their advance with a calm smile. "You shall contend with me." As he spoke, he charged into the crowd, brandishing the branch like a weapon. With a technique reminiscent of celestial guidance, he struck swiftly, as if plucking the moon from the depths of the sea. Moving with the swiftness of lightning, by the time the bandits reacted, they felt a stinging pain on their faces, having been lashed by the branch, leaving behind crimson marks. "This lad is quite adept," one of them remarked, which only fueled their rage as they raised their weapons to strike at Li Changxian. Utilizing his agility, Li Changxian weaved through the throng, darting left and right, quickly shredding the bandits' clothing and flesh. While they could scarcely graze his attire, like a hawk soaring amidst a flock of dragons, he struck with the ferocity of thunder, dispersing their anger with the grace of calm waters. The mere twig wielded by him bore the might of a divine weapon. Jiang Mengli observed with astonishment as Li Changxian showcased his swordplay. It was her first time witnessing his prowess, and she could hardly contain her shock. Jiang Mengli herself practiced the sword arts. And while her skills were commendable, she sensed that Li Changxuan's techniques surpassed her own, placing him among the elite even within the Lingxiao continent. She could only lament the pity of his inability to cultivate. Had he the means, he would undoubtedly rise above even the sword immortals. Yet, she felt a strange relief in his lack of cultivation, sparing her from a formidable adversary in the future, just as Jiang Mengli contemplated. Li Changxian had already incapacitated several bandits. However, being merely a branch, he could only inflict superficial wounds. Without the ability to unleash sword energy, he could not eradicate the bandits entirely. Noticing Jiang Mengli merely watching, Li Changxian couldn't help but voice his frustration amidst the fray. "Are you just going to stand there? Don't you know to lend a hand? Did someone not claim to handle this rabble?" Jiang Mengli chuckled lightly, propping her chin on one hand, leisurely observing as Li Changxian faced the onslaught of bandits. Breathing heavily, Li Changxian pressed on to fend off the remaining attackers. Yet, a branch is just a branch. It could never compare to a proper weapon, and it soon became battered. With quick reflexes, as the branch dwindled to its last segment, he struck decisively at the tendons of a bandit wielding a sword. The bandit cried out in pain, the iron sword slipping from his grasp. Li Changxian caught it effortlessly, his compassion waning. After all, 5 lives had already been taken before him, and he harbored no qualms about killing now. Soon, only Li Changxuan's white figure darted among the dark silhouettes, the sunlight glinting off the bloodied iron. Blood splattered across the scene, and in mere moments, all the bandits lay defeated, their swords dripping crimson. Yet, Li Changxian remained pristine in his white attire, untouched by dust. Jiang Mengli regarded him at that moment. Aside from his lack of spiritual power, he exuded the aura of a true sword immortal. "How infuriating! He has outdone me," she mused, realizing that aside from his agility, Li Changxuan's combat skills were quite impressive. After dispatching the bandits, Li Changxian quickly returned to the side of the carriage, gazing at the fallen third in command. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his face contorted in agony, eyes wide and vacant, clearly beyond the veil of life. Witnessing such a tragic demise sent a shiver through Li Changxian. "What possessed you to provoke her?" Jiang Mengli remarked coldly, her long, elegant leg crossed, revealing a glimpse of her fair, shapely limbs beneath her flowing skirt as the breeze fluttered it slightly. Li Changxian momentarily lost his composure, but upon regaining his senses, he averted his gaze, casually advising, "Cough, be careful not to expose yourself." To his words, a flush of crimson crept onto Jiang Mengli's previously frosty visage. "Look again, and I shall gouge your eyes out." Li Changxian merely shrugged, indicating that he had not been staring. "Stop dawdling, and let us go." After urging him with a cold expression, Jiang Mengli retreated into the carriage. Subsequently, Li Changxian swiftly mounted the carriage and took the reins. The exchange between the bandits had not escaped their ears. With the third in command now deceased, the presence of a first and second in command loomed ominously, given that the third in command possessed mid-tier cultivation. The other 2 were likely even more formidable. Li Changxian was uncertain whether Jiang Mengli could withstand them, and the location of their hideout remained unknown. However, discovery was inevitable, and they needed to escape as swiftly as possible. Hoping not to be pursued, inside the carriage, Jiang Mengli absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, realizing that her current cultivation was woefully insufficient and that she needed to recover her strength rapidly. Although she had managed to defeat the third in command today without relying on any celestial artifacts, it had still required several exchanges that in the past. Eliminating such lowly opponents would have been as simple as crushing an ant. The stark contrast from then to now left her feeling irritable and restless, further solidifying her resolve against the Taishan sect. She was known for her clear sense of justice. A single glare from another would prompt her to retaliate. And the grudge against the Taishan sect was one she was determined to avenge. Coincidentally, She was currently at the Changxuan realm, where the Taishan sect's forbidden technique, the sealing spirit seal, was effective against her. Had her cultivation been even slightly higher, reaching the earth immortal level, the seal would have been rendered ineffective. The essence of the sealing spirit seal was to seal the Qi Si, rendering the spiritual energy within it unusable. The earth immortal realm represented a critical juncture. The Changxuan could only be considered as having brushed against the threshold of immortality, while only those who stepped into the earth immortal realm could be deemed true immortals. Below the immortal realm, cultivators relied on their Qi Sis to store spiritual energy. Should the Qi Si be damaged, they would become utterly powerless. Once one reached the immortal realm, the spiritual energy absorbed would not only reside within the Qi Si, but would also integrate into the body and flesh, allowing immortal cultivators to regenerate even from the loss of limbs. Even without a Qi Si, they could still circulate true energy, albeit with diminished capacity. Even though one may fall from grace, it remains possible to reconstruct the essence of one's power, thereby restoring one's cultivation. Jiang Mengli turned her gaze inward, and, at this moment, she found her energy tightly bound by 5 golden chains. This was the consequence of the blood sacrificed by the 5 esteemed elders of the Taishan sect. She was certain that if even one of those golden chains were to break, a significant portion of her cultivation would be reinstated. Thus, her immediate priority was to seek out treasures of heaven and earth abundant with spiritual energy to shatter those chains. Of course, there existed another method: to storm the Taishan sect in search of a solution, but for her, such an approach seemed rather unrealistic at present point. 3 days later, in the realm of Hongsu, outside Qinglian city of the Qi Mo dynasty, Yang Tsung found himself in a long queue awaiting entry into the city. Observing the lengthy line ahead and the seemingly endless throng behind him, he was filled with astonishment. Before setting out on his journey of cultivation, he had never heard of Qinglian city. Thus, he was perplexed as to why so many people were flocking here now. Moreover, these individuals were armed and exuded a remarkable aura, clearly indicating they were practitioners. Could it be that some hidden realm had emerged within Qinglian city? Furthermore, had Li Chongli received word of this before him? Therefore, Yang Tsung turned to a female cultivator in a neighboring line and inquired, "Esteemed friend, why are there so many individuals converging upon Qinglian city? Is there some treasure that has surfaced within its walls?" The woman scrutinized him for a moment, a flicker of disdain crossing her features, but upon noticing the sword-shaped jade talisman at his waist, her demeanor softened considerably. Indeed, it is said that a month ago, a pillar of azure light shot up into the sky, illuminating all of Qinglian city. Subsequent investigations revealed that within the Qinglian pool, signs of a hidden realm were about to manifest. "Thank you for your enlightening words," Yang Tsung replied courteously, understanding that during his own time in the depths of the Qishao realm seeking the Yin entities, he had been far removed from this unfolding event. The female cultivator, with a flirtatious blink, smiled alluringly at Yang Tsung. "I am Lu Yinyin, the holy maiden of the Tianyin sect. Might you be a disciple of the extreme Dao Sword sect?" Upon seeing Lu Yinyin's expression, Yang Tsung felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet out of politeness, he responded, "I am Yang Tsung, a disciple of the extreme Dao Sword sect." It is brother Yang Tsung. As a disciple of the extreme Dao Sword sect, why do you not proceed to the passage designated for the 5 sects? Lu Yinyin inquired, her voice laced with charm and warmth, gesturing toward the city walls where another line was forming, albeit with considerably fewer people. When such hidden realms manifest within the realm of mortals, the governing sects typically establish dedicated passages for the disciples of the 5 sects to facilitate their entry. Given that Qinglian city falls under the jurisdiction of the Floating Cloud Palace, it is their responsibility to oversee this matter. This situation is particularly unique, as the hidden realm is located within a residential area, necessitating their duty to protect the local populace as well. Yang Tsung, having been preoccupied with his place in line, had not noticed the queue atop the city wall. "Thank you, Miss Lu," he said hurriedly, eager to depart, for he found Lu Yinyin's manner of speaking quite unbearable. However, just as he was about to turn and ascend toward the city, he felt a hand grasp his own. Lu Yinyin pulled him closer, saying, "Brother Yang Tsung, there is no need for formality. Just call me Yinyin." Before Yang Tsung could agree, Lu Yinyin feigned distress, saying, "Might you allow Yinyin to accompany you inside? I have been standing here for so long that my legs have grown numb." It would be comforting to enter the hidden realm together when the time comes that as she spoke. Lu Yinyan pretended to falter, deliberately adjusting her skirt to reveal her long, shapely legs. The male cultivators in line nearby were transfixed by the sight. Their eyes wide and throats dry, almost drooling at the spectacle. Yang Tsong, startled, quickly sidestepped, hastily flying toward the city walls. Perhaps another time. Miss Lu, may we meet again under more favorable circumstances. His words lingered in the air as he departed, leaving Lu Yinyan taken aback by his sudden rejection, nearly stumbling as she regained her balance. The nearby male cultivators seized the opportunity to rush forward, eager to assist her while attempting to take advantage of the situation. Seeing her scheme unravel, Lu Yinyan felt a surge of anger and disdain toward those approaching. Steadying herself, she unleashed her spiritual energy, sending those around her flying. Get away! Do you not see what you look like? She fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. As a dignified holy maiden, how could she be reduced to standing in line with such individuals? She had anticipated the company of a disciple from the extreme Dao sword sect. Yet Yang Tsong proved to be a most unappreciative fellow, leaving her utterly vexed. Meanwhile, Yang Tsong hurriedly ascended to the city walls, presenting his sword-shaped jade talisman for verification of his identity. The members of the floating cloud palace then guided him into the city. In order to avoid disrupting the daily lives of the citizens, the floating cloud palace had instituted a rule. All cultivators entering the city must refrain from flying and cannot engage in combat with mortals or among themselves. As for battles within the hidden realm, they were beyond the palace's jurisdiction. Once on the streets of the city, Yang Tsong noticed that nearly all the practitioners present were couples, walking hand in hand. After inquiring with a disciple of the floating cloud palace, he learned that before Qinglian City was established, it served as an entrance to the Qinglian hidden realm. 500 years prior, when the hidden realm opened, a group ventured inside seeking opportunities, yet none returned after the realm collapsed. However, due to its favorable geographical location, the Qi dynasty constructed a city here, naming it Qinglian City in honor of the hidden realm. The celestial phenomenon that had occurred a month ago heralded the emergence of the Yunyu Qinglian, which Yang Tsong had been unaware of, as he was preoccupied with the purple aura that had appeared in the Inshu hidden realm. Although he had intended to investigate, other matters had delayed him. According to the locals, the Qinglian phenomenon was far more potent than the purple lotus phenomenon, with a greater likelihood of occurrence, while the purple aura emanating from the Inshu hidden realm was infinitely more precious. Its weaker manifestation reduced the chances of treasure surfacing. To date, he had heard of no one bringing a purple lotus from there. The abundance of couples in this city was not merely due to the Yunyu Qinglian, but rather, it stemmed from an event 500 years ago when a pair of cultivators entered the hidden realm together. They possessed two long-lost sword manuals, the Zhenyang sword manual and the Chunin sword manual, both of which were dual cultivation techniques. These manuals were said to be derived from the long-lost Xianyang and Tai-yin sword manuals, possessing formidable power compared to other sword techniques. Lesser sects were well aware that they could not compete with the 5 major sects for the Yunyu Qinglian and preferred to avoid entanglement in the affairs of greater powers. Thus, they focused their efforts on acquiring those 2 sword manuals, leading to the influx of couples into Qinglian City. As Yang Tsong absorbed this information, the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace led him to his lodgings. Once they departed, he promptly retrieved his jade talisman, infused it with a trace of spiritual energy, and sent a message. Junior sister, hasten to the Qinglian City in the Hongsu realm. Meanwhile, Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli had fled from the bandits' mountain and had been traveling for an entire day and night. At present, they found themselves within the boundaries of the Hongsu realm, resting at a tea house alongside the official road. Waiter, fill the water pot, Li Changxian called, tossing a water pot toward the server. The waiter caught it deftly. But just as he was about to fetch water, he hesitated and asked, would the esteemed guest prefer wine or water? Just water will suffice, Li Changxian replied, having come from a time when he had scarcely tasted alcohol. Spending most of his time in the shadowy depths of the forest, far removed from such indulgences, he was uncertain of his own tolerance for alcohol, so he opted for plain water. Moreover, he believed in the adage, do not drink and drive. Thus, alcohol was off the table. However, just as the waiter handed him the water, a cacophony of hooves echoed from afar. The waiter, upon hearing the commotion, turned pale and began to pack up in a panic. What is happening? Li Changxian urgently inquired. The waiter halted, trembling as he stammered, It's the mountain bandits. The bandits of Hejiao Mountain typically confine their activities to the vicinity of their namesake, yet today they have ventured into this territory. I advise you, young brother, to flee swiftly. It is said that this gang of bandits kills without a flicker of hesitation, and their 3 leaders possess sorcery. Capture would spell your doom. With that, he scampered away in a state of terror. Upon hearing the sound of hoofbeats earlier, Li Changxian had harbored a suspicion, and his inquiry was merely to confirm it as expected. He discovered that he was indeed near Hejiao Mountain. However, he found himself in no rush. Not only had the horse been running for a day and a night and was now exhausted, but he also had yet to employ his Thunder Pearl, while it could only be used once at present. The damage it unleashed upon destruction was sufficient to severely injure someone at the Spirit Sea realm that he doubted that a few bandits could possess such strength. Thus, Li Changxian leisurely returned to the carriage. Jiang Mengli stepped out from the carriage, observing Li Changxuan's nonchalant demeanor with a hint of confusion. Why are you not fleeing? Those pursuing us are no ordinary foes. Do you truly believe you can contend with them? And what of you? As a woman, the peril you face is undoubtedly greater than mine. Humph, a few mere ants. With a flick of my hand, they shall perish. Jiang Mengli, who had no intention of retreating, found it a disgrace to be chased by a handful of bandits, considering her pride as a female emperor. Yet, with Li Changxian in tow, she recognized that while his swordsmanship was exceptional, it would be of little use against cultivators if he were unable to harness spiritual power. For the sake of her own survival, she resolved to follow him. The arrival of the bandits was fortuitous, as it provided an opportunity for her to vent her wrath. Hearing Jiang Mengli's self-assured words, Li Changxian felt a flicker of doubt, yet he reflected on her esteemed identity and deemed it not entirely implausible. Had he known, he would not have felt such urgency to flee. The two awaited in the carriage for a brief moment as the sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly closer and louder. In the blink of an eye, a raucous group of figures appeared on horseback along the official road, stirring a cloud of dust from the forest. Before long, they had encircled the carriage, numbering in the hundreds. Effectively blocking the thoroughfare at this moment, Li Changxian stood atop the carriage, surveying the scene around him. Jiang Mengli, however, was disinclined to be scrutinized by strangers, and so she retreated into the carriage as the bandits closed in. They initially beheld only Li Changxian, mistakenly believing him to be the sole occupant. One particularly brutish bandit delivered a forceful kick to the carriage, bellowing, "Boy, get down!" Li Changxian grasped the sword he had previously seized. His gaze icy as he regarded the bandit. The bandits, seeing the weapon in his hand, instinctively recoiled, fearing he was the one who had slain their 3rd brother, leading them to conclude he possessed formidable prowess. "Are you the one who killed my 3rd brother and a dozen of my men?" A voice like a tiger's roar pierced through the throng, causing the bandits to part, creating a pathway. A middle-aged man, his face covered in stubble and bearing a scar, rode a tall horse, clearly the bandit leader. Following him was another middle-aged man, scholarly in appearance and devoid of the typical bandit demeanor. He must be the second command. Li Changxian scrutinized the pair, while the scarred man glared menacingly at him. Though the second-in-command maintained a benevolent expression, this perplexed Li Changxian, yet he knew to remain wary of such individuals. A benevolent faade often concealed a venomous heart. It was I who did it. Li Changxian caressed the sword's blade, then offered a provocative smirk. And what of it? The leader's brow furrowed, and he discreetly probed Li Changxuan's aura, quickly discerning that this was not the individual who had slain his brother. Consequently, he drew a massive sword from his mount and pointed it threateningly at Li Changxian. "It cannot possibly be you. Where are your accomplices?" Upon hearing this, the bandits became increasingly vigilant, for they had no cultivation and would perish if struck. In response, Li Changxian glanced toward the carriage, and Jiang Mengli emerged, donning a white hat and lifting the curtain. Upon realizing she had exited the carriage, the two bandit leaders exchanged glances of astonishment. So close, yet they had failed to detect her aura even in the spirit realm. "It is you." The leader directed his sword tip towards Jiang Mengli, fury unmistakably flickering in his eyes upon confirming her as the culprit. Jiang Mengli tightened her grip on her sword, condensing snow, and as tensions escalated, she suddenly seemed to sense something, releasing her tightly clenched fist. "Sever their heads and return to honor the 3rd, the leader bellowed, his voice laden with unrestrained sorrow. With that, the two leaders lunged forward, resembling famished wolves, and Li Changxian plunged into the fray amidst the bandits. Yet, when confronted with their onslaught, Jiang Mengli neither flinched nor evaded, her expression calm as she surveyed the unfolding scene. Just as their weapons were a mere inch from Jiang Mengli's face, a sword sliced through the air. Sparks flew as the two assailants' weapons were deflected, missing their target entirely. Before they could retreat, the sword curved mid-air, launching another assault as the cold weapons flew past. The two were sent tumbling to the ground. Landing in a most undignified manner, the leader attempted to rise, yet as he stood, the sword was pressed back against his neck. What is the meaning of this? You would dare lay hands on such a beautiful sister? A delicate, spirited voice chimed in, prompting the two to look up and behold a young girl clad in a blue dress, sporting twin ponytails, and brandishing the very sword that had just thwarted them. Her large eyes aglow with indignation. The commotion caught the attention of Li Changxian and the 100-odd bandits, who paused mid-battle. Li Changxian remained unscathed, though several bandit corpses lay strewn across the ground. You too, bow to this esteemed sister, the girl commanded, her tone playful yet earnest, as she insisted, you ought to apologize for your actions. The bandits, upon hearing her demand, ignited with rage, glaring at the girl as though they intended to devour her whole. How dare you glare at me? She retorted with a childlike indignation, swiftly striking their dantians with the sword's tip. They staggered, spirits shaken, before coughing up blood as their spiritual energy rapidly dissipated. The realization that their dantians had been shattered by her casual strikes left them incredulous and seething with anger. For this meant they would be rendered useless forever. Witnessing their leader's plight, the bandit minions, emboldened by some unknown courage, surged toward the sword-wielding girl. Without a moment's hesitation, she dispatched them, sending the two leaders sprawling beneath the carriage. Forcing them to kneel, with a sweeping motion, she unleashed a wave of sword energy that decimated half of the bandits in an instant. Such overwhelming force was a sight the bandits had never encountered. Leaving them paralyzed with fear at that moment, Li Changxian returned to the carriage's side, clasping his fists in gratitude toward the girl. Thank you, miss, for your timely assistance, though. It was nothing at all, she replied with a carefree smile. But you, with such a stunning beauty as your companion, must protect her well. Having been misunderstood yet again, Li Changxian attempted to clarify. You are mistaken. She is merely my older sister, Jiang Mengli interjected, cutting him off. Her eyes beneath the veil teasingly glancing at him, Li Changxian had no retort. He could easily surmise that beneath the veil lay a smug expression that, oh dear, my apologies. I misjudged the situation. The girl paused momentarily, as if recalling something, then slapped her forehead and hurriedly took her leave, leaving only her voice trailing behind. I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. That a good deed does not require a name. So there is no need to inquire des for those two with cultivation. I have rendered their dantians useless. How you choose to deal with the rest is up to you. The young girl had already discerned that Jiang Mengli possessed some degree of cultivation, and she had witnessed Li Changxuan's formidable swordplay, which allowed her to depart with peace of mind. Upon observing the girl's sudden departure, both Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli were momentarily taken aback. The girl truly embodied a spirit of innocence and freedom. Regaining their composure, Li Changxian fixed his gaze upon the two who had just risen, jesting. So, will you seek vengeance for your third brother? At that moment, the refined gentleman appeared somewhat disheveled. Hearing Li Changxian's words, he rolled his eyes and, with a sycophantic smile, replied, no need for vengeance. We are not even blood brothers. Besides, we have long harbored a distaste for that lad. It is merely our misfortune to have offended you two esteemed individuals that I humbly beseech you, with your magnanimity, to spare us, he declared fervently, then knelt before Li Changxian. The sight of their second-in-command in such a state filled the other bandits with disappointment and disbelief. While the leader's expression flickered with an inscrutable thought, Li Changxian, however, paid him no heed and instead turned to Jiang Mengli to seek her opinion. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Mengli's eyes, and a playful smile graced her lips, albeit veiled by a sheer fabric. Should any demon clan witness such a smile, they might very well be struck with terror and kneel in submission. After a brief moment, Jiang Mengli spoke coolly, then let them go. The moment those words escaped her lips, not only the bandits, but even Li Changxian was taken aback. Could this demoness truly be so benevolent? The two bandit leaders, upon hearing they would be spared, could hardly conceal their elation. knowing they would devise their own means of dealing with the situation once they returned to their mountain hideout. "Thank you, esteemed lady. Thank you." The two bandit leaders bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Though a glimmer of malice began to lurk in their eyes, the other bandits, witnessing their leader's peculiar demeanor, stood frozen in place, bewildered by his sudden change. Yet, they understood that their lives were firmly in the hands of the two, for the disparity between those with and without cultivation was stark. Just moments prior, the young girl had effortlessly slain dozens of their comrades with a mere sword stroke. Likely while holding back, they felt utterly powerless to resist. Reluctantly, after their leader's profuse thanks, they retreated to their mountain, their hearts burdened with a tumult of emotions as they watched the departing figures. Li Changxuan furrowed his brow. Fully aware of the adage warning against allowing a tiger to return to its lair, he could not believe that Jiang Mengli would be oblivious to such wisdom. Yet, upon turning, he found Jiang Mengli had already leapt atop the carriage, her skirts fluttering as she began to play the flute. Was she truly in the mood for music at a time like this? But he soon realized he had misjudged her intentions. As Jiang Mengli exhaled a melodious tune, a cascade of ethereal notes resonated through the forest. Waves of blue energy surged forth with her playing, rippling from the snow like silken threads, swiftly dispersing among the fleeing bandits. Although the melody was enchanting, akin to the sweet songs of warblers and swallows, to the bandits' ears, it morphed into a macabre dirge. The moment they heard the music, their heads throbbed painfully, as though thousands of creatures were crawling within their minds, or as if countless silver needles were twisting in their brains, rendering them almost inhumanly tormented. Instantly, the forest was filled with the sounds of the flute and the anguished wails of countless individuals. A heart-wrenching cacophony echoing across the expanse. Many bandits, unable to withstand the torment, seized their blades and took their own lives, while others dashed their heads against trees, ultimately meeting a gruesome demise that a few who still clung to life, though racked with agony, turned to Jiang Mengli, clasping their ears and bowing repeatedly, pleading for mercy. They battered their foreheads until flesh tore and bones were exposed. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Mengli paused, and they dared to hope they had escaped death. Feeling a flicker of fortune, yet as she beheld their hopeful expressions, a cold smile crept across her lips, and she resumed her haunting melody. This time, the music was no longer gentle and flowing, but rather urgent and tumultuous. The sound waves crashed upon the remaining few like relentless tidal waves, bending the trees in the forest as they were buffeted by the sonic assault. Under the weight of this diabolical sound, the remaining bandits attempted to resist for but a moment, yet upon the instant the music entered their ears, their heads exploded, staining the ground with crimson and ivory. The flute's resonance abruptly ceased. At that moment, Li Changxuan stood transfixed, a cold sweat cascading down his back. Was this truly the Jiang Mengli he knew? How ruthlessly brutal. While the bandits deserved their fate, he would have ended them with a single stroke. Jiang Mengli's method of execution was utterly horrific, first granting them a glimmer of hope, then snuffing it out with her own hands, followed by a fleeting light, only to cast them into eternal darkness. Such actions were indeed worthy of the title of Demon Emperor. Perhaps he had misjudged her all along. This was her true demonic nature. This was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Mengli truly unleash her power. Previously, he had only seen her wield a flute, using it more as a close combat weapon than as an instrument. He had assumed she was solely a practitioner of swordsmanship, not realizing she had mastered both sword and sound. The prowess of her music evidently surpassed that of her swordsmanship. Li Changxuan remained lost in thought for a considerable time. Jiang Mengli gracefully descended from the carriage roof, noticing Li Changxuan still in a daze, a satisfied smile playing upon her lips. "Let us see if you dare to underestimate me again." She knew that without her ruthless nature, she could never ascend to the position of Demon Emperor. Earlier, Li Changxuan had shown indifference upon hearing her title. Now, a dose of shock would serve him well, preventing him from provoking her daily and harboring thoughts of escape. "Li Changxuan, why are you just standing there? Let us go." Jiang Mengli's voice, cool yet tinged with amusement, floated down from the carriage. "Oh, right." Li Changxuan feigned composure and climbed back into the carriage. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli regarded him with a hint of mockery. "What? Do you think me cruel? Do you now believe I am the Demon Emperor?" I never said I didn't believe," Li Changxuan replied, his words ringing true. He had never doubted Jiang Mengli's identity, only his understanding of her methods. which had now been clarified. Humph, it is best that way. Jiang Mengli huffed lightly before retreating into the carriage. Changxuan let out a sigh of relief. Afterward, a carriage began to proceed leisurely along the official road. The following day, after traveling for 3 to 4 hours, Changxuan and Jiang Mengli finally arrived at the first city within the Qi dynasty. Upon presenting their travel pass, they entered the city. A document Changxuan had purchased from the innkeeper in Danxing town. Indeed, money could move mountains in this world. As long as one had sufficient funds and spirit stones, anything could be procured. Once inside the city, they noticed an abundance of cultivators. Changxuan, fatigued from days of travel, evasion, and skirmishes, sought merely a tavern for a well-deserved rest. Predictably, Jiang Mengli insisted he reserve only a single room. Leaving him perplexed as to why she still believed he might attempt to flee. Jiang Mengli was acutely aware of his capacity for escape, which was why she kept a vigilant eye on him. In truth, he was expendable to her. She had no need for servants at this juncture at present. She appeared to be enacting a form of retribution, retaliating against the indignities he had inflicted upon her in the abyssal forest, where he had made her feel devoid of the dignity befitting a demon emperor. The more humiliated he felt, the more pleased she became. After securing the room, Changxuan inquired with the innkeeper about the travel time to Qinglian city and the local circumstances. Having noticed an increase in cultivators upon entering, he learned that a nearby alchemical sect, Yundan sect, frequently came to the city for auctions, drawing the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion to establish a branch there. The Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion was an establishment designed for frequented by cultivators, offering a variety of elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans for sale. They also managed auction affairs, with daily sales of cultivator supplies, consequently attracting a steady stream of practitioners. When Changxuan had traversed here years ago, he had not visited many places, eventually retreating to the abyssal forest, which now filled him with curiosity about everything, eager to see it all. Coincidentally, the auction house was not far from the inn, so he returned to discuss it with Jiang Mengli. Upon hearing his intention to visit the auction, Jiang Mengli found it somewhat amusing. Changxuan, you do realize that the currency in the cultivation world is spirit stones. Do you possess any? Changxuan's expression immediately fell. He truly had nothing. Although money and spirit stones could be exchanged, not only were there restrictions, but the ratio was also exceedingly disproportionate. He feared that even if he were to exchange all the money he possessed, he might not acquire even 10 spirit stones, a loss for a solution. Changxuan suddenly seemed to recall something. A glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, if his memory served him correctly. Jiang Mengli had mentioned she carried spirit stones. Thus, Changxuan shamelessly remarked, I have no issue. Don't you have some? Besides, I'm merely going to take a look. Not necessarily to purchase anything. Jiang Mengli widened her eyes in disbelief, not because Changxuan intended to spend her spirit stones, but due to the abrupt shift in his demeanor, after witnessing her prowess the previous day. He had shown her the utmost respect, albeit for just half a day, before reverting to his former attitude. Jiang Mengli was astonished that her fierce demeanor had failed to intimidate him. She genuinely could not comprehend whether Changxuan was even a normal person. Noticing that Jiang Mengli had not responded for some time, Changxuan shrugged and stepped out the door. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. You can come or not. It's merely a visit to take a look. Not a purchase. Surely, I can enter the auction house. However, as he reached the entrance of the auction house, he was halted by a guard due to the requirement of a 10 spirit stone entry fee. It appeared he truly could not enter, as he possessed not a single spirit stone, let alone Changxuan hesitated, contemplating whether to return and plead with that demonist. No, it was merely an auction. He could choose not to attend. It would be too humiliating to ask her. Given her haughty and malicious nature, she might even mock him for it. Having made up his mind, he turned to leave, only to behold a figure clad in a flowing white gown with wide sleeves, tall yet delicate, adorned with a white veil hat, gracefully approaching him. Bathed in the evening glow, her ethereal beauty resonated with the verse, as the sun sets. The clouds ignite, a beauty blooms like flowers in flight. Coughing to regain his composure, Changxuan hurriedly cleared his throat, embarrassed at how pleasing he found this demonist. It was somewhat awkward. He had not anticipated that he would ultimately need her assistance. Yet, he felt a sense of gratitude for her timely intervention. Relying on this emperor, Jiang Mengli whispered playfully into his ear, She then tossed 20 blue spirit stones to the guard, who finally allowed Li Changxian to enter, albeit not without a subtle taunt. "Tsk fisting say, so, it's a pretty boy." The voice was soft, yet Li Changxian caught it. Though he felt a surge of irritation, he couldn't deny the truth in her words. At present, he indeed required this demoness for anything related to the cultivation world. Upon entering the venue, they found it bustling with people. Jiang Mengli's pretty face instantly darkened. She was not accustomed to such close proximity with others. "This emperor is leaving. You can look for yourself," Jiang Mengli coldly declared. Li Changxian could not allow his purse to escape him. What if he spotted something desirable, yet lacked spirit stones? It seemed reasonable to spend a few of her spirit stones as compensation for her assistance. After all, would a demon emperor truly lack such a trivial amount? Understanding Jiang Mengli's aversion to remaining amidst the crowd, he suggested, "We could go to a private room. It would be quieter and provide a better view." "Then let us proceed to a private room. It will cost spirit stones." Jiang Mengli shot him a glare. Had it not been for her curiosity about what she could utilize, she would not have accompanied Li Changxian at all. She then handed him 10 purple spirit stones, urging him to hurry to the private room, for she could hardly bear to linger in the crowd any longer. Li Changxian stopped a servant within the auction house, asking, "How does one ascend to the private room?" The servant impatiently raised 3 fingers. 300 spirit stones. I only have 10. Will that suffice?" Li Changxian replied, producing the purple spirit stones from his possession. The servant, hearing the paltry amount, grew even more impatient, sneering. 10? Are you here to purchase items, or merely to spectate?" Before he could finish, the servant's eyes widened at the sight of the purple spirit stones in Li Changxuan's hand. His demeanor shifting instantly to one of obsequiousness. "Esteemed sir, I was blind to your grandeur. Please forgive me. I shall escort you to the private room at once." This sudden transformation caught Li Changxian off guard. And before he could ponder it further, the servant was already leading him with a beaming smile. "This way, esteemed sir." Not long after they arrived at the private room, a middle-aged man knocked and entered. Upon seeing the ethereal Li Changxian and the extraordinary Jiang Mengli, the man thought to himself that they must be extraordinary beings, for he had been unable to detect their presence. In truth, one was merely an ordinary person, while the other had concealed her aura with a magical artifact. Convinced of his assumptions, the middle-aged man respectfully addressed them. "I am Zhao Changshou, the overseer of Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion here. You may address me as Zhao Overseer. If there is anything you wish to purchase, please instruct me, and I will have someone deliver it immediately." Li Changxian remained bewildered. Why had even the overseer of Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion come to greet them? He couldn't fathom the sudden shift in circumstances, but he nodded instinctively at the man's words. Zhao Changshou, noticing Li Changxuan's gesture, respectfully stated, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call." He spoke while graciously backing out and closing the door behind him. Li Changxian was left in a state of confusion, glancing at Jiang Mengli, seeking answers from her. Once in the private room, away from the cacophony that had previously overwhelmed them, Jiang Mengli's mood lightened slightly, prompting her to explain, "In your human realm, only higher-ranked cultivators possess a few purple spirit stones." "Why is that? What distinguishes purple spirit stones from blue spirit stones?" Li Changxian remained puzzled, his face reflecting his confusion. Jiang Mengli, observing his reaction, became increasingly convinced of his ordinariness, as he lacked even the basic knowledge of the cultivation world. Nevertheless, she patiently elucidated, "In the world, spirit stones are classified into 4 types. Blue spirit stones are the lowest grade, containing the least spirit energy. Next are red spirit stones, which possess about 10 times the energy of blue ones. Following that are purple spirit stones, which contain 40 times the energy of blue spirit stones and are the most precious among humans." "Did you not mention there are 4 types? How can purple spirit stones be deemed the most precious if they are ranked 3rd? The final type is black spirit stones, which contain even higher spirit energy than purple stones. However, they are tainted with malevolent energy, rendering them unsuitable for cultivation. Ingesting even a trace can lead to a loss of reason, resulting in brutality and a complete disregard for humanity. Black spirit stones are unusable, and since purple spirit stones are exclusively found in the demon realm, they are naturally scarce among humans." As she spoke, a flicker of anger ignited in Jiang Mengli's eyes, though it quickly subsided, unnoticed by Li Changxian. Li Changxian murmured to himself that it was no wonder he struggled to perceive the differences in the spirit energy contained within the stones. He had never relied on spirit stones for cultivation, having absorbed the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth instead, leading to his current knowledge deficit. However, he recalled that Jiang Mengli also absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth during her cultivation, prompting him to question her. Since you possess spirit stones, why do you not absorb the energy within them during your cultivation? Because the spirit energy within spirit stones does not circulate with the essence of the heavens and earth. It lacks a vital connection to the Tao of nature. Hence, the probability of breaking through is significantly greater when absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. The higher one's realm, the more challenging breakthroughs become. Therefore, cultivators at their peak refrain from absorbing the energy from spirit stones before attempting to break through. Jiang Mengli placed great emphasis on this matter, having struggled to make any breakthroughs herself. Thus, she had consistently avoided using spirit stones. However, her response sparked a flicker of curiosity in Li Changxian, as he had long desired to inquire about this. Jiang Mengli, what was your realm prior to your decline in cultivation? Jiang Mengli shot him a cold glance, her tone tinged with annoyance. The pinnacle of the transcendent realm. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback, only for a fleeting glimmer of joy to flit across his countenance. It seemed that this demoness empress of hers was rather lacking in prowess. Surviving until a year later would allow him to still stand above her. However, Li Changxian soon became aware of a slight concern. He had previously thought that utilizing spirit stones outside could invite trouble, but now he wondered if using purple spirit stones would bring any complications. Yet, he was too indifferent to ponder this further. He had already used one, and if one was sufficient to be mistaken for a master, then why not spend a few more? Who would dare cast their covetous eyes upon him? He merely needed to continue feigning mastery. With this thought, Li Changxuan's mind was set at ease. Thus, after waiting for half an hour, the auction commenced. The tall, dignified woman ascended the stage and began to preside over the proceedings. The first item presented was a golden talisman, which she introduced as follows. This is the 6th transformation golden thunder talisman. Upon activation, it summons 6 bolts of heavenly thunder upon the bearer. However, it cannot be utilized within the secret realm, and its activation method is rather intricate. The starting bid is 500 blue spirit stones. Upon hearing that it could summon heavenly thunder, Li Changxian found himself quite intrigued, for the destructive power of heavenly thunder was considerable and would complement his thunder pearl perfectly. Yet, the drawbacks were glaring. One needed genuine talent to attract lightning, and the lengthy casting time required significant spiritual energy, rendering it unsuitable for him. Thus, he decided to forego it, after it was claimed by another. The second item was presented, a crimson longsword, albeit broken into 2 fragments. The woman calmly continued her introduction. This was the sword of the former lord of the Beastmaster sect, named Bloodshed. It was severed by the current demon emperor in the massacre 3 years ago. The starting bid is 1,000 blue spirit stones. That as soon as these words were uttered, a tumult arose in the audience. It was said that in that battle, not a single soul from the Beastmaster sect managed to flee. All members fought valiantly, determined to share the fate of their sect. Alas, they all perished beneath the merciless claws of the demon emperor. When the aftermath was discovered, the entire sect was drenched in blood, a scene too harrowing to behold. Sighs of lament filled the air, expressing outrage at the current demon emperor's cruelty and bloodlust. Unaware that the very subject of their discourse stood within the same building, Li Changxian had not anticipated that there would be a tale of Jiang Mengli here. He had never heard of the Beastmaster sect's plight. Listening to their accounts of the sect's tragic demise, he harbored no doubts about the truth of the matter, having witnessed Jiang Mengli's brutal slaughter of bandits firsthand. Curiosity piqued, he directly inquired of the party involved. Jiang Mengli. Was it truly as tragic as they say? Initially unperturbed, Jiang Mengli furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing Li Changxuan's question, taken aback by his audacity to inquire so directly. It was not far from the truth. She replied coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. Then what was your reason for annihilating their entire sect? At this, a flicker of barely perceptible rage flashed in Jiang Mengli's eyes as she glared icily at Li Changxian. Does the emperor require a reason to take lives? I kill simply because I wish to. Surely, I suspect the Beastmaster sect must have committed some unforgivable transgression. Oh, a mere human dares to speak in defense of demons? Jiang Mengli was momentarily taken aback, feeling quite astonished that I merely speak the truth. Where does your confidence stem from? Did you not witness my methods yesterday, just by the fact that I am still alive? Li Changxuan assessed their nearly month-long acquaintance and concluded that while her methods were indeed ruthless, she was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Jiang Mengli fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, before she feigned ferocity to intimidate him. You only said for now. Once I regain my demon form, I shall devour you whole. Very well, Li Changxuan responded with indifference, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Jiang Mengli found her defenses breached once again. What did this mean? Did he think she was jesting? Or was he underestimating her? Just as the two were exchanging barbs, the bloodshed sword was claimed by a disciple of the Taishan sect for 3,000 spirit stones. However, since this was not a major cultivation city, the auction lacked remarkable items, and soon they reached the final two lots, both prized treasures. The first item was a 5th-grade elixir, its hue a deep azure, exuding an enticing fragrance, and could be deemed one of the few commendable treasures in this city. This is the greenwood elixir, personally refined by an elder of the Cloud Elixir sect. Consuming it can regenerate severed limbs, reconstruct meridians, dispel miasma, and counteract myriad toxins. The auction begins now. Such high-grade elixirs typically had no starting price, yet Li Changxuan found it of no use to him. Jiang Mengli too had no use for it. She sought potent, innate spiritual herbs to aid her in breaking through to the 5 chains of gold, and now they truly resembled mere spectators at a show. In no time, the final auction item was brought forth. That as the curtain was drawn, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicatingly refreshing. 9 flower dragon's breath. It was said that dragon's breath only thrived in areas rich in spiritual energy, blossoming a single flower once every 100 years. After 900 years, though it ceased to grow, it continued to absorb spiritual energy. One could only wonder how many years this particular dragon's breath had lived, for its aroma was so exquisite and far-reaching. Down below, someone quickly recognized the last auction item and gasped, sparking animated discussions. Jiang Mengli also took notice, though she was unfamiliar with the medicinal properties of this item. She could feel the immense spiritual energy contained within, while it could not compare to treasures like the Yunyu Qinglian or the Chaos Purple Lotus. This was the sole item she had encountered on her journey that could assist her in breaking through the spirit seal. The 9-flower dragon's breath contained a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, and its leaves possessed the ability to counteract myriad toxins. The host had not even finished her introduction when bidding commenced. 5,000 spirit stones. A calm voice emanated from the private chamber of the Taishan disciple who had just purchased the bloodshed sword. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators in attendance grew somewhat apprehensive when disciples of such major sects made their move. The chances of competing against them were slim. Unless they had a pressing need, they would usually yield face to the 5 great sects and refrain from contesting. Thus, although 5,000 spirit stones had yet to reach the price for acquiring the 9-flower dragon's breath, no one else dared to raise their bid. Just as the audience thought the 9-flower dragon's breath was destined to fall into the hands of the Tai Xian disciple for 5,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, a cool, serene female voice rang out from another private chamber. 200 purple spirit stones. Though the voice was icy, it resonated like a melodious nightingale, elegant and enchanting, captivating all who heard it. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, not merely by the quality of the voice, but by the audacity of offering 200 purple spirit stones. In another chamber, the core disciple of Taishan, Zhengchun, was equally astonished, overwhelmed by uncertainty. He had come specifically to acquire the bloodshed sword as a gift for an elder of the Taishan sect, and bidding for this dragon's breath had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Nearly a month prior, 5 of their elders had perished, and shortly thereafter, 4 core disciples and 1 true disciple had also met their demise. This day, the corpses of the 5 disciples remained unfound. While those of the elders had been discovered within the depths of the Yinshu secret realm, the cause of death was kept under wraps by the sect leader, but with lives lost. Vacancies had arisen for a core disciple and a true disciple. He aspired to ascend from core disciple to true disciple, knowing that the position of true disciple was vacant due to the passing of Elder Lu Xiong, the father of the former lord of the Beastmaster sect, Lu Ran. The bloodshed sword was precisely what Lu Xiong sought as a relic of his son, which is why Zhengchun had gone to great lengths to learn about this lost sword and hastily arrived to bid on it. as a stepping stone to true discipleship. The nine-flower dragon's breath, then, was an unexpected bonus. Yet, the sudden offer of 200 purple spirit stones left him in a quandary. Whoever could offer such a sum was unlikely to hold a lowly status. Jiangchun mused that it might be wise to concede, to maintain a friendly rapport, and thus courteously addressed the chamber where Jiang Mengli resided. "My friend, how about I procure this immortal herb for you, freeing you from the burden of spending those 200 purple spirit stones? I do not require it." A cold voice, laced with anger, reverberated through the air. Jiang Mengli, already harboring resentment towards the Taishan sect, felt restrained by her current circumstances. Had she known he was a member of the sect from the very moment she laid eyes on him, she would have lunged forward and dispatched him without hesitation. However, she remained unperturbed, for the Taishan sect was situated within the Qishao realm. There was no escape. Sooner or later, she would ascend the Taishan mountain and exact her vengeance. The annihilation of an entire clan was a task she was well versed in. Meanwhile, in another elegant chamber, Jiangchun found himself publicly humiliated, his heart brimming with resentment, yet he dared not express it. He was still unaware of the identity of the individual who had insulted him. It was ill-advised to offend such a person, so he had no choice but to return to his seat in silence. Ultimately, the nine-flower dragon immortal was secured by Jiang Mengli for the price of 200 purple spirit stones. While Li Changxian, who had initially clamored to attend the auction, found nothing that piqued his interest as the auction drew to a close, Zhao Changshou, the overseer of the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion, personally delivered the nine-flower dragon immortal to Jiang Mengli. At that moment, realizing that the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion also sold items commonly used by cultivators, Li Changxian tentatively inquired, "Zhao, do you have any treasures that ordinary people can use against practitioners?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Changshou was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Li Changshuan's intent. However, he knew that experts possess their own wisdom, so he began to ponder. Eventually, he shook his head and, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "No, every magical item requires spiritual energy to activate, which ordinary people cannot muster." The flicker of disappointment crossed Li Changshuan's eyes, though he had anticipated this outcome. Alas, wait. Suddenly, Zhao Changshou's expression brightened as if he had recalled something. "There is indeed one item that may be of assistance to the immortal." "What is it?" Li Changxian inquired, his excitement evident. The Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion sold spirit storage pills, which ordinary individuals could consume to gain a quarter of an hour's worth of spiritual energy. There were two varieties. The second grade could elevate one to the mid-stage of Qi gathering, while the fifth grade could grant mid-stage prowess of the spiritual seed. "And I will take 100 of the fifth grade spirit storage pills," Li Changxian exclaimed eagerly. Being without cultivation while accompanying Jiang Mengli had left him feeling stifled and endangered. Previously, he had managed a few encounters with mountain bandits, but facing a practitioner, even one of the Qi gathering stage, would be overwhelming. Upon hearing Li Changshuan's words, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Do you think it's as simple as eating? If you want that many, you must be able to use them." "Indeed, immortal," Zhao Changshou quickly chimed in. "While spirit storage pills are indeed precious, every boon comes with a bang. Otherwise, why would anyone bother with cultivation? Daily consumption of pills would suffice, wouldn't it? Be cautious, immortal. The second-grade spirit storage pills will deplete an ordinary person's vitality and damage their meridians. If a commoner consumes the fifth-grade pills, the overwhelming spiritual energy will surpass their meridian's capacity, leading to their inevitable demise within a quarter of an hour," Zhao Changshou hurriedly elucidated. He suspected that the pills were intended for someone important to Li Changxian, and should anything go awry, he would bear the responsibility. Thus, he sought to clarify the side effects of the pills. Li Changxian fell silent for a moment, taken aback by the gravity of the situation. However, he suddenly recalled that he possessed the absolute heaven immortal vein, which should allow him to manage the influx of spiritual energy, and thus he asked Zhao Changshou, "How many of the spirit storage pills do you have left?" "There are 10 of the second grade and 3 of the fifth grade," Zhao Changshou replied, "but I'll take them all." "How many spirit stones will that cost?" "The second grade ones are 100 spirit stones each, while the fifth grade, due to a lack of demand, are priced at 1,000 spirit stones each. In total, that would be 3,500 spirit stones for you, immortal." Li Changxian was not like Jiang Mengli, who would have perceived such an offer as an affront. He was certain of his profit. However, he pondered who Jiang Mengli, the extravagant spender, would eventually marry, she would undoubtedly face hardships. Yet he also reasoned that the demon emperor would not lack for spirit stones, fearing instead that her fierce disposition would deter anyone from courting her. However, Immortal, the pills are not currently here at the Lingxiong Treasure Pavilion and cannot be delivered right away, but we do provide swift delivery services. Perhaps I could send them to your residence shortly? Xiao Changshuo's voice interrupted Li Changxuan's thoughts. That sounds good. Let it be so, Li Changxian responded promptly. After informing Zhao of his nearby inn, Jiang Mengli secured the nine-flower dragon Immortal and departed with him. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky outside as they exited the auction. Jiang Mengli swiftly soared towards the inn, leaving Li Changxian standing alone. Realizing something was amiss, he noted her usual vigilance against his potential escape. She typically shadowed him closely. He surmised her sudden haste was linked to the nine-flower dragon Immortal. Upon returning to the inn, Jiang Mengli retrieved the nine-flower dragon Immortal and examined it closely. Under the moonlight, the blossoms of the dragon Immortal emitted a soft, ethereal glow with a fragrant aroma that was both soothing and delightful. Just as the legends foretold, this herb boasted 9 petals and 9 leaves, each petal resembling a dragon's head. With each leaf came a flower, ascending steadily, and in totality, it resembled a 9-headed dragon, and no wonder it was named the Dragon Immortal. In truth, if it were refined into a pill, it would be easier for one to absorb its spiritual energy, allowing for direct consumption without the need for further refinement. However, for Jiang Mengli, this was unnecessary. A few strands of spiritual energy would suffice to break through the spirit seal, and she lacked the time to refine it into a pill. Thus, she promptly swallowed the flower whole, discarding the 9 leaves, which she deemed unnecessary for her detoxification needs. The moment she ingested it, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from the dragon Immortal within her body, akin to a flood that had breached its dam, surging forth with great intensity. This energy coursed through her meridians, tumultuous and restless, as if seeking to escape her form. Fortunately, Jiang Mengli was no ordinary individual. Her meridians had been tempered during her cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have been able to withstand such a powerful influx of spiritual energy. After approximately 15 minutes, the spiritual energy from the 9-flower dragon Immortal had been fully absorbed by Jiang Mengli. Though the energy circulating within her meridians was vast, she felt no discomfort, for she had once reached the pinnacle of celestial comprehension, granting her remarkable resilience. The spiritual energy within her meridians accelerated and intensified under her guidance. Jiang Mengli, satisfied with its progress, suddenly directed it towards her Qi Si. The immense spiritual energy surged toward her Qi Si, where 5 chains sensed the influx and instantly radiated golden light. Mysterious runes emerged from the chains, encircling her Qi Si, preventing any spiritual energy from entering or exiting. A stalemate ensued. Yet, the Dragon Immortal's spiritual energy continued to surge, while the mysterious runes operated at an increasing pace. The clash between the two generated tremendous force within the Qi Si, causing Jiang Mengli to grimace, beads of sweat forming on her brow, clearly enduring considerable pain. Ultimately, amidst the relentless assault of the spiritual energy, a fissure appeared in one of the golden chains. Jiang Mengli felt a surge of joy and focused intently on directing her energy towards the fractured chain. Bang! At last, in the final throes of her energy, a golden chain shattered, and a portion of the vast spiritual energy within Jiang Mengli's Qi Si erupted forth. The collision of the force unleashed by the broken spirit seal with the escaping spiritual energy caused Jiang Mengli to cough up a mouthful of blood before she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yet this time, the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile, clearly satisfied. Although the Dragon Immortal could not compare to the Azure Lotus or the Purple Lotus, achieving the destruction of a chain was a significant accomplishment in her eyes. With her cultivation partially restored, her journey to Qinglian City now held greater assurance. When she awoke again, she found herself lying on a bed, securely tucked under the covers. However, the person who had tended to her was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Mengli got up and had just stepped down from the bed when she heard footsteps outside the door, accompanied by a delightful aroma that even she, who seldom indulged in food, found tantalizing. Aha! Chicken soup is here, Li Changxian exclaimed as he entered with an earthen pot. Chicken soup? Jiang Mengli murmured to herself, having never before encountered such an enticing dish. have you recovered? Li Changxian gently placed the clay pot on the table, then inquired. Jiang Mengli understood the nature of his question. She turned her gaze inward, discovering, as before, that one of the golden chains had indeed broken, and her cultivation had returned to the early stages of the spirit refinement realm. Aligning closely with her expectations, I have regained some strength, Jiang Mengli replied nonchalantly, gracefully approaching the table to take a seat. Observing this, Li Changxian hastily filled a bowl for her and set it before her. Wearing a smile as he did so, to offer unsolicited kindness is either a sign of deceit or ulterior motives, Jiang Mengli mused, knowing that typically he required considerable coaxing to undertake any task. Today, however, this stubborn mule, who moved only when prodded, seemed unusually benevolent. Hence, despite her strong desire for the soup, she stifled her cravings and regarded him with a hint of inquisitive amusement, resolutely refraining from drinking. Seeing Jiang Mengli make no move, Li Changxian pushed the chicken soup closer to her. Your Majesty, do partake in the soup, he urged. Even the form of address has changed. The more he insists, the less I wish to drink. Jiang Mengli thought, silently observing him, curious about his intentions. Your Majesty, consuming this soup is truly a delightful affair. Why do you not take a sip? Li Changxian pressed. Unable to contain his encouragement, Jiang Mengli continued to gaze at him. Remaining silent, suddenly, Li Changxian slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Why do you not drink? Drink! Drink! This unexpected outburst startled Jiang Mengli. Li Changxian. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Li Changxian hurriedly apologized. My apologies, my apologies. The fervor of the moment carried me away. Jiang Mengli furrowed her brow, casting a sidelong glance at him. What nonsense are you spouting? She retorted. What are you trying to say? You seem utterly deranged. Jiang Mengli pouted, unable to restrain her urge to prompt him further. Did I not purchase several bottles of elixirs from Lingxiong Treasure Pavilion? I was hoping to borrow some spirit stones from you, Li Changxian explained with a smile as he took a seat. Upon returning to the inn, he had found Jiang Mengli sleeping on the floor and had carried her to bed. Later, recalling his need for her spirit stones, he thought it prudent to approach her with a semblance of decorum. Oh, so that is the matter. You intended to buy 100 spirit pills in one go. I had assumed you possessed a wealth of spirit stones, Jiang Mengli teased with a playful squint. Li Changxian seemed so obedient today that she could not resist the temptation to toy with him. Your Majesty, do lend me a few spirit stones. Just 3,500 will suffice. Are you certain this is merely a loan? Will you indeed be able to repay it in the future? Jiang Mengli queried, perceiving that a mere mortal like Li Changxian could not possibly accumulate over 100 spirit stones. Let alone 3,000, I will certainly repay. Li Changxian thought to himself that after a year of ridding the world of a nefarious cult, acquiring 3,500 spirit stones should be a trivial matter. Jiang Mengli, while skeptical of his claims, acknowledged that his purchase of elixirs was for his own safety, especially given the inherent dangers of accompanying her. Moreover, she was never lacking in spirit stones. Thus, there was no harm in granting his request. Albeit she would not allow him to obtain them too easily. Jiang Mengli delicately lifted the bowl of chicken soup before her and took a sip, her eyes lighting up with delight. Not bad at all, she mused, momentarily lost in thought as a memory stirred within her. First, call me sister so I can hear it, she teased, recalling how he had once referred to her as his younger sister. Li Changxian steeled himself, reasoning that a true gentleman must be adaptable. Besides, he considered that Jiang Mengli, now an emperor of demons, ought to be older than he. Moreover, uttering a few words would cost him nothing. And with the prospect of spirit stones at stake, he had little to lose. After a bout of self-persuasion, he declared without hesitation, Sister. Jiang Mengli was taken aback. She had expected him to hesitate, yet he had spoken so decisively. However, she was not about to let him off that easily. Did I ask that all? Your Majesty. He stammered, searching for more. Jiang Mengli was determined to reclaim all that had transpired in the past. Li Changxian stood momentarily dazed. Mengli sister. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Mengli patted her chest, spitting out the mouthful of chicken soup she had just ingested, utterly unprepared for him to address her so. In all her life, Li Changxian was the boldest individual she had encountered. Daring to call her by her full name and challenge her, and no matter how she threatened him, he remained unfazed, and she found him astonishingly intriguing, though her curiosity about him had been piqued. Hearing Mengli's sister sent shivers down her spine. for no one had ever addressed her in such a manner before. "Do not say it again. You are forbidden from calling me that," Jiang Mengli warned. Fearing that if he continued, he might utter something even more outrageous. "And the spirit stones?" Li Changxian inquired, gazing at her with a sycophantic smile, which made her feel uncomfortable. That in a flurry, she retrieved 2 bags of spirit stones from her spatial pouch and tossed them to him. Upon examining the bags, Li Changxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. They were filled to the brim with purple spirit stones, which likely amounted to over 10,000 blue spirit stones. Truly, as an emperor of demons, her generosity was unparalleled. Li Changxian hurriedly exited, for Zhao Changshou awaited him downstairs, eager to deliver the elixirs personally. Before departing, he did not forget to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Mengli." Fuming, Jiang Mengli hurled the spoon at him. But he had already left, causing it to clatter against the doorframe and shatter into pieces. Li Changxian descended the stairs and entered the private room where Zhao Changshou was seated. Zhao Changshou promptly rose to greet him. Observing that Li Changxian had lingered upstairs for quite some time, Zhao Changshou could not help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that the Immortal seemed to be a bit cowed by the lady. However, he dared not show any sign of this thought externally. Once Li Changxian was seated, Zhao Changshou personally handed him 2 small porcelain vials, one white and one blue, containing the elixirs. Feeling slightly embarrassed for making Zhao Changshou wait so long, Li Changxian presented him with 100 purple spirit stones, apologizing. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, Zhao." Zhao Changshou was taken aback to see Li Changxian produce 100 purple spirit stones, realizing that they had more than he had anticipated. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of relief, glad to have extended his goodwill to someone so exceptional. "You are too polite, esteemed Immortal. May I ask your name?" Zhao Changshou inquired with a beaming smile. "Li Changxian." He replied, unperturbed by the mention of his name, for few in this world were acquainted with him, and he had no enemies to speak of. Upon hearing the name, Zhao Changshou pondered for a moment. Realizing he had not heard of such a figure among the prominent sections, this could only mean one thing. He was a reclusive master. With a smile, Zhao Changshou presented him with a red jade tablet, explaining, "This token is called Qianglu Jade. From now on, esteemed Immortal, you may access any floor of the Lingxiong Treasure Pavilion simply by presenting this. Should you wish to sell anything, the pavilion can auction or accept it, ensuring you receive the highest price." The exquisite jade plaque was entrusted to the various branch leaders of the Lingxiong Treasure Pavilion by the esteemed master of the pavilion, who instructed them to present it to anyone of noble status or reclusive power. Consequently, the connections of the Lingxiong Treasure Pavilion within the 3 realms have expanded significantly, earning it the esteemed title of the foremost trading establishment in the realm of cultivation. Li Changxian had learned about the rules of the Lingxiong Treasure Pavilion from the innkeeper. It comprises 6 levels, with ordinary individuals permitted only to access the lower 3 floors. Each ascending level requires a higher status and identity. Naturally, the higher the floor, the rarer and more precious the goods available for sale. Li Changxian was pleasantly surprised to acquire a membership token for merely a few hundred purple spirit stones. However, in an effort to maintain the persona of a distinguished figure, he discreetly accepted the jade token and remarked nonchalantly, "This is quite agreeable, that I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I take my leave." After concluding his business, Zhao Changshou bid farewell and departed, leaving Li Changxian alone in the elegant chamber. He retrieved 2 small porcelain vials, opened them, and discovered that the white vial contained second-grade spirit storage pills, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. The green vial held 3 pills, and while the 2 vials bore identical appearances, the aroma of the 5th-grade pills was notably more potent. After glancing at them, Li Changxian carefully stored the 2 vials, recognizing them as vital resources for his survival over the coming year. Upon returning to his room at the inn, he found Jiang Mengli glaring at him with a fierce expression. He appeared unfazed by her gaze, casually taking a seat at the table, only to discover that the chicken soup had already been consumed. "Jiang Mengli, how was the chicken soup? Delicious, I presume?" Li Changxian inquired with a cheerful smile. Jiang Mengli's already darkened countenance grew even more sullen, her brows furrowing in irritation. Just moments ago, she had addressed him as Your Excellency, yet now, upon receiving the spirit stones, her true nature had surfaced. Was Li Changxian truly dismantling the bridge once he had crossed it? However, Jiang Mengli seemed to recall something. and her gloomy expression suddenly morphed into a sinister smile. Li Changxian, have you forgotten that my cultivation has been restored? As she spoke, she raised her delicate hand and slowly clenched it. The sound of her fingers creaking echoing ominously. Li Changxian remained unperturbed, responding with a calm demeanor. I am still grateful to your excellency. Jiang Mengli, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, had questions of her own to pose. She had grown accustomed to him calling her name, so she turned serious and inquired, Did you obtain the spirit storage pills? Indeed, here they are, Li Changxian replied, placing the 2 small porcelain vials on the table. After giving the vials a cursory glance, Jiang Mengli feigned indifference and asked, If you are aware that using these could lead to death, why did you still choose to purchase them? Are you not afraid of dying? Perhaps I won't have to die at all, Li Changxian responded with a mysterious smile, confident in his exceptional celestial constitution. Jiang Mengli noticed his unusual self-assurance, realizing that he must possess some hidden trick. Aware that questioning him would yield no answers, she decided to directly probe into his body with a strand of her spiritual consciousness. Intending to examine his physical constitution and meridians, what she discovered left her utterly astonished. To her surprise, she found that Li Changxuan's dantian lacked a qi, explaining his inability to cultivate. Yet, his meridians were astonishingly wide, hundreds of times broader than those of an ordinary person. She had encountered this characteristic in ancient records of the demon clan. Individuals with the celestial constitution possess meridians vastly wider than normal, allowing them to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, and to circulate their inner spiritual power at a speed far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Consequently, their cultivation rate would be exponentially faster, and their strength would greatly exceed that of others at the same level. Although no one with such a constitution had appeared in the Lingxiao continent for thousands of years, after Jiang Mengli probed with her spiritual sense, Li Changxian suddenly felt as though he were exposed, as if every inch of him was laid bare before her scrutiny, prompting him to question, Jiang Mengli, what are you doing? Coming to her senses, she tentatively asked, Are you of the celestial constitution? Li Changxian nodded in affirmation, adding, I told you there was no need to worry. Who is worried? Jiang Mengli mused, contemplating the implications of his unique constitution. She recalled all of Li Changxuan's extraordinary traits, his exceptional swordsmanship talent, and his celestial constitution. Such an individual would be unable to cultivate unless they entered the realm of immortals and stored spiritual power within their physical form. Even then, the absence of a qi would render them significantly weaker than their contemporaries. A person of Li Changxuan's constitution should ideally stand at the pinnacle of the human sect, yet the lack of a vital qi rendered him akin to a waste. It was no wonder he had succumbed to despair. Retreating to the mountains and isolating himself from the world, Jiang Mengli, who believed she had seen through it all, could not help but feel a twinge of pity for Li Changxian. Yet, she also recognized that his lack of cultivation was perhaps a blessing. Had he truly been able to cultivate, he would have posed an overwhelming threat to the demon clan. After a moment, Jiang Mengli took the opportunity to advise Li Changxian, although you possess the celestial constitution, consuming second-grade spirit storage pills will not yield adverse effects. However, since you have never cultivated before, using fifth-grade pills will still deplete your vitality and damage your meridians. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from using the fifth-grade storage pills. I understand, Li Changxian replied, acknowledging her rare display of concern for his well-being. The following day, in Qinglian City, Yang Tsung stood atop the city wall, seemingly awaiting someone. He was uncertain of his junior sister's reliability, as she often forgot the tasks he assigned her. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue robes approached, soaring on a sword, swiftly arriving at the city tower. If Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli were present, they would recognize her as someone they had previously encountered. Senior brother, it has been ages. Come here for a hug. Upon spotting Yang Tsung, the girl in the blue dress rushed over, and Yang Tsung instinctively pressed his forehead against hers. Ahem, do you not consider the setting? Following Yang Tsung's quiet reminder, the girl noticed the nearby disciples of the floating cloud palace watching her with amused expressions that a blush crept across her cheeks. And feeling a bit embarrassed, she presented her sword-shaped jade token. I am Yishiro, an inner disciple of the extreme sword sect. Indeed, the newcomer was Yang Tsung's junior sister and also the daughter of his master. Yang Tsung had become a disciple at a young age, joining the extreme sword sect at the age of 4 under the guidance of his parents. while Yishiro was born merely half a month later, thus becoming his junior. Their childhoods were intertwined, growing up and cultivating side by side. After the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace verified Yishiro's identity, they allowed her entry that a female disciple of Floating Cloud Palace escorted Yishiro to her quarters. Once she had finished organizing her belongings and emerged to find Yang Tsong, she eagerly queried, "Senior brother, is there a secret realm emerging this time?" Yang Tsong nodded in affirmation. Yishiro had observed the commotion upon entering the city and had concluded that a treasure must be at hand. As the daughter of an elder in the extreme sword sect, she had never ventured beyond the sect's boundaries. Yang Tsong, having cultivated prior to her, had previously descended the mountain for training and recounted many interesting stories upon his return. Although the extreme sword sect provided secret realms for their disciples to cultivate, the dangers were minimal to ensure their safety, leading Yishiro to grow weary of the experience. Thus, Yang Tsong had promised to take her into a secret realm the next time they descended the mountain, prompting her hurried arrival now. "How long until it opens?" Yishiro inquired, her youthful face brimming with anticipation. According to the elder from Floating Cloud Palace, it should be in 2 or 3 days. Yang Tsong replied that that is still quite a while. Yishiro expressed her impatience. While she wasn't particularly in need of heavenly materials or earthly treasures, the fulfillment of acquiring something through her own efforts brought her a sense of accomplishment. "You cannot wait just 2 or 3 days? Moreover, there is no need for haste. My senior brother still awaits the arrival of 2 friends." "Ah, what sort of friends? Male or female?" Upon hearing this, Yishiro's expression of anticipation vanished, replaced by an irritable pout as she spoke. Yang Tsong, contemplating the debts of gratitude he owed, smiled softly and replied, "You will find out in due time. Your silence must mean they are female. When we return to the sect, I shall inform my father that you are tarnishing our family's reputation." The following day, Yang Tsong and Yishiro strolled along the streets of Qinglian City. Yang Tsong had initially preferred to remain indoors, yet his eager junior sister, having never ventured beyond the sect, expressed a keen curiosity that compelled him to accompany her early in the morning. As they set out at such an hour, most vendors had yet to open their stalls, leaving only a few establishments selling breakfast. Although Yishiro exhibited less enthusiasm for shopping, her spirits appeared relatively high. "Senior brother, just who are those 2 friends of yours? When will they arrive?" she inquired as they walked. The previous day, Yang Tsong had withheld their identities, leaving her restless throughout the night, plagued by fears that her innocent senior brother might be deceived by some alluring temptress. This concern spurred her to rise early and persuade him to join her for a stroll. In response to Yishiro's inquiry, Yang Tsong pondered briefly before stating nonchalantly, "As for their identities, I am uncertain. Regarding their arrival, I cannot say." "Humph, you know nothing at all. It seems you simply do not wish to tell me." "Indeed, my dear junior sister, we have only known each other for a single night. And I truly do not know," Yang Tsong earnestly explained. Upon hearing this, Yishiro stood momentarily stunned. One night, and to her eyes reddened slightly as she stammered, What were you 2 doing last night?" Yang Tsong, oblivious to any shift in her demeanor, replied candidly, "They assisted me in capturing some spirits. I have no idea where they have wandered off to now." Upon learning that they were merely helping him capture spirits and that they were siblings, Yishiro felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Then why did you not come here together?" she asked, her mood visibly improving. Though Yang Tsong remained unaware of any change, the situation for the 2 of them is quite unique. Only the sister possesses any cultivation, and her pace is rather slow, so I came ahead. "Then let us enter the secret realm first. They will join us when they arrive." My senior brother owes them a debt of gratitude and promised to assist them. "What sort of debt?" Yang Tsong proceeded to recount the events that transpired in Danqing town. After listening, Yishiro concluded that her senior brother's actions were reasonable, ultimately muttering, "Humph, had you said so earlier, I would not have spent the night worrying." Yang Tsong, unable to catch the faint murmur of his junior sister's voice, paused in confusion. "What did you think about all night? My senior brother is truly a fool," Yishiro replied, choosing to ignore him as she walked away with a carefree stride. Yang Tsong scratched his head, bewildered by his own foolishness, and decided to dismiss the matter as he hurried after her. After a while, the streets began to bustle with activity. They meandered through the crowd. Just as they decided to return to their lodgings, Yang Tsong unexpectedly encountered someone he least wished to see. Just as he contemplated slipping away, he heard Lu Yinyan's voice. Yang Tsong, brother, what a coincidence to find you here. You and Yinyan seem to share a special bond. Upon hearing this, Yishiro momentarily froze in disbelief. Once she regained her composure, an uncontrollable rage surged within her, and she glared at Lu Yinyan with the intensity reserved for an adversary. She had never even called her own senior brother. Yang Tsong, feeling awkward, chuckled nervously. It would be better if you referred to me as Yang Daoyu. We are not yet well acquainted. Not well acquainted? Then let us get to know each other better. Lu Yinyan purred seductively, swaying her alluring figure closer to Yang Kong. Just as they were within 3 feet of each other, another woman appeared before Lu Yinyan, blocking the space between them and shooting a fierce glare her way. My senior brother has already made it clear. Do you not understand? Yishiro spat resentfully. Yet Lu Yinyan showed no sign of anger, her face adorned with a smile as she replied. Ah, so you are Yang Tsung's junior sister. I am Lu Yinyan, a friend of your senior brother that I have already said not to call my senior brother Yang Tsung brother. Yishiro seethed through clenched teeth, wishing fervently that the regulations against fighting within the city did not exist. For she would have gladly thrust her sword through this vixen who clung to her senior brother. However, given that Yishiro was merely 15 and appeared quite youthful, Lu Yinyan regarded her as little more than a child. Despite sensing the malice emanating from Yishiro, Lu Yinyan, being a disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect and Yang Tsung's junior sister, refrained from displaying any displeasure, turning her attention back to Yang Tsung. Lu Yinyan smiled. I presume you two have come for the secret realm. If we cannot obtain the Yunyu Qinglian, we could surely join forces to acquire the Zhengyang Chunin sword classic, that we could even train together. As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Yang Tsung, leaving him with a distinct sense of discomfort. Why Yishiro, previously unaware of the treasures to be found within the secret realm, was taken aback upon hearing Lu Yinyan mention the Yunyu Qinglian and the Zhengyang Chunin sword classic. She had heard of both treasures. The Yunyu Qinglian was known for its rich and potent spiritual energy, capable of mending damaged meridians and hastening recovery, with permanent effects. The Zhengyang Chunin sword classic, rumored to be a dual cultivation sword technique for partners, could be practiced separately, but when utilized together, its power would undergo a qualitative transformation. The very notion that this vixen intended to train alongside her senior brother was simply intolerable. How dare she attempt to steal him right under my nose? Yishiro, incensed, pushed Lu Yinyan away, her voice filled with indignation. Even if we enter the secret realm, my senior brother will be with me. There will be no chance for you. Pausing for a moment, she added, my senior brother would never train with you. Seeing the two women embroiled in a quarrel, Yang Tsung feared that, given his junior sister's temperament, their dispute might escalate into something more serious. Thus, he swiftly took Yishiro's hand and hurried away. Junior sister, let us return. By the time Lu Yinyan realized what had transpired, the two had already distanced themselves. She looked on, witnessing Yishiro being pulled along by Yang Tsung, who was taunting her with a playful tongue and rolled eyes, their expressions brimming with triumph, which only fueled Lu Yinyan's frustration as she stomped her foot in place. Upon returning to the inn, Yishiro adopted a serious demeanor and began to interrogate her senior brother. Speak. Who is that Lu Yinyan, and how do you know her? Although Yang Tsung held no fondness for Lu Yinyan, he was unaware of the reason behind his junior sister's anger, so he recounted the events from a few days prior at the gates of Qinglian City. After learning the full story, Yishiro felt a wave of relief wash over her, but did not forget to issue a warning. Senior brother, keep your distance from her. A person like that is clearly not trustworthy. Yang Tsung nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yishiro secretly resolved to keep a close watch over her senior brother as for Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli. After spending a night in the city, Li Changxian planned to take a carriage the next day, only to be halted by Jiang Mengli. We shall not be taking a carriage for the remainder of our journey. Jiang Mengli had already foreseen that the Qinglian secret realm was about to open. If she were to travel by carriage, it would undoubtedly be too late. Indeed, her purpose for visiting Qinglian City was the Qinglian secret realm, more precisely, to obtain the Yunyu Qinglian within it. A month prior, while she was still at the Demon Clan's imperial palace, she received news that both the Yunyu Qinglian and the Chaos Purple Lotus were set to emerge simultaneously, and she understood that the probability of the Chaos Purple Lotus appearing was slightly lower. However, at that time, Her obstacle was her inability to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. Although the chance of the Yunyu Qinglian appearing was significant, it held no utility for her, which is why she had ventured to the Yinshu secret realm. She had not anticipated the ambush set by the Taishan sect, which now compelled her to return to the Qinglian secret realm to seize the Yunyu Qinglian for the restoration of her cultivation. She wondered if the Taishan sect would once again lay a secret ambush in advance. As for the floating cloud palace, they were likely still unaware of this matter, based on the current situation. The Taishan sect had not disclosed this information. Otherwise, the entire Lingxiao continent would already be abuzz with news of the demon emperor being afflicted by the Taishan secret technique. Prompting the human race to initiate widespread hunts, she was perplexed as to why the Taishan sect remained silent. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous for her. Upon hearing Jiang Mengli's decision to forego the carriage, Li Changxian felt a surge of relief. This meant he would no longer have to toil away at the reins. "Let us depart the city," Jiang Mengli said as she made her way toward the city gate. Only to find Li Changxian still frozen in place. She urged him, "What are you dawdling for? Let us go. What about the carriage? What shall we do?" "It's lost." Jiang Mengli, uninterested in further dialogue, effortlessly used a strand of spiritual power to bind around Li Changxuan's waist. Pulling him along, "Oh dear, I paid for that. At least sell it before we leave," Li Changxian protested as he trailed behind. Jiang Mengli seemed to ignore him, resolutely continuing on her path. "What a spendthrift." Li Changxian muttered under his breath, unable to contend with her. However, at that moment, with her cultivation having recovered halfway, Jiang Mengli's hearing was sharper than before, and his words easily reached her ears. She halted, casting a fierce glare back at him, causing Li Changxian to instinctively cover his mouth and shake his head with a nervous chuckle. "Not a spendthrift, not a spendthrift. Let us hurry. Aren't we pressed for time?" On this day, as they headed toward Qinglian City, many cultivators witnessed an extraordinary sight. A breathtaking female cultivator clad in a white dress soaring through the air at incredible speed, holding onto a strand of spiritual power, the other end of which was tied around the waist of a handsome young man, who was being pulled along by her. A group of traveling cultivators spotted the pair, and one exclaimed, "Hey, look over there." Another chimed in, "It's obvious that someone has angered his wife and is now facing the consequences." The inquirer stroked his chin, feeling enlightened by this revelation of domestic discipline. "Jiang Mengli, could you slow down a bit? I can hardly endure this," Li Changxian pleaded, desperately tugged along by the spiritual thread. He had not anticipated that the alternative to traveling by carriage would be Jiang Mengli pulling him through the air. In comparison, he found himself preferring the role of a carriage driver. Jiang Mengli, as if oblivious to his plight, deliberately increased her speed. This was revenge. She would not easily forget how he had embarrassed her while driving the carriage. If it weren't for her forceful threats, he would have continued to drive at a reckless pace, only to frustrate her further. She mused to herself about how such a person, who had just called her a spendthrift, would inevitably be foolish in his future endeavors, even if he were to seek a wife. Seeing that calling out had no effect, Li Changxian decided to remain silent. After all, speaking was exhausting, and each time he opened his mouth, he was met with a mouthful of wind. While he had flown at such speeds before, being pulled along by another felt distinctly uncomfortable. Thus, they soared for a day and a night. It was not until nightfall that Jiang Mengli finally descended to rest. It was not out of pity for Li Changxian, but rather due to her own fatigue. He was not exerting himself at all. After all, Jiang Mengli had only just regained the early stages of the spirit refinement realm, and pulling such a large individual was indeed taxing. Otherwise, she would have simply allowed Yang Tsung to take them both directly. They landed in a desolate area, and as soon as Jiang Mengli touched the ground, she immediately sat cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to restore her vitality. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for waste. She had noticed that the spiritual energy above Qinglian City was becoming increasingly dense, indicating that the opening of the secret realm was drawing near. However, for those unaware, if they were not near the entrance of the secret realm, they could not ascertain the exact date of its opening. Having to rely solely on speculation for a rough estimate, the reason she could perceive the gathering spiritual energy above Qinglian City was due to the innate talent of the nine-tailed sky fox. The Tianhua Liuli. The Tianhua Liuli could dispel illusions, perceive atmospheric conditions, and even enchant the heart, with its abilities enhancing as one's cultivation improved. Among human cultivators, there existed a technique known as the Qi observation technique. which shared similarities with one of the abilities of the Tianhua Yuli. It could discern spiritual energy at a glance, judge good and evil, and identify treasure-laden lands. Unfortunately, mastering the Qi observation technique required an exceptionally high level of talent. And the sects that taught this technique were exceedingly rare, typically disengaged from worldly matters. Thus, very few individuals in the world could claim proficiency in it. However, for the nine-tailed sky fox, such advantages were innate. And that was merely one aspect of their prowess. Nonetheless, they still needed to continuously cultivate and develop to fully harness this ability. Seeing Jiang Mengli had begun to meditate, Li Changxian took the opportunity to wander through the woods, searching for wild fruits, for he could not absorb spiritual energy to satiate his hunger. Assuming they would rest here for the night, he gathered materials to build a fire for warmth, after more than an hour. As night fell, Li Changxian grew weary and lay down beside the fire. Not long after, he felt the familiar spiritual thread wrap around his waist once more. Jiang Mengli, surely you jest. Do we have to continue flying at night? Enough chatter. We must reach Qinglian City before nightfall tomorrow, or we shall be too late, Jiang Mengli replied, her voice tinged with impatience, yet still coldly explanatory. By noon the following day, Jiang Mengli descended outside Qinglian City, dragging along the already sleeping Li Changxian. It was only upon landing that Li Changxian opened his drowsy eyes. He had been unable to fight off sleep, reasoning that since he was not needed for the journey, he might as well rest at AS for Jiang Mengli. She was no longer surprised. After all, Li Changxian had once fallen asleep while driving the carriage, so it was hardly remarkable that he could do so while being pulled through the air. The pair ambled toward the city gate, and as Li Changxian glanced up, he spotted 3 ancient characters emblazoned above the entrance. Qinglian City da. We've arrived, he exclaimed in delight, having initially thought they would stop for another rest. Now that they had reached their destination, he anticipated a well-deserved respite. Instantly lifting his spirits at this moment, the city was bustling with cultivators, and it was possible that some had even encountered the demon emperor. Therefore, Jiang Mengli hastily donned a white veil to conceal her face. The time for the opening of the Qinglian secret realm was drawing near, and with all the necessary individuals arriving, the lines to enter the city had significantly dwindled. Those entering were divided into 2 lines, one for common folk and another designated for cultivators. Since Li Changxian was merely a mortal and Jiang Mengli lacked any guise as a disciple of a human sect, she completely masked her aura and stood in line with Li Changxian among the commoners. Just as they reached the front, where the gatekeeper was inspecting their travel permits, a sharp voice echoed. The Lingwei princess of the Qi Mo dynasty has arrived. Upon hearing the resounding command, the group led by Li Changxian promptly knelt, with the exception of the 2 individuals. Meanwhile, the other row of cultivators turned towards the direction of the city gates. Slightly bowing while clasping their fists in respect, Li Changxian glanced towards the direction they were saluting, first perceiving the sound of footsteps, the clatter of hooves, and the rumble of wheels. Gradually, a lavish and exquisitely crafted carriage emerged into view. The carriage was constructed from rare sandalwood, adorned with intricately carved railings and a roof embroidered with golden threads depicting complex patterns, reminiscent of a phoenix soaring in the skies. The carriage featured towering vermilion wheels with delicate crystal pendants hanging from each corner, swaying gently with the carriage's movement, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Even the horses pulling the carriage were of the precious Salu purple breed, flanked by armored guards in the front and rear, with 2 orderly rows of maidens following behind. The grandeur of the carriage was so remarkable that it could be likened to an ancient mobile abode, had they arrived in such opulence. Li Changxian mused. He would not have endured such hardship as the carriage drew closer. Li Changxian discerned, beneath the sheer veil, the silhouette of a woman, presumably the Princess Lingwei of the Qima dynasty they had spoken of. Thus, Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli stood watching as the carriage approached, while those surrounding them knelt to the ground, leaving them unobserved. Upon the carriage's arrival at the city gate, 2 distinct phrases echoed. We pay our respects to Princess Lingwei. The commoners uttered the former, while the cultivators spoke the latter. Although the Qima dynasty fell under the jurisdiction of the Floating Cloud Palace, they were not members of the 5 great sects, and thus owed respect to the imperial authority. Furthermore, Princess Lingwei, Mo Lingxian, bore another identity as the saintess of Floating Cloud Palace at the initial stage of the Yoshu realm, which necessitated even greater reverence at that moment. the carriage of Princess Lingwei came to a halt. One of the guards, noticing that Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli stood among the commoners without kneeling or even bowing, audaciously scrutinizing the royal carriage, approached them and loudly inquired, "You too, having encountered the royal carriage, why do you not kneel? Is this a slight against imperial authority?" In response, Li Changxian was at a loss for words. However, the notion of kneeling was utterly inconceivable. He did not bow to heaven and earth. So why would he kneel to her? As for Jiang Mengli, it was even more unnecessary, as she had always been the one to command others to kneel before her, were it not for her current lack of strength. A mere utterance would have been enough for her to incinerate the entire Qinglian city, or even storm the Qima palace without hesitation. Yet, having come this far, Yun Yu Qinglian Jiang Mengli was unwilling to concede. And kneeling was out of the question. She was as immovable as a corpse in that regard. Therefore, both remained silent. Li Changxian continued to scrutinize the carriage, feigning ignorance, while Jiang Mengli shot a fierce glare at the guard. Jiang Mengli was infamous for her ferocity, and even a mere glance could cause lesser beings to tremble and kneel. What could a mere guard endure? Upon catching sight of the murderous intent in Jiang Mengli's eyes, the guard nearly stumbled backward in fright, retreating repeatedly, unable to utter a word, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Mo Lingxian had already spotted the two, for amidst the sea of kneeling figures, their upright posture was strikingly conspicuous. Thus, she lifted the veil and stepped out to ascertain what was transpiring. However, upon seeing Li Changxian, her thoughts momentarily faltered. She found the young man extraordinarily handsome, exuding a charm that captivated her. At that moment, Li Changxian also beheld the true visage of Princess Lingwei Mo Lingxian, marveling at her beauty, which was indeed remarkable. Yet, when compared to the enchanting Jiang Mengli, she paled in comparison, rendering her beauty somewhat diminished in his eyes. Just as Mo Lingxian regained her composure and was about to inquire about the situation, an individual emerged from within the city. "Did I, Yang Tsong of the Extreme Path Sword Sect, pay my respects to Princess Lingwei?" The arriving Yang Tsong quickly clasped his fists in a courteous greeting. Although he hailed from the foremost of the five great sects, he recognized the need for decorum in another's territory. He had initially been waiting atop the city wall for Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli, intending to escort them once they entered the city. However, he had not anticipated the sudden appearance of Mo Lingxian. What shocked him further was that the brother and sister pair seemed utterly indifferent to the arrival of a higher-ranking individual. They not only refrained from kneeling, but also audaciously scrutinized her. Fearing that Mo Lingxian's personal appearance might lead to their immediate detainment, he hastened to intervene. Upon seeing Yang Tsong, Mo Lingxian raised her brow slightly, but maintained her courtesy, saying, "Greetings, Taoist Yang. What brings you here?" "Ah, these two are my junior disciples. I, Yang, have come down the mountain to accept disciples on behalf of my master, and they have been taken under the wing of the Extreme Path Sword Sect." To appease her, Yang Tsong fabricated a convenient lie, as he found it challenging to navigate this situation otherwise. "That I see that as they are fellow disciples of the Extreme Path Sword Sect, it is only fitting that they are exempt from the kneeling ceremony," Mo Lingxian remarked with a smile, her expression revealing nothing of her belief in his words. Yang Tsong leaned closer to the two, lowering his voice to a barely audible whisper, "Li brother, a simple gesture of respect will suffice to smooth things over." He then glanced at Jiang Mengli, indicating for her to comply as well. Jiang Mengli, however, paid him no mind, casually rolling up her sleeves and striding into the city, with no one daring to impede her progress. Witnessing Jiang Mengli's departure, Li Changxian quietly thought, "If she can do it, then so can I." Thus, he followed Jiang Mengli into the city, leaving Yang Tsong bewildered and alone in the tumult. Were these siblings always this audacious? Moments later, Yang Tsong could only force a polite smile and apologize. "Junior disciples have yet to enter the mountain gate and are unaware of the proper etiquette. I hope the princess will not take offense." Mo Lingxian, however, merely shook her head, "No need." Upon Yang Tsong entering the city, he hurriedly pursued the two. Upon catching up, he began to tease, "Li brother, you and your sister truly are unconventional. I must thank you again for your timely intervention today." Li Changxian politely clasped his fists in gratitude. "A trivial matter, nothing of concern," Yang Tsong replied, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Mengli. "Miss Jiang, may I inquire how I can assist you?" Jiang Mengli hesitated for a moment before responding with indifference. I need your help obtaining the Yun Yu Qinglian. Yang Tsung was momentarily taken aback. He had previously surmised that Jiang Mengli's intentions were linked to the Qinglian secret realm, thinking she merely sought to acquire any treasure within. He had not anticipated that her target would be the Yun Yu Qinglian itself. However, having committed to assisting her, he could not backtrack, and thus said, "This time, many individuals have entered the secret realm, including representatives from Floating Cloud Palace, Star-Picking Pavilion, and Taishan sect that I can only do my utmost to assist you. Once inside, I will have my own plans. Miss Li, you also intend to enter the secret realm?" Yang Tsung exclaimed in shock, having assumed Jiang Mengli expected him to retrieve the Qinglian on her behalf, never considering that she would venture in herself, after all, during their time in Danqing Town. He noted that Jiang Mengli possessed only the cultivation of the Qi induction realm. Entering the Qinglian secret realm at that level would be tantamount to courting death. Now, observing Jiang Mengli, she appeared shrouded in a misty aura, obscuring even her Qi induction realm status. He deduced she must be employing a treasure to conceal her presence, which only served to heighten her enigmatic and uncanny allure. Not only does she wish to enter the secret realm, but I do as well, Li Changxian interjected, placing a reassuring hand on Yang Tsung's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. Yang Tsung could only marvel at the audacity of this brother-sister duo, while their courage was commendable. He believed their approach was no different from self-destruction. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Mengli suddenly opposed, stating, "You should wait outside. What use is your presence? Your sister makes a valid point." Li brothered Li Changxian turned to Jiang Mengli with a mysterious expression and said, "Did I not purchase that item? Self-preservation is assured." He winked at Jiang Mengli, for he had yet to enter a secret realm since arriving in this world. Given such a splendid opportunity, he certainly wished to explore it. As the saying goes, now that we are here, we might as well make the most of it. Jiang Mengli understood he was referring to the spirit storage pill. Indeed, with the Qi gathering realm and the thunder control pearl combined, he possessed the strength to fight as long as he stayed close to her, ensuring his safety would pose no problem. Hence, Jiang Mengli did not refute him, indicating her agreement. However, Yang Tsung felt utterly bewildered. Sensing that the siblings were acting peculiarly and speaking in strange terms, leaving him only half-informed. "Yang Xiong, do you have any matters to attend to? If not, we shall find an inn to settle in." Li Changxian said leisurely, strolling aimlessly. "I mentioned earlier that you two have been accepted into our sect. To avoid unnecessary complications, I believe it would be best for us to stay together," Yang Tsung suggested after a moment of thought. He then looked to Jiang Mengli for her opinion, yet she merely continued on her path, signaling for him to make the decision himself. "Very well. Then, please lead the way, Yang Xiong." Under Yang Tsung's guidance, the two arrived at an inn reserved specifically for disciples of the 5 great sects by the Floating Cloud Palace, which was indeed far superior to the inns lining the streets outside. After explaining their purpose to the disciples of the Floating Cloud Palace, they quickly arranged 2 rooms for the guests. Before entering their respective quarters, Jiang Mengli did not forget to issue a warning to Li Changxian. "Do not even think about sneaking away." Li Changxian was rendered speechless, perplexed by the constant threats. If he truly wished to escape, what use would her threats serve? After tidying up his room, Li Changxian promptly fell into a deep slumber. Although he had rested the previous night, the frigid winds during their high-speed flight had prevented him from sleeping well. As dusk approached, and Li Changxian remained unawakened, Jiang Mengli knocked persistently at his door. Sensing his presence inside, yet receiving no response, infuriated, she kicked the door open. Bang! Li Changxian jolted upright from his bed, startled to see Jiang Mengli burst in. "Jiang Mengli, what are you doing? Can I not get a moment of peace?" "The Qinglian secret realm is about to open," Jiang Mengli replied coolly. At her words, Li Changxuan's drowsiness vanished instantly. "So soon? Did you think I would hasten our journey for no reason?" she retorted. As they spoke, Li Changxian quickly donned his outer garments, ensuring he had the spirit storage pill with him before they stepped outside. Upon exiting the inn, they found Yang Tsung waiting at the entrance to Li Xiong. "You're here. Let's go. My junior sister is already waiting at the entrance to the secret realm." "You brought along a junior sister?" Jiang Mengli frowned. Yang Tsung, sensing her apprehensions, quickly assured her, "My junior sister listens to me. And I listen to Miss Li's arrangements. This essentially means we have an additional ally and will not disrupt your plans." "That better be the case," Jiang Mengli replied coldly, before striding towards the direction of the secret realm. The streets were now devoid of ordinary folk, who, fearing the potential dangers, had retreated to their homes and barred their doors, leaving only cultivators hastily making their way to the Qinglian pool. Moments later, the trio arrived near the Qinglian pool, which was now teeming with people. On the banks, upon the water's surface, and even in the air, the pool itself was emanating wisps of azure light, transforming the entire area into a shimmering azure starry river. Senior brother, over here, here, a lively, youthful voice rang out. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a girl bouncing through the crowd, eagerly waving at Yang Kong. Upon noticing her, Yang Tsung led the two towards her. As Jiang Mengli and Li Changxian approached, they immediately recognized Yang Tsung's junior sister as the girl who had aided them in dealing with the bandits. Once they reached Yishiru, Yang Tsung began the introductions. This is my junior sister. Yishiru. He then turned to Yishiru, saying, Junior sister, these are the individuals I mentioned who assisted me in Danqing town and saved my life. This elder brother is Li Changxian, and this young lady is Li Changli. I know. This immortal lady is his sister. Yishiru interjected suddenly, her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at them, astonished to discover that they were the very individuals her senior brother had spoken of. You know each other? Yang Tsung scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss. Why Yishiru then recounted how, on their way to Qinglian City, she had encountered them being besieged by bandits. It was only then that Yang Tsung realized the discrepancy. Li Xiong, how did your sister become your elder sister? Oh, this matter is of little significance. The secret realm is about to open. Look, Li Changxian clapped Yang Tsung on the shoulder, redirecting his attention toward the Qinglian pool. Silence! A booming voice rang out, bringing instant quiet to the entire area. A middle-aged cultivator descended from the sky, standing firmly in the air above the Qinglian pool, after casting a cold glance at the crowd. He proclaimed, I am Mei Shirley, an elder of the Floating Cloud Palace, responsible for overseeing this Qinglian secret realm expedition. That I do not care how you choose to contend within the secret realm, nor do I concern myself with your disputes upon exiting. However, should anyone dare to act violently within Qinglian City, do not blame me for being impolite. This served as a warning to those who might disregard the rules, ensuring they did not engage in fierce battles over opportunities that could jeopardize the interests of Qinglian City. After all, the Qi-Mo dynasty and the Floating Cloud Palace were intricately linked, with the palace's saintess being a princess of the Qi-Mo dynasty, who would also enter the secret realm this time. The safety of Qinglian City was a responsibility of the Floating Cloud Palace. Li Changxuan's attention remained fixated on the name of the Floating Cloud Palace elder. What a peculiar name for a person with no power, he muttered under his breath. Li Changxian, silence. Do not bring trouble upon us. Jiang Mengli transmitted her thoughts to him, coldly threatening him. She mused that he truly possessed the same audacity she knew him for, daring to voice such words. At that moment, Yang Tsung also cautioned Li Changxian, saying, Li Xiong, it would be wise to speak less. Elder Mei is a mid-stage transformation tribulation expert. He will likely hear our words. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian hastily covered his mouth, mumbling in a voice barely above a whisper. Well, I did not speak wrongly. What a fitting name. Suddenly, Mei Shirley seemed to catch wind of Li Changxuan's comment and shot him a fierce glare. Li Changxian, intending to return the glare, was taken aback when Mei Shirley suddenly drew a long sword. Alarmed, he thought, is it truly necessary to threaten me over a mere jest? Mei Shirley then averted his gaze back to the Qinglian pool, preparing to enter the secret realm, with a commanding shout. He swung the sword downward, unleashing a wave of sword chi that cleaved the pool's waters in two, sending torrents crashing against the banks. Simultaneously, the sword strike tore open a rift in the spiritual energy barrier surrounding the secret realm, causing a rich flow of spiritual energy to spill forth. Go, go, go. Instantly, countless cultivators rushed toward the opening of the secret realm, eagerly pushing through the shimmering azure rift. Within mere moments, only a handful of individuals remained, and the four of them exchanged glances as Yang Tsung and Yishiru entered the secret realm first. Jiang Mengli then released her spiritual threads, pulling Li Changxian along as they ventured into the secret realm together. Before long, only Mei Shirley and a few disciples of the Floating Cloud Palace remained above Qinglian Pool. Shortly thereafter, a woman descended gracefully, prompting everyone present, including Mei Shirley, to bow in unison. We pay our respects to the saintess. Mo Lingxian approached Mei Shirley, speaking in a calm tone. Elder Mei, no need for such formalities. Thank you, Your Highness Saintess. Did you observe anything noteworthy just now? Mei Shirley inquired. Mei Shirley understood the essence of her inquiry and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, those two disciples from the extreme Dao sword sect seem to be perfectly normal. That as for the man, I can only discern that he is an ordinary mortal. However, the veiled woman accompanying her eludes my perception, and I can't shake the feeling that she exudes a sense of oppression. My apologies, holy maiden, for my inadequacy. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingxuan's eyes flickered with intrigue as she pondered, murmuring to herself, a sense of oppression? I felt the same way upon first encountering Jiang Mengli at the city gate. She struck me as exceedingly dangerous. In her presence, I felt diminutive, as though she could extinguish my life at any moment. Her gaze brimming with an unsettling confidence and a palpable killing intent. Thus, when I witnessed Jiang Mengli brazenly enter the city beneath my very nose, I refrained from sending anyone to stop her. After considerable reflection, Mo Lingxian instructed Mei Shirley, unless she poses a threat to the sect or the populace, we should strive to avoid confrontation with her. Understood, Mei Shirley replied respectfully. Subsequently, Mo Lingxian dove downward, her form gradually fading into a hue of azure light amidst the Qinglian pooled in the Qishao realm. At the main hall of the Taishan sect, Song Qingshan, have you dispatched any elders to the Qinglian secret realm? Inquired the sect leader, Shangguan Yu, who sat in contemplation at the head of the hall. No. Only a few disciples have ventured forth to explore the secret realm, replied Song Qingshan, the vice leader of the Taishan sect. With a hint of lingering regret, upon hearing that no elders had been sent, Shangguan Yu abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, a flash of fury igniting within them as he struck the crystal chair with great force. Song Qingshan, you possess extraordinary audacity to defy my orders. Witnessing the sect leader's wrath, Song Qingshan remained unfazed and implored earnestly, Senior brother, do you truly wish to send elders to their demise? We have already lost 5 transcendent elders last time. The Taishan sect cannot withstand further losses. If we lose more elders, our position among the 5 great sects will be irreparably compromised. Shangguan Yu's chest heaved with agitation, his finger jabbing accusingly at Song Qingshan as he chastised. Last time, the demon emperor likely fell victim to our sect's secret arts. Thus she will undoubtedly seek the opportunity of the Yun Yu Qinglian. This is our singular chance. At any rate, it is too late to act now. And I cannot bear to watch you lead the Taishan sect to its ruin, Song Qingshan replied steadfastly. Shangguan Yu's ire only intensified at Song Qingshan's words. What do you mean by ruin? Once we eliminate the demon emperor, attacking the demon race will be a mere formality. Among the 5 great sects, we are closest to the Ziming realm. We will possess countless purple spirit stones. And will we not thrive? At that time, we may even ascend to the pinnacle of the sects. I act for the benefit of the Taishan sect. Where does this notion of ruin come from? Whether it is truly for the sake of the Taishan sect or for personal vengeance, senior brother, you know in your heart. With such directness, Song Qingshan no longer held back, articulating the convictions he had long harbored. Shangguan Yu seemed struck by the truth of these words. Though anger coursed through him, his tone softened. Even if we do not act, do you think others will refrain? Everyone covets those purple spirit mountains. Do not forget how each sect attacked the demon race 6 years ago. Regardless of your arguments, it is too late now. That I hope the sect leader acts wisely. I take my leave. With that, Song Qingshan's figure vanished from the main hall, leaving Shangguan Yu alone in the chamber. His expression darkened. Shangguan Yu seemed lost in thought. Gradually, a malevolent and murderous glint emerged upon his face as he struck the table once more, shattering a chair into splinters. Within the Qinglian secret realm, when Li Changxian opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by towering, lush trees, with the sounds of birds and beasts echoing around him. The mountains rose endlessly, rich spiritual energy suffusing the entire expanse, even visible to the naked eye as it flowed beneath the ground. Rivers, cliffs, blue skies, and white clouds were all present, creating a veritable pocket of paradise. At that moment, Jiang Mengli was guiding him through the air within the secret realm, which granted him such a broad vista. Wait, where are the purple apples and my junior sister? Li Changxian suddenly realized that only he and Jiang Mengli were present. With no sign of the others, This secret realm must have separated us during the teleportation. Those who entered at different times occupied different locations. How shall we find them? No need to search. Follow the water source, and we shall inevitably reunite. How do you know they will also follow the water source? Are you foolish? The Yun Yu Qinglian grows by the water's edge. Li Changxian was momentarily at a loss for words. He was unaware that the Yun Yu Qinglian thrived in water, and being rebuked by the very person he had called foolish left him feeling somewhat unsettled. After half an hour of flying, Jiang Mengli finally located the largest river in sight. The river not only surged with flowing water, but also contained strands of blue spiritual energy that glided along the current, as if a never-ending stream of azure silk was being washed within. Follow the river, Jiang Mengli instructed coldly as she walked ahead. Li Changxian had no choice but to obediently trail behind her. They walked for 3 to 4 hours before arriving at a small lake. Given that Li Changxian was merely a mortal, he was utterly exhausted. Upon seeing the lake, he rushed over, cupping the water in his hands to drink, perhaps due to the abundance of spiritual energy in the water. The moment he drank, he felt invigorated and almost ethereal. Jiang Mengli, let us take a moment to rest. I can walk no further, Li Changxian sighed as he squatted by the lake's edge. Jiang Mengli found this to be reasonable. So she began to meditate, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The energy in this secret realm was far more abundant than that of the outside world. To refrain from cultivation would be a waste. Seeing Jiang Mengli enter a meditative state, Li Changxian recognized her consent and joyfully shouted before leaping into the lake. Upon hearing the splash, Jiang Mengli opened her eyes to see Li Changxian swimming in the water, and a smile involuntarily tugged at her lips as she thought he resembled a child at that moment. A quarter of an hour later, Li Changxian returned to the shore, sensing his movement. Jiang Mengli also stood to resume their journey. However, as Li Changxian approached, she suddenly noticed a dull gray object in his hand. What is that? Jiang Mengli inquired, frowning. That it seems to be a sword. I just found it in the lake. He replied. At this, Jiang Mengli's brow furrowed even further. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must leave quickly. She instinctively used her spiritual energy to bind the object to Li Changxuan's waist, intending to lead him away first. However, before Jiang Mengli could ascend halfway, she discovered they were trapped within a barrier surrounding the lake. She attempted to break the barrier with her technique, but it proved futile. Reluctantly, she returned to the ground, muttering in frustration, "Why must you pick up random objects? Is this my fault?" Li Changxian felt deeply wronged. However, escaping the barrier was paramount, and he asked, "What is happening here? Why is there a barrier?" Jiang Mengli did not respond to his question, but instead confirmed, "You said the sword was found in the lake." Li Changxian nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the answer, Jiang Mengli elegantly soared above the lake. Retrieving her flute, Ningxue, and gently played a note. Instantly, a chilling aura spread rapidly across the lake's surface, following the sound waves. Wherever the sound waves traveled, the water froze, and the fish that had been joyfully swimming just a moment ago were suddenly encased in ice sculptures. In an instant, the entire lake was transformed into a glistening expanse of ice, reflecting a dazzling white light. Observing Jiang Mengli's display of power, Li Changxian couldn't help but silently commend her. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the ice surface quivered violently. Under this tumultuous shaking, the newly frozen ice began to crack inch by inch. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the ice. And then the surface began to shatter, sending water and chunks of ice flying in all directions. Li Changxian had no choice but to draw his embroidered sword to shatter the ice fragments hurtling towards him. Another thunderous roar echoed, and the depths of the lake revealed what lay beneath the surface. Li Changxian focused intently, momentarily doubting his own eyes. Before him was a creature resembling a turtle, with a head akin to that of a dragon and a tail reminiscent of a lion. Most astonishingly, this beast was entirely transparent. If not for the light reflecting upon it, its form would have been nearly imperceptible. Due to its transparency, Li Changxian could clearly see a collection of miscellaneous items nestled within its belly, garments, weapons, and a multitude of bones, presumably the remains of fallen cultivators who had previously ventured into the secret realm. What manner of creature is this? Its appearance is so peculiar, Li Changxian exclaimed in bewilderment. This is the hidden light drum beast. The barrier we encountered must have been triggered instinctively by it, sensing an intrusion into its territory, thus preventing others from entering. Unfortunately, We inadvertently became trapped within this barrier. Jiang Mengli explained, observing the colossal creature awakening before them. And how do we escape? By destroying it. Very well. Without hesitation, Li Changxian produced a second-grade spirit storage pill and swallowed it whole. Jiang Mengli, unable to intervene in time, could only shake her head in resignation, finding humor in his excitement at the prospect of wielding spiritual power. The moment Li Changxian ingested the pill, he felt strands of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. Although he was still at the mid-stage of the qi-drawing realm, it was certainly better than having no power at all. Consequently, he unsheathed his rusty sword and faced the hidden light drum beast, unleashing a stroke of sword energy. However, before it could reach the beast, the energy dissipated. It appeared that his qi-drawing realm strength could not sustain the sword energy. Li Changxian sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected display. Even some cultivators at the spiritual sea realm struggled to manifest sword energy. She had not anticipated that Li Changxian, in the qi-drawing realm, could wield it, albeit with less than impressive power. It seemed this young man was indeed exceptionally gifted, though it was a pity that he could not cultivate further. Undeterred by his initial failure, Li Changxian gathered his spiritual energy once more. Releasing the rusty sword from his grasp and controlling it to continue attacking the hidden light drum beast, he dared not approach the massive creature too closely, as the size difference was significant. A misstep in close combat could easily result in his demise. However, his sword, now soaring through the air, felt akin to mere playful scratches against the beast, causing no damage whatsoever and only serving to enrage it further. With a furious roar, the hidden light drum beast shook its massive form, causing the ground to tremble and sending Li Changxuan's flying sword hurtling back. Jiang Mengli stood by, quietly observing his efforts, refraining from interference or assistance, curious to see the extent of his capabilities. At that moment, the hidden light drum beast finally noticed the two humans disturbing its slumber, its eyes igniting with a fierce rage. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a thunderous roar, sending forth a torrent of powerful sound waves that surged toward them like a tidal wave. The sound waves swept through. Sand and debris were sent flying. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Mengli raised her hand, conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped both herself and Li Changxian. Yet, she soon furrowed her brow, lifting her other hand to cover her mouth and nose with her garment. As the hidden light drum beast's mouth opened wide, a nauseating stench, mingled with the scent of water, assaulted them, proving nearly unbearable. This creature's breath is foul, Li Changxian remarked while pinching his nose. Moments later, the hidden light drum beast finally closed its mouth, and Jiang Mengli, eager to avoid further delays, decided it was time to act. She had been anxious to pull Li Changxian away, fearing that dealing with the creature would consume precious time, allowing others to seize the Yun Yu Qing Lian. Regrettably, her fears materialized. Without hesitation, Jiang Mengli drew Ningxue, wielding it like a sword, unleashing waves of sword energy that manifested in the air and struck towards the colossal beast. The sword energy splashed against the hidden light drum beast, sending up sprays of water, yet it failed to penetrate its armored defenses, only serving to further incite its wrath. In retaliation, the hidden light drum beast roared skyward, summoning torrents of water from all directions, which coalesced into sharp spears that shot forth with lightning speed and tremendous force. Jiang Mengli had no choice but to unleash a wave of cold energy to freeze the projectiles, redirecting the ice spikes back toward the beast. Nonetheless, numerous water spears continued to fly toward Li Changxian, leaving him with no means of defense, forcing him to evade continuously. The water spears struck the ground, creating deep craters. Jiang Mengli found herself at a loss for tactics against this creature. In the past, she could have effortlessly vanquished such a beast with a mere flick of her wrist. However, at this moment, she could not breach its defenses, leaving them in a stalemate. She had means to restrain it, yet could not eliminate it, thus remaining trapped within the barrier. At that moment, Li Changxian discerned Jiang Mengli's predicament and recognized that the hidden light drum beast was composed entirely of water. An idea suddenly struck him. Jiang Mengli, try this, he exclaimed, tossing the thunder control pearl into the air. Jiang Mengli caught it steadily, though she doubted that even a celestial artifact could affect such a creature. Yet, with no other options at hand, she reluctantly resolved to give it a try. After channeling a hint of spiritual energy into the thunder control pearl, it soared skyward, accumulating a storm of lightning. In the blink of an eye, several bolts of violet lightning crashed down upon the hidden light drum beast, sending currents of electricity coursing through its form, revealing a great, electrified turtle silhouette. The beast seemed to writhe in agony. Emitting mournful cries, clearly fearful of the thunder, the relentless bolts continued to strike, and the creature's movements began to slow in a desperate bid. It extended its long neck from within its shell, gathering strength to strike at the lightning pool. Seemingly intent on knocking the thunder control pearl from the sky. Seeing this as a prime opportunity, Jiang Mengli elegantly maneuvered her flute, Ningxue, which instantly radiated a blue glow and unleashed a powerful strike toward the beast's outstretched neck. The hidden light drum beast, having fully charged its attack, aimed for the lightning pool, causing it to erupt in a flash as the thunder control pearl flew back to Changxuan's hand. At that moment, the beast attempted to retract its neck, but Jiang Mengli's sword energy had already reached its target. The sword's light sliced through, severing the creature's head, yet instead of blood, a torrent of water gushed forth. Jiang Mengli returned to Changxuan's side, who was inspecting the thunder control pearl, relieved to find it unscathed. Before long, the entire form of the drum beast collapsed in the now empty lake. Just as Jiang Mengli was about to continue on her way, Changxuan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Jiang Mengli, following the gaze of Changxuan, turned her attention to the center of the lake. Under their watchful eyes, the corpse of the hidden light bell beast began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into a cascade of spring water that flowed back into the lake, swiftly replenishing its depths. Its internal spiritual energy continuously dissipated into the cosmos, nourishing the mysterious realm as its insides spilled forth. Changxuan seized the opportunity to harness his remaining spiritual power and reached into the void at the lake's center, causing a jade slip to soar into his grasp. Changxuan had awaited this moment to claim his spoils. After enduring such a grueling battle, it would feel unjust not to take something away. Even as a mere spectator, he probed the jade slip with his spiritual sense and discovered it contained a sword scripture. However, he had no time for thorough examination, as Jiang Mengli had already taken his hand, urging him onward as they traveled. Changxuan, feeling somewhat bored, struck up a casual conversation with Jiang Mengli. Jiang Mengli, if you manage to obtain the Yunyu Qinglian, will your cultivation be fully restored? I do not know, Jiang Mengli replied with a hint of indifference. She was uncertain whether the spiritual energy of the Yunyu Qinglian would suffice. Yet, recalling how the 9 Leaves Dragon Immortal had severed a chain, she mused that such a precious item should pose no difficulty. Having never encountered the Yunyu Qinglian, she was only aware of its effects and was unaware of how its spiritual energy compared to that of the 9-Flower Dragon Immortal. Should the Yunyu Qinglian fail to break the remaining 4 chains, she would need to seek a third treasure capable of assisting her in shattering the ceiling's spiritual imprint. However, even if she did not return to the pinnacle of the immortal realm, she should at least regain her standing in the transformation tribulation realm, allowing her to search for the next treasure without trepidation. Then, once your cultivation is restored, will you return to the demon clan? Will that mean I can be free? Changxuan inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli momentarily paused, her thoughts disrupted. She had not contemplated this question before. Initially, in the depths of the Ghost Domain forest, her intent had been to eliminate him. Yet, after their journey, she felt that sparing him was not without merit. Thus, she responded nonchalantly, "It depends on your performance." Upon hearing that there were conditions attached, Changxuan felt a twinge of disappointment, pondering whether accompanying her to the demon clan would hold any significance for him. Although being led by her now seemed to serve little purpose. Enough chatter, let us hasten, Jiang Mengli urged coldly. Thus, the two resumed their relentless journey. Along the way, they encountered numerous opportunities and cultivators, yet Jiang Mengli showed little interest in contention, allowing them to vie amongst themselves. Unfortunately, this proved a torment for Changxuan, for it was his first venture into the mysterious realm, and he beheld a plethora of rare treasures, yet could only gaze longingly without the ability to claim any. As they continued their expedition, they observed the river widening and the spiritual energy within it intensifying, almost transforming into a river of condensed spiritual essence. The powerful intuition surged within Jiang Mengli, suggesting that they were drawing near to the Yunyu Qinglian. Meanwhile, upon entering the mysterious realm, Yang Tsong and Yi Shijiao realized they were alone. They surmised that this realm employed a time-based teleportation system, placing individuals in different locations based on their arrival times. Nonetheless, this arrangement spared them from immediate conflict over opportunities upon entry. Senior brother, should we seek our own fortunes first or assist others in finding the Yunyu Qinglian? Yi Shijiao inquired. Let us pursue the Yunyu Qinglian first. We can collect whatever we encounter along the way. Yang Tsong replied to him. I shall heed your advice. Yi Shijiao nodded obediently. After surveying their surroundings, Yang Tsong took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the direction where the spiritual energy was densest. As the Yunyu Qinglian required a substantial amount of spiritual power for its growth. Senior brother, wait for me, Yi Shijiao called sweetly, following closely on her flying sword as they soared through the air. Their perspective broadened, allowing them to observe the intricate flow of spiritual energy within the mysterious realm. Oh dear, the concentration of spiritual energy here surpasses that of our sect. It is truly a shame we cannot cultivate within it for a time. Yi Shijiao lamented, delicately playing with the flowing strands of spiritual energy in the air. Yang Tsong, hearing this, could not help but tease. If you truly understood the value of diligent cultivation, you would not have lingered so long in the spiritual sea realm. Even if we left you here, your laziness would likely prevent you from training. Humph, after descending the mountain, I broke through swiftly. It was the sect's restrictions that hindered my progress, Yi Shijiao retorted, her tone tinged with grievance. Before descending the mountain, she had only reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm, the lowest among the disciples of the extreme path sword sect. Thus, upon her descent, she had faced considerable teasing from her senior brothers and sisters, who had advised her to cultivate for another year before leaving for safety. Although they made valid points, she had been eager to depart with Yang Tsong and did not heed their warnings. Yet, shortly after her descent, she had achieved a breakthrough, and now her dear senior brother used this to poke fun at her. Their playful banter continued as they flew toward the direction of the spiritual energy flow. However, before long, a figure approached them at great speed, causing their brows to furrow in unison. Yang Tsong, my friend, we meet again. Lu Yinyan greeted them softly as she drew near. Why is it you again? Yi Shijiao rolled her eyes, her distaste evident. Yet Lu Yinyan appeared unfazed, gazing at Yang Tsong with affection as she said, I told you, I have a connection with you. Yang Kong, who would have thought we would encounter each other again in this realm. Feeling ignored, Yi Shijiao's anger surged as she glared fiercely at Lu Yinyan, as if she wished to devour her whole. Lu, my sister, and I have pressing matters to attend to, so we cannot linger for idle conversation. Yang Tsong said briskly, Sister, let us go. At this, Yi Shijiao's fierce expression transformed into one of satisfaction. Very well, senior brother. She promptly flew to Yang Tsong's side, lightly grasping his sleeve as they walked in tandem. However, Lu Yinyan persistently trailed behind them. What urgent matters does Yang Tsong have? Perhaps I could assist you, she inquired. Yang Tsong ignored her, quickening his pace to distance himself from her. Undeterred, Lu Yinyan continued to pursue them. Are you searching for the dual cultivation sword scripture? I could be of assistance. You're quite bothersome, Yi Shijiao exclaimed, exasperated. She conjured 4 flying swords with her spiritual power, directing them toward Lu Yinyan. Lu Yinyan, seemingly anticipating this, effortlessly deflected the spiritual swords with a wave of her sleeve. Both parties halted, and Yang Tsong fixed a cold gaze upon Lu Yinyan, asking, What exactly do you want, Lu Shengv? Why do you persist in following me? In response, Lu Yinyan feigned a pitiful demeanor, her eyes reddening as she spoke in a choked voice. I merely wish to explore the mysterious realm alongside my brother Yang Tsong. I did not expect your sister to harbor misunderstandings and launch a sudden attack on me. How shameless. My senior brother would never stoop to your level. I will not hold back, Yi Shijiao declared through gritted teeth. With that, her flying sword returned to her hand, and without further ado, she lunged toward Lu Yinyan with lightning speed. Lu Yinyan maintained her facade of vulnerability, her sorrowful gaze fixed on Yang Tsong in an attempt to prompt him to intervene. Yet Yang Tsong remained impassive, observing coldly. Realizing her tactic had failed, Lu Yinyan understood she could not hope to compete with a disciple of the extreme path sword sect. However, the resentment she felt from her previous submissiveness and her willingness to resort to seduction surged within her. In the blink of an eye, Yi Shijiao closed the distance with her longsword, and Lu Yinyan, unfazed, conjured a delicate 50-string zither as her weapon. As a disciple of the celestial sound sect, she naturally practiced the art of sound. With a flick of her finger, a barrier appeared before her, intercepting Yi Shijiao's thrusting sword. Upon seeing the zither, Yi Shijiao couldn't help but scoff. If you hadn't summoned your zither, I would have thought you were a disciple of the Hahuan sect. A mere saintess of the celestial sound sect resorting to the techniques of the Hahuan sect. Wouldn't you agree that is rather disgraceful? The words ignited a fierce anger within Lu Yinyan. Her eyes brimming with uncontainable fury. With a swift motion, she plucked a string, unleashing a powerful wave of energy aimed directly at Yishiro's waist. Unfazed by the impending attack, Yishiro lightly tapped her toes on the empty air. Gracefully leaping up and effortlessly evading the onslaught, the energy wave crashed behind her, slicing through a cloud. Had it struck, it would have surely severed her in two. Ha! Have I struck a nerve, my dear? Yishiro taunted with unabashed mockery. This saintess has tolerated you for far too long. Lu Yinyan, seething with rage, swiftly ran her fingers over the strings once more, sending forth dozens of energy blasts from various directions. Humph! Do you think I fear you? Yishiro declared, displaying no sign of fear. Releasing her grip on the sword hilt, her sword floated before her, spinning at high speed, transforming 1 into 2, 2 into 4. Enveloping her in a protective cocoon, the intersecting energy blasts collided with the whirling blade, dissipating into nothingness under the intense vibrations. Just as Yishiro prepared to counterattack, she was interrupted by Yang Tsung's voice. Junior sister, enough of this play. We have pressing matters at hand. Hearing her senior brother's words, Yishiro shot Lu Yinyan a resentful glance. This time, I shall spare you. Yet, as Yishiro turned to depart, Lu Yinyan struck again, plucking a string with force, sending a sonic wave of energy hurtling towards Yishiro. Yang Tsung's expression turned cold upon witnessing the attack. He pointed with his finger, unleashing a sword aura that shattered the incoming energy. The force also struck Lu Yinyan's 50-string zither, snapping several strings and injuring her arm. He then issued a chilling warning. Miss Lu, it would be wise to refrain from such petty actions. Should you harm my junior sister, I would not hesitate to intervene personally. Suddenly, a calm male voice resonated from afar. Even if the extreme Dao Sword sect is the foremost among the immortal gates, it must not bully the weak by overwhelming them with numbers. This, indeed, is where both of you have erred. In the next moment, a man appeared before Lu Yinyan, gazing at Yang Tsung and Yishiro with a serene expression. Who are you? Yishiro furrowed her brows. I am El Zhengchun, an inner disciple of the Taishan sect. Out of courtesy, El Zhengchun introduced himself with an open hand. Upon hearing that he was from the Taishan sect, Lu Yinyan's eyes flickered imperceptibly, lost in thought. What business is it of yours? Yishiro, still irate, offered no courtesy in her response. El Zhengchun, unfazed by her tone, calmly replied, I have been observing from a distance and clearly saw that it was you two who initiated hostilities. I merely sought to defend this young lady. Thank you, young Master El, for your assistance. But the truth is, I did provoke this sister. Her retaliation is only natural. Lu Yinyan leaned closer to El Zhengchun, gently covering her wound, her brows knitted in feigned distress. Exuding an aura of delicate fragility, El Zhengchun was visibly pained by her demeanor, promptly supporting her tender arm and stating resolutely, Fear not, young lady. It was they who struck first, and in a manner that was unjustly overpowering. A gentleman. I shall not allow you to be victimized. Meanwhile, Yang Tsung and Yishiro stood dumbfounded, bewildered by the unfolding drama. You too should apologize to this young lady. I am certain that, given her gentle nature, she will forgive you. After all, it would not reflect well on the extreme Dao Sword sect to bully a defenseless woman. El Zhengchun solemnly suggested to Yang Tsung and Yishiro. In response, both Yang Tsung and Yishiro exchanged exasperated glances, rolling their eyes at his reasoning. They could not comprehend how he perceived Lu Yinyan as a weak woman, especially after witnessing her lethal strikes and ambush. Brother, let us take our leave, Yishiro softly proposed, to which Yang Tsung nodded in agreement. They felt it futile to reason with such a person and merely wished to find Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli swiftly. Alas, are you two departing, engaging in such unjust acts and thinking to escape unscathed? How shameful for our 5 great immortal sects! El Zhengchun exclaimed loudly as they turned to leave, yet he dared not step forward to impede them, knowing well he was no match for either. Upon hearing his words, Yishiro turned sharply to El Zhengchun and mocked. Does the Taishan sect recruit disciples based solely on talent, neglecting intellect? Otherwise, how could someone like you have been accepted? Truly, your name suits you. A foolish donkey indeed. After delivering her scathing remark, she even made a face, fully embracing the mockery. Changxuan, who had been maintaining an air of refinement, felt his face flush with anger, momentarily rendered speechless. Moments later, the figures of Yang Tsong and Yishiro vanished into the horizon. Changxuan remained rooted in place, his face reddened for an extended period, before finally managing to utter, "This woman is truly coarse and unreasonable." Meanwhile, Lu Yinyan assumed a guise of guilt-ridden delicacy. "Thank you, young Master L, for your chivalrous words. I did not anticipate that I would involve you in this matter. But let us not dwell on them. Is your injury severe?" Lu Yinyan feigned concern, her hand still gripping her arm, where the wound had long stained her clothing crimson, which Changxuan had naturally noticed. "Thank you for your concern, young Master L. It is but a minor injury," she replied. "I am Lu Yinyan, the saintess of the Tianyin sect. You may simply call me Yinyan. A minor injury can still leave a scar, which is most unfortunate for a lady such as yourself." Upon hearing this, Lu Yinyan feigned alarm. "Young Master L, will I bear a scar?" As she spoke, she pulled up her sleeve, revealing not just her wound, but seemingly exposing her entire delicate arm. Jingxuan's gaze flickered with something unusual as he swallowed hard at the sight of her fair skin. "I possess an excellent healing ointment. Miss Yinyan, you may apply some," she continued. "However, I may require young Master L's assistance in applying it." "A trivial matter. I take great pleasure in aiding others." Simultaneously, Yang Tsong and Yishiro had already flown a considerable distance away. Once they confirmed that neither would follow, Yishiro pouted, turning to Yang Tsong with a hint of grievance. "Just now, when I was fighting with that woman, why didn't you lend a hand? Do you truly have feelings for her? My reluctance to intervene was to gauge your current strength, should you have been in danger. I would undoubtedly have stepped in. Moreover, if we had both acted together, it would have indeed been perceived as bullying a lesser opponent, tarnishing the reputation of the extreme Dao Sword sect," Yang Tsong replied candidly. Since descending the mountain, this girl had been closely following him, rarely taking action on her own until their brief separation in the Qishao realm. He had indeed wished to test Yishiro's abilities, believing it beneficial for her growth, yet only under the assurance of her safety. "Is that so? Then what do you think of my strength now, brother?" Yishiro eagerly sought her senior brother's assessment. "It's decent, adequate, but with room for improvement." Yishiro clearly did not receive the answer she desired, her expression tinged with disappointment. However, a moment later, as if a thought struck her, her dismay vanished, and her cheeks subtly flushed. After a brief hesitation, she leaped onto Yang Tsong's flying sword. Caught unawares, Yang Tsong nearly lost control, causing both to sway precariously atop the blade. Seizing the opportunity, Yishiro wrapped her arms around Yang Tsong's waist, her cheeks reddening as she complained, "Brother, steady yourself. I can hardly keep my balance. Junior sister, you're being ridiculous. Quickly return to your own sword." "No, brother. Shiro is utterly exhausted from the fight and cannot fly anymore," she insisted, tightening her embrace, her rosy face pressed against Yang Tsong's back, unnoticed by anyone else. Yang Tsong could only shake his head, letting out a resigned sigh. "I truly cannot comprehend you," regarding the words of his junior sister. Yang Tsong could hardly believe them, dismissing her as merely succumbing to her chronic laziness, for she had always been rather idle during her time in the sect. Yishiro, with a faintly reproachful whisper, muttered, "What a fool." Her voice resembled the hum of a mosquito, barely audible even to Yang Tsong's mid-stage spirit refinement hearing, as it was swept away by the wind created from their sword flight. "Junior sister, what did you say?" "Oh, it's nothing, senior brother. Just focus on your sword control." After an indeterminate period of flight, they arrived at a precipice, towering approximately 100 zhang high. Below the cliff lay an expansive plain, with undulating hills stretching into the distance, all the spiritual energy from the secret realm converging towards the peaks at the far end of the plain. Consequently, Yang Tsong, accompanied by Yishiro, dove downwards towards the base of the cliff. Yet, as they neared the ground, a luminous point caught their eyes, drawing closer. "Senior brother, that's the Yulong Xian." Upon discerning the glowing object, Yishiro could not help but exclaim, "Encountering a treasure, how could one resist the temptation to seize it?" It was merely a matter of deftly taking what was within reach. Thus, they soon landed at the cliff's base, where they beheld the Yulong Xian grass, flourishing just above the ground on the cliff face. Now at a closer distance, they could count the flowers of the Yulong Xian. 7 flowers adorned the plant, though they regretted it was not the coveted 9-flower variety. Still, it was better than nothing. Yi Shiro mused aloud. Approaching the Yulong Xian grass, she intended to reach out and pluck it. Suddenly, the sound of a weapon slicing through the air resonated. "Junior sister, be careful." With a clang, a serpent-shaped long sword embedded itself into the cliff wall, precisely blocking Yishiro's outstretched hand. Fortunately, her keen ears detected the sword's whistle, prompting her to retract her hand just in time. Otherwise, it would have been severed at that moment. Yang Tsung arrived beside Yishiro. Noticing the serpent-shaped long sword lodged in the cliff, that he furrowed his brow. "Isn't that the sword of the floating cloud palace?" As soon as Yang Tsung's words fell, 5 disciples from the floating cloud palace rushed forward. Landing in front of the two, the long sword, drawn by spiritual energy, flew back into one of their hands. Yishiro committed the appearance of this individual to memory. She was one who repaid grievances in kind and had a penchant for immediate retribution. The 5 disciples regarded Yang Tsung and Yishiro with disdainful gazes. "Fellow practitioners, this Yulong Xian already belongs to someone. You should leave at once." "What do you mean it belongs to someone? It's still growing right there," Yishiro retorted vehemently. At her words, the 5 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "We saw it first, so it rightfully belongs to us. By that logic, we were the ones who spotted it first." Yishiro's youthful face flushed with anger. "Just because we have 5 people," one of the disciples from Floating Cloud Palace declared arrogantly, standing proudly among his peers. Yishiro, still seething from her earlier frustrations with Lu Yanyan, could hardly contain her temper. Facing the 5, she showed no fear, drawing her long sword and charging forward. Reckless as a young calf unafraid of tigers, she declared, "Let us go for it." Neither side anticipated the sudden clash. The 5 disciples were taken aback by her audacity, while Yang Tsung was astonished at his junior sister's boldness, charging in alone to confront 5 adversaries. With a resounding crash, the 5 disciples of Floating Cloud Palace reacted swiftly, retreating a step as the spot where they had stood was transformed into a crater. Alarmed, they had not expected her to attack without provocation, so they swiftly drew their swords and lunged at Yishiro. Yang Tsung, unwilling to remain a mere spectator this time, joined the fray, and the 7 became entangled in a fierce melee. Both Yang Tsung and Yishiro were inner disciples of the extreme sword sect, one at mid-stage spirit refinement, the other at early-stage spirit refinement. Although the Floating Cloud Palace disciples had the advantage in numbers, the disparity in cultivation levels could not be compensated by mere numbers. Before long, the 5 disciples found themselves at a disadvantage, while Yang Tsung and Yishiro, having grown up together, displayed remarkable synergy in their combat, despite not practicing a dual cultivation sword technique. Under their relentless onslaught, the Floating Cloud Palace disciples began to falter. In unison, Yang Tsung and Yishiro executed a sweeping strike that forced the 5 back, creating some distance between them. However, the 5 had entered the secret realm together precisely because they could form the Floating Cloud Palace's delicate cloud sword formation. The earlier chaotic skirmish had disrupted their formation, but now they seized the opportunity. Exchanging glances, 3 of them lined up, swords poised to both attack and defend, while the remaining 2 leaped onto the shoulders of the trio, their swords spinning in front of them, gathering power to go. Standing atop the shoulders of their comrades, the 2 cultivators pointed their swords, unleashing 2 flying swords towards Yang Tsung and Yishiro. The duo could only brace their swords in defense. With a resounding clash, Yishiro felt a tingling in her hands, nearly stunned by the force of the strike. "Junior sister, buy me a moment," Yang Tsung commanded, deflecting another incoming flying sword. Yishiro responded with a soft "all right," stepping forward to confront the dual onslaught of flying swords alone. In that fleeting moment, Yang Tsung amassed all his strength into a single strike, unleashing a mid-stage spirit refinement sword chi that shot towards the duo perched above. The sword chi moved with the speed of lightning, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The 3 disciples of Floating Cloud Palace below, despite their intent to block, found their positions inadequate, and the sword chi shattered their protective barrier, sending the 2 atop crashing to the ground. Upon landing, the 2 spat out blood, and Yang Tsung and Yishiro seized the moment, launching another combined sword chi attack. The remaining 3 were nothing more than vulnerable chickens, incapable of defending against it. One by one, the 5 fell to the ground. Incapacitated, Yishiro recognized the one who had ambushed her previously and, without hesitation, aimed her sword at his right hand. Had she not reacted swiftly back then, she would have lost her hand, just as her sword's light was about to slice through his hand. A sword chi intercepted it, and then Mo Lingxian gracefully appeared before the disciple of Floating Cloud Palace. Seeing this, the 5 disciples hastily rose to their feet and knelt on the ground. "We pay our respects to the holy maiden." Mo Lingxian ignored them and addressed Yang Tsung and Yi Shiro with a calm demeanor, neither pleased nor angered. The 5 great sects share a bond. "Why must you resort to such harshness, young lady?" Yi Shiro, brimming with indignation, stood her ground before the Floating Cloud holy maiden. "Harshness? Why should they be allowed to ambush us? And if I sever his arm? It becomes my fault. Your Floating Cloud Palace is utterly unreasonable." Mo Lingxian frowned slightly upon hearing this. Arriving not long ago, she had only witnessed the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace forming their formation. Hence her lack of knowledge about the incident's origins. Thus, she inquired of Yi Shiro, "What actions did my disciples undertake? Shouldn't you be asking them?" Mo Lingxian turned sharply to the 5 behind her, her expression turning frigid. "What exactly transpired?" The 5 fumbled for words, unsure how to respond. "If you cannot articulate it, allow me to provide the explanation." Merely a few seconds of delay prompted Mo Lingxian to execute the soul search technique against the man who had ambushed Yi Shiro. The disciple let out a pained cry before losing consciousness. This unexpected turn of events startled Yang Tsung and Yi Shiro. The soul search technique has specific conditions for its use. Should the person being searched exhibit even the slightest resistance, it could harm their soul, resulting in mild cases of madness or becoming a vegetable, rendering them paralyzed, or in severe cases, leading to death. Observing the unconscious disciple from Floating Cloud sect, Yi Shiro couldn't help but feel that the saintess of Floating Cloud Palace was rather ruthless. Even resorting to soul searching against a fellow disciple, she pondered whether he would awaken unscathed, become a fool, or perhaps not awaken at all. However, it was of no concern to her. This was entirely his own doing for attempting to ambush her with a sword. In a brief moment, Mo Lingxian had comprehended the situation. She reached out and plucked the 7-flower dragon Immortal from the cliff, then turned to the 2 and declared, "Ye girl's vengeance has been avenged by this saintess. I can also bestow upon you the dragon Immortal, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Mo Lingxuan's gaze fell solely on Yang Kongyang Taoist. "What of your 2 newly accepted junior disciples? What do they have to do with this?" Yang Taoist asked, clearly perplexed. "There is no need for further obfuscation, Yang Taoist. I am aware that they are not disciples of the Extreme Path Sword sect. Nor is there any truth to your claims of acting as their master to accept them as disciples. I merely wish to ascertain their identities." Upon hearing this, Yang Tsung furrowed his brow deeply. He had suspected long before at the gates of Qinglian City that the saintess of Floating Cloud Palace would not be convinced by such a flimsy lie. However, at that time, he could not devise a better plan and had to claim that they were his junior disciples. Never anticipating that they would actually be allowed entry, that he had thought that Mo Lingxian genuinely believed him, but it now appeared that was not the case. Seeing Yang Tsung lost in thought and hesitation, Mo Lingxian continued, "Even if you do not disclose their true identities now, once we exit the secret realm, this saintess can still send people to encircle them within Qinglian City. They will not escape. If you reveal their identities now, even if they are not from your Extreme Path Sword sect, as long as they do not engage in any actions that would harm my Qi, Mo dynasty, or Floating Cloud Palace, this saintess shall not make things difficult for them." Mo Lingxian had sensed a hint of danger from Jiang Mengli when she had seen her at the city gate, which had left her with an underlying sense of unease. Although they had not caused any disturbances, upon hearing Mo Lingxuan's words, Yang Tsung felt utterly speechless. He had concealed their identities to prevent them from being barred entry into the city, which would consequently hinder their access to the secret realm. He could not fathom why the saintess of Floating Cloud Palace regarded this pair of siblings as a threat. He merely thought she had misunderstood. Moreover, upon reflection, he believed it would be better to inform her of Li Changxian and his sister's identities, as they were utterly unremarkable. Otherwise, they could be apprehended by the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace once they exited the secret realm. Thus, Yang Tsung explained to Mo Lingxian, "Saintess, are you perhaps overthinking? They are merely an ordinary pair of siblings. Brother Li Changxian possesses no cultivation, and I presume you noticed this when we were at the foot of Qinglian City. As for his sister, Li Changli, she is but a mere Qi gathering realm practitioner. Such a pair cannot possibly pose a threat to the Qi-Mo dynasty or floating cloud palace. Are you jesting? As he concluded, Yang Tsung couldn't resist a teasing remark. Mo Lingxian scrutinized Yang Tsung's earnest demeanor, feeling it unlikely to be a fabrication. Could it be that she had truly overthought? In deep contemplation, Mo Lingxian furrowed her brows for a long while before snapping back to reality and once again asked indifferently, "Then why did you assist them in entering the city? Because they have done me a favor. Has the saintess finished her inquiries? Surely you do not wish to ask what favor they have rendered to me. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." After Yang Tsung spoke, Mo Lingxian fell into contemplation once more. She too felt it was likely she had overthought, as what she knew aligned perfectly with what Yang Tsung had stated. After a moment, Mo Lingxian returned to her senses, noticing that as the two prepared to leave, they had used spiritual power to draw the seven-flower dragon Immortal before Yang Tsung as a fulfillment of their promise. However, Yang Tsung did not accept it. "Let the saintess keep it. I feel unworthy of such a gift." Yang Tsung felt that revealing the identities of Li Changxian and his sister, while not causing them any harm, left him with a lingering sense of guilt for betraying friends, and thus he hesitated to accept the seven-flower dragon Immortal. Though they had discovered the plant first, it was Mo Lingxian who had harvested it, making her the rightful owner of this precious herb. "Junior sister, let us depart." With that, Yang Tsung and Yi Shiro vanished into the horizon. Mo Lingxian retrieved the seven-flower dragon Immortal, her gaze fixated on the seven blooming white flowers exuding a delightful fragrance. As she murmured, "Li Changxian? Li Changli?" Meanwhile, after Yang Tsung and Yi Shiro had flown far away, Yi Shiro, perplexed, inquired, "Senior brother, why did you not take the seven-flower dragon Immortal? That was a rare treasure we had worked hard to find." Senior brother disclosed their identities, feeling unworthy of accepting it, he replied. "Are they not siblings? Why do you refer to them as a brother and sister?" Yushiro had wanted to ask this for some time. "Ahem, I'm not entirely sure." Yang Tsung was thoroughly bewildered by the duo, but since they were eager to continue their journey, they did not dwell on the matter. Meanwhile, Yushiro continued to mutter softly along the way. "My dragon Immortal." After all, it was the first treasure she had set her sights on upon entering the secret realm, and she had nearly lost a hand for it, even engaging in a skirmish. Though she did not voice it, she undoubtedly felt disheartened. Suddenly, Yushiro seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, "Senior brother, they hold a favor over you. I do not. I feel no guilt. If you do not take it, I can." Yang Tsung nodded, acknowledging that his junior sister had a point. Why Yushiro exchanged a meaningful glance with her senior brother and suggested, "Senior brother, how about we return to retrieve it?" Yang Tsung chuckled lightly at her words, gently tapping her forehead. "Return to take it? You really think of everything. Senior brother, do you not agree it is reasonable for me to take it? Now that we wish to return, they may have already left. What if they haven't? There is no time. We must find brotherly." "Oh, very well." At that moment, Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli had finally reached the river's end. Before them lay a massive pit, with a deep pool of water at its bottom. The terminus of the secret realm's river flowed into this profound pool that it would be more accurate to call it a spiritual power pool, as all the spiritual energy from the river had converged here, forming a natural spiritual spring due to its intense concentration. Retrieving water from this pool could yield treasures surpassing even the value of purple spirit stones. Yet the marvels did not end there. Within the pool, countless lotus flowers bloomed, their fragrances wafting through the air. What drew the eye even more was a massive lotus leaf at the pool's center, its size exceeding that of ordinary lotus leaves by 100-fold. Large enough to accommodate 8 or 9 people standing upon it. Atop this lotus leaf bloomed a resplendent 6-petal lotus flower, radiating a faint azure glow, dazzling to behold. The spiritual energy from the pool flowed continuously through the lotus leaf stem, nourishing the captivating azure lotus and enhancing its brilliance. Jiang Mengli gazed dreamily at the blooming azure lotus, murmuring, "Yun Yu Qinglian, I found it." Li Changxian also marveled at the endless radiance of the lotus flower at the center of the spiritual pool. Quietly astonished, "So this is the Yun Yu Qinglian. Stay here and do not disturb anything." After leaving behind a piece of advice, Jiang Mengli flew directly towards the spirit pool, and in no time, she arrived beside the lotus leaves. Just as she intended to pluck the Yun Yu Qinglian, she discovered a natural barrier that firmly protected the Yun Yu Qinglian in conjunction with the lotus leaves. Not wishing to squander time, Jiang Mengli summoned her weapon, Ningxue, and in an instant, countless sword auras appeared from thin air, relentlessly striking the barrier before her. Under such a fierce and concentrated onslaught, the natural barrier, along with the lotus leaves, began to tremble violently. However, not a single crack marred its surface, remaining as steadfast as a fortress. This violent disturbance seemed to awaken something deep within the spirit pool, as the waters began to bubble incessantly before roiling as if boiling. Both of them noticed the anomaly in the water and simultaneously looked down, only to see a serpentine shadow swiftly gliding along the bottom of the pool, followed by the sound of splashing water. Bang! Splash! A long water serpent, measuring dozens of feet in length, surged forth, its body resembling that of a snake, covered in hard, smooth blue scales. Its massive head bore a half-grown horn, hinting at its potential transformation into a dragon. This moment, it raised its head high, revealing sharp teeth, its piercing eyes locked onto Jiang Mengli. Jiang Mengli recognized this creature as the guardian spirit beast of the Yunyu Qinglian. Evidently, she could not obtain the flower without defeating it. Without further ado, she wielded her flute as a sword and charged at it. Her graceful figure split into two, then four, with four illusory images appearing, confusing the water serpent momentarily, allowing her to land several strikes. Ningxue glided across its hard blue scales, sparking with every cut. Yet, even though Ningxue was an immortal artifact, it merely left shallow scratches, failing to penetrate its thick armor. After all, Ningxue was originally just a flute, repurposed by Jiang Mengli as a sword, its sharpness far inferior to that of a true celestial sword. Had it been a celestial sword, it would have effortlessly sliced through the serpent's scales as if they were mere vegetables. After sustaining several strikes, the water serpent was thoroughly enraged, its massive body crashing against the four figures, sending them flying, leaving only the real Jiang Mengli behind. Jiang Mengli steadied herself. The serpent's enormous maw descended upon her, attempting to swallow her whole. Fortunately, Jiang Mengli reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the attack. The serpent's gaping mouth snapped shut on empty air, causing it to plunge its head into the pool. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Mengli launched several strikes at its tail. Due to the tail's slenderness, its scales were not as thick as those elsewhere on its body. With a swift motion, she drew blood, splashing crimson droplets into the water. The serpent let out a hiss akin to that of a giant python, its massive serpentine body darting away and submerging into the depths of the pool. In mere moments, it erupted from the water once more, attacking Jiang Mengli. However, during that brief interval, the wounds inflicted on its tail had already begun to heal rapidly. Observing the battle from a distance, Li Changxuan noted that the water serpent could harness the spirit spring to swiftly recover from its injuries. On the other side, after the serpent resurfaced, it opened its massive jaws once again, but this time, instead of trying to swallow Jiang Mengli, it unleashed several water swords formed from its saliva. With a thunderous roar, the water sword shot forth, yet Jiang Mengli made no attempt to defend. Instead, she played her flute gently, the melodious sound rippling outward like waves. The incoming water swords dissipated into nothingness under the resonance of her music. Indeed, the immortal musical instrument proved more effective when utilized for its intended purpose, prompting Jiang Mengli to play her flute once more, the distant melody echoing. However, it had no effect on the water serpent. Jiang Mengli furrowed her brows, realizing that, as anticipated, all the creatures in this secret realm were not truly alive. They were merely half-beasts, half-spirits, lifeless entities sustained by spiritual energy. Hence, sound waves could not influence their minds. Explaining why the body of the Yingguang Zhonggu beast had disintegrated into spiritual energy after its defeat. Understanding this, Jiang Mengli once again played her jade flute, this time not to sway its mind with music, but to transform sound waves into sword energy. The continuous melody generated countless waves of sword energy that struck the water serpent. This time, the serpent's scales seemed unable to withstand the relentless barrage of sword energy. In an instant, its serpentine body was marred with blood, numerous deep cuts marring its once pristine surface. The water serpent attempted to retreat to the spirit pool to recuperate once more. Just then, a voice resonated from below the pool. Jiang Mengli, do not let it return to the water. Jiang Mengli attacked the serpent. She glanced over and spotted Li Changxuan gathering water from the spirit spring at the edge of the pool, prompting her to momentarily lose focus. This moment, The water serpent also noticed the presence of another human. Having sensed no spiritual energy emanating from Changxuan, it had previously overlooked him, already injured by Jiang Mengli. The serpent's fury ignited, and it lashed out its tail toward Changxuan with tremendous force. The serpent's tail hurtled towards him, accompanied by a fierce wind, like thunder crashing down, an unstoppable force at this moment. Changxuan, an ordinary person, was unable to evade. Consuming a spirit-enhancing pill would clearly be too late. Despite being merely a tail, it was still significantly larger than him, casting an ominous shadow in his vision. Just as he contemplated diving into the pool for a slim chance of survival, a fragrant aroma wafted toward him. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, accompanied by a muffled groan that made his heart tremble. Simultaneously, his face was enveloped in something soft, as delightful scents of orchids and a hint of cream filled his nostrils, soothing his senses. When he emerged from that soft embrace and opened his eyes once more, he found himself back at the edge of the deep pit, having been rescued by Jiang Mengli. Noticing the blood staining the corner of her mouth, it was evident that she had sustained an injury while trying to save him from the water serpent's attack. "Find a place to hide," Jiang Mengli said coldly. Before charging back at the water serpent, Changxuan had expected to be reprimanded by the enchanting woman, yet her demeanor seemed to have shifted. Nevertheless, he dared not add to her troubles and sought a secure location to observe the situation, hoping to alert Jiang Mengli if anyone approached. Although Jiang Mengli felt anger toward Changxuan, she recognized he was merely trying to warn her, redirecting all her fury towards the water serpent instead. However, she soon discovered that no matter how she attacked, she could only barely breach its scales, failing to inflict any critical damage. Thus, she shifted her focus to its vulnerable spots. She first targeted its tail, yet it had little effect. The water serpent remained ferocious. Consequently, Jiang Mengli set her sights on its piercing eyes. To ensure it could not evade, Jiang Mengli played her flute once more, transforming its sound into sword energy, relentlessly bombarding its body. As the water serpent struggled to cope, Jiang Mengli seized the opportunity for a decisive strike. Ningxue shot forth like a blue divine rainbow, faster than lightning and swifter than the wind, striking with the force of thunder at a precise angle toward the serpent's by the time the water serpent reacted. It was too late to evade. The blue divine rainbow pierced one eye and exited through the other. However, since the serpent's eyes were positioned at the front of its head, this blow did not result in a fatality, but rather incited its wrath. The pain of losing an eye drove the water serpent into a frenzy, its roar echoing like thunder within the depths of the pit. Filled with boundless fury and authority, the sound carried a deep, resonant power, causing the ground to tremble slightly, akin to a tempestuous wind or crashing ocean waves against the rocks, imbued with wildness and dominance, instilling fear in all who heard it. Blinded, the water serpent could no longer see Jiang Mengli. Resorting to wildly thrashing its massive tail in a frenzied attempt to strike at its unseen enemy. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth, seemingly a cathartic release of his inner fury and anguish. This aimless onslaught instantly stirred the waters of the spirit pool into tumultuous waves, the liquid surging like a raging sea, incessantly crashing against the shores. Witnessing the water serpent, now driven mad with frenzy, Jiang Mengli's mind sparked with a cunning idea. She swiftly made her way to the center of the spirit pool, where the lotus leaf barrier lay, and with a flick of her hand, unleashed several streams of sword energy to capture the attention of the serpent. As anticipated, the lifeless entity, sustained by spiritual power, exhibited no intelligence. It seemed to be executing a command, relentlessly lashing its tail against the barrier. However, the barrier merely trembled violently, revealing no signs of fracture. Thus, Jiang Mengli stoked the flames of her scheme further, biding her time, before launching another blade of energy that struck the serpent squarely between the eyes. This act was not intended to slay it, but rather to incite its wrath. As expected, the water serpent let out another earth-shattering roar, opening its cavernous maw to gather a sphere of spiritual energy. Surrounding waves shimmered ominously with murderous intent, compelling Jiang Mengli to discreetly retreat to a safe distance. Once the serpent had amassed its energy, the sphere emitted a blinding white light and shot towards the lotus leaf barrier, resulting in a colossal clash that sent shockwaves rippling outward. The spirit pool became the epicenter of a tumultuous energy ripple, the gusts causing the robes of Changxuan, positioned outside the pool, to flutter wildly. When calm returned to the deep pit and the mist dissipated, cracks began to mar the once intact lotus leaf barrier, and it appeared that the water serpent had sustained severe injuries. As the guardian beast of the Yun Yuqing Lian, the serpent was inextricably linked to the barrier. Thus, its shattering also inflicted wounds upon itself, a realization Jiang Mengli felt she should have anticipated. Moments later, the serpent, seemingly exhausted, plummeted heavily back into the spirit pool. At this juncture, Jiang Mengli felt little inclination to concern herself with it. She soared towards the shattered barrier, eager to seize the Yun Yuqing Lian and make her swift exit. Yet, just as she was about to strike down the barrier completely, the Yun Yuqing Lian within seemed to sense the turmoil from the outside world and began to shake violently. It then emitted a dazzling azure light, and the barrier shattered entirely, sending a pillar of blue light soaring into the heavens, tinting half of the secret realm with a soft cerulean hue. Even Yang Tsung and Yi Shijiao, situated 100 miles away, took note of the azure beam ascending not far from them. Junior sister, hurry over. If Brother Li and the others see this, they'll surely come as well. Yi Shijiao nodded in agreement, acquiescing to her senior brother's urgency. In an instant, the two transformed into a streak of sword light, racing towards the direction of the luminous pillar. Such a celestial phenomenon instantly captivated the attention of every cultivator within the secret realm. All halted their activities, gazing towards the distant azure glow. What a magnificent sight! The Yun Yuqing Lian has appeared. Should we go take a look? It won't hurt to see it, even if we cannot claim it. Let us go. In an instant, countless figures surged towards the azure pillar. Moments later, as the blue light faded, the six-petaled Yun Yuqing Lian floated serenely at the center of the lotus leaf, radiating a gentle azure glow. Jiang Mengli inwardly lamented the situation. This extraordinary occurrence would likely attract numerous onlookers. Hastily, she reached out to grasp the azure lotus, swiftly darting to Li Changxuan's side, only to find him standing there in a daze. Noticing his stupor, she urged, "Let us go. We can't escape." Li Changxian replied with a hint of resignation. Following his gaze, Jiang Mengli saw dozens of figures encircling the deep pit, their presence further reinforced by barriers erected around them to prevent any escape. These were cultivators searching for opportunities nearby. Upon witnessing the azure phenomenon, they had rushed over. Initially, they had only wished to glimpse the Yun Yuqing Lian, believing that such a treasure would be claimed by one of the 5 great sects, with whom they dared not contend. However, upon approaching, they were astonished to discover that the fortunate individuals were merely 2 wandering cultivators from the wilderness. Seeing that they were not affiliated with the 5 great sects emboldened them. They thought, if they could possess it, why could they not? Li Changxian fixed his gaze on the crowd, poised for action, and quietly inquired, "Jiang Mengli, do you have confidence in breaking through? With your words, I cannot." Jiang Mengli replied earnestly, "You must ensure that Lady Empress stays with me." Li Changxian implored hastily. Witnessing his flustered demeanor, Jiang Mengli couldn't help but chuckle internally. Yet, she was not jesting. Should they manage to escape with the Yun Yuqing Lian, not only the 5 great sects but other sects would pursue them relentlessly, making it impossible to return to the demon realm in peace. Thus, she reasoned it might be wiser to refine the azure lotus within the secret realm, where none would dare obstruct her. She softly instructed Li Changxian, "Delay them for a moment, I will do my best." Jiang Mengli turned away, whispering once more in his ear, "But do not perish." She then soared back to the center of the spirit pool. After Jiang Mengli departed, Li Changxian anxiously awaited her return, thinking to himself how unreliable the purple apples were. Why hadn't they arrived yet? However, he had no time for lamentations, as the opposing cultivators had already charged forth. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly retrieved a 5th-grade spirit-replenishing pill and swallowed it in an instant. A surge of spiritual energy flooded his meridians like a tidal wave, causing his aura to rise steadily until it stabilized at the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm. Taking a deep breath, he savored the invigorating power coursing through him, a familiar sensation washing over him. Although this power paled in comparison to his former might as an earth immortal, it sufficed for the present circumstances. Fortunately, these cultivators were not disciples of the 5 great sects. Their ranks were generally low, most lingering around the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm, with a few merely at the entry-level spirit realm. Li Changxuan's innate heavenly immortal vein was inherently stronger than that of his peers at the same level. Thus, Even in the face of numerous adversaries, he maintained his composure, with the decision made to confront many foes at once. He abandoned the strategy of taking them down one by one. In a flash, he soared into the air, the rusted sword flying from a distance to land firmly in his grasp, gripping the hilt. He fixed his gaze upon the advancing throng, murmuring to himself, "I've yet to test the sword technique that old man taught me." He swiftly infused spiritual energy into the rusted sword. In an instant, strands of sword energy rippled outward like waves, and then he swung the sword with vigor, sweeping it horizontally towards the crowd. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and the air was filled with swirling dust as the sword energy surged forth. The first few individuals in the front were instantly hurled backward, spewing forth blood. Observing this, the others heightened their vigilance. "Be cautious. This kid has already mastered sword energy." Li Changxuan furrowed his brows, realizing that they were indeed the few individuals who, even upon reaching the Spirit Sea realm, could not manifest any sword energy. In the blink of an eye, assailants surged from all directions to attack Li Changxuan, yet each one was swiftly felled by his blade. Although their realms were comparable, Li Changxuan possessed an exceptional physique, not to mention a mindset akin to that of an Earth Immortal. The understanding and mastery of the sword path between the two sides resided on entirely different planes, and thus their combat prowess diverged significantly. The attackers could scarcely approach within 3 feet of him before collapsing under heavy injuries or meeting their demise. They recognized Li Changxuan's extraordinary prowess in the sword path. Yet Yun Yuqinglian and her companions were unwilling to relent. Consequently, they banded together, launching wave after wave of assaults against Li Changxuan, hoping to exhaust him through sheer numbers. Meanwhile, others charged towards Jiang Mengli. For the deep pool was vast, and with Li Changxuan's current strength, he could not control all directions simultaneously. However, Jiang Mengli paid them no heed. She merely conjured a barrier to envelop herself, serving as both defense and a means to obscure the inner situation from others. Subsequently, she released Ningxue to guard the surroundings, acting as her protector while she commenced the formal refinement of the first green lotus petal. Unlike the Yulong Xian Chao, the spiritual power contained within the Yun Yuqinglian, though gentler and more delicate, was several times more abundant. Not being of the supreme celestial lineage and currently at the refining spirit realm, she could scarcely withstand such overwhelming spiritual energy, thus she could only refine it in stages. Nevertheless, due to the relatively mild nature of the Yun Yuqinglian's spiritual energy, the process was significantly quicker than with the Jiuhua Yulong Xian. Observing the barrier, those around understood that she was about to begin refining the Yun Yuqinglian, and thus they relentlessly assaulted the barrier atop the lotus leaf. Yet, they were merely insignificant opponents, and within moments, they perished beneath Ningxue's onslaught. Ningxue whirled rapidly around the lotus leaf, and soon several figures plummeted from the sky. Their lives extinguished as time progressed. An increasing number of individuals arrived at the spirit pool. Some merely watched from a distance, seemingly disinterested in the conflict, while others, without hesitation, charged towards Li Changxuan, eager to seize this rare treasure. Just then, dozens of spiritual power flying swords hurtled towards Li Changxuan's direction, but their target was not Li Changxuan himself, rather those attacking him. Many were caught off guard, swiftly struck down from the sky by the flying swords. "Apologies, brotherly. We have arrived late." Yang Tsung had a look of guilt as he and Yi Shiro fell beside Li Changxuan. Seeing them finally arrive, Li Changxuan could not help but exhale in relief. Shaking his head, "It is not too late. It is just right." This only deepened Yang Tsung's sense of shame, his face etched with remorse. Yet, he suddenly realized that Li Changxuan was different from before, and his expression shifted in surprise. "Brotherly, how have you reached the Spirit Sea realm? And what of your sister?" "It is a long story. First, we must stop them from approaching the lotus leaf at the center of the spirit pool." Li Changxuan raised an eyebrow, addressing the hesitant cultivators before him. At this moment, the two brothers and sisters also caught sight of the small barrier on the lotus leaf in the center of the spirit pool. Surrounded by no one, only a few corpses and a jade flute swirling ceaselessly around. Although they could not discern the situation inside, they knew Jiang Mengli must be within. Without further ado, the two siblings stepped forward, swords in hand, pointing their blades at the crowd as a warning. These two are under the protection of the extreme Dao sword sect. The hesitation among the crowd deepened. If they could not subdue one person, now two disciples of the extreme Dao sword sect had arrived. Some contemplated whether to abandon their assault, Just as they wrestled with their internal conflict, a mocking voice rang out. You two alone cannot represent the extreme Dao sword sect. How laughable. The trio turned to find Jiang and a group of disciples from the Taishan sect, accompanied by a certain Lu Yan'an. Then let us fight. The typically fierce Yushiro immediately formed a sword gesture. Seemingly ready to strike at any moment, that Jiang merely chuckled derisively, glancing at the disciples of other sects beside him. Why not join forces, fellow cultivators? They are but 3. Are we truly afraid of them? In Jiang's anticipation, upon hearing his words, they would undoubtedly rush to attack the trio in pursuit of the precious green lotus, avoiding any effort on his part. However, his expectations were not met. Instead, the crowd glared at him with resentment. This Taishan sect friend is truly calculating. You wish for us to weaken each other while you reap the benefits. Don't even think about it. We are leaving. One individual scolded, and soon the crowd retreated a step, pausing to observe. They were not foolish. Aside from the risk of their efforts being seized by the Taishan sect, this had already become a conflict between 2 major celestial sects, and they had no desire to become embroiled in it. Observing the dozen or so disciples from the Taishan sect, Yushiro could not help but lament to her senior brother. We should have informed our fellow disciples about this expedition down the mountain. Now it is just the 2 of us entering the secret realm. Alas, afraid. How could that be? Yang Tsong replied with satisfaction. Then turned to Li Changxian. Brotherly, I entrust your sister to you. Li Changxian nodded, and then Yang Tsong and his sister stepped forward, swords drawn, positioning themselves before the disciples of the Taishan sect. Li Changxian also soared to the barrier at the center of the spirit pool, gazing at the shield before him, uncertain of how much longer Jiang Mengli would need to emerge. The time for the first spirit storage pill was swiftly approaching. Though the first pill would not significantly affect him, should more adversaries appear and he resorted to using another, his meridians risked genuine damage. Under Jiang's leadership, the disciples of the Taishan sect showed no mercy towards Yang Tsong and his sister. And combat soon erupted in Jiang's mind. As long as they left the brother and sister alive, the Taishan sect would have granted sufficient face to the extreme Dao sword sect. After all, while the 5 major celestial sects appeared united, the rivalry among disciples was far from negligible, especially within the secret realm, where life and death were disregarded. However, Jiang underestimated them. Although the Taishan sect had the numerical advantage, they were primarily outer disciples, which was why they had to heed Jiang's orders. Therefore, they were somewhat lacking in strength, and Yang Tsong and Yushiro complemented each other remarkably well, rendering them virtually unharmed. What a bunch of useless fools! Jiang cursed inwardly, then drew his spiritual sword and personally charged forward. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered at Yushiro's hands, he would not allow them to escape easily. Young Master L, I will assist you. Lu Yanyan, having observed for a while, also leapt into the fray. Watching the 2 join the battle, it was evident that Yushiro and her partner were struggling to cope. Were it not for the dual sword formation of the extreme Dao sword sect, they might not have fared well at all. Soon, both were wounded, bloodied. Meanwhile, Li Changxian could only watch from a distance, unable to intervene, as their wager rested entirely on Jiang Mengli, leaving no room for error. Yet, observing their brutal assault was hardly a solution. Suddenly, inspiration struck Li Changxian, and he cast a mischievous glance at Jiang Mengli's jade flute. The flute seemed to sense his gaze and paused. Can you understand my words? Li Changxian tentatively inquired. The flute swayed up and down, affirming its comprehension. Elated, Li Changxian continued. Then go assist those 2. He had just witnessed the flute's formidable combat capability. With a single note, it had dispatched all nearby foes. Yet this time, the jade flute shook its head, indicating its reluctance. This infuriated Li Changxian, and he scolded, They are fighting for your master. Surely you do not wish for any misfortune to befall your master? The flute nodded. Then hurry. The flute flew a short distance before pausing again. Seemingly indecisive, Li Changxian perceived its hesitation and raised his hand reassuringly. Fear not. I shall protect your master. The jade flute seemed to have found its resolve. And it then shot forth directly, transforming into a blue rainbow that swiftly penetrated the ranks of the disciples of the Taishan sect. Many of the Taishan disciples were caught off guard, falling one after another, struck down by the sword of. This sudden turn of events left both sides momentarily stunned, for Jiang Mengli had never wielded in front of Yang Yi and his companion. leading them to be uncertain whether this flute was friend or foe. However, they quickly discerned that the jade flute exclusively targeted the disciples of the Taishan sect, showing no hostility towards themselves, seemingly there to assist them. Yet, Yang Tsung still felt a twinge of doubt, as if he had heard of this jade flute somewhere before, though he could not recall where at that moment. Moreover, the situation left him no time to ponder further, as the autonomous could not swiftly deal with so many Taishan disciples. Thus, the two joined forces with the jade flute to once again obstruct the disciples of the Taishan sect. This flute is too sinister. Everyone, be cautious. Jiangchun could not help but warn at this moment. He had begun to sense that something was amiss. Why would there be a sentient magical artifact within this secret realm? Could it be that some significant figure had entered as well? Or was this jade flute a treasure of the secret realm, seeing that the flute's master had yet to reveal themselves? Jiangchun assumed it was an unclaimed object. Consequently, he decided to attack Yang Tsung and his companion, intending to eliminate them and seize the unclaimed treasure in the distance. Li Changxian observed that with the arrival on the battlefield, the pressure on Yang Tsung and the others had significantly eased, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He descended upon a lotus leaf, as the allotted quarter hour had elapsed, and the spirit-storing pill had lost its efficacy. However, the side effects of the 5th-grade spirit-storing pill had not manifested, likely due to the innate talent of the absolute heaven immortal vein, enabling his meridians to withstand the influx of spiritual power without issue. Li Changxian gazed at the second 5th-grade spirit-storing pill in his palm, hesitating over whether to consume it. If he refrained, he might not have time to take the pill should more cultivators arrive. Yet, if he did use it, he was uncertain if his meridians could endure the effects of consuming 2 consecutive spirit-storing pills. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Li Changxian sighed. To save her is to save myself. He then swallowed the second 5th-grade spirit-storing pill, his cultivation instantly returning to the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm. He now hoped that Jiang Mengli would refine the essence swiftly. If 2/4 of an hour passed without her emerging, the three of them would truly be unable to hold on. As expected, shortly after he consumed the pill, 7 figures appeared from the opposite direction of the battle against the Taishan disciples. They traversed the void, stepping upon the 7 stars, their surroundings seemingly enveloped by constellations. Members of the star-picking pavilion, Li Changxuan's gaze fixated on the newcomers, having recognized the identities of the 7. Nevertheless, these 7 were relatively courteous, refraining from immediate aggression, and instead inquired of Li Changxian, "This friend, is the Yun Yuqing Lian within this barrier?" One of them gestured toward the small barrier beside Li Changxian. "If I say no, would you believe me?" "Of course not," the man replied without anger, maintaining a calm demeanor. Despite their tardiness, the aura of the Yun Yuqing Lian unmistakably emanated from the barrier behind Li Changxian, which they could easily perceive. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian took a single step forward, placing the barrier behind him, raising his rusted sword to point at the 7, clearly indicating his stance. Seeing Li Changxuan's attitude, the leader of the group waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Friend, harmony is paramount. Harmony is paramount." This left Li Changxian bewildered, uncertain of the newcomers' intentions. Nevertheless, as members of the star-picking pavilion, they surely were not merely spectators. Li Changxian, disinterested in playing their game, abruptly shook his rusted sword, causing the long swords that had been engaged in battle to tremble and fly to his rear. 100 flying swords pointed at the 7, their blades quivering, as if poised to break the air at any moment. "Since harmony is paramount, I kindly request that you retreat beyond the spirit pool." Yet the 7 neither advanced nor retreated. The leader's gaze flickered as he observed the multitude of flying swords before him, and he clapped in approval. A spirit sea realm cultivator achieving such feats is indeed remarkable. However, his expression suddenly hardened. What a pity! In that instant, the 7 moved in unison, launching themselves at Li Changxian. Behind him, the 100 swords, charged with momentum, also shot forth, accompanied by a faint thunderous sound. Yet, their power seemed insufficient to harm the 7, who easily intercepted the attacks. Seizing the moment while the flying swords delayed their advance, Li Changxian produced a wine gourd and took several swigs. Instantly, a surge of spiritual power coursed through his meridians. Though his aura remained at the spirit sea realm, his actual strength had risen above it. This was the spiritual spring water he had hastily gathered from the spirit pool while Jiang Mengli battled the water serpent. Li Changxian reasoned that since he lacked a spiritual sea to store spiritual power, he could drink the spring water while utilizing the energy within it. This would effectively grant him spiritual power. Though consuming and employing the spring water was wasteful, there was no time to ponder such matters now. Thus, Li Changxian reignited his sword momentum, commanding the flying swords to launch another assault on the seven from the star-picking pavilion. Only then did the seven realize that Li Changxuan's swordsmanship was truly extraordinary. A single individual was able to confine all seven of them for an extended period, with no other option. They had to combine their strength, unleashing a powerful strike that sent the surrounding flying swords scattering. Subsequently, the seven once again charged toward Li Changxian. Li Changxuan's sword had long been poised for action, and he released his rusted sword, which darted among the seven, relentlessly attacking. Although he did not manage to slay any of them, 4 of them sustained injuries, blood staining their garments. This was Li Changxuan's self-created flying sword technique. Distinct from the traditional Taoist teachings, upon seeing their own wounds, the seven were instantly filled with rage, one of them striking out at Li Changxian with a palm, exuding an overwhelming force. Li Changxian found himself unable to evade, as behind him stood Jiang Mengli. Just as he prepared to muster all his strength to cleave through the attack, a figure of a woman suddenly appeared above the spirit pool, effortlessly neutralizing the force of the blow. Does the saintess of floating clouds also desire the Yun Yu Qing Lian? Upon seeing the newcomer, the seven from the star-picking pavilion halted, calmly inquiring. Mo Lingxian did not respond to them. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Li Changxian not far away, asking indifferently, "Are you Li Changxian?" Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback, wondering what kind of performance this was. Nevertheless, he replied, "Yes." Mo Lingxian paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before her expression gradually turned indifferent. "You should hand over the Yun Yu Qing Lian. I can ensure your safe passage out." "I do not possess it," Li Changxian replied, exasperated, as the Yun Yu Qing Lian was not in his possession. "If you do not surrender it, you will not be able to leave the secret realm alive. I have stated it is not with me. Stubborn fool. Then we shall fight." Li Changxian was too weary to engage in further conversation. If she wanted the Qing Lian, she should just say so outright. Why beat around the bush? Upon hearing this, Mo Lingxuan's expression grew cold as she charged toward Li Changxian. "You are no match for me." On the other side, the Taishan sect was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Naturally, Jingchun had also noticed the arrival of the Jiaxing Pavilion and the Floating Cloud Palace. He was acutely aware that the chances of obtaining the Yun Yu Qing Lian this time were slim. However, he was determined to acquire the unclaimed jade flute. Seizing a fleeting moment as the flute passed before him, he channeled his spiritual energy to momentarily halt its flight. In that brief instant, he discerned 2 archaic characters engraved upon the flute, which instantly drained the color from his face and filled him with terror, causing him to retract his hand that sought to grasp it. Without hesitation, he swiftly retreated from the spirit pool, heading towards the exit of the secret realm, disregarding the other disciples of the Taishan sect. Lu Yanyan had been paying close attention to him. Though uncertain of his motives, she pursued him nonetheless. The remaining disciples of the Taishan sect, unaware of Jingchuan's disappearance, found themselves utterly exhausted, forced to defend against the combined assaults of 2 opponents and the flute. Li Changxian and Mo Lingxian exchanged several blows, during which Li's rusty sword was shattered. However, he noted that Mo Lingxian had not unleashed any truly damaging techniques, which left him somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, the 7 members of the Jiaxing Pavilion could only watch from a distance. For she was a holy maiden, and the secret realm lay within her domain. At this moment, both combatants paused. Mo Lingxian fixed her gaze on Li Changxian and fervently urged, "Surrender the Yun Yu Qing Lian, or you will all be unable to leave the secret realm." "Fool!" Li Changxian could hardly contain his laughter and his anger. Since ancient times, treasures have belonged to the virtuous. How absurd to claim a noble title while acting as a thief. Does the Yun Yu Qing Lian truly belong to the Floating Cloud Palace by right? Upon hearing this, a determined glint flickered in Mo Lingxuan's eyes. In the next instant, she lunged at Li Changxian with a ghostly swiftness, her anger palpable, clearly unwilling to hold back any longer. Just then, the jade flute, imbued with a chilling aura, struck down several Taishan disciples before darting swiftly toward the center of the spirit pool. The remaining disciples, mere trifles in comparison, were easily dispatched by Yang Tsong and Yi Shu. The situation was such that the Jiaxing Pavilion members merely observed, while the Taishan disciples had lost their combat capability. Held in check by Yang Tsong and Yi Shu, with other cultivators retreating to the periphery of the spirit pool to watch, only Li Changxian and Imo Lingxian remained engaged in battle. As Imo Lingxian closed the distance to within 3 feet of Li Changxian, the jade flute surged forward in response that it deftly intercepted Imo Lingxuan's strike, sending both the flute and Imo Lingxian staggering back 2 steps. The flute then hovered before Li Changxian, still and unyielding that it seemed as though Li Changxian had come to a realization as he grasped the jade flute. Feeling its smooth, cool surface, the flute showed no resistance. In his heart, he mused that it indeed wished for him to wield it as a weapon. The flute, embodied in the essence of snow, indicated that had it not been for its master's previous instruction to protect him during her retreat into seclusion to refine the Qing Lian, it would not have willingly allowed him to use it. Imo Lingxian regarded the suddenly intervening flute with a perplexed expression, unable to fathom the nature of such an artifact, one that could autonomously withstand her attack. Yet, she could not relinquish the Yun Yu Qing Lian. Consequently, a white jade sword materialized before her, and with a glint in her eye, she thrust it forward. Before the blade even reached him, the sword qi had already intensified the air's flow, causing Li Changxuan's robes to billow. A beam of sword qi shot forth, but with the flute in hand, Li Changxian did not evade. Instead, he wielded it like a sword. Sweeping horizontally, the tremendous wave of sword qi erupted forth, shattering the incoming attack from Imo Lingxian in an instant, not allowing it even a moment to linger. However, Li Changxuan's sword qi did not cease. In a flash, it struck Imo Lingxuan's form and then crashed into the waters of the spirit pool, sending forth a colossal wave. Imo Lingxian coughed up blood, staggering back several steps before barely regaining her balance in midair. This sudden turn of events stunned all present. None had anticipated that Li Changxian, possessing the flute, would be so formidable. Some began to suspect that Imo Lingxian had held back, though it seemed unlikely. Even Li Changxian himself was astonished, realizing that the sword qi he infused had magnified exponentially. As the crowd regained their composure, they began to whisper among themselves, "The holy maiden is so stunning. How could this fellow lay a hand on her? Truly despicable. He is not a man at all." Though Li Changxian was at a distance, he could still faintly catch their words, perplexed by their reasoning. Was it permissible for others to strike him, only because the assailant was Imo Lingxian, he was to passively endure? Was there such logic in the world? Just as the crowd continued their heated debates, an unexpected change transpired. With a resounding boom, the spirit pool erupted, and the previously submerged water serpent burst forth. Its wounds fully healed, its eyes regained their clarity, albeit now glowing a deep crimson. Emerging from the water, it attacked anyone in sight, sending Imo Lingxian flying with a powerful tail swipe. The 7 members of the Jiaxing Pavilion attempted to subdue it collectively, only to be met with a roar from the serpent. The sound waves sent them reeling, bloodied from their mouths and noses as they were thrown backward. The serpent, noticing the throngs of onlooking cultivators, opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a torrent of water, instantly sweeping away a multitude. Any cultivator who came into contact with this water found their flesh sizzling, transforming into blood, eliciting continuous cries of anguish from the crowd. At this moment, only Li Changxian remained beside Jiang Mengli, guarding her. The water serpent, seeing him, wasted no time. Its eyes filled with rage as it lunged forward to bite. Yang Tsong and Yi Shu, witnessing the dire situation, attempted to assist him, but as they flew toward the spirit pool, the serpent, seemingly aware of their approach, delivered another tail swipe. The two could do nothing to resist, immediately spitting blood as they were thrown back to the shore. Li Changxian, unwilling to take any chances, consumed the remaining spirit spring in one gulp. In an instant, his spiritual energy surged through his meridians like an explosion. However, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he felt a sharp pain coursing through his veins. A sign of injury. This demoness, did she not say to hold on for just a moment? Now nearly 2 moments have passed, and she still has not emerged. Yet, it was too late for him to berate her. The serpent's ravenous maw was upon him. He could only conjure a protective barrier of spiritual energy to envelop the entire lotus leaf. With a loud crash, the serpent's jaws clamped down on the energy shield. causing it to splinter and crack. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the serpent had swallowed the entire lotus leaf. Many cultivators, filled with trepidation, chose to flee rather than remain spectators. Others, however, still coveted the spirit spring water, intending to partake once the serpent was dealt with. At this juncture, Li Changxian could barely maintain his stance, finally realizing the true nature of the beast Jiang Mengli had summoned, even as he relentlessly attacked the serpent's mouth. Inflicting grievous wounds, it refused to relinquish its grip. Ultimately, the energy shield shattered with a final crack, and Li Changxian was engulfed by the overwhelming darkness that descended. It's over. Yang Tsung smacked his forehead, watching the serpent that had consumed the entire lotus leaf and lamenting his tardiness in mismanaging the situation. Li Changxian and his sister had been devoured by the serpent, just as everyone believed Li Changxian had perished. A faint pink glow erupted from the serpent's mouth, followed by a tremendous explosion as its massive body was flung to the shore of the spirit pool. Then, a pillar of light shot skyward from the lotus leaf, more spectacular than the phenomenon that accompanied the appearance of the Yun Yuqing Lian. However, this time it was not an anomaly, but an oppressive aura, one that instilled fear in many cultivators. Within the beam, a male silhouette could be discerned alongside that of a female, though behind her swayed 9 tails, each towering 10 feet, suggesting her identity was anything but human. In the midst of this radiant spectacle, Li Changxian stood protectively before Jiang Mengli, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. Gradually, the aura surrounding him diminished, reverting him to a mortal state. Jiang Mengli emerged from the barrier, now a half-human, half-demon being, with crimson eyes and white hair. Yet, Li Changxuan's gaze remained unchanged, devoid of surprise or fear. He merely smiled gently as he returned the flute to her. Did we not agree on just a moment? It has been nearly 2 moments. Jiang Mengli, can you not keep track of time? Then, with a playful grin, he added, but I managed to hold my ground. Am I not impressive, dear brother? Cough, cough, cough. Subsequently, he felt his entire body go weak, nearly losing his footing. The earlier battle had left him utterly exhausted, and at this moment, he could barely hold on, teetering on the brink of slumber. Jiang Mengli hastily supported him, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips as she inwardly scoffed. This fellow. It seems his mouth is the only thing still brimming with bravado. Upon probing Li Changxuan's meridians, her suspicions were confirmed. They were all shattered. In truth, had he consumed only 1 5th-grade spirit storage pill, his meridians could have withstood the strain. However, not only did he take 2 consecutively, but he also directly drew upon the spiritual essence from the spring water, leading to the catastrophic state of his meridians. Nonetheless, Jiang Mengli had already devised a countermeasure. When she refined the Yunyuking lotus, she had anticipated using 4 petals by the time she emerged from her seclusion. If Li Changxian's meridians were indeed shattered, she would administer 1 petal to him. The Yunyuking lotus not only harbored an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, but also possessed the ability to mend meridians, making it perfectly suited for Li Changxian, who could not refine it, as the abundant spiritual energy would not adversely affect him. However, the sealing spirit seal proved to be more tyrannical than she had imagined, consuming 5 petals of the Yunyuking lotus before it could fully break through. Jiang Mengli produced the final petal of the lotus, chuckling lightly as she playfully scolded. Consider yourself fortunate. She then urged Li Changxian to consume it in an instant. He felt a refreshing coolness enveloping him, bringing a sense of comfort, and his gaze gradually regained a semblance of clarity. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Qinglian secret realm, Mei Shi paced anxiously beside the Qinglian pool. Half a month had passed since the opening of the Qinglian secret realm. Just moments ago, he was suddenly beset by a sense of unease, a nagging feeling that something unexpected had transpired within the realm, yet he could not extricate himself. He had to remain vigilant to prevent any unforeseen incidents. His only wish was for the safety of their holy maiden. Within the secret realm, numerous cultivators beheld the figure of the fox spirit within the light beam and immediately reacted. How could there be a demon within the Qinglian secret realm? This matter could be deliberated later. The immediate priority was to eliminate this creature. Yes, any demon must be slain by us, the cultivators. Yet this demon appears extraordinarily powerful. They could only discern the form of the demon within the light beam, unable to perceive Jiang Mengli's true visage. Moreover, aside from a few high-ranking cultivators, most had never seen the visage of the demon emperor, as those who had were mostly deceased. They had only heard of the name of the demon emperor and her infamous life-taking artifact, the condensing snow jade flute. Just earlier, Lu Zhengchun had chosen to flee in disarray upon seeing the words condensing snow inscribed on the jade flute. Thus, many cultivators failed to recognize Jiang Mengli, assuming that their numbers would render them invulnerable to any upheaval from this demon. Subsequently, a throng of cultivators charged forth, eager to claim the merit of slaying the demon. The 7 from the star-picking pavilion led the charge, followed closely by Mo Lingxian and the other disciples of Floating Cloud Palace who had been observing, along with a multitude of cultivators. Only Yang Tsong and his sister, along with a group of Taishan sect disciples, stood frozen in place. Yang Tsong and Yi Shiro recognized that the demoness was none other than Li Changxuan's sister, hesitating on whether to take action, for the two races of humans and demons were indeed irreconcilable. However, Yang Tsong refrained from striking not only out of respect for Li Changxian, but also for another reason. It was no wonder he felt he had heard of that jade flute before. If his suspicions were correct, should he attack, their junior sisters would undoubtedly not survive within the secret realm. The Taishan disciples remained immobilized, having lost their combat effectiveness in the earlier skirmish, rendering their involvement futile. Jiang Mengli observed the multitude of human cultivators rushing towards them, yet she remained unperturbed as she helped Li Changxian to a seated position. "Wait a moment, Your Majesty." Li Changxian nodded, and after consuming the Yunyuking lotus, he felt significantly rejuvenated. Though he still lacked strength that a mere little demon dares to enter our human secret realm, do not delay in meeting your demise. Just then, the 7 from the star-picking pavilion had already approached, confidently unleashing 7 beams of starlight towards Jiang Mengli Do, a little demon. A faint voice emerged. Then, as the light beam dissipated, Jiang Mengli gradually revealed herself. Dressed in white, her silver hair danced gently, and her 9 tails swayed gracefully, her soft words resonating throughout the spiritual pool, causing the 7 beams of starlight to shatter in response. The 7 were taken aback. Anyone capable of casually dispelling their star-picking 7 stars formation was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. "Who exactly are you?" Panic enveloped them, and thoughts of retreat began to surface. Jiang Mengli paid them no mind, her celestial presence unwavering, as her 9 pristine fox tails swept across, unleashing a powerful gale that distorted the very fabric of space. The 7 could not even muster a defense in time. With a resounding crash, the next moment, the 7 were embedded within the stone wall of a deep pit, unable to extricate themselves. The other cultivators, witnessing this scene, were struck with astonishment, their hearts churning with disbelief. The disciples of the star-picking pavilion had not withstood even a single strike from her. Did that not mean they had come merely to offer their heads? At that moment, one individual's exclamation struck fear into their hearts. "Are you the current demon empress?" "You are indeed the demon emperor." As Mo Lingxuan's words echoed, all the cultivators turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. They had simply come to explore a secret realm, hoping to seize a few minor opportunities. How could they have encountered a rare event like the demon emperor? And worse yet, had it befall them? Regret flooded their minds. Had they known, they would not have come to witness the spectacle. They were not mighty sect leaders. A mere breath from her could spell their demise, and now all they wished for was to flee as expected. Shortly after Mo Lingxuan's declaration, many cultivators began to flee in panic. "Ladies and gentlemen, my wife is about to give birth. I must take my leave." Yes, my cow is also about to calve. I must return to check." "Run faster, damn legs. Hurry," as they observed the retreating figures of the cultivators. Jiang Mengli remained calm, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips. Thinking of escaping, "Do you believe you can?" Elegantly, she stood her ground, raising the exquisite jade flute. Suddenly, a melody resonated throughout the secret realm, hauntingly beautiful and echoing for miles. The first note. It felt as though time itself had paused. The fleeing cultivators were struck with terror, their bodies involuntarily freezing for a moment, unable to move a muscle. They widened their eyes in horror, helplessly witnessing their own entrapment, their hearts filled with despair. The second note. The melody surged with fervor and centered around Jiang Mengli. A wave of sound energy erupted from the jade flute, slicing through the air in all directions. Time resumed, and all cultivators resumed their desperate flight. But it was too late. The sound wave's blade had already reached them. The sword energy was executed with precision, cleaving down every single fleeing cultivator without exception. In just 2 notes of the flute. Without a cataclysmic battle, only a few remained standing on the battlefield. However, the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace were still unharmed. Aside from Li Changxian, those still able to breathe stood frozen in place, as if time itself had yet to resume. The only sounds in the air were the swallowing of disciples and the audible drip of sweat sliding down their foreheads. As if a pin drop could be heard at this moment, Mo Lingxian was also convinced she had witnessed the legendary demon empress, her heart racing with shock and fear. The nine-tailed fox, proud and untouchable, wielding the jade flute as her life-bound weapon, now stood before the demon emperor. In no wonder she had felt a sense of danger upon encountering her in the city. Everything now fell into place. Yet, she remained uncertain of how to proceed. Even though she was in the Yushu realm, she was merely a plaything in the hands of the demon emperor, and she had to consider the many disciples of Floating Cloud Palace behind her. Seeing that no one dared to approach any longer, Jiang Mengli turned and assisted Li Changxian to his feet. "We must go." "Wait, what about Z and Apple?" Li Changxian rose and gazed towards the shore, only to find 2 individuals rooted in place, utterly bewildered and at a loss. Although Yang Tsung had mentally prepared himself beforehand, the moment of realization still left him in shock, and Yushiro was even more affected. In mere moments, witnessing the slaughter of so many cultivators rendered her speechless with terror. At that moment, Jiang Mengli also followed Li Changxuan's gaze and spotted their fellow disciples, along with the previously overlooked disciples of the Taishin sect, her eyes instantly ablaze with murderous intent. Yang Tsung and Yushiro, upon seeing the killing intent radiating from Jiang Mengli, were horrified, fearing that she had set her sights on them. Yet, the very next second, Jiang Mengli's actions convinced them of their impending doom. In their eyes, Jiang Mengli casually raised a hand, slowly pressing it down towards them. Yang Tsung, believing he was doomed, closed his eyes and embraced Yushiro tightly. Yushiro, sobbing, whimpered, "Senior brother, are we really going to die? If I can't marry you while alive, at least dying together would be better." Woo. Yang Tsung couldn't quite grasp what Yushiro was saying, for a powerful shockwave suddenly surged past his ears. With a resounding bang, their ears rang from the impact. After what felt like an eternity, when no pain followed, they cautiously opened their eyes, only to find themselves miraculously unharmed. However, the spot where the Taishin disciples had stood was now a deep imprint in the ground. The Taishin disciples had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, unmistakably dead, with no need for a grave to be dug. Once again, the demon emperor's intervention startled everyone present, leaving them trembling in fear, dreading that they might be the next to perish. Meanwhile, Li Changxian gazed at the two, puzzled, wondering what thoughts had been swirling in their minds moments before. Then, Jiang Mengli took to the skies with Li Changxian, intending to exit the secret realm. Suddenly, Mo Lingxian, summoning an unexpected courage, pursued them, exclaiming, "You can't leave yet." In an instant, Jiang Mengli's expression turned icy as she summoned her sword, sweeping it downward. The sword's chi sliced through the air, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Mo Lingxian could only raise her Baiyu sword in defense. Yet before this formidable sword chi, her barrier felt non-existent, shattering in an instant, with a resounding crack. The Baiyu sword broke, and both defenses crumbled in a heartbeat. The sword chi grazed Mo Lingxian, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood as she plummeted from the sky. The sword chi did not relent, cleaving the spirit pond in two, with the sandy bottom now clearly visible before it dissipated. Disciples of the Floating Cloud Palace hurriedly caught Mo Lingxian, but she could not rise, her cultivation reduced to the spirit sea realm by a single strike. "You should count yourself fortunate to have encountered me in the mixed void realm. You ought to be even more grateful that your Floating Cloud Palace did not partake in the events 6 years ago." After leaving this chilling warning, Jiang Mengli unleashed a sword strike towards the heavens, tearing the sky apart and shattering the secret realm in the blink of an eye. The figures of Jiang Mengli and Li Changxian vanished through the rift in the torn secret realm. Jiang Mengli's parting words were simple, yet Mo Lingxian understood their weight. For now, she remained on the territory of the Floating Cloud Palace, affording them a measure of respect. Had she truly slain the holy maiden of the Floating Cloud Palace, the elders would undoubtedly rise to retaliate. After all, to kill one of their own at their doorstep would leave no room for passive observation. The most significant reason remained the fact that the floating cloud palace had not participated in the siege against the demon race 6 years prior. Otherwise, these individuals would not have survived. Slaying Imo Lingxian with a single strike served as a warning against her insolence. Yang and Yi stared in the direction of the rift where the two had vanished. Lost in thought for a long while before slowly regaining their senses. Yi Shiro, in a daze, remarked, "Senior brother, you truly know how to enlist help. You even owe a favor to the demon emperor." I had no idea." Yang Song stood frozen, feeling as though he were in a dream, realizing that one of the two people he had randomly encountered was, in fact, the demon emperor. "Senior brother, what was our purpose in entering the secret realm? It seems we've acquired nothing. We initially entered to repay a favor, and now we are even. Yet, we still have nothing to show for it. But there's still a spirit pond, isn't there? Oh, right. Quick, let us collect some water before it's too late." Meanwhile, outside in Qinglian City, moments earlier, Lu Zhenchun had escaped through a crack in the secret realm of Qinglian Pool, bringing news of the demon emperor's presence within the Qinglian secret realm. As soon as this news emerged, chaos erupted throughout Qinglian City. Cultivators fled in desperation, eager to distance themselves from the city, while common folk remained indoors, trembling beneath their covers. Elder Mei Shirley, stationed at the Qinglian secret realm, also caught wind of the news. After confirming its authenticity multiple times, he immediately relayed the information back to the floating cloud palace, and then quietly awaited at the entrance of the Qinglian Pool's secret realm. Moments later, a terrifying aura and overwhelming demonic energy erupted from within the Qinglian Pool, prompting Mei Shirley to sigh. What is destined to come has finally arrived. Though reluctant to face the demon emperor alone, Mei Shirley understood that the floating cloud palace's fate rested upon him, compelling him to protect Qinglian City. With a resounding crash, the Qinglian Pool exploded into two halves, sending water soaring into the air, creating a localized downpour over Qinglian City. Shortly after, Jiang Mengli emerged, soaring through the air alongside Li Changxuan. At this point, Jiang Mengli had reverted to her human form, and aside from the overwhelming demonic energy, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to distinguish her from a mere human. Upon her arrival, Mei Shirley positioned himself before her. He had anticipated that the demon emperor would emerge from the secret realm in a murderous rage, potentially annihilating all of Qinglian City. Thus he felt compelled to block their path. Seeing the figure before her, Jiang Mengli frowned, her displeasure palpable as she declared, "Do you dare to obstruct me? I will give it a try." The moment his words fell, he was met with an oppressive force akin to the weight of Mount Tai, which bore down on him, pinning him to the ground like a lifeless frog. Blood trickling from his mouth, this disheveled state was hardly indicative of a mid-stage tribulation realm powerhouse. Subsequently, Jiang Mengli strode over him with an air of arrogance, accompanied by Li Changxuan. Realizing he could not impede their progress, Mei Shirley, undeterred by the threat of death, pleaded, "I beseech the demon emperor to spare the lives of the citizens within the city." Jiang Mengli paused, casting a playful glance at him. "And what if I refuse?" Mei Shirley was at a loss, devoid of the strength to act against her, let alone protect an entire city of citizens. Yet, if Qinglian City were to be obliterated, he would undoubtedly face punishment. A fate worse than death. He could only hope that reinforcements from his sect would arrive swiftly. Jiang Mengli, fully aware of his ulterior motives, understood that beneath the guise of righteousness lay a deep-seated fear of punishment from his sect. With no time to indulge his theatrics, she simply remarked, "I am not like your human cultivators, who take pleasure in slaughtering the defenseless." Subsequently, Jiang Mengli gently took a step forward, and in an instant, the two vanished within the confines of Qinglian City. Upon witnessing her departure, Mei Shirley felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as if Jiang Mengli had inadvertently struck a chord with him. He simultaneously felt a sense of relief that 6 years prior, they had not joined forces to assault the demon clan. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of blood by now. A day later, Li Changxuan slowly awoke. He discovered that he had returned to the house in the Yuyo forest. Attempting to rise, he found his body still ached, though he had regained some strength. He could only recall that the previous day, Jiang Mengli had cleaved through the secret realm with a single strike to lead him out, subsequently guiding him out of Qinglian City. Beyond that, his memory was hazy, for he had succumbed to unconsciousness from exhaustion. As for Jiang Mengli's decision not to bring Yang Tsong and Yi Shiyu along, Li Changxuan refrained from commenting, for he understood that given their identities, their inclusion would have branded them as traitors to the human race. In the secret realm, they had some leeway for justification, as Jiang Mengli had not revealed herself at that time. Upon realizing he was alone, Li Changxian briefly entertained the notion that Jiang Mengli had returned to the demon clan, filling him with a bittersweet sense of newfound freedom, yet also an inexplicable pang of loss. Moments later, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to seek something to eat. However, before he could push the door open, Jiang Mengli's figure abruptly appeared before him, nearly startling him. The restoration of her powers made her presence eerie, leaving him unaccustomed to her sudden appearances. Jiang Mengli, you haven't left yet? Li Changxian voiced his thoughts without hesitation upon seeing her. Do you wish for this emperor to depart so eagerly? Jiang Mengli regarded him with a hint of amusement. This made Li Changxian feel quite uneasy, as he sensed something peculiar about the demoness since her powers had returned. Now that you have completed your tasks, why not return to the demon clan? That is a matter for this emperor to decide. Why are you more anxious than I? Cough. I merely feared to delay the affairs of your majesty, he replied. Jiang Mengli moved to sit by the table, remarking, in light of your assistance in saving this emperor, I shall wait until you have recovered before I take my leave. Li Changxian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was this truly the Jiang Mengli he knew? Oh, I'm hungry now. Could you prepare something for me? Jiang Mengli's expression soured. This emperor only stated that I would depart once you have healed. I never promised to care for you. Huh? Then what use is your staying here? Li Changxian countered, feeling exasperated. Although he was not incapacitated, he had sustained significant internal injuries for her sake. He had thought Jiang Mengli had finally decided to act like a person and stay to care for him until he recovered. Clearly, he had overestimated her intentions, and she did not seem human at all. Seeing his expression, Jiang Mengli sighed in resignation, stating simply, wait here. With that, she vanished from sight. Li Changxian was left uncertain about what she might bring back. Knowing well that the demoness was unlikely to cook, bored, he began to wander around the room, noticing that the letter he had left for Zhao Chun was no longer there, indicating that Zhao Chun had already visited. Moments later, Jiang Mengli returned to the room, this time bearing a handful of wild fruits. He had anticipated this. Given Jiang Mengli's habits, it was unlikely she would bring back anything of value. Nevertheless, he could make do with these, as they were better than nothing. Since his last departure, there had been no food left in the house, and he had no means to prepare a meal himself. After some deliberation, he selected a few fruits that appeared safe to eat. Thankfully, having lived there for a while, he recognized some of them. Otherwise, he might have perished at Jiang Mengli's hands. Jiang Mengli observed the fruits he had chosen with a puzzled expression. These are poisonous and inedible, he explained. Jiang Mengli felt a bit embarrassed. She had no knowledge of such things, and had merely brought back whatever looked edible. Well, we shall make do for now. Tomorrow, we will set off for the demon clan. Really? You intend to take me back? He asked, bewildered. What would I do in your demon territory? Initially, Jiang Mengli had indeed planned to release Li Changxian after obtaining the Yunyu Qinglian and return to the demon clan alone. However, after a month of interaction and the events within the Qinglian secret realm, she had changed her mind. Despite his occasional sharp tongue and penchant for arguing with her, Li Changxian did not seem entirely intolerable. Even as a mere mortal, he had risked his life to protect her within the secret realm, even at the cost of his own meridians. Now, Jiang Mengli found herself confused about her own feelings. Yet, she understood that if she left Li Changxian here, he would surely perish. This was something she did not wish to witness. Moreover, there were few in the demon clan with whom she could converse. Bringing him back would alleviate her boredom as well. Jiang Mengli quickly snapped back to reality, feeling a twinge of panic. What was happening to her? Why was she beginning to worry about the safety of a human? No, she reassured herself. It was merely an act of repaying a debt of gratitude. It was not concern for him. Determined to conceal her emotions, she coolly remarked, when I departed from the Yuyo forest, I made it clear that you would henceforth be this emperor's demon servant. Now that I am returning to the demon clan, where else could you possibly go? Are you insane? When did I ever agree to that? Li Changxian. Jiang Mengli slammed her hand on the table, her temper flaring. Have you forgotten that this emperor's powers have been restored? She was genuinely infuriated. While she had initially felt curiosity and astonishment at his audacity to defy her, as time passed, it seemed he was testing her limits. Now, despite her good intentions, he persistently rejected her. It appeared she must assert her authority as the demon emperor and teach him a lesson. Don't forget whose merit it was that your powers were restored. I am still injured because of you. Li Changxian retorted with a pout. His expression one of grievance. It was as if Jiang Mengli were a wanton woman who had abandoned her dignity. Jiang Mengli paused. Indeed, he had played a significant role in her recovery, but had she not gifted him a piece of Yunyu Qinglian? Even so, the deeds he performed to assist her in the secret realm must have spread throughout the cultivation world. Did he truly believe he could continue to live peacefully among the humans, with no other choice? Jiang Mengli reminded him of his current predicament, hoping to compel him to willingly accompany her. Otherwise, with her strength, could he truly resist her? Listening to Jiang Mengli's words, Li Changxian fell into deep contemplation. She spoke the truth. He had previously left this place to evade the Taishan sect. And even if Jiang Mengli did not take him away, he would find it impossible to remain here. Even if he attempted to hide elsewhere, it would be a mere matter of pointing a finger for the cultivators to track down Immortal. He could not evade them. Unless he went to the demon clan, it seemed following Jiang Mengli was indeed the best choice. After a year, even if he returned to the human territories, he doubted anyone would stop him. After much consideration, Li Changxian finally nodded in agreement. I will go to the demon clan, but let me make it clear, I am not your demon's servant. Jiang Mengli smiled faintly, satisfied with his agreement, knowing that how the future unfolded would ultimately be at her discretion. After a moment, Li Changxian produced a white jade slip from his sleeve, the very one he had obtained while vanquishing the hidden light drum beast in the Qinglian secret realm. He tossed the slip to Jiang Mengli, saying, "Help me see what is contained within this." Jiang Mengli furrowed her brow at the commanding tone he employed, feeling as though she were the one serving him. Nevertheless, she summoned her spiritual energy and infused it into the jade slip, which then emanated a soft white light, projecting its contents before them. Li Changxian gazed at the dense, tiny characters that appeared in the projection. Recognizing them from his previous encounter in the secret realm, it was indeed a sword scripture. Xinjiang sword scripture, pure Yin sword scripture, or perhaps a dual cultivation sword technique. Li Changxian couldn't help but exclaim. Yet he never anticipated that what he had obtained was the opportunity that many cultivators sought in vain within the secret realm. It could be said that during this expedition into the Qinglian secret realm, the two most precious opportunities within had been acquired by Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli. However, it seemed that Li Changxian was still unaware of the value of this sword scripture. He meticulously read through it from beginning to end, only to shake his head in dismay, prompting Jiang Mengli, who stood nearby, to inquire curiously, "What is it? Are you not satisfied?" "No, the sword technique is utterly inadequate. It is of no use to me," he retorted. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Jiang Mengli knew well that Li Changxian was an exceptional swordsman, yet the Zhengyang Chenin sword scripture was indeed a rarity across the entire Lingxiao continent. It was surprising that Li Changxian displayed such disdain for it. Nevertheless, Li Changxian truly found it lacking. Though the sword technique was subtle, it still fell short compared to what he had previously learned, rendering it unworthy of his attention. I find it utterly useless. Moreover, it is a dual cultivation sword technique. Are you going to practice it with me? He complained. Jiang Mengli thought to herself that he had a point. Besides, he was unable to cultivate it, and practicing it would only serve to strengthen his physique without any other benefits. Then, Li Changxian picked up the jade tablet and presented it before Jiang Mengli. "Would you like it? It's a gift for you." As the sovereign of the sound path, why would I need this sword scripture? Jiang Mengli huffed, clearly displeased. If Li Changxian deemed it unworthy, she certainly would not accept it either. Furthermore, she had no intention of practicing the Zhengyang section with him. Seeing that Jiang Mengli was also unwilling, Li Changxian fell into a dilemma. Although he found it lacking, he could discern that it was indeed a good sword technique. To simply discard it would be a great pity, especially since he was a swordsman who cherished exceptional sword techniques. After pondering for a moment, he seemed to have an idea and hurriedly asked Jiang Mengli, "Can you locate Yang Tsong and the others?" Jiang Mengli furrowed her brows, having guessed Li Changxuan's intention, which was nothing more than to gift the sword scripture to the two of them. "We need to return to Qinglian City to try. It's too far from here to sense their presence. How long would it take to get to Qinglian City? 1 hour. Oh, that's quite fast. Let's go. This time we will head straight back to the demon realm." With that, Jiang Mengli soared into the sky, taking Li Changxian along with her. Thankfully, this time she held onto his shoulder, unlike the method used when they traveled to Qinglian City before. Otherwise, at this speed, he would have been dried out by the wind by the time he reached Qinglian City. An hour later, Jiang Mengli had brought Li Changxian to the outskirts of Qinglian City. They did not enter. Instead, Jiang Mengli released her divine sense to search for the two. Due to the events of the previous day, all the cities in the mixed void realm were now guarded by elders from the floating cloud palace or the star-picking pavilion, ready to provide swift support should Jiang Mengli reappear. Moments later, Jiang Mengli led Li Changxuan towards the outskirts of Qinglian City. Yang Yi and his companion, who had been merrily traveling, suddenly spotted two familiar white figures ahead. Causing them to be startled, trembling with apprehension, they were uncertain whether to greet them, particularly due to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiang Mengli. It silenced them both. Yang Tsung had felt this pressure when he first met the two in Danqing town. And now it was even more pronounced after Jiang Mengli had restored her cultivation, perhaps sensing the awkwardness of Yang Tsung and his companion. Jiang Mengli released Li Changxuan before vanishing. Li Changxuan hurriedly approached the two and directly tossed the sword scripture jade tablet to Yang Tsung, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you both for risking your lives to save me yesterday. Yang Tsung did not rush to respond. Instead, he cautiously asked, Brotherly, are you a human or a demon? Of course, I am human. What are you thinking? Li Changxuan replied. Yet, Yang Tsung still appeared somewhat reserved as he examined the jade tablet Li Changxuan had thrown. Brotherly, what is this? Oh, it seems to be called the Zhengyang Chunin sword scripture. I have no use for it, so I am giving it to you as a token of my gratitude. Upon hearing that it was the sword scripture that countless cultivators coveted during this expedition into the secret realm, Yang Tsung was unable to contain his astonishment. However, he still returned it, softly saying, What happened yesterday was simply my prior promise. I truly cannot accept this sword scripture. You know that I am just an ordinary person. This sword scripture is of no use to me at all. You should keep it. Seeing Yang Tsung persistently decline, Li Changxuan had no choice but to fabricate a lie. He certainly couldn't tell him. I find it unworthy, which is why I am giving it to you. At that moment, Yushiru, who had been silent, quickly chimed in. Senior brother, yes, let's just accept it. Her eyes sparkled, seemingly genuinely fond of it. Though it was unclear whether it was the scripture itself or the companion to practice it with, after much inner turmoil, Yang Tsung sighed. Well, I suppose. Although he still harbored many doubts, he understood he had no right to inquire further. Moreover, even though Jiang Mengli was not present, she was undoubtedly watching from somewhere. Reluctantly, he swallowed back the questions he wished to ask. Farewell. Li Changxuan bid them goodbye, and then he vanished before their eyes, evidently taken away by Jiang Mengli. Once he had left, Yang Tsung stood there in a daze for quite some time. After Jiang Mengli's true identity was revealed yesterday, he speculated that Li Changxuan had been threatened by the demon emperor. Yet, logically, it did not hold up. A mere demon emperor had no reason to threaten a mortal. What could he possibly gain from him? As for their previously claimed sibling relationship, it was clearly fabricated, and he naturally did not believe it. However, after witnessing today's events, he became even more convinced that Li Changxuan did not appear to be under duress. Otherwise, it was unlikely Jiang Mengli would have made a special trip back merely to deliver a jade tablet to him. In the span of just a few days, many things had transpired that Yang Tsung and Yishiru could not comprehend, including the legendary demon emperor. Previously, they had heard rumors that the demon emperor was ruthless, committing heinous acts without a second thought. Yet, they had emerged unscathed yesterday, and Jiang Mengli had not harmed them. In fact, she had not killed any innocents within the secret realm, aside from the palm strike that annihilated the disciples of the Taishan sect, which left him baffled. They had exited the secret realm without a scratch. Apart from the minor injury sustained by the floating cloud palace elder, Mei Shi, they realized that many of the things they had heard did not align with their experiences. And from this moment on, both of them had begun to shift their attitudes towards the demon race. After a considerable time had passed since their departure, Yang Tsung suddenly turned to Yushiru and asked, Junior sister, why were you so eager to claim this sword scripture? What else could it be for? To practice it with senior brother, of course. But this is a dual cultivation sword scripture. Humph, who says that brother and sister cannot practice a dual cultivation sword scripture together? That's a fair point. As they chatted, they made their way towards the Qingyuan realm. Yishiru flew on her sword behind Yang Tsung, softly muttering, Silly senior brother, the hints are so obvious. Yet he still doesn't understand this maiden's intentions. 2 days later, in the demon race's Linghai realm, a divine rainbow streaked across the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 2 figures within it, observing the mountains and rivers rushing past beneath them. Li Changxuan appeared somewhat anxious, as this was his first encounter with other demons aside from Jiang Mengli. Jiang Mengli, what do the other members of your demon race look like? Are they also half human? Half demon? Why do you ask that? Isn't it just curiosity? You'll find out when the time comes. Li Changxuan fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, are there any humans within your demon territory? No. Then when I arrive, the other demons won't want to kill me, right? That is a possibility, Dada. Then you must protect me. You brought me to the demon race, so you must take responsibility, Li Changxuan exclaimed, wrapping his arms around one of Jiang Mengli's delicate arms. Release me at once. Do you believe I will drop you, turning you into a puddle of mush? Jiang Mengli felt his action and immediately spoke with indignation, her small eyes glaring at Li Changxuan. Then you definitely can't let go. After all, you are the one who captured me, and you must take responsibility. Upon hearing these words, Li Changxuan not only did not relent, but instead tightened his grip, clutching Jiang Mengli's sleeve with fervor. This maneuver left Jiang Mengli in a state of exasperated amusement, yet she maintained a facade of cold composure as she commanded. Release me. I shall ensure your safety. She was acutely aware that within the demon race, the majority harbored animosity towards humans, with many eager to take his life. However, since Li Changxuan was brought back by her, few dared to act without her explicit orders. Only after Jiang Mengli assured him did Li Changxuan finally loosen his grip, feeling an overwhelming sense of insecurity. He could only wish for the year to pass swiftly. The sensation of being utterly devoid of any cultivation was truly unbearable, as he felt like a mere insect, vulnerable to obliteration at any moment. After more than an hour of travel, an expanse of ocean gradually unfolded before their eyes. This was the Linghai, the very origin of the Linghai realm's name, as it comprised over half of the realm's territory. At the confluence of ocean and land, there lay a solitary island, surrounded by numerous cities both large and small. Upon this island stood a magnificent palace. The cities were built around the mountains, with residences nestled by the waters, and the island was precisely located at the mouth of the rivers flowing from the mainland into the ocean. Though they were still some distance away, Li Changxuan could distinctly discern the layout of the cities surrounding the island. The residences and the palace atop the island were not dissimilar to those of the human royal courts. Before his arrival, he had expected the demon cities and palaces to evoke a sense of oppression. As they drew nearer, Li Changxuan's gaze fell upon three ancient characters inscribed above the city gate: Demon Emperor City. The entire city was 100 times larger than the Qinglian city they had visited earlier, with walls towering at least 10 zhang high. The streets within were arranged in a pleasing disorder, bustling with shops organized in an orderly fashion, revealing no significant difference from human cities. However, the most captivating sight for Li Changxuan was the palace atop the isolated island at the heart of Demon Emperor City. The entire island was encircled by sheer cliffs, making it inaccessible to ordinary folk, with the resplendent demon palace perched at its summit. The demon generals stationed atop the walls of Demon Emperor City seemed to have spotted the approaching pair and immediately assumed a defensive stance. In an instant, Jiang Mengli transformed into a colossal celestial fox demon, manifesting 9 ethereal tails. The guards were momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining their composure, they shouted, "The Empress has returned! The Empress has returned!" Following their resounding cries, a deafening horn echoed throughout Demon Emperor City. The demon inhabitants, upon hearing the horn, flocked to the streets, standing in formation, and within moments, the streets of Demon Emperor City were filled to capacity with demons, creating an impenetrable throng. At this juncture, Jiang Mengli led Li Changxuan to the top of the city walls, pausing to survey the crowd below. From a distance, she resembled a majestic 9-tailed celestial fox perched upon the battlements. Upon seeing Jiang Mengli, the demon populace knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We welcome the Empress back to the city. We welcome the Empress back to the city." Their voices resonated like thunder rolling across the earth, akin to tumultuous ocean waves, echoing high into the heavens. The spectacle was magnitudes more grand than the scene witnessed beneath Qinglian City. This was the first time Li Changxuan had encountered such a display. And standing beside Jiang Mengli, he felt as though he himself was being venerated, experiencing a peculiar sensation as if his white attire were gradually transforming into gold, once all the demons had knelt. Jiang Mengli moved gracefully, stepping through the void, ascending with an elegance that seemed to blossom with each step. Observing this, Li Changxuan hastily followed, relieved that Jiang Mengli left a path for him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. After a brief moment, the pair arrived atop the solitary island, disappearing from the sight of the throngs of demons. Only then did the crowd collectively raise their heads and stand, engaging in fervent discussion. Did you see that? The Empress seems to have brought back a human male. How infuriating. That human had the audacity not to kneel before our Empress and dared to walk alongside her. Ordinarily, if a demon were to act so brazenly, the Empress would have struck him down without a second thought. What status does he hold? How could the Empress not chastise him? That mere human is certainly just a meal brought back by the Empress. Could it be she intends to take him as a husband? That certainly might be the case. Ha ha ha. Upon reaching the island, Changxuan was greeted by the magnificent grandeur of the Demon Emperor Palace. Following closely behind Jiang Mengli, every demon attendant and guard bowed their heads in reverence, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Upon reaching the entrance of the palace, Changxuan noticed a group of half-demon foxes waiting respectfully at the threshold. Upon seeing Jiang Mengli, they half-kneeled on the ground, and all the demon generals collectively proclaimed, "Subordinate, Bai Yao Yao, humbly welcomes your majesty back to the palace. Rise, Bai Yao Yao, stand forth and report to me the matters concerning the demon race that have transpired during my absence of 2 months." Yes, Bai Yao Yao rose and followed closely behind Jiang Mengli. As Jiang Mengli began to depart, Changxuan hesitated, unsure if he should accompany her, and finally spoke up, "Jiang Mengli, what about me?" Jiang Mengli paused momentarily. Coming to a halt at this utterance, the already quiet entrance became even more so, with even the sound of breathing becoming distinctly audible. The guards stationed at the entrance lowered their heads even further, fearful that raising them too high might cost them their lives. At that moment, Bai Yao Yao finally took note of this individual, and Changxuan's audacious words sent a tremor through her heart. Who was this person, so bold as to directly utter the name of their sovereign? Alas, he would likely meet a grim fate, and she dared not act on her own. She thought it best for the Empress to handle this herself. However, time passed, and the scene she had anticipated did not unfold. Instead, Jiang Mengli turned to face him and simply stated, "You may explore on your own for now. I shall seek you out shortly." She then addressed the captain of the guards beside her, saying, "Xiong Tai, take him on a tour of the Demon Emperor Palace." The captain named Xiong Tai promptly stepped forward, half kneeling with cupped fists. "I shall obey your command." Historically, the guards of the Demon Emperor Palace have reported directly to the Demon Emperor, requiring no orders from a soldier. The words of the Emperor were law, despite his reluctance. As a dignified captain of the guard, he could only comply with the Emperor's directive, perhaps sensing the discontent of Xiong Tai and many other demon generals. Jiang Mengli infused a trace of her essence into Changxuan. With a flick of her sleeve, she vanished from sight. This action left Bai Yao Yao and Xiong Tai in a state of disbelief. The Empress had not struck down the human insect. More astonishingly, the Empress had bestowed upon him a fragment of her own essence. It was well known that demons could discern identity through essence. Granting him a trace of her essence implied that the Empress had personally acknowledged him. Had it not been for the Empress's absence on an external matter, allowing Bai Yao Yao to guard the demon race, she would have never received even a fraction of the Empress's essence. Yet this mere human had obtained it effortlessly. What had transpired during the month of the Empress's absence? From whence had she brought back a human? And why did she treat him so favorably? Without time to ponder further, Bai Yao Yao shot a resentful glare at Changxuan before proceeding to the study, vanishing from sight. This glance left Changxuan perplexed. What had he done to provoke her? Soon after, he felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him, as all the guards regarded him with palpable dissatisfaction. After a brief moment, Xiong Tai instructed the other guards, "Continue your posts at the Demon Emperor Palace. Any dereliction of duty will be met with military discipline." Yes, since this was a directive from the Empress, Xiong Tai dared not disobey. He then turned to Changxuan, saying, "Come with me." Subsequently, Changxuan followed Xiong Tai into the Imperial Demon Palace. To say that he had never set foot in the palaces of the demon race is an understatement. He had not even toured a human royal palace, and his heart brimmed with curiosity. Thus, under Xiong Tai's guidance, Changxuan explored the splendor of the Demon Emperor's palace. The first sight to capture his attention was the towering city walls of the palace, forged from colossal black stones. Each adorned with ancient demon runes that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. The palace gates stood grand and formidable, studded with bronze nails that sparkled like stars, while the door knocker was fashioned in the shape of a double-headed demon python. Exuding an intimidating aura, upon entering the palace, he was greeted by a vast courtyard, its floor laid with azure jade stones, each intricately carved with lifelike totems of the demon race. At the heart of the courtyard stood a magnificent bronze cauldron. entwined by 9 serpentine demon dragons, their mouths exhaling ethereal mist, shrouded in mystery. The palace architecture boasted soaring eaves and intricate brackets, exuding an air of grandeur, with golden glazed tiles glistening under the sun's rays, casting an otherworldly light. Copper bells hung from the eaves, swaying gently in the breeze, producing a melodious chime. The columns were as sturdy as ancient trees, embellished with vibrant murals depicting the valiant exploits of demon kings and the enchanting dances of demon queens. Deeper within the palace, gardens flourished with an assortment of exotic flora, each emanating a potent spiritual energy. Some blazed with fiery warmth, while others radiated a chilling coldness. Between the pavilions, streams babbled and waterfalls cascaded. And amidst the mist, a lotus pond lay, its flowers blooming with petals as translucent as crystal, their centers glimmering with a faint white light. Throughout this journey, Li Changxuan was in awe. Had he not known this was the Demon Emperor's palace, he might have believed he had stumbled into a celestial realm. His wide-eyed wonder did not escape Xiong Tai's notice, prompting a scoff. Uncultured, at this moment, having nearly completed his tour of the Imperial Demon Palace. The scoff snapped Li Changxuan back to reality. Wait a moment, he called out. What is it? Xiong Tai replied impatiently. Yet he paused nonetheless. Li Changxuan did not answer, but circled around him, scrutinizing him closely. This action made Xiong Tai feel uneasy. After all, no one enjoys being examined like a statue. Frowning deeply, he issued a solemn warning. What are you doing? Do you wish to challenge me? Li Changxuan merely furrowed his brow. But a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Are you a panda demon? He had found Xiong Tai's demon form rather peculiar, though he bore a human body with a bear's head. He appeared far from fearsome. There was an inexplicable humor to him. Upon closer observation, the white head, dark eye circles, and black ears resembled the national treasure he had known on Blue Star. However, Xiong Tai's irritation grew at this remark. Humph, what is a panda demon? I have never heard of such a thing. I am a noble iron-eater beast. Isn't that still a panda? Li Changxuan retorted. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xiong Tai huffed. Although he felt a strong urge to crush the head of this human ant, he refrained, mindful of the aura of the demon emperor surrounding Li Changxuan. Thus, he ignored him and continued forward. Li Changxuan, feeling he had explored sufficiently, decided to venture into another palace on his own. Xiong Tai, lost in his thoughts, soon realized that his companion had vanished. Panic flashed across his face, not from fear of danger, for he possessed a trace of Demon Emperor's aura, which deterred anyone from threatening him within the palace. Rather, he feared that Li Changxuan might inadvertently wander into a forbidden area, and while his own demise would be inconsequential, incurring the wrath of the Demon Emperor would spell his doom. Fortunately, Li Changxuan left a trace of his presence in the air, prompting Xiong Tai to hastily follow. That moment, Li Changxuan arrived at the entrance of a palace, where a courtyard featured pavilions and a moderately sized lotus pond, alongside a gazebo. Without a second thought, he stepped inside. However, within moments, Xiong Tai, drawn by the scent, found himself here as well and was taken aback to see Li Changxuan leisurely resting in the gazebo. He hesitated to enter, fearing the repercussions, and instead called out, "Hey, come out quickly. This is the Lady Emperor's private chamber. If you are discovered, it will be disastrous." Xiong Tai's worst fears had come to pass. The most taboo area within the Imperial Demon Palace was indeed the Demon Emperor's sleeping quarters, Jianli Palace. The Demon Emperor preferred solitude and had dedicated demon attendants to manage her chambers. Moreover, only Bai Yaoyao was permitted entry into the Demon Emperor's quarters. Any other demon with urgent matters could only relay messages from the courtyard, as the guards never dared to step inside. If Li Changxuan were to be discovered within, Xiong Tai, as his guide, would surely face severe repercussions, which left him in a state of alarm. Upon hearing Xiong Tai's voice, Li Changxuan noticed the anxious expression on his face outside the courtyard. Is it really that serious? We've been cohabiting for nearly a month. Is it so wrong to linger in her courtyard for a while? Li Changxuan thought, remaining unfazed. He waved to Xiong Tai, saying, Captain Xiong, come join me inside to rest. It's sweltering out here. Aren't you tired of standing? This statement sent Xiong Tai into a panic, realizing the recklessness of Li Changxuan's words. He had already transgressed by invoking the Demon Emperor's name, and now he dared to challenge the Emperor's boundaries. While Xiong Tai cared little for Li Changxuan's life, he knew this would undoubtedly implicate him, prompting him to muster the courage to intervene and pull him out. Yet, as he took a step forward, a powerful aura descended upon the courtyard, freezing him in place. Marlal, Jiang Mengli, having heard Bai Yaoyao's report and confirming that the demon race was stable for nearly 2 months. Sought out Li Changxuan's aura and arrived here. To her surprise, she walked into this scene. Cold sweat broke out on Xiong Tai's brow as he regained his composure and quickly knelt. I only intended to bring him out. And thus, without permission, stepped into Chenli Palace. I beseech the Lady Emperor to punish me. Contrary to Xiong Tai's expectations, Jiang Mengli did not express anger but instead spoke calmly. This matter is not your fault. You may leave. Thank you, Lady Emperor. Did I take my leave? He replied, relieved. Wait. Just as Xiong Tai was about to exit, Jiang Mengli called him back. He feared the worst, thinking the Lady Emperor had changed her mind. You will no longer be tasked with guarding the palace gates. Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai felt despondent. He had anticipated dire consequences for defying the demon emperor, and now he feared for his position and even his life. After a brief pause, Jiang Mengli added, You shall henceforth be my personal guard, assigned to protect Chenli Palace. Xiong Tai was momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misheard her. Upon realization, he promptly knelt in gratitude. Thank you. Lady Emperor, I will not fail in my duties. Dismissed. Yes, I take my leave. With that, Xiong Tai exited with a mix of respect and excitement. Transitioning from the captain of the Forbidden Guards to the personal guard of the Demon Emperor was neither a promotion nor a demotion. However, as a personal guard, he would not be subjected to the same rigors as the Forbidden Guards, and he would have more opportunities to interact with the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was regarded as a deity among the demon race. So in Xiong Tai's eyes, this was indeed a promotion. Though he did not comprehend why the Lady Emperor had chosen this course of action, he trusted she had her reasons. What puzzled him was why she had not asked that human ant to accompany him. After Xiong Tai departed, only Jiang Mengli and Li Changxian remained in the courtyard, and Jiang Mengli settled into the gazebo beside him. You shall reside in the side hall of Chenli Palace from now on, specifically to attend to my daily needs. What? Surely you jest. I previously stated I would not serve as a demon's servant in the Yoyu forest. When did I ever agree to that? Besides, do you have a choice? Jiang Mengli regarded him with a smug expression, her tone laced with a hint of menace. Li Changxian found himself momentarily speechless, but he quickly resolved that it was merely a year when the time came. Who could stop his departure? Moreover, Jiang Mengli's subtle intentions were not lost on him. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Li Changxuan's discerning gaze revealed that Jiang Mengli was merely a tough exterior concealing a tender heart. It was evident she was forcing herself to act in a certain manner, but the underlying motive was her own safety, a notion that Li Changxian fully comprehended. After all, he currently resided within the realm of the demon clan, where even the most formidable of demons might wish to see him dead. This identity allowed him to stay perpetually by Jiang Mengli's side, thereby dissuading any demons from taking action against him. Very well. Thus, Li Changxian nodded in agreement, readily accepting the situation. Although he would serve as a demon attendant, he was not required to engage in any laborious tasks. Upon receiving his consent, Jiang Mengli promptly sent a message by Yao Yao. Make your way to Chenli Palace in a matter of moments. By Yao Yao's silhouette appeared within the courtyard. Your subordinate is here. What commands do you have, Your Majesty? Have someone tidy up the side hall of Chenli Palace and dismiss the previous demon attendants who were responsible for its upkeep. From now on, all affairs of Chenli Palace will be entrusted to Li Changxian. At this pronouncement, both the other individual and the demon within the courtyard stood frozen in disbelief. Li Changxian regarded her with a questioning gaze, perplexed by the development. What was happening? Did she truly consider him a servant? By Yao Yao, regaining her composure, knelt halfway to the ground in vehement protest. This is unacceptable. Your Majesty, he is but a mere mortal. How can he remain in Chenli Palace? Moreover, he is a man. This could tarnish Your Majesty's reputation within the demon realm. In response, Jiang Mengli furrowed her brow and huffed lightly. What of it if he is a man? He is merely to reside in the side hall, not share my chambers. He is but a demon attendant. What influence could this possibly wield? My prestige has always stemmed from my strength. Who dares to question it? But, enough. Speak not of your intentions to decide for me. Your subordinate dares not, By Yao Yao replied, lowering her head further. Regardless of her dissatisfaction, she held profound respect for Jiang Mengli, her sovereign, and dared not defy her. If you do not dare, then hasten to carry out my orders. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Realizing that she could not dissuade Jiang Mengli, By Yao Yao shot Li Changxian a resentful glare as she departed. Li Changxian, bewildered, pondered what had provoked her ire. Was this not the command of their esteemed empress? Why did the blame fall upon him? Shortly thereafter, Bai Yaoyao returned with several female demon attendants, commencing the tidying of the side hall in Qinli Palace and providing him with new bedding and supplies. Bai Yaoyao had long discerned that Li Changxian was but an ordinary human and thus required his rest. Li Changxian approached the entrance of the side hall and paused upon seeing Bai Yaoyao still inside. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped in, surveying the arrangement of the room, which would likely serve as his residence for the next year. The interior exuded an aura of antiquity and elegance akin to his dwelling in the ghostly domain forest, albeit with a more refined touch. Even the illumination was provided by luminous stones from the cultivation realm, casting a gentle glow at night without the need for candles. The space was several times larger than his previous abode, and the bed was considerably more spacious. Was it possible to feel as though Jiang Mengli were keeping him? At that moment, Bai Yaoyao noticed Li Changxuan's scrutinizing gaze and approached him, her eyes filled with disdain. Li Changxian, having perceived her unwavering glare, thought it peculiar that she, a demon, embodied such hostility. When he first encountered Jiang Mengli, he had found her demeanor somewhat overbearing, but given her status as the demon empress, it was somewhat understandable. Yet, what was the issue with this diminutive figure before him? Why did she harbor animosity towards him upon his arrival? If you do not speak, please refrain from regarding me with such a gaze. It is rather unsettling. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Furthermore, do not call me young lady, refer to me as divine envoy. Finally, Bai Yaoyao, incensed, retaliated against Li Changxuan's words. As the divine envoy guardian within the demon imperial palace, she was addressed as by divine envoy by other demon leaders. However, as Li Changxian had the audacity to address their empress directly, he would not show Bai Yaoyao any courtesy. Did he feigned recollection, saying, I recall your name is Bai Yaoyao, is it not? How about I call you by young lady instead? Call me divine envoy. Then I shall call you Bai Yaoyao. Call me divine envoy. Bai Yaoyao gritted her teeth in frustration. She now understood the helplessness and fury Jiang Mengli had experienced during her first encounter with Li Changxian. Li Changxian undeniably possessed a knack for inciting anger. Yet, Bai Yaoyao's words dripped with veiled threats, which Li Changxian disregarded, continuing to smile. Then it is settled. I shall address you as Bai Yaoyao from now on. At that moment, Bai Yaoyao could no longer contain her irritation. How dare this insignificant mortal provoke the authority of a divine envoy of the demon clan? Today, she must teach him a lesson. She thought that a mere human would hardly incur the wrath of their empress. Just as Bai Yaoyao prepared to unleash her power and eliminate him, Jiang Mengli sensed her murderous intent from the courtyard and swiftly dispersed the energy she had gathered, aware that her little scheme had been detected by her empress. Bai Yaoyao was forced to abandon her plan. However, while she could not act physically, she resolved to pierce Li Changxian with her gaze 100 times and condemn him in her heart 1,000 times. Seeking some form of reprieve, after tidying the room, Bai Yaoyao issued a parting threat. You best fulfill your duties. Should I discover any breaches in decorum, do not blame me for being ungracious. Rest assured, Bai young lady, Li Changxian replied with a beaming smile, raising 3 fingers in a gesture of assurance. Li Changxuan's demeanor infuriated Bai Yaoyao further. How could he be so obstinate? Did he not find her intimidating in the slightest? Was she incapable of frightening even a mere mortal? Doubt began to creep into her mind. With no other recourse, Bai Yaoyao sighed and departed. Upon reaching the courtyard, she immediately approached Jiang Mengli to apologize. Jiang Mengli recognized that Bai Yaoyao had not merely sought to intimidate Li Changxian as she had. She was genuinely capable of inflicting harm. Thus, Jiang Mengli did not hold back, exuding the aura of an empress as she reprimanded. Have I been away for merely a month? And you have grown so bold, daring to defy my will. Your subordinate dares not. Bai Yaoyao quickly confessed. To admit fault without hesitation yet remained steadfast in her ways. Such was Bai Yaoyao's principle. Jiang Mengli, aware that Bai Yaoyao still held a grudge, felt somewhat reassured that she would not act against Li Changxian. Nonetheless, a verbal warning was still warranted. Humph, let it be so. Should you defy my will again, prepare to receive 10 lashes of the demon whip. Thank you, your majesty. Rather than resentment, Bai Yaoyao's feelings leaned towards jealousy of Li Changxian. After all, she had known Jiang Mengli for over 30 years, though they had only spent 6 or 7 years together. During the decade that Jiang Mengli ascended to the pinnacle of the immortal realm, it had been Bai Yaoyao who served as her protector. Or rather, she had nearly moved her entire abode to the entrance of Jiang Mengli's retreat, sleeping there for a full decade. Before Jiang Mengli entered her seclusion, Bai Yaoyao had still been a mere fox. Having been saved by Jiang Mengli through a twist of fate, in order to repay her kindness, she consistently followed closely behind Jiang Mengli. Before Jiang Mengli emerged from her seclusion, the former demon emperor had perished, and the leaders of various demon clans vied for the position of demon emperor, resulting in an internal strife among the demon factions. Seizing the opportunity presented by this turmoil, many human cultivators launched attacks against the demon clans. The great demon leaders, embroiled in their own conflicts over the throne, found their armies disintegrating under the assaults of the human cultivators. Fortunately, it was at this critical juncture that Jiang Mengli reemerged, wielding decisive power externally while firmly suppressing dissent internally. Throughout this period, Bai Yaoyao remained steadfastly by her side. Ultimately, through Jiang Mengli's ruthless methods, the human cultivators retreated, and she was embraced by the demon clans. Ascending to the throne with ease, Bai Yaoyao became her right hand, gradually shifting her perception of Jiang Mengli from that of a benefactor to that of an elder sister, treating her as family while harboring deep admiration for her. Now, she could not help but feel vexed by this inexplicable human. Initially, it was one thing for him to receive a wisp of demon energy from the empress. However, how could he now reside within the demon emperor's palace? Though he was merely a demon servant, such treatment had never been accorded to any demon before. Even her own access to the Qianli palace required the empress's permission. Why should Li Changxian be allowed to dwell there without question? Were Bai Yaoyao to serve merely as Jiang Mengli's demon servant, with the condition of residing in the Qianli palace, she would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. After a moment, Li Changxian emerged from the side hall and returned to the pavilion in the courtyard, only to find Bai Yaoyao had already departed. Observing that he remained calm in the face of deadly threats, Jiang Mengli could not help but remind him, "You would do well to temper your demeanor within the imperial demon palace. After all, the empress is present." Li Changxian wore a smile. As long as you understand, not everyone possesses the same resilience as I do. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Jiang Mengli regarded him with a look of smug satisfaction. In truth, Li Changxian had already noticed Bai Yaoyao preparing to strike. He had been waiting for Jiang Mengli to act, but to his surprise, she had seen through his intentions. He felt no embarrassment. Instead stating, "Then simply issue an order forbidding anyone from attacking me. Why complicate matters?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli merely smiled seductively and replied nonchalantly, "What is your status? Merely a lowly demon servant. Why should others refrain from harming you? Even if I were to issue a command, would the leaders of the demon clans comply? For me to spare your life is already a tremendous favor. Should you not express your gratitude?" Jiang Mengli's reasoning was indeed sound. Otherwise, allowing a mere mortal to reside within the imperial demon palace would surely incite discontent among the demon clan leaders. However, with the guise of a demon servant, suspicion would be allayed. More importantly, Jiang Mengli relished the prospect of witnessing his humiliation, eager to see if he would continue to carry himself with such bravado. Day after day, he appeared unafraid of anyone. Yet now he was compelled to cower behind her. As night fell, Li Changxian remained in his chamber, lost in thought, when suddenly he heard Jiang Mengli's voice resonating in his mind. "Li Changxian, hurry and fetch some water. This empress wishes to bathe." Caught off guard, he realized that this demoness was once again intent on stirring trouble. "Hey, Jiang Mengli, your majesty, are you still there?" He called out a few times within his room, but received no response, only the echo of his own voice in the empty space. Deciding to act as if he had not heard, he concluded that serving her was out of the question. After waiting long in the main hall of the Qianli Palace without hearing any movement from Li Changxian, Jiang Mengli extended her divine sense and discovered him fast asleep in his room. Furious, she thundered, "Li Changxian." The reverberation of her voice startled him awake, and as he opened his eyes, he found Jiang Mengli had instantaneously materialized in his chamber. Immediately, he clutched his blanket and exclaimed, "Jiang Mengli, can I not have a modicum of privacy? How can you simply enter another's room?" "Humph, the entire Imperial Demon Palace belongs to me. Where can I not go?" Jiang Mengli retorted, advancing toward him. She lifted his chin with her cool fingers, mocking him with a chilling smile. Moreover, what privacy could a mere demon servant possess? In that moment, Li Changxian trembled in his bed, thoroughly intimidated, while Jiang Mengli continued to manipulate his chin, embodying the essence of a true empress. Left with no choice, he could only counter, "Did you not say you had already cultivated? Could you not simply perform a purification spell? This empress bathes in celestial spring water. How can it be compared to ordinary bathing?" She chided, "Now, hurry. Then why not just cast a spell yourself? Why must I go?" He protested. "If I do not send you, What use are you to me? Jiang Mengli dismissed him with a wave, forcefully tossing him from the side hall. Do not mistake my patience for weakness. I am no mere sickly creature. Ultimately, under the threat of her forceful demeanor, Li Changxian begrudgingly fetched several buckets of celestial spring water for Jiang Mengli. However, when he arrived at the spring to collect water, he discovered it was a naturally formed bathing pool located within a palace. Realization dawned upon him. Am I being played for a fool? If she wishes to bathe, why not simply come to the pool? Why must I fetch the water? It became clear to him that this was merely a manifestation of the demon's spoiled and capricious nature, deliberately tormenting him. With no alternative, he reluctantly returned with the water, acutely aware of his current predicament as a guest under someone else's roof. Meanwhile, Li Changxian silently vowed that once he endured for a year, he would ride high upon this demon's back, asserting his dominance. Before long, Li Changxian had filled the bathing tub in Jiang Mengli's quarters with the celestial spring liquid. Jiang Mengli sat before the dressing mirror, clad only in a thin white garment. Yet, such scant attire could scarcely conceal her alluring figure. Even with Li Changxian present, she displayed no modesty. Fortunately, having witnessed this before, he remained unfazed. Now that the water is ready, may I return to my slumber? He yawned, his spirit waning. Jiang Mengli chuckled lightly, her enchanting smile radiating mischief. My demon servant, you are naturally obligated to assist this empress in her bath. Taken aback, Li Changxian momentarily failed to comprehend her words. Upon realization, he was instantly awakened from his drowsiness. Jiang Mengli, you cannot be serious, he exclaimed incredulously. Do you doubt it? She replied, her eyes glinting with temptation. Li Changxian stared at her, momentarily dazed, and thought to himself, indeed, she is a siren. Even her smile is irresistibly alluring. Without further concern for him, Jiang Mengli sauntered over to the bathing tub, noticing that he remained frozen in place. She teased, are you not going to leave? Do you truly wish to serve this empress in her bath? At her words, Li Changxian quickly regained his senses, grasped the wooden bucket, and hastily exited as he walked away. He muttered under his breath, did you not say so? Now you blame me. Once he had departed, Jiang Mengli could not help but smile, finding immense satisfaction in witnessing Li Changxuan's flustered state. Moments later, she shed her final garment and stepped into the celestial spring liquid within the tub. This liquid not only possessed beautifying properties but also had the crucial function of healing injuries. Indeed, Jiang Mengli had sustained internal injuries. After consuming the Jiuhua Yulong elixir, she had suffered a backlash from the sealing spirit mark. How could she escape unscathed in the Qinglian secret realm? Nevertheless, she had already reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, allowing her to suppress the effects. The injuries were not severe, which was precisely why she sought to soak in the spring tonight, intending to recover fully. Based on her estimates, a few more nights in the spring would suffice for complete healing. As for why she did not simply bathe in the pool, as Li Changxian had surmised, it was indeed to torment him. She had not brought him back merely to pamper him. He was to be utilized. The following day, when Li Changxian finally rose from his slumber, it was already nearing noon. As a mere mortal, he could not forego sustenance, and thus, upon stepping outside, he encountered Xiong Tai, who was stationed at the entrance of the Qianli Palace. Xiong Tai was one of the few demons Li Changxian had come to know within the Imperial Demon Palace, and so he hesitantly inquired, dear little panda, does this Imperial Demon Palace have a kitchen? Xiong Tai, with an expression of displeasure, averted his gaze. Were it not for the aura of the demon emperor surrounding him, he would not have been so courteous. Hey, you little panda, why the arrogance? I've already told you I am a steel-eating demon beast. Can you not hear? Xiong Tai finally retorted, unable to contain his irritation. Though he could not comprehend what Li Changxian meant by panda, he instinctively knew that pandas lacked the imposing presence of steel-eating demon beasts. Then tell me where the kitchen is, and I shall acknowledge you as a steel-eating demon beast, Li Changxian proposed, attempting to negotiate. Why would you need to acknowledge me? Xiong Tai grunted with a rough exhale. Yet, truly vexed, he instructed a nearby demon soldier. You, take him to the demon kitchen. Thank you. As promised, I shall no longer refer to you as little panda but rather Old Tai, Li Changxian exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Old Tai sounds splendid, he added, and thus he followed the demon soldier away. Xiong Tai refrained from further comments, for Old Tai certainly possessed a far greater gravitas than little panda. During the journey to the demon kitchen, Li Changxian noticed that the demon soldier guiding him maintained an air of utmost respect, as did other demon soldiers they encountered along the way. This was not the first instance. The previous evening, when he had fetched celestial spring water for Jiang Mengli, The demon soldiers had exhibited the same reverence upon seeing him. Logically, they should not fear a mere mortal like him, prompting him to halt the demon soldier in front of him and inquire. Initially trembling, the young demon was hesitant to respond, but after Li Changxuan's persistent questioning, he revealed that a trace of Jiang Mengli's demonic aura lingered upon him. When had she placed it on him? Li Changxuan was uncertain. Lacking cultivation, he could not discern the aura enveloping him. However, this revelation elucidated everything. No wonder all the demons treated him with such deference. Naturally, this did not extend to the two peculiar demons. Li Changxuan quickly grasped Jiang Mengli's intention. It was to prevent the demons within the Imperial Demon Palace from doing him harm. It seemed the demoness held him in high regard, fulfilling her promise made on the journey to the demon realm. Soon, the young demon soldier led him to the kitchen of the Imperial Demon Palace. He had yet to witness what a demon kitchen looked like. Did they dine similarly to humans? Upon entering the kitchen, several demons engaged in cooking immediately sensed the demonic aura emanating from Li Changxuan and promptly knelt before him. He hastily helped them to their feet, assuring them to attend to their tasks. Though they returned to their duties, they continued to cast furtive glances at Li Changxuan, for they had heard rumors that the demon emperor had brought back Immortal, and they surmised he was the one in question. Li Changxuan meandered through the kitchen, soon discovering that the food consumed by the demon race was not significantly different from that of the human race. Moreover, he noticed many unfamiliar ingredients stored within. Eagerly, he beckoned a demon in the kitchen, pointing to a lobster-like creature, and asked, "What is this called?" The demons present, unlike Bai Yao Yao and Xiong Tai, lacked their audacity. Sensing the faint demonic aura of the demon emperor, they were filled with trepidation and quickly responded, "This is the jade mica lobster, harvested from the Linghai Sea. Consuming it can invigorate the spirit and replenish spiritual power." "And this?" Li Changxuan inquired again, gesturing towards a luminescent sea cucumber. "That is the spirit radiance sea cucumber, also sourced from the Linghai Sea. It possesses healing properties and can replenish spiritual energy." Li Changxuan continued to inquire about the various unfamiliar ingredients within the kitchen. Upon hearing their descriptions, he realized how fortunate it was to be situated near both mountains and seas, with an abundance of delicacies available, all beneficial to cultivators. He mused that he could not let this opportunity go to waste after having dwelled in the depths of the mountains, where even seaweed was a rare sight. Now, with such a splendid opportunity before him, he must savor it thoroughly for an entire year. That evening, when Jiang Mengli returned from her studies to the Qinli Palace, she was immediately enveloped by a rich aroma wafting through her courtyard. Without needing to ponder, she knew that within the Imperial Demon Palace, aside from Li Changxuan, none would dare to create such a feast. As she entered the courtyard, she beheld Li Changxuan busily tending to an array of peculiar items, a pile of blazing charcoal, several bamboo skewers, and platters of spirit beast meat. The meat skewered on the bamboo sizzled and oozed with oil as Li Changxuan flipped them over. The enticing scent of barbecued meat wafted into Jiang Mengli's nostrils, and she could not help but inquire, "Li Changxuan, what is this? An outdoor barbecue? Would you care to taste? It's quite delicious." Li Changxuan offered, presenting a perfectly grilled skewer to her. Jiang Mengli gazed at the unfamiliar food in his hand. Though it smelled delightful, its appearance was less than appealing. Nevertheless, seeing the anticipation in Li Changxuan's eyes, she accepted it. After a moment's hesitation, she opened her cherry lips and took a bite. The exquisite flavor that surged forth surprised her. Having abstained from eating for quite some time, she found this dish remarkably delectable. The last meal she had enjoyed was a bowl of chicken soup Li Changxuan had prepared on their journey to Qinglian City. She now felt this barbecue could rival that soup. "Well, is it delicious?" Li Changxuan asked, his gaze filled with expectation. "It's passable," Jiang Mengli replied nonchalantly, moving to sit nearby. She would not concede that his cooking was indeed quite impressive. After all, it would undermine her image as the demon emperor. At that moment, Li Changxuan noticed that Jiang Mengli had donned the same dark attire she wore when they first met. Uncertain of his own motives, he casually inquired, "Jiang Mengli, what became of the flowing fairy dress I gifted you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli hesitated momentarily. Her eyes flickered as if she had seen through something, and she feigned indifference. "I lost it. Such a dress is unworthy of my status as the emperor." Although Li Changxuan maintained a facade of indifference, an inexplicable sense of disappointment welled up within him, his tone betraying his feelings. Yet, he quickly reconciled himself to the situation. Jiang Mengli, being the demon emperor, was indeed entitled to disdain such mundane possessions. It was a pity. However, regarding the considerable sum he had spent, sighing internally, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and expressed his gratitude. "Jiang Mengli, thank you for that trace of demonic aura. His return to the Qianli Palace that evening to prepare the barbecue was specifically to express his gratitude to Jiang Mengli. Though the demoness spoke harshly and acted ruthlessly, she had treated him rather well. Apart from the time he had provoked her in the Yoyu forest and received a slap, or the time she had pulled him along while flying to Qinglian City, she had provided him with spirit stones and a trace of demonic aura for protection. While these gestures might seem trivial to Jiang Mengli, they were akin to a lifeline for Li Changxian at this moment. Currently, if he did not consume a spirit storage pill, he might struggle against even a small demon. Jiang Mengli, observing Li Changxian's earnest demeanor, found herself momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the Li Changxian she knew? Why was he being so courteous today when he usually seemed eager to infuriate her? His serious demeanor was quite unfamiliar to her. If you dare to defy my will again, I would not hesitate to retract it, she warned. Jiang Mengli, adorned with a gentle smile, spoke softly. What is the rationale behind reclaiming something once given away? Especially when it was bestowed by the esteemed empress? Li Changxian chuckled, adding jest to his words. If she were to retract it, my movements within the Imperial Demon Palace would surely become problematic. He sighed. Well, if you genuinely wish to express gratitude, then refrain from vexing me and prepare a bowl of chicken soup for me daily. Although Jiang Mengli found the current barbecue quite delectable, it paled in comparison to the enticing bowl of chicken soup she had enjoyed at the inn. She mused that having Li Changxian as her personal imperial chef would be quite splendid. Upon her suggestion, Li Changxian felt reassured. Would you care for some more? This skewer is specially crafted by me. He offered another skewer. Jiang Mengli shook her head. After all, this delicacy was specifically prepared by Li Changxian to express his gratitude towards the demoness. It would be improper for her to indulge in just one skewer. Unwilling to relent, Li Changxian urged her, do give it a try. This one is far superior to the last. I have already stated my refusal. Jiang Mengli retorted. Suddenly, a being intruded upon the courtyard. A demon. Bai Yaoyao entered to witness Li Changxian feeding her empress. Feeling as though thunder had struck her, the three stood in stunned silence for a moment. Bai Yaoyao, her face a mask of disbelief, thought to herself how her empress had changed so dramatically in just over 2 months. Your Majesty, swiftly smite him. Eradicate this human insect. If he dares to thrust such unknown food into your mouth this time, who knows what further indignities he may inflict next. Bai Yaoyao's heart cried out in anguish. Li Changxian was the first to recover, retracting the skewer. Ahem. Jiang Mengli also regained her composure, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment. She then calmly inquired, Bai Yaoyao, what brings you here? Despite her composed tone, a faint blush crept upon her cheeks. Upon hearing Jiang Mengli's question, Bai Yaoyao snapped back to reality. Your Majesty, I have come to fetch the water from the celestial spring for you. Jiang Mengli's reminder prompted Bai Yaoyao to recall her purpose for visiting the Qianli Palace. Earlier that day, she had overheard several lesser demons discussing how Li Changxian had fetched water for the empress the previous night. This revelation incited Bai Yaoyao's fury. Did this not imply that Li Changxian could freely enter and exit her empress's chambers? Such an affront was intolerable. She felt compelled to intervene personally, but was taken aback by the scene she had just witnessed. No need. Let Li Changxian handle this matter. Jiang Mengli replied indifferently, her blush now fading. But your Majesty, he is still is it truly appropriate for him to enter the empress's quarters? Fetching water is a task for servants. What impropriety is there in that for a demon attendant? Bai Yaoyao attempted to argue further, yet Jiang Mengli had already vanished, reappearing in her chambers with her instruction lingering in the air. Li Changxian, be punctual in fetching the celestial spring water tonight. Understood. Li Changxian responded nonchalantly, flashing an OK gesture towards Jiang Mengli's chamber. Unlike the previous night, he was now agreeable, even without the need for coercion. After all, with the luxurious delicacies he had been enjoying and the additional gift of demonic energy from Jiang Mengli, he felt that performing such minor tasks was hardly a burden. However, this infuriated Bai Yaoyao, who thought to herself that while she could not reprimand her empress, she could certainly confront Li Changxian. She glared at him with the same ire as the day before, wishing she could consume him whole. Li Changxian, sensing the coldness of Bai Yaoyao's gaze, still greeted her with a smile. Miss Bai, would you care to try a skewer? Bai Yaoyao huffed dismissively, her expression full of disdain. Li Changxian, eager to tempt her further, picked up a skewer only to realize it was the very piece he had just forced into Jiang Mengli's mouth. The meat glistened enticingly, leaving him uncertain whether the sheen was from oil or the remnants of the demoness essence. He could not help but swallow hard. With no other option, he placed the skewer onto a nearby plate and picked up a small fan, fanning it towards Bai Yaoyao. The aroma of the barbecue wafted through the air. reaching by Yao Yao's nostrils. Being a glutton at heart, she had never encountered the culinary skills that Li Changxian had brought from the Blue Star. Now, as the tantalizing scent enveloped her, her resolve began to waver. And her mouth watered profusely. Stealing a glance at the skewers being grilled by Li Changxian, she swallowed again, cursing internally, "How dare this wretched human use my weakness against me? Humph, even if I were to leap from the Imperial Demon Island, I shall never partake in the food of a mere mortal," she vowed silently. Observing her suppressed desire, Li Changxian recognized her as a little glutton. Seizing the opportunity, he took a skewer and savored it in front of her. Smacking his lips, "Oh my, this is truly delectable." Soon, Bai Yao's previously hostile gaze began to soften under the influence of the enticing aroma. Li Changxian pressed his advantage. "Miss Bai, would you care for a taste? It's quite delicious." Upon hearing this, Bai Yao's eager expression shifted to one of suspicion. "What are you plotting?" Li Changxian, exasperated, shrugged and clarified. "Did not your empress just eat? It's nothing to fret over. I merely wish to share this delicacy with you." "Really? Can you be so benevolent?" Bai Yao inquired, her tone wavering. "Rest assured, Miss Bai, I am but a mere mortal. I harbor no ill intentions," Li Changxian assured her sincerely, placing his hand on his chest. At that moment, Bai Yao began to lower her guard, realizing she may have overreacted. After all, Li Changxian was merely a human, yet she had inadvertently categorized him as an enemy. It seemed he had done nothing to warrant her ire. It was her own jealousy that had led her astray. "Well then, I suppose I shall sample a taste." Although her heart brimmed with anticipation, she maintained an air of indifference. Taking a skewer, she took a delicate bite, her eyes widening in delight as she experienced a flavor unlike any she had ever encountered. Without hesitation, she hurried to a nearby seat, indulging in the feast, all the while threatening, "Do not think for a moment that you can bribe me with these treats. Should you neglect your duties, I shall not hesitate to confront you." The exquisite taste rendered her unable to cease eating. Completely forgetting her earlier resolve, watching her devour the food voraciously, Li Changxian could not help but smile. Choosing not to disturb her, once Bai Yao had eaten her fill, her pace gradually slowed. "Your name is Li Changxian, is it not? What do you call this dish?" "Barbecue," Li Changxian replied casually. At that moment, Bai Yao's tone had softened considerably, and her demeanor towards Li Changxian had improved significantly. After all, one cannot remain hostile when feasting from another's hands. Yet, she could not deny that Li Changxuan's barbecue was indeed masterfully crafted. "How did you come to know our empress?" Bai Yao inquired as she continued to nibble, eager to learn what had transpired during her absence and why her empress had returned with Immortal. However, she remained firmly under the command of Jiang Mengli, and to inquire about her would be considered an overstep. There was no reason for her to ask, as even her own empress might not divulge the information. All she knew was that her empress had gone to the human realm to vie for the Chaos Purple Lotus, and she was entirely oblivious to the events that transpired during that time. Upon her inquiry, Li Changxian did not conceal the truth, providing her with a brief overview of the situation. "Your empress was injured, and I saved her life. That is all," the incredulous Bai Yao responded. "Who is our empress? Does she truly require the assistance of a mere mortal?" After all, it was hard to believe that a commoner could save a cultivator at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm. No one would accept such a tale. Yet, observing the earnest expression on Li Changxuan's face, she sensed no deceit. Indeed, he likely did not dare to lie. That true? Bai Yao pressed for confirmation. Li Changxian nodded, simultaneously realizing that Bai Yao was still unaware of all that had transpired with Jiang Mengli. Since Jiang Mengli had not disclosed the specifics to her, there was no necessity for him to do so either. Bai Yao refrained from further questioning, having concluded that Li Changxian was likely truthful. This revelation clarified many matters. Li Changxian had saved her empress, and in gratitude, the empress had brought him back to the demon clan to spare him from being hunted by human cultivators. However, given that he was merely immortal, she had chosen to take him on as a demon servant. Yet, there remained many aspects she did not comprehend, such as why the empress had granted him a trace of demon energy instead of simply issuing a command to prevent him from harm, or why he was allowed to reside in the side hall of Qianli Palace when she herself had not enjoyed such privileges. Bai Yao pondered these questions. Li Changxian emerged from the courtyard with a skewer of roasted meat in hand. Outside, several individuals felt their stomachs grumble at the tantalizing aroma wafting from his barbecue. "Hey there, allow me to treat you to something." As soon as Li Changxian stepped outside, he thrust several skewers into the hands of the vigilant Xiong Taizo. Before Xiong Taizhou could react, Li Changxian had already returned, casually leaving behind the remark, "No need for thanks." Xiong Taizhou, staring at the unfamiliar delicacy in his hands, felt a wave of embarrassment as he faced the eager gazes of his comrades. After a moment of internal struggle, he decided to share the food. Soon, the courtyard was filled with exclamations of delight. "Captain Xiong, this is truly delightful. Oh my, it's absolutely scrumptious." When Li Changxian returned to the courtyard, Bai Yaoyao was just preparing to leave. As he approached her, she instantly adopted a fierce expression and threatened, "You had better not let me discover any offense or overstepping towards our empress, or I shall not hesitate to respond, even with your connection to her." However, compared to before, the hostility in her tone had considerably diminished. Li Changxian thought to himself that this barbecue had not been in vain, as it had helped mend relations with the two most hostile demons within the Imperial Demon Palace. Rest assured, given your empress's temperament, if I were truly such a person, it would hardly be your place to intervene, he assured her. "Humph, I hope that holds true," Bai Yaoyao replied, though a hint of skepticism lingered in her mind. She distinctly remembered how, upon her empress's return yesterday, Li Changxian had called her by her full name. Had anyone else dared to show such disrespect, they would have been swiftly dealt with. Yet yesterday, nothing had been said. She felt that Li Changxuan's last statement still required validation. Subsequently, Bai Yaoyao vanished from the courtyard. After tidying up, Li Changxian, as he had done the previous night, went to fetch water from the celestial spring bathing pool before returning to Qinli Palace, where he knocked on Jiang Mengli's chamber door. "Come in," came Jiang Mengli's indifferent voice. After several trips back and forth, Li Changxian had filled the bathing tub. Thinking he had completed his task, he intended to take his leave. "Wait," a gentle voice halted his departure. "What is it? Do you require anything else from me?" Jiang Mengli furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by how much Li Changxian had changed tonight. Just last night, he had been thrown out and threatened with force to complete his tasks. Now he was dutifully acquiescing, which unsettled her. "Pour the water out. I do not wish to bathe anymore." Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the mischievous nature of the demoness had resurfaced. What should he do? What could he do? Certainly, he would comply with her request. After all, she had shown him kindness. With a sense of gratitude still within him, he decided to honor her wishes. Since she disliked barbecued food and there was no time to prepare chicken soup, he would indulge her whims this evening, even if he was aware she was deliberately teasing him. Thus, Li Changxian proceeded to pour the water from the bathing tub as Jiang Mengli watched in astonishment. She thought to herself, why was he so obedient? It was evident she was teasing him, and she found it hard to believe that Li Changxian had not seen through her intentions. Yet, unexpectedly, he complied without protest. "Humph, this is no fun at all. You may leave now." After Li Changxian completed his task, Jiang Mengli felt a twinge of irritation. She was unaccustomed to him not opposing her. Once outside, Li Changxian caught a whiff of himself. "Oh dear, the scent of barbecue is overwhelming. I must wash up." However, he soon remembered that he would need to fetch water for his own bath. He thought it would be simpler to bathe directly in the spring, avoiding the hassle of running back and forth. Thus, he took a fresh set of clothes and made his way to the bathing pool. The new garments had been sent to him by Jiang Mengli's attendants, and he noted that both the quality and fabric were significantly superior to what he currently wore. Moments later, Li Changxian leisurely entered the celestial spring bathing hall. Just then, several demon attendants happened to pass by and caught sight of him entering the hall. "Hey, isn't the celestial spring hall reserved exclusively for the empress? Why is a man entering? Don't you know? He is the personal demon attendant brought back by the demon emperor. Not only has he received a trace of the empress's demon energy, but he also resides in the side hall of Qinli Palace. He must be here to fetch water for the empress. Let us move quickly and avoid running into him. Is that so? But I don't see him carrying a bathing tub. It looks like he is here for himself. Come on, let us not worry about it." Inside the celestial spring hall, Li Changxian sighed in contentment. "Ah, this is truly delightful." Soaking in the warm, natural spring, he stretched his back and relaxed his spine. That he mused, "Truly, the demon empress knows how to indulge. This bathing experience is unlike any other." Although he was unaware of the effects of this celestial spring, the warmth enveloping him was undeniably comforting. It was not just his skin that felt the soothing embrace. His entire body, from the meridians to the limbs, was immersed in a state of exquisite comfort. Thus, in this serene environment, Master Li, after a long day of toil, gradually succumbed to slumber while soaking. After approximately a quarter of an hour, another enchanting figure appeared outside the celestial spring hall. Jiang Mengli's purpose for bathing was not solely to indulge in comfort, but also to heal the injuries inflicted upon her by the backlash of the sealing spirit mark. Her earlier claim of not wishing to bathe was merely a pretext to tease Li Changxian. She certainly intended to soak in the spring. Indeed, Jiang Mengli approached the celestial spring hall without hesitation or any inquiry into whether someone was within. After all, this was her exclusive bathing chamber. A place that had never witnessed the presence of another. The spring pool inside was vast, shrouded in a mist of ethereal vapor and spiritual energy. Li Changxuan's head was completely submerged beneath the veil of celestial mist, rendering him oblivious to the fact that someone was resting nearby at the edge of the pool. She first raised her hand to cast a barrier. Immediately, the hall filled with a rustling sound. If Li Changxian were to open his eyes at that moment, he would behold an exquisite form, captivating and graceful, a sight that could incite a rush of blood. Her long, fair legs and delicate arms, akin to jade, barely concealed her ample curves, while her silken, silver hair shimmered softly amidst the hazy water. There was not a single piece of fabric to obscure the view. Then, with a splash, her enchanting figure vanished beneath the surface of the pool. Li Changxian showed no signs of awakening. Moments later, Jiang Mengli gently gathered the celestial spring water in her hands, pouring it over her delicate, jade-like arms. Her hair, styled in twin buns, resembled clouds against her porcelain-like skin. While her graceful demeanor exuded elegance, the sound of splashing water resonated near Li Changxuan's ears, intermittent, fluctuating in intensity. Hearing the noise, he finally opened his drowsy eyes, groggy and confused, realizing he had fallen asleep in the hot spring. But what was this incessant dripping sound? Wait, there was someone else here. In an instant, he was wide awake. Instinctively propping himself up, that a sound of water splashing emerged before Jiang Mengli's head appeared through the mist. Their eyes met, and they both stood frozen in astonishment for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, Li Changxuan's gaze was graced by the beauty of a celestial maiden. Under the warmth of the spring, Jiang Mengli's ethereal visage took on a slight blush. Her clear eyes sparkled like water, brows delicately arched, and her silver hair flowed like a waterfall in the misty light. Her exquisitely delicate face radiated an otherworldly beauty, captivating and unparalleled. Her porcelain-like skin was revealed, yet the pool's depth allowed only a glimpse of her graceful silhouette. Even so, Li Changxian, with his fleeting glance, understood that as a swordsman of 10 years, he was utterly unprepared for such a sight. At that moment, Jiang Mengli stared at him, momentarily forgetting her own formidable prowess at the pinnacle of celestial cultivation, her mind momentarily suspended. When she regained her senses, she quickly covered herself with her hands, her cheeks transforming from rosy pink to crimson. Li Changxian, she exclaimed, her voice a blend of fury and embarrassment, her enchanting gaze now tinged with a fierce crimson glint. A formidable aura of danger emanated from her. Had she not established a barrier before entering the hall, the entire demon city would have felt the wrath of the demon empress, trembling in fear. In a fit of indignation, Jiang Mengli thrust her palm towards the water, sending splashes and waves that submerged Li Changxian. Struggling to contain her embarrassment and anger, she swiftly leaped from the pool, donning her dark garment. Though Li Changxian was but a mortal, he could sense the intensity of her fury. As he emerged from the water, he dared not open his eyes, hastily covering them with his hand. Have I gone blind? Where am I? Why can I see nothing? Panic-stricken, he began to mutter nonsensically. Jiang Mengli raised a hand, poised to strike him down, yet for reasons unknown, she hesitated, her heart resisting the urge. After a moment of contemplation, she suppressed her impulse to strike him and stormed behind a screen, seething, "You have 10 breaths to get dressed and come here." Upon hearing her voice, Li Changxian sighed in relief. That was close, he thought. Hastily scrambling to the shore, he had time only to don a simple undergarment before rushing to Jiang Mengli's side. At that moment, she sat with her eyes closed, the remnants of a blush still adorning her face, a delicate hand resting upon her forehead. Her proud figure rose and fell, indicative of her conflicting emotions of shame and anger. "You saw everything." Jiang Mengli opened her glistening eyes, her gaze piercing through him. "I saw nothing," Li Changxian quickly refuted, knowing that admitting to it would be tantamount to a death sentence, even if he truly hadn't seen much. "Let me assure you, I want to kill you. Perhaps it's a test, or perhaps sincere," Jiang Mengli questioned again. "You promise to keep your word?" "Humph. When have I ever broken my promise?" Reassured, Li Changxian spoke earnestly. "I truly didn't see anything. You know how deep that pool is. Then why didn't you speak when I entered?" she queried. "Did you not see me then?" I fell asleep. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out later." "Would I?" Li Changxuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Who allowed you to bathe in the celestial spring hall? Are you unaware that this is my exclusive bathing chamber? I didn't know. Li Changxuan protested. He then muttered under his breath, besides, you never told me. Jiang Mengli's expression turned icy. Yet, after a moment, she reflected that Li Changxuan had a point. It was also her oversight for not sensing any presence when she entered. Naively assuming no one would dare venture into this celestial spring hall, forgetting she had brought back an extraordinary individual, considering that he truly hadn't seen much, she pondered whether to let him off the hook. Suddenly, Jiang Mengli was struck by a realization. Why was she having such thoughts? Why was she becoming more lenient with him? She was baffled by her own change. Had anyone else done what Li Changxuan had, they would have perished countless times. Yet, since meeting him, she seemed to have transformed significantly, but only in relation to him. Now, having shared the same bathing pool, if it were anyone else, they wouldn't even have had the chance to speak before being obliterated. Though she felt anger, there was an overwhelming sense of shyness that kept her from acting. Unsure of her own feelings, she questioned whether this was a consequence of the Tai Xian forbidden technique. Capable of influencing one's disposition, but why did it not affect her towards others? She could not comprehend it, nor did she wish to dwell on it further. After a session of self-reassurance, Jiang Mengli decided that a punishment was in order. Otherwise, she might truly allow him to run rampant, and who knows, he might even dare to ride atop her one day. Yet still, having trespassed into her bathing chamber and witnessed her cough, what do you propose to do? The name Jiang Mengli conveys the idea of allowing him to devise a punishment for himself. However, to Li Changxuan, it bore an entirely different connotation. Although Li Changxuan hailed from Blue Star and was not as rigid in his thinking as the locals, he still held fairly traditional views. Upon hearing Jiang Mengli's words, he naturally misconstrued her intent. In the mortal realm of Lingxiao continent, if a woman's body were exposed to others, it would be deemed a loss of virtue. She would either have to marry the one who beheld her to preserve her honor, or face the scornful gazes of others, leading to a life of quiet despair. Even in the realm of cultivation, where such matters were not as severe, the concept of chastity still held significant weight, although there were exceptions for those who practiced certain arts involving the gathering of essences. Thus, when Li Changxuan heard Jiang Mengli's inquiry of what he intended to do, he naturally assumed she was asking if he would take responsibility. This led him into deep contemplation. Having been an orphan on Blue Star, he had never experienced romance before arriving here. In Lingxiao continent, his encounters with women had been scant, and he had approached such matters with a laissez-faire attitude. Otherwise, he would not have declined Zhao Chen's mother's introduction as for the enchanting woman before him. He initially harbored no fondness upon their first meeting, but their subsequent interactions had been rather agreeable. Otherwise, during their time in the Qinglian secret realm, he would not have gone to such lengths to protect her. Seeing him lost in thought, Jiang Mengli initially presumed he was contemplating how to atone for his supposed misdeed, unaware that his thoughts had strayed far from her original intent. After much hesitation, he tentatively ventured, "Do you mean to imply that I should take responsibility?" Jiang Mengli was taken aback, unable to comprehend the implications of his words. "What do you mean?" she stammered, after a prolonged pause. Li Changxuan, though feeling somewhat uncomfortable asking, decided it was better to clarify. "Are you suggesting that I should be responsible for you?" At first, Jiang Mengli did not grasp the meaning, but upon realization, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Li Changxuan, do you even know what you are saying?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Upon hearing her response and witnessing her flustered demeanor, Li Changxuan immediately understood he had misinterpreted the situation. Thankfully, he had sought clarification, or else the awkwardness would have been unbearable. He patted his chest in relief. "My apologies. It's not as you think that I was mistaken." However, Jiang Mengli was not pleased with his words. "What do you mean by it's not as you think? Do you believe I am beneath your notice?" Her expression shifted to one of anger as she retorted, "You had better clarify what you mean by that." "I mean no disrespect, esteemed empress. Your beauty is unparalleled and far beyond my humble worth," he hastily explained, eager to appease her, for he feared that the coming days might not bode well for him otherwise. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Mengli's expression softened slightly, but she dared not allow him to speak further, fearing he might utter something else shocking. "You may escape severe punishment, but you shall stand in the courtyard tonight as a penalty for intruding upon my bathing chamber. Please, esteemed empress, I was wrong. Allow me to return to sleep, will you?" Li Changxuan pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation, muttering under his breath, "Besides, wasn't it you who barged in?" Jiang Mengli appeared not to hear his murmured protest, instead wearing a charming smile as she gazed at him. "Very well, if you wish to avoid standing, there is an alternative. Really, Li Changxuan responded, his eyes wide with hope. Jiang Mengli suddenly rose, gracefully approaching him. And with a seductive smile, she declared, "Of course, but you may lose those 2 eyes of yours." Her alluring gaze bore into his. "Then I shall take my punishment." Li Changxuan quickly realized, stammering, "I scarcely saw anything. Since you are to be punished, hurry and go," Jiang Mengli admonished, striking him with a hand that sent him flying. Li Changxuan quickly rose to his feet, hastily retracing his steps to the courtyard. Fortunately, Jiang Mengli had tempered her strength, and he only felt a stinging pain on the surface of his skin, without any internal injuries or bloodshed. By the time Jiang Mengli returned to Qinli Palace, Li Changxuan was already standing in the courtyard. "If I discover you slacking off, you can expect to stand for another 10 days, Jiang Mengli warned before storming back to her quarters. As the night wore on, Li Changxuan found himself shivering from the cold. The Imperial Demon City was situated by the sea, and the nighttime chill was exacerbated. Being merely mortal and dressed in a single layer, he was certainly feeling the bite of the cold. Yet, his thoughts were not consumed by the temperature. In fact, the coldness kept his drowsiness at bay, and his mind wandered back to earlier events. Whenever he recalled certain delicate matters, warmth flooded through him, providing a semblance of comfort against the biting wind. Simultaneously, he sensed that Jiang Mengli seemed overly kind to him, even if his own thoughts were somewhat unrefined, according to the customs of the cultivation world. An incident like the one they had just experienced, even if it were a misunderstanding, would typically result in dire consequences for a mortal at the hands of a cultivator, especially considering her reputation as a ruthless empress. When he had merely embraced her in the Yu domain forest, she had struck him in retaliation. Now, she was only meting out a light punishment. He could not dismiss the possibility that Jiang Mengli felt indebted to him for saving her life. Yet, that reasoning seemed tenuous, especially considering that in the Qinglian secret realm, she had willingly used a precious petal of the Uni Qinglian to save him, a treasure for which countless cultivators would risk their lives to obtain. To have bestowed such a priceless item upon him, followed by offering her demon aura for protection, and now only imposing a mild reprimand, left him questioning whether the enchanting woman might harbor feelings for him. This is somewhat more comprehensible. When he misinterpreted Jiang Mengli's intentions earlier, he pondered that had he not misunderstood, and if Jiang Mengli truly wished for him to take responsibility, he would not have been averse to it. Not out of a desire for a life of ease, nor out of a sense of duty that might lead to compromise. Yet he found himself unable to articulate why. Even he remained oblivious to the fact that his feelings for Jiang Mengli had transcended mere friendship. While Li Changxuan trembled in the courtyard, Jiang Mengli was wide awake indoors. Although she was not accustomed to sleep, her sleeplessness tonight stemmed from another reason. After returning from the bath, Jiang Mengli had been in a state of unease. She initially thought it was merely concern over the potential aftereffects of the Taishan forbidden technique, prompting her to hastily retrieve all ancient texts related to the demon tribes from the Imperial Demon Palace. At that moment, fragments of jade slip swirled around her. To enhance her efficiency in reviewing these texts, Jiang Mengli deliberately unleashed her spiritual consciousness, navigating through the jade slips in search of information regarding the Taishan sect. As her consciousness traversed each slip, its contents rapidly materialized in her mind. Finally, after sifting through countless jade slips, she discovered one that recorded details about the Taishan sect. Jiang Mengli began to read it slowly. The essence was straightforward. The Taishan sect evolved from the Xianyi sect, which, during ancient times, faced rampant beasts that wreaked havoc upon humanity. Thus, a cadre of cultivators emerged, refining the natural energies of the world, capable of soaring through the skies and cleaving mountains and rivers. These were the primordial practitioners of cultivation that to combat the ferocious beasts. They united in collaboration, and after enduring immense sacrifices, they ultimately subdued the ancient beasts, restoring peace to the realm. The remaining cultivators established sects to disseminate methods of cultivation to the world. Among them was the Xianyi sect. However, after millennia of development, ideological rifts among the sect's administrators led to a schism, resulting in the formation of the Taishan sect and the Tai sect. After perusing the text for a considerable time, Jiang Mengli still found no records concerning the Taishan forbidden technique. With no other recourse, she clung to a glimmer of hope and finished reading the remaining content. Upon reaching the final segment, her expression suddenly brightened. There indeed was a mention of the Taishan forbidden technique. The jade slip indicated that the Taishan forbidden technique was originally designed to counter the ancient beasts. Yet those deemed excessively cruel were classified as forbidden techniques. The spirit sealing seal was among them, requiring the practitioner to offer their own blood as a sacrifice. The greater the number of sacrifices, the more potent the effect. However, the sole drawback was that the lifeblood and spirit of the sacrificial individuals would be entirely consumed by the formation, leaving no chance for survival, hence its categorization as a forbidden technique. Once Jiang Mengli had finished reading, she learned that the practitioner of the spirit sealing seal would lose all cultivation but would not suffer any lasting repercussions, and there was no mention of any impact on one's character. Jiang Mengli breathed a sigh of relief. The absence of after effects was a relief, yet a new question arose. What was this peculiar feeling she harbored towards Li Changxian? The following day, Jiang Mengli had not slept a wink. At dawn, as she stepped outside her chamber, she spotted Li Changxian in the courtyard. His eyelids flickered incessantly, resembling two candles on the verge of extinguishing, swaying precariously in the wind. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Li Changxian jolted awake. His gaze fell upon Jiang Mengli, and he could not help but express a look of sorrow. You stood all night. Have you vented your frustrations? Jiang Mengli remained silent. In truth, she had not been particularly angry to be by the time he emerged from the bath. Her ire had already dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of embarrassment, which had led her to impose upon him the punishment of standing. Seeing her silence, Li Changxian thought perhaps she had found resolution, for otherwise, she would surely have denied it vehemently. Your Majesty, may I return now? Jiang Mengli nodded slightly in response. Li Changxian felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he dragged his weary body. His eyes barely opened, and staggered toward the side hall. He did not even bother to bid farewell, yet Jiang Mengli had grown accustomed to such behavior and found nothing amiss on his way back to his chambers. Li Changxian coughed a few times, and upon entering his room, he flung himself onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli proceeded to the study of the Imperial Demon Palace to attend to matters concerning the demon tribes. The management system of the demon tribes was markedly different from that of mortal kingdoms. There was no need for morning assemblies. In the realm of demons, the demon emperor presided over myriad demons, while various tribes were governed by their respective demon kings. During peaceful days, the great demon kings meticulously managed affairs within their territories. They reported the conditions of their domains to the Imperial Demon Palace at designated intervals, enabling the demon emperor to make informed decisions. Unless a significant matter arose within the demon tribe, or they received summons from the demon emperor, the demon kings would refrain from visiting the Imperial Demon Palace casually. Thus, the palace was not overly populated. Jiang Mengli's daily tasks primarily involved processing the petitions submitted by the various demon kings, which he found rather manageable. Yet today, she appeared somewhat distracted, holding a petition from a demon king. Her eyes scanned the characters on the slip, but her thoughts were like wild horses galloping uncontrollably to distant realms. Even Bai Yaoyao, who attended to her, noticed Jiang Mengli's unusual demeanor and, filled with curiosity, could not help but inquire, Your Majesty, is there something on your mind? Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao's voice, Jiang Mengli quickly returned to reality. After a moment's contemplation, she deemed it harmless to inquire of Bai Yaoyao, for she too was enveloped in confusion. Bai Yaoyao, do you perceive any changes since my return? Bai Yaoyao, upon hearing this question, scrutinized Jiang Mengli for a moment. Then, she endeavored to recall Jiang Mengli's demeanor from 2 days prior, attempting to discern any differences. Yet, she found no particular changes. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had stumbled upon something significant, and a smile graced her face as she exclaimed, Yes, since Your Majesty's return, you have become even more beautiful and enchanting. Jiang Mengli, who had initially harbored some anticipation, felt that hope vanish in an instant upon hearing this response. With a hint of exasperation, she replied, I am not referring to changes in appearance. What about other aspects? Bai Yaoyao's expression dimmed as she raised a hand to gently pinch her chin, feigning contemplation, and then recalled with diligence, Yes, it is that Your Majesty wore a white dress upon returning to the palace. I have followed Your Majesty for over 30 years, and this is the first time I have seen you in anything other than black. Jiang Mengli nodded slightly. She previously refrained from wearing white dresses, believing them too feminine and unbecoming of her imposing identity as a sovereign. Although she had reverted to such attire now, the dress that Li Changxian gifted her remained safely tucked away in her personal space. When she had initially told Li Changxian to discard it, it had merely been a ruse to provoke him. However, this alteration in attire seemed insufficient to indicate any substantive issue. Is there anything else? Yes, this time, Your Majesty brought back a wretched mortal who appears to serve no purpose whatsoever. Furthermore what? Speak boldly. I shall not punish you for your insolence, so hurry. Jiang Mengli urged with increasing urgency. That Li Changxian called Your Majesty by your full name at the entrance of the Imperial Demon Palace, and your majesty did not hold him accountable for his disrespect. You even bestowed upon him a wisp of demon energy and permitted him to reside in the side hall of Qianli Palace. Bai Yaoyao grew increasingly animated, as if a floodgate had opened, pouring forth all her grievances. Once she finished, she regained her composure, realizing her words may have crossed a line, and hurriedly knelt to apologize. I have spoken out of turn. It is nothing. Rise, Jiang Mengli replied absently. The matters Bai Yaoyao had mentioned previously seemed quite reasonable to Jiang Mengli. She had not chastised Li Changxian for calling her name. As it was merely a habit, bestowing him demon energy was an act of protection. Allowing him to reside in the side hall was due to his status as her personal demon attendant. However, upon hearing Bai Yaoyao articulate them, they no longer seemed entirely justifiable. There was no necessity for her to treat him with such exception. Yet, she remained perplexed as to her own thoughts, having unconsciously acted in such a manner. And exclusively towards him. Do you know why I would behave this way? Huh? Bai Yaoyao emitted a sound of surprise, as she had not anticipated that even the empress herself was unaware of the reason. Thus, she delved into contemplation once more. In Bai Yaoyao's view, the empress harbored countless demons in her heart, wholly devoted to her cultivation, based on her understanding of the empress over the past 3 decades. Bai Yaoyao believed that the empress's resolve was unshakable and could not possibly be swayed by a mere mortal. Furthermore, the chasm between celestial beings and mortals was vast, especially considering the empress was the sovereign of all demons, while Li Changxian was but an ordinary human. Thus, there could only be one explanation. She had inquired about the empress's interactions with Li Changxian concerning the release of creatures over the past 2 months just the night before. Therefore, given the peculiar circumstances, it seemed evident that the empress was acting out of sentiment and gratitude, repaying a debt of kindness. Did her subordinate hear that Li Changxian had saved the empress? Jiang Mengli nodded, noncommittally. Observing the consensus between both parties, Bai Yaoyao felt increasingly convinced that her deductions were undoubtedly correct, and without a second thought, she replied, "It is clear that the empress values gratitude. She must be acting in repayment of his life-saving grace." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Mengli felt a flicker of confusion. Could it truly be so? Seeing the empress in a state of bewilderment, Bai Yaoyao elaborated, "The empress is well aware that our fox demon clan places great importance on gratitude, especially when it comes to saving a life, though the empress possesses the celestial fox bloodline and is not an ordinary fox demon. She is, after all, a member of the fox clan, and such tendencies are inherent. Thus, it is surely to repay a debt of gratitude that she acts this way." As Bai Yaoyao spoke, she confidently nodded. Thoroughly pleased with her conclusion, she mused to herself, what a little genius she was. The empress's morning puzzlement had been resolved by her in mere moments. Truly, she was the empress's right hand. A look of pride unconsciously spread across Bai Yaoyao's face. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli, upon hearing her discourse, felt a vague sense of realization, contemplating that it did, indeed, make a certain sense. Although a lingering sense of unease remained, it was sufficient that it was not the aftermath of some arcane technique. As night fell, Jiang Mengli returned to her chamber, eagerly awaiting Li Changxuan's arrival. The previous night, he had promised to prepare a bowl of chicken soup for her each evening, yet as the hour grew late, there was still no sign of him. This fellow must have forgotten. She resolved to refrain from reproaching him when he finally brought the celestial spring water. Jiang Mengli grumbled inwardly. However, as she continued to wait until the hour grew late, there was still no sign of him. Anger welled up within Jiang Mengli. Not only did he fail to keep his word, but he had also neglected to bring her bathing water. Li Changxian, I am preparing to bathe. Hurry and fetch the celestial spring water. Jiang Mengli transmitted her thoughts towards his chamber. Yet, there was still no response, only the faint sound of Li Changxuan's labored breathing. Jiang Mengli's anger flared anew. How dare he ignore her? Li Changxian, if you do not come soon, I shall have you standing in punishment for another night. She sent another irate message. Still, there was no reply. This was outrageous. However, it was indeed characteristic of Li Changxuan's manner of dealing with matters. Jiang Mengli felt a sense of relief wash over her. The familiar feeling returned, and she was no longer inclined to acquiesce as she had the previous day. Nevertheless, the authority of the empress must not be undermined. A punishment was still in order. In the next moment, Jiang Mengli appeared directly in Li Changxuan's chamber, only to find him buried under his covers. Thinking he was still asleep, she yanked the covers away. However, upon seeing Li Changxuan's state, her heart sank. He lay curled up on the bed, his clothes drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling slightly, and his brow tightly furrowed. Jiang Mengli recognized these symptoms as signs of illness, and hastily imparted a trace of spiritual energy to him. However, Li Changxuan's complexion showed no signs of improvement. For an ordinary mortal, the mere inhalation of a wisp of pure spiritual energy should suffice to alleviate most ailments. It then dawned on her that Li Changxuan lacked a dantian, rendering her efforts futile. Yet, as a demon and a cultivator, she had never known the experience of falling ill and was thus at a loss for alternative remedies. Consequently, she could only cover him back up with the blanket. At this moment, Li Changxuan stirred slightly, immediately sensing the chill that enveloped him and the dizziness that clouded his mind. He coughed several times, attracting Jiang Mengli's attention to the fact that he was awake. "What ails you? How shall we remedy this? I just imparted spiritual energy, but it was of no use," Jiang Mengli inquired anxiously. Li Changxuan propped himself up slightly on the bed. Feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, he first touched his forehead, finding nothing amiss. Yet, he was aware enough of his condition to weakly respond. "I must have caught a chill from last night. It seems I have come down with a cold." Li Changxuan couldn't help but smile ruefully. In a year's time, he had indeed become an ordinary mortal, his physical constitution no better than that of a common person. This was his first illness since arriving in Lingxiao continent. In the past, when he had possessed cultivation, he was impervious to maladies, yet now he found himself suffering. "What shall we do? I shall dispatch someone to procure remedies." Jiang Mengli pressed further. If one listened closely, they could detect a barely perceptible hint of panic in her voice. Fortunately, Li Changxuan had previously studied medical texts. Otherwise, he would not have been able to treat Jiang Mengli when they first met. He proceeded to relay the necessary herbs for treating a cold. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli immediately transmitted a message to Bai Yaoyao, instructing her to fetch the herbs from the Imperial Demon City. Although there were medicines within the Imperial Demon Palace, they were primarily elixirs for cultivators, of no use to Li Changxuan. Upon receiving the Empress's message, Bai Yaoyao, though puzzled as to why such herbs for mortals were needed, did not hesitate and promptly left the Imperial Demon Palace to procure them. After issuing her commands, Jiang Mengli settled by the table within the room, only to notice a gaze fixed upon her. "Even in such a weakened state, you cannot lie still. What are you staring at?" Jiang Mengli shot Li Changxuan a glare, followed by a playful reprimand. "I was merely observing the source of my discomfort." Li Changxuan replied with a smile, despite his pallor. "Humph, who told you to spy on the Empress? You deserve it." Jiang Mengli seemed to recall something, her complexion slightly reddening under the glow of the flowing stone. At this, Li Changxuan was momentarily taken aback. How had the narrative shifted to him being the one who spied? Hadn't he clarified it was an accident? Moreover, he had not seen much. Just then, Bai Yaoyao's figure appeared in the room. "Empress, I have retrieved the medicine. By the way, what were you two discussing? What did Li Changxuan spy on?" The sudden appearance of Bai Yaoyao left both individuals momentarily speechless. "It was nothing. You must have misheard." "Is that so?" Bai Yaoyao questioned. Her curiosity piqued, though she felt she had heard quite clearly, just not the specifics of what had been spied upon. Fearing further inquiries, Li Changxuan hastily diverted the conversation. "Bai, you certainly have a swift pace in procuring the herbs." "Of course," Bai Yaoyao replied, beaming with pride, thinking to herself that when the Empress entrusted her with a task, it was her duty to execute it with efficiency. Thus, she had swiftly returned with the herbs. Realizing the Empress's presence in Li Changxuan's chamber, she entered without a second thought, for he held no significant status. Boil the herbs in a bowl of water until only half remains. Upon seeing the herbs had arrived, Li Changxuan provided instructions on how to prepare them. At this point, Bai Yaoyao noticed Li Changxuan sitting up on the bed, looking unwell, and immediately understood that he required the medicine. She couldn't help but scoff. "Whoever needs the medicine should fetch it themselves." Bai Yaoyao, follow his instructions, Jiang Mengli interjected before Li Changxuan could respond. Bai Yaoyao, upon hearing this, wore an expression of reluctance and complained. "Why not just impart some spiritual energy? Preparing medicine is such a hassle. He lacks a dantian, so spiritual energy won't help. Hurry." "So it is. You truly have my sympathy." Bai Yaoyao gently prodded her chin. And suddenly a realization dawned upon her. Subsequently, she leisurely made her way out to prepare the medicine. Her perception of Li Changxuan had shifted somewhat. She thought that by assisting him in concocting a potion, she was also repaying a favor to her own Empress. Thus, she accepted the task with an untroubled heart. In the room, only Li Changxuan and Jiang Mengli remained. Although Li Changxuan was unwell, his spirits were surprisingly high. And he jested, "Oh dear, it seems the esteemed Empress will have to make her way to the Immortal Spring Palace herself, and since my ailment won't be resolved for a few days, the promised chicken soup will also have to wait." "Humph, why not let it torment you? After Li Changxuan finished his medication, Jiang Mengli returned to her own quarters, only to discover that Bai Yaoyao was trailing behind her. It was not until Jiang Mengli opened her door and intended to enter that Bai Yaoyao still followed her. "What is it that you need?" Bai Yaoyao's face brightened as she exclaimed. "Esteemed Empress, since Li Changxuan is currently incapacitated, allow me to fetch the Immortal Spring bathing water for you tonight." "No need. I shall attend to the bathing in the Immortal Spring Palace myself this evening," Jiang Mengli replied coolly, before directly retreating into her room. Bai Yaoyao stood at the doorway, visibly disheartened. "Why is it that Li Changxuan can, yet I cannot?" After a prolonged moment of vexation, she suddenly appeared to grasp something, and her face lit up with joy. Surely, the Empress is concerned for her subordinate, thinking that such tasks do not align with the divine status of the Empress's envoy. Her consideration is truly remarkable. "The Empress is excessively kind to me." The following day, Li Changxuan remained in slumber. He had nearly recovered, and although still in a mortal form, he possessed the physique of one who had undergone body refinement. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Hearing this, Li Changxuan stirred from his half-dreaming state. He found it rather peculiar. Within the Imperial Demon Palace, most would enter his chambers silently. Yet today, this visitor appeared exceptionally courteous. "Come in," Li Changxuan called out without bothering to rise from his bed. Moments later, Xiong Tai entered, carrying a bowl of medicine. "Old Tai, what brings you here?" Li Changxuan inquired as he got up to dress. Xiong Tai placed the medicine on the table and then took a seat. "The Empress commanded me to attend to you. I see. Thank you for bringing the medicine," Li Changxuan replied as he joined Xiong Tai at the table. Sipping the medicine while speaking, he found the name Old Tai to be quite fitting and easy to pronounce. However, Xiong Tai seemed somewhat uneasy, as if he wished to say something but hesitated. After Li Changxuan finished his medicine, Xiong Tai remained in a state of indecision, which did not escape Li Changxuan's notice. Li Changxuan merely smiled. "Do you have something to share, Old Tai?" Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai appeared to gather his resolve, rising without hesitation and half-kneeling before Li Changxuan, clasping his fists in apology. "Young Master Li, I was remiss in my manners the other day. I have come to express my contrition and hope you will not hold it against me." This sudden display startled Li Changxuan. Just the other day, Xiong Tai had shown nothing but disdain. "Old Tai, speak properly and stand up." Xiong Tai, however, remained firmly in place, his expression full of remorse. "The esteemed Bai envoy has informed me that you saved the Empress's life. Though I am unaware of the details, without the Empress, there would be no Xiong Tai today, so you are now my benefactor." Xiong Tai poured out his heartfelt sentiments in one breath. Initially, he was but an obscure member of the Bear Clan, nearly losing his life during the Demon Clan upheaval 6 years prior, until the Empress saved him. Thereafter, he became one of Jiang Mengli's many followers, aiding in quelling the Demon Clan's insurrection and repelling the invading human cultivators. Thus, in his heart, Jiang Mengli was his utmost belief and savior. This morning, Bai Yaoyao conveyed the Demon Emperor's orders for him to care for Li Changxuan for a time, which he initially resented. However, upon learning about the relationship between the Empress and Li Changxuan, he accepted the task without complaint. Li Changxuan, taken aback by Xiong Tai's apology, was momentarily stunned. However, having more friends was beneficial, especially since he found himself rather bored in the demon realm. Xiong Tai was always outside Qinli Palace, so establishing a good rapport now would be advantageous for future endeavors. Thus, Li Changxuan quickly helped Xiong Tai to his feet, smiling as he said, "No need for such formality. Old Tai, just call me Li Xiong from now on." Xiong Tai, upon hearing this, grinned widely without hesitation. "Then you shall be my brother, Li Xiong. In this Imperial Demon Palace, should anyone disrespect you, I, Old Bear, will take care of them." And so, after 2 or 3 days, Li Changxuan's cold had completely healed. During this time, he had little to do but eat and sleep, and he was beginning to feel the pangs of boredom. The sole downside to the cultivation world was the lack of entertainment. During the previous 10 years, he had spent months in seclusion, which made the passage of time feel fleeting. Now, devoid of the ability to cultivate, he discovered just how slow time could be when idleness prevailed. Today, he awoke naturally and, upon stepping outside, beheld a graceful figure seated alone in a pavilion within the courtyard. "Why are you not in the study today?" Li Changxuan strolled leisurely to the pavilion and sat down, exhibiting no hint of a master-servant dynamic. However, in Jiang Mengli's eyes, this was the true demeanor of Li Changxuan, so she felt no displeasure. Merely responding, once the tasks were completed, there was not left to do. The demon clan comprised 9 major tribes and 9 demon kings, each of whom would present their reports every 2 to 3 days. So her responsibilities were not particularly demanding. At that moment, Li Changxian noticed the activity before her. On the stone table in the pavilion lay a chessboard. He furrowed his brow, silently pondering. Is she playing against herself? It appeared she was rather bored as well. Noticing his gaze fixated on the chessboard, Jiang Mengli invited, "Do you know how to play? Why not engage in a game with me?" "Very well," Li Changxian readily agreed. He took a seat opposite Jiang Mengli. After all, Go was a form of entertainment, and he had learned a bit during his time on Blue Star. Thus, they reset the board and commenced their game. In the first round, Li Changxian lost. In the second round, he lost again. Undeterred, he continued to challenge Jiang Mengli, yet he found himself defeated in several consecutive rounds. It became evident that compared to Jiang Mengli, he only grasped the fundamentals, and he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, as if he had been struck down. Jiang Mengli could not help but chuckle. "Shall we not play another round?" "No more. You do not even consider giving me a chance," Li Changxian complained. Observing his crestfallen demeanor brought Jiang Mengli great amusement. Though she defended herself, "I must play to my utmost to show you respect." An excuse. Suddenly, a thought crossed Li Changxuan's mind, and his earlier disappointment vanished as he began to gather the pieces. "Jiang Mengli, let me introduce you to a new variant of the game." "What variant?" Jiang Mengli asked, her brows furrowing in curiosity as she watched him arrange the pieces. "This game is called Gamoku, and its rules differ somewhat from Go." As far as Li Changxian knew, the Lingxiao continent had no knowledge of Gamoku, only Go. Thus, he possessed an inherent advantage. After explaining the rules, Jiang Mengli found it intriguing. Once they restarted, Li Changxian played with remarkable ease, having previously studied a myriad of peculiar formations online. After several rounds of play, Jiang Mengli began to experience the same sense of frustration that Li Changxian had felt earlier. She had not won a single game. As an empress, she refused to allow herself to be outmatched by a mere mortal. Once more, however, eventually, Jiang Mengli conceded. She realized that Li Changxuan's cognitive prowess during this game far surpassed that of his strategic thinking in Go. Observing her lackluster demeanor, Li Changxian could not help but chuckle lightly. "So, what do you think? Do you wish to learn? I can teach you." Jiang Mengli huffed. "Speak quickly." "What? The Panseray? Such an unrefined name. I shan't learn it." With a petulant toss, she flung the pieces back into the bowl. Seeing her disgruntled expression, Li Changxian unabashedly burst into laughter. This enchanting woman was merely seeking an excuse to avoid the reality that she could not best him, and had thus turned her back in irritation. Jiang Mengli, incensed that he dared to mock her in front of her, commanded in a huff, "Go prepare dinner. I'm famished, and you've been resting for several days. It seems your health has returned." Glancing at the sky, Li Changxian realized he had unwittingly spent the entire day playing. "Wait," he said with a light chuckle before making his way to the kitchen. As Jiang Mengli watched his receding figure, she initially intended to scold him, yet a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious, daring to ridicule her to her face. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings at that moment were more of embarrassment than anger. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced dire consequences. However, Jiang Mengli waited in the pavilion until nightfall, yet Li Changxian had not returned. She grumbled to herself. "This fellow takes forever to make chicken soup. Does he expect me to wait?" Humph. With that, she retreated to her chambers. Not long after she returned, Li Changxian arrived at Qianli Palace, carrying a large food box. Upon discovering she was no longer in the pavilion, he made his way to her chamber and knocked on the door. "Enter," Jiang Mengli called. Already knowing who it was. Li Changxian pushed the door open and immediately saw Jiang Mengli seated at her desk. He hurriedly placed the food box on the table. "Today, we have a special feast." Jiang Mengli glanced at the box, aware that it contained more than just chicken soup. It seemed he had prepared various dishes. Explaining the lengthy delay, Li Changxian leisurely began to unveil the contents, introducing, "The first dish is the chicken soup you've been yearning for. The second is my signature Li Shifu stir-fried chicken. The third is sea salt baked chicken. And finally, we have beggar's chicken." Upon hearing the last dish, Jiang Mengli's eyes sparkled with delight. She had never seen so many different preparations from the kitchen of the demon realm. Yet, glancing at the table brimming with chicken dishes, she couldn't help but question, "Why is it all chicken? Aren't you a fox demon?" Li Changxian explained with a nonchalant air, "I figured you would enjoy it." For this all-chicken banquet, he had indeed exhausted the supply of chickens from the kitchen. Yet Jiang Mengli pressed further. "Then why did you make me wait so long?" "I need time to cook," he replied. "Look, I prepared all these dishes to make up for the time I've owed you these past few days. Understanding his intent, Jiang Mengli let out a soft huff. Very well, considering you are cooking for me. I shall let it slide this time. She sampled each dish, finding them surprisingly delightful, even surpassing the skills of the kitchen staff. This revelation sparked her curiosity. Li Changxuan, did you work as a chef before living in the Yui forest? How could you have mastered such unique culinary techniques? Li Changxuan was momentarily taken aback by her assumption. The truth was, he had learned these skills before arriving in Lingxiao continent. But his rigorous training had kept him from cooking for quite some time. Recently, he had only just begun to rediscover these old talents, so he simply shook his head slightly. Seeing his expression, Jiang Mengli surmised that she had unintentionally brought up painful memories of his retreat into the mountains after he could no longer cultivate, and thus refrained from probing further. Jiang Mengli enjoyed the meal immensely. It was perhaps the heartiest feast she had partaken in since her birth. Observing her delight, Li Changxuan secretly smiled to himself. It seemed that feeding this little fox was quite an enjoyable endeavor. If only she could return to being the little fox she once was when she first emerged from the Yui forest. Then he could pet her to his heart's content. Li Changxuan's mind began to entertain these rather perilous thoughts, while Jiang Mengli's celestial sapphire eyes immediately discerned the mischievous intent behind his gaze. Annoyed, she retorted, Li Changxuan, what are you thinking about? Hee, I was just thinking about giving you a pet. Li Changxuan blurted out, not realizing the implications of his words. What did you just say? Jiang Mengli's face flushed crimson, her sultry eyes glaring at him in indignation. Realizing his words had caused a misunderstanding, Li Changxuan hastily clarified, Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. I meant to say pet the little fox. Isn't that still me? Jiang Mengli shot back, Li Changxuan, are you feeling particularly cheeky today? His comment prompted Jiang Mengli to recall the time she had transformed into a little fox, and he had cradled her in his arms, affectionately stroking her as the demon empress. Such an experience seemed to diminish her regal aura. Her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She had slapped him for that, and yet here he was, audaciously bringing it up again. Jiang Mengli glared at him, her expression fierce, as if ready to strike at any moment. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Li Changxuan quickly defended himself. Your Majesty, I've just recovered from my illness. I won't touch you, I swear. How dare you? Jiang Mengli scolded, her face still flushed, although she secretly found it amusing. How foolish he was, believing she would actually harm him. She had only intended to tease him. Yet he had the audacity to bring it up again. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted the moment. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to discuss. Jiang Mengli took a deep breath to compose herself, her expression returning to normal as she replied, Come in. However, upon entering, Bai Yao was taken aback to find Li Changxuan in the chamber with her. Why was he sitting with the empress, even if it was to repay a debt? There was no need for such familiarity. Wasn't he supposed to be a servant? Why was he allowed to sit alongside the empress? Feeling that something was amiss, Bai Yao remained silent, her gaze fixed on Li Changxuan. Jiang Mengli sensed her unease and inquired, What is it? What is so urgent? Regaining her composure, Bai Yao was about to report but hesitated, noticing Li Changxuan still present. Therefore, she fell silent, her eyes shifting back to Jiang Mengli, as if seeking permission to speak. Understanding her concern, Jiang Mengli assured her, It's nothing. Speak your mind. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Yao thought to herself how trusting the empress was of him. However, she soon rationalized. Li Changxuan was merely a mortal. Even if he learned the secrets of the demon realm, what could he possibly do with that knowledge? Your Majesty, our scouts have reported that a chaotic purple lotus has appeared at the border of the Qishao realm once again. However, like before, it is merely a fragmented phenomenon, and the chances of the purple lotus manifesting are slim. Unencumbered by any reservations, Bai Yao confidently reported the news she brought. Upon hearing of yet another manifestation of the chaotic purple lotus, Jiang Mengli fell into deep contemplation. The previous occasion had also involved a fragmented phenomenon, culminating in a fruitless search for the essence of the chaotic purple lotus, and instead, she had unwittingly walked into the snare of the nefarious Taishian sect. This time, the likelihood of returning empty-handed was exceedingly high, yet, after 6 arduous years of searching, she had yet to discover a method to transcend into the realm of earth immortals. She was at a loss as to whether there was a flaw in her cultivation. For ancient texts of the demon race recorded that the 9-tailed celestial fox possessed an innate advantage in training, typically not requiring 6 long years to break through. However, she was the sole 9-tailed celestial fox remaining on Lingxiao continent, rendering her unable to seek counsel from others regarding her prolonged stagnation. Nevertheless, she was resolute in seizing this opportunity, even if hope appeared dim. How long until the secret realm opened? It was estimated to be at least another 10 days. Would Her Majesty the Empress attend this time? By Yao Yao couldn't he help but inquire. Jiang Mengli nodded affirmatively. As long as there is a glimmer of opportunity, this Empress shall not relent. Then allow me to accompany you. My lady, for I might assist you in averting a repeat of past calamities, Bai Yao Yao earnestly requested. Although she was unaware of the specifics of the previous incident, being rescued by Li Changxuan indicated its gravity. Moreover, recent news from the Void Realm suggested that their Empress had seized the Yun Yuqing Lian a few days prior, slaying hundreds of cultivators before vanishing. This implied that her Empress had relied on the Yun Yuqing Lian to heal her injuries and return to the demon race. She feared that similar misfortunes might befall them again. Upon learning that Bai Yao Yao wished to accompany her, Jiang Mengli immediately refused without hesitation. That is not permissible. You must remain with the demon race to assist me in managing its affairs. Ensuring no chaos befalls us. Should any issues arise, you can relay them to me promptly. But last time, such occurrences will not repeat. For last time, I fell victim to an ambush laid by the Taishan sect. However, they too suffered losses, losing 5 elders of the transcendent realm, rendering them incapable of engaging in another conflict. This revelation, Bai Yao Yao understood that it was indeed the Taishan sect that had harmed the Empress, and she mentally noted this grievance against them. Yet, knowing her Empress's temperament, this debt would eventually be collected, at which point she would merely need to follow along, while Bai Yao Yao was still lost in thought. Jiang Mengli outlined her plan, reassuring her. Moreover, this time I shall bring along the White Spirit Demon King to guard against any underhanded tactics from human cultivators. You need only ensure the safety of the Demon Imperial Palace. I shall obey, Bai Yao Yao replied, feeling considerably more at ease. After all, the White Spirit was their clan's current Demon King, and being over 100 years older than Jiang Mengli, was more seasoned and less likely to fall into a human trap. Possessing formidable strength, she had already reached the mid-stage of the transcendent realm, even if she still lagged slightly behind Jiang Mengli, who enjoyed the innate advantages of being a nine-tailed celestial fox. After only several decades of diligent cultivation, she had surpassed ordinary demons who had toiled for over a century. Moments later, Bai Yao Yao inquired again. When will Her Majesty depart? Should I inform the White Demon King to come for an audience? No need. I shall leave in 8 days. You may notify her to arrive at the Demon Imperial Palace on that day to accompany me. Understood. You may take your leave. After Bai Yao Yao exited, the room fell into a brief silence. Moments later, Li Changxuan broke the tranquility. Jiang Mengli, have your secret operations been so easily divulged to me? Are you not concerned about my revealing them? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli regarded him with a mocking expression, retorting, Can you even leave? What would you divulge? Do you believe that the moment you step outside the demon city, demons 1T come to extinguish you? Ah, but I have your demon aura on me. Don't you think they would hesitate? That is precisely why I said outside the city. Once you exit, who knows which demon S-claws will claim your life? Jiang Mengli feigned a fierce demeanor, intentionally trying to scare him. While such a scenario was indeed plausible, only a handful of demons would dare to oppose her in secrecy. Surprisingly, instead of feeling fear, Li Changxuan merely laughed at her. Oh dear, you are truly failing as a demon emperor. Look at how your subjects dare to defy you the moment you leave. Jiang Mengli's face flushed with embarrassment, and her anger flared. This fellow actually dared to mock her. If you have the gall, repeat that to my face. Who is truly failing here? Upon hearing her tone, Li Changxuan inwardly cursed his luck. The demoness was genuinely irked. He quickly began to appease her. I am the one who has failed. I misspoke. Your Majesty, burdened with countless affairs, is revered by all demons. How could you possibly fail? Oomph, that's more like it. Hurry and pack your things and withdraw. I need to rest. Moments later, as Li Changxuan tidied up the dishes on the short table and prepared to exit the room, he seemed to recall something and asked, Your Majesty, may I go bathe tonight? If you wish to go, then go. What need is there to inform me? I was merely concerned about a repeat of the incident from a few nights ago, and thought to notify you to prevent any unforeseen events. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli's face flushed with embarrassment, and she indignantly replied, Do not ever bring that up again. Furthermore, you are forbidden from bathing in the Immortal Spring Palace from now on. Why? That is my private bathing chamber. Have you not been punished enough for your previous intrusion? Jiang Mengli warned, her face slightly flushed, teeth clenched in irritation. Hearing this, Li Changxuan scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. I didn't know at the time, did I? If I can't go to the Immortal Spring Palace, where am I supposed to draw bathing water? Suit yourself. "Thank you, your majesty." With that, Li Changxian closed the door behind him and departed. Once the room was left with only Jiang Mengli, she couldn't help but let out a silly laugh. This fellow. Today the empress indeed summoned him with great frequency, which she found quite delightful. Meanwhile, as Li Changxian prepared the water from the immortal spring and soaked in the hot spring, he felt utterly content. If only he could indulge in such luxuries every day. As he relaxed, he recalled their earlier conversation in the room. Piecing together the situation, from what he understood, it seemed that Jiang Mengli sought the chaotic purple lotus but was ambushed by an elder of the Taishan sect. Fortuitously stumbling into his residence within the ghostly domain forest, his guess proved largely accurate, as it was indeed the Taishan sect that had caused her cultivation to falter. Although Jiang Mengli had omitted certain details, he surmised that she sought the chaotic purple lotus to mend her broken mirror. Yet, as she ventured forth this time, would she encounter further ambushes from other sects? At present, he felt he was in no position to assist her. All he could do was avoid hindering her. If only this year could pass more swiftly, then he could accompany her, and who could stand in their way? Li Changxian shook his head vigorously, wondering why he was suddenly so concerned for the demoness. Truly a peculiar situation. The following evening, Li Changxian adhered to their agreement, delivering a bowl of chicken soup to Jiang Mengli each night. He found it no trouble, as he too required nourishment and merely prepared an additional serving for her. After bathing that night, and just as he was settling down to rest, he received a transmission from Jiang Mengli. "Come to my chamber at once." Li Changxian mused about the late hour and questioned what urgent matter required his presence. Yet, he had no choice but to comply, as he was currently at her mercy. Moments later, he knocked on Jiang Mengli's door. "Enter." He pushed the door open, discovering the front hall devoid of any presence. He proceeded towards the rear chamber, arriving before the delicate beaded curtain, hesitating as he thought about the potential for stumbling upon something inappropriate. Similar to their last encounter, what if she were engaged in something private inside? Thus, Li Changxian came to a halt before the ethereal veil, on the verge of inquiring about the purpose of his summons. To his surprise, Jiang Mengli's voice preemptively emerged. "It's nothing. Come in." Consequently, Li Changxian lifted the veil and stepped inside. However, perhaps due to the differing illumination of the flickering stones in the rear hall compared to the front, he sensed an atmosphere that felt somewhat amiss. Upon entering, he beheld Jiang Mengli, weary and slumped before the vanity, appearing utterly exhausted. Her silvery hair cascaded freely over her fragrant shoulders, unrestrained by silver hairpins. Clad in nothing but a thin black undergarment, her complexion was rosy and smooth, translucent and glistening, as if capable of rippling with gentle waves. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with a languid allure, half-closed and barely sustaining their beauty. The silvery tresses, now tousled, radiated a misty aura, rendered even more striking under the glow of the flickering stones. This ambience felt rather intimate. Li Changxian glanced at the bathing tub, devoid of water, indicating she had just emerged from a bath. Yet, he could not fathom the cause of the demoness' apparent frailty. "Do you know how to massage?" Jiang Mengli, noticing Li Changxuan's lingering hesitation, inquired weakly. "I know a bit," he responded, snapping back to attention. Jiang Mengli propped herself up, straightening before the vanity. "Come and give this emperor a massage. Is that appropriate?" Li Changxuan's cheeks flushed slightly, embarrassment causing him to scratch his head. Jiang Mengli, resting her chin on one hand, gazed at him with a playful smile and said, "What's inappropriate about it? Didn't you touch me when we were in the Yui forest?" With a shift in her expression, she urged, "Hurry up. Stop dawdling." All right, Li Changxian acquiesced, moving to stand behind Jiang Mengli, his hands gently pressing against her forehead as he began to massage. This marked his first encounter with a part of Jiang Mengli above the neck, and, as he had anticipated, her skin was remarkably smooth and delicate. Cool to the touch. In summary, it felt delightful. Moreover, as Jiang Mengli was seated, her long silver hair fell only to Li Changxuan's chest, and the fragrant aroma of orchids wafted into his nostrils from her tresses. This scent was exquisitely pleasant, yet it caused a warmth to spread across his face, quickening his heartbeat. Looking into the vanity mirror, he noticed Jiang Mengli had closed her eyes in comfort, her breathing steady, seemingly at ease. Sensing her unusual state, Li Changxian hesitated briefly before asking, "Does the empress still feel exhausted?" At his words, Jiang Mengli slowly opened her glistening eyes, acknowledging the merit of his massage technique. And feeling rather pleased herself, she began to explain. "This emperor ventured to the demon clan's trial grounds today, battling all day long. How could I not be weary? Who could possibly fight with you for an entire day?" Li Changxian queried, astonished. Although Jiang Mengli was not among the pinnacle of power in this realm, Li Changxian discerned that her combat prowess was certainly formidable, perhaps ranking among the elite of her level. In response to his question, Jiang Mengli chuckled softly. I fought against myself for an entire day. Huh? Li Changxuan's confusion deepened. Jiang Mengli patiently elaborated on the nature of the trial grounds. The trial grounds are specifically designed for cultivators. Populated by various ethereal beasts materialized from spiritual energy for one to challenge, much like the concealed luminous drum beasts and water serpents within the Qinglian secret realms. However, our demon clan's trial grounds are unique. In addition to battling beasts, one can manifest their own essence through spiritual energy, and their capabilities match their own. I battled against myself for an entire day. How could I not be exhausted? Subsequently, Jiang Mengli expressed mild confusion. I recall there are also trial grounds within your human sects. How is it that you know so little? Li Changxuan could only smile wryly, responding nonchalantly. Do you think I had the opportunity to enter a sect for cultivation? When he first arrived, he had indeed undergone a test at a cultivation sect, which revealed his Tianjin Dao physique and Zhutian Xianmai, garnering much envy. He had anticipated soaring to great heights, only to later discover he was a person born with a defective Qi. The elders within the sect informed him that such a condition had yet to be resolved in Lingxiao continent, leaving him no choice but to depart. Unexpectedly, he encountered a subsequent fortuitous event. Although he initially doubted it, he found that he could indeed cultivate according to the method provided by that old man. However, due to various constraints, he spent a decade hiding in the Yui forest. Jiang Mengli, contemplating his sorrowful past, wondered if it would sadden him. Yet, observing his calm demeanor in the mirror, devoid of any sorrow. As he continued to gently knead his head, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. It seemed he had come to terms with it. This fellow possesses such a commendable disposition. What a pity. Thus, Jiang Mengli felt unencumbered and began to tease him. Only this emperor dares to claim you. Were it not for me, when would you have the chance to interact with cultivators? Let alone a great demon of my caliber. With her eyebrows arched and head tilted, her eyes narrowed in a playful gleam, her face radiated pride. Li Changxuan, observing the haughty yet endearing expression of Jiang Mengli in the mirror, felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth, unconsciously lowering his hands to gently poke her soft, rosy cheek. Soft, plump, and exquisitely delicate, he dared not apply too much pressure, fearing he might inadvertently harm her. Even though he understood this was impossible, as a being of the celestial realm, her physical constitution rivaled that of fine iron. The tactile sensation conveyed an undeniable softness, feeling the gentle touch on her cheek. Jiang Mengli abruptly opened her eyes, slightly tilting her head. She found Li Changxuan gazing down at her, his eyes clear and innocent, with a hint of a smile at the corners of his lips. Their gazes locked, the atmosphere grew increasingly strange, and their heartbeats quickened involuntarily. Upon regaining her composure, Jiang Mengli's cheeks flushed crimson, a mix of anger and embarrassment washing over her. Li Changxuan, how audacious of you! Li Changxuan, how audacious of you! Jiang Mengli's indignant cry startled Li Changxuan back to reality, hastily retracting the hand that had been lightly poking her cheek. I swear it was unintentional. Do you believe me? What do you think? Jiang Mengli retorted through gritted teeth. Oh dear, it's getting late. I should return to rest. Empress, do take care. Li Changxuan chuckled, and without waiting for Jiang Mengli's response, hurriedly fled the scene, fearing that if he lingered a moment longer, he might receive a slap akin to the one he endured in the Yui forest. Once he had escaped, Jiang Mengli could only sit at the vanity, fuming, yet despite the passing time, her flushed cheek showed no sign of cooling, nor did her racing heart settle. This sensation, why does it feel so much like? Jiang Mengli suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Her resolve was firm. How could it be? It must be that she was overthinking. Jiang Mengli repeatedly reassured herself internally. Meanwhile, Li Changxuan hastily returned to his room, berating himself. Why must my hand be so reckless? If I truly angered her, the remaining half-year would be unbearable. In the middle of the night, Li Changxuan tossed and turned on his bed, unable to sleep. Though he typically relished leisurely slumber, tonight he found himself wide awake. Each time he closed his eyes, visions of the moment he had lightly poked the demonish cheek flooded his mind, alongside memories of her usual arrogance. This felt too much like. Could it be? Li Changxuan was taken aback. The crucial point was that he had never experienced anything of the sort before. It merely resembled the descriptions he had heard from others. He dared not dwell on it further. Sleep, sleep. A good night's rest will make everything fade away. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli was undergoing a similar experience. However, instead of being unable to sleep, she found herself unable to calm her mind for meditation. She had intended to attend to matters concerning the demon clan today. Yet the case files from the 9 major demon clans had yet to arrive. She thought of seeking out Li Changxuan for a game of chess, only to discover that the lazy fellow had not yet risen. Thus, she made her way to the trial tower of the demon clan, known as the Wanao Tower. She understood that the chances of encountering the chaotic Purple Lotus in the Qishao realm were slim. And although she held little hope, she refused to give up. Naturally, she was more inclined to test her own abilities and see if she could achieve a breakthrough on her own, prompting her visit to the Wanao Tower for trials. Despite its grand name, the Wanao Tower did not house any true demons nor served as a prison for them. Instead, it contained various spirit entities composed of spiritual energy, devoid of consciousness, solely programmed to attack. The tower comprised 9 levels, with each ascending level hosting increasingly formidable entities. Jiang Mengli, of course, found the lower levels beneath her contempt, with a mere note from her flute. The spirit entities of the lower 7 levels would dissipate in disarray. Hence, she proceeded directly to the 8th level. The trial at the 8th level allowed for the manifestation of a spirit entity that mirrored the challenger in every aspect, appearance, techniques, and weapons alike. As for the 9th level, it had been a millennium since anyone dared to ascend, and no one among the demon clan knew what lay within. Even Jiang Mengli was unaware, as she could not unlock the passage to the 9th level. Thus, she spent an entire day engaged in combat with her own doppelganger at the 8th level, simultaneously honing her skills and addressing her shortcomings. She wished to ascertain whether there remained a chance for her to achieve a breakthrough without relying on the chaotic Purple Lotus. However, she perceived no discernible change, leaving her fatigued and with a throbbing headache. Upon her return, having just bathed, she summoned Li Changxuan, requesting a massage. Little did she expect the ensuing events, which left her unable to focus on her cultivation. For the next few days, Jiang Mengli refrained from asking Li Changxuan for any further assistance. Today marked the 7th day following by Yao Ao's report of the Purple Lotus's unusual manifestation. According to their plans, Jiang Mengli was set to depart for the Qishao realm the following day. Presently, Li Changxuan sat at a stone table outside the Qianli Palace with Xiong Tai. Initially, Li Changxuan intended to draw Xiong Tai into the stone pavilion within the courtyard. But Xiong Tai resolutely refused, forcing them both to remain outside. "Old Tai, I shall be relying on you for the next few days," Li Changxuan declared to Xiong Tai. Ever since Xiong Tai delivered medicine during their last encounter, their relationship had warmed, particularly in recent days when Li Changxuan would seek Xiong Tai as company for conversation and drinks during his leisure. Occasionally, Li Changxuan would regale him with tales from the human realm, while Xiong Tai would enlighten him on the nuances of the demon clan that differed from humanity. Thus, their camaraderie blossomed, and they now regarded each other as close friends. No worries, brotherly, rest assured. As long as we remain within the Imperial Demon City, I fear no one except for the Empress, and by Shenshur, Xiong Tai, as a guard of the Qianli Palace, had indeed learned of Jiang Mengli's impending departure from the Imperial Demon Palace. Swiftly grasping the implication behind Li Changxuan's words, however, this revelation left Li Changxuan somewhat puzzled, for he had already heard the caution against venturing outside the Imperial Demon City twice. "Old Tai, what exactly lies beyond the Imperial Demon City? Is it truly dangerous?" Li Changxuan inquired. He recalled that during his previous visit to the Imperial Demon City with Jiang Mengli, he had seen nothing alarming outside the city. Upon hearing the question, Xiong Tai thought it was hardly a secret, and thus did not withhold information, patiently elucidating to Li Changxuan. "In truth, there is little danger outside the city. As I previously mentioned, within the demon realm, the Demon Emperor stands as the supreme leader of all demons, overseeing 9 major clans and other demon tribes. Although the Empress currently reigns supreme, there inevitably exists a small faction among the 9 clans that harbors dissent. They may not dare confront the Empress directly, yet they will seize any opportunity to challenge her authority. While we demons may safely traverse outside the city, should you venture out, any dissidents who recognize you as a human would not regard your aura of the Demon Emperor with any concern. Moreover, their demon kings might exploit the situation to cause trouble for the Empress, bringing humans into the fold. I see," Li Changxuan nodded, appearing enlightened. Xiong Tai continued with a chuckle, to elaborate, "Brotherly, you are indeed the first human to have entered the Imperial Demon Palace alive." After a brief exchange, Li Changxuan suddenly appeared invigorated, as if struck by a thought, and eagerly inquired, "Old Tai, are you suggesting that as long as I remain within the Imperial Demon City, it would be fine for me to venture into the city for a stroll?" He had been feeling cooped up these past few days, and finding no entertainment within the Imperial Demon Palace, he anticipated that the city would offer more enjoyment, from Xiong Tai's previous descriptions of demon life, leisure, and cuisine. He gathered that they were not vastly different from those of humans. He had longed to step outside, yet only now did the thought resurface. Xiong Tai, after a moment of contemplation, quietly explained. Theoretically, yes. The city is populated by demon citizens who hold the Empress in high regard. With your aura of the demon emperor, they should harbor little animosity towards you, that you may not be entirely welcomed. Then why not simply tell them that I saved the demon emperor's life, just as you did? You weren't concerned about it back then, and look at how well we get along now. Li Changxuan proposed. That is out of the question. Absolutely not. Xiong Tai exclaimed. Brotherly, this matter is one the Empress has commanded us to keep strictly confidential. Bai Shenshi only informed me of it at the Empress's behest. So the only individuals within the demon clan who are aware of this matter are Bai Shenshi and myself. Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan fell into contemplation. What could be the reason for Jiang Mengli to keep their experiences a secret? Why had she not disclosed it to him? Was it a matter of pride as a demon emperor, unwilling to let her kin know that she had been saved by a mere mortal? Or could there be other undisclosed reasons? Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on the matter for long, as it would not affect him, and Jiang Mengli likely had her own considerations, emerging from his reverie. Li Changxuan smiled and remarked, Well then, old Tai, in a few days, accompany me to the city for a stroll. After all, in a few days, Jiang, your Empress will be absent, and you need to guard the Qianli Palace. That, Xiong Tai's expression turned conflicted. He cherished Li Changxuan's friendship, yet he held the Empress's orders in higher regard. Although the Empress would be away, stepping outside the Qianli Palace even for a moment would be considered dereliction of duty. Li Changxuan, discerning his hesitation, contemplated a solution. What if I appeal to your Empress for a favor? Perhaps she could grant you a few days off. Xiong Tai's face displayed further difficulty, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a mixture of doubt and concern as he pondered how to respond to this impractical suggestion. He understood that while Li Changxuan was indeed the Empress's savior, he remained merely a demon attendant and a mortal at that. The notion of a demon attendant pleading with the demon emperor to allow a guard captain to venture into the city for leisure seemed far-fetched. And Xiong Tai mused that only someone like Li Changxuan could entertain such an idea. Moreover, judging by his tone, he seemed quite confident. Could it be that the Empress would truly heed her attendant's request? Not wishing to dissuade him outright, Xiong Tai instead replied, Setting aside my own concerns, it's likely that you would need the Empress's approval to leave the palace, making this matter rather precarious. Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan appeared unconcerned, responding, That's no trouble, I'll simply ask her tonight. Do as you wish. Xiong Tai replied. He had intended to advise him further but decided against it, thinking it might be best for him to face the consequences and recognize his own position. That evening, Li Changxuan knocked on Jiang Mengli's door as usual. Come in. After Li Changxuan entered the room, he placed the chicken soup on the table but lingered, showing no intention of leaving. This led Jiang Mengli to discern that he had something to convey. For since that fateful evening 7 days prior, their exchanges had dwindled significantly. Their interactions had become somewhat restrained, apart from the nightly deliveries of chicken soup by Li Changxuan as per their agreement. Their encounters were few and far between. Sensing he had something to say, Jiang Mengli directly inquired, Is there anything else? Well, in a few days, I wish to explore the city, Li Changxuan replied, his face alight with anticipation as he awaited her response. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli pondered for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before she gently nodded. Very well, you may have Xiong Tai accompany you, but remember, you must not leave the city. Understood. I shall heed the command of the Empress. Li Changxuan exclaimed, his expression brightening. Although his words were respectful, his tone bore the warmth of a close friend jesting. After a considerable time, as Li Changxuan prepared to depart, he paused at the threshold. Turning back with a playful smile, Jiang Mengli, be cautious in all matters. Should you find yourself injured again, I will not be in the UUF forest to rescue you. This Empress shall not require your assistance again. Jiang Mengli retorted disdainfully, her lips curling in a dismissive manner. Li Changxuan merely smiled softly, ready to turn away again, but was halted by Jiang Mengli's voice. Li Changxuan, why did you not address me as Empress just now? Perhaps not wishing to appear overly serious, he jestingly added, When you seek my aid, I am the Empress. When there is no need, you may simply call me by my name. Is that not so? Li Changxuan then paused for a moment, his expression turning earnest as he replied, No, my intention is to advise Jiang Mengli to exercise caution. What? You are concerned for this Empress? Tch. I fear for your safety. If you were to perish, I would be unable to survive in the Imperial Palace. With a light chuckle, Li Changxuan departed, closing the door behind him. Jiang Mengli, with her strikingly beautiful yet cold demeanor, stared at the closed door for quite some time, and before she knew it, a subtle smile had crept onto her lips. She then muttered to herself in playful reproach, What difference does it make? Despite her words, she understood the essence of Li Changxuan's message, which was to remind her to be careful, not the demon emperor. After all, Jiang Mengli would always be Jiang Mengli. She could embody both Jiang Mengli and the empress, but the empress could not necessarily claim the same. Unconsciously, Jiang Mengli began to smile dreamily once more. Suddenly realizing her own demeanor, she raised her sleeve to cover her lips, feeling a hint of fluster in her heart. After a brief moment of regaining her composure, she transmitted a message to Xiong Tai, who was on duty outside Qianli Palace. During my absence in the coming days, you were to ensure the safety of Li Changxian. You may leave the palace, but remember, do not exit the city. Xiong Tai promptly knelt, respectfully cupping his fists. I accept the command. Once the message was concluded, he stood in place, pondering for a long while. Could it be that the young man truly succeeded? Something felt amiss. Typically, the demon kings were hesitant to request anything from the empress. There was no reason for Li Changxian to have succeeded. After much contemplation, Xiong Tai finally arrived at a conclusion. It must be that the empress was grateful and wished to repay him. Truly, the empress was compassionate and loyal. He had not misjudged her, and she was undoubtedly the revered empress of the demon race. The next day, a woman clad in flowing pink attire descended into the Emperor Yao Palace. Though not youthful, she possessed a certain charm reminiscent of a graceful woman in her twilight years. Tall and alluring, she was none other than the current leader of the Fox Demon Clan, the Demon King Bai Ling. A few days prior, Bai Ling had received a secret edict from Jiang Mengli, instructing her to discreetly seek the Chaos Purple Lotus alongside her. Thus she had arrived promptly. However, upon entering the Emperor Yao Palace, a slight frown creased her brow. She could faintly detect the scent of a human, emanating from the direction of Jiang Mengli's Qianli Palace. Though curious, she refrained from probing further with her divine sense, as this was, after all, the Emperor Yao Palace. Jiang Mengli, having sensed the presence that had quietly materialized within the palace, sought it out directly. Leader of the Fox Clan, Bai Ling, pays her respects to the Empress. Feeling the demonic aura that had appeared beside her, Bai Ling promptly knelt in greeting. Please rise, Demon King Bai, Jiang Mengli said, extending her hand to assist her up. Although her tone remained indifferent, it lacked the usual chill reserved for others, since Jiang Mengli had spent her time cultivating within the Fox Clan prior to reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm. She naturally recognized Bai Ling. Their relationship resembled that of sisters or close friends across generations. Let us go, Jiang Mengli said softly, and with that, their figures vanished from the Emperor Yao Palace. As for the human presence within the palace, Bai Ling chose not to inquire further. In the mixed void realm, within a certain inn, Yishiru was engrossed in a vividly illustrated book on her bed, her face growing increasingly flushed as she read, her cheeks ablaze with heat. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open. The unexpected sound startled Yishiru so much that she nearly lost her breath, hurriedly stashing the mysterious book into her spatial pocket. As Yang Tsung stepped inside, he was met with the sight of his younger sister's crimson face and her hand just retracting from the spatial pocket. Noticing her guilty expression, Yang Tsung couldn't help but ask, Junior sister, what are you reading? Why is your face so red? Nothing. I wasn't reading anything. I'm just hot because the room is too warm, Yishiru replied, her eyes darting nervously to the sides, her head bowed low. Unwilling to meet her brother's gaze for fear he might discover her secret, Yang Tsung scratched his head in confusion. It's only early spring. It's not hot at all, especially since you've reached the spirit refinement realm. Why would you still feel warm? Humph. If I say it's hot, then it's hot. Mind your own business. You rude brother, you didn't even knock before entering my room. How uncouth. Get out, Yishiru exclaimed, hopping off the bed with bare feet. Her face flushed and her demeanor indignant as she pushed Yang Tsung out the door. Yang Tsung made no attempt to resist, complying with her wishes as he stepped outside, not forgetting to relay the purpose of his visit. Get up soon. We're starting the trial for the Pure Yang and Purine sword technique shortly. Understood. Now please leave. With that, Yishiru slammed the door shut. Outside, Yang Tsung looked at the closed door with a helpless smile. You were so eager to practice the sword technique before. Why the sudden lack of enthusiasm today? Shaking his head, he departed. Inside, once the sound of footsteps faded, Yishiru bounded to the edge of her bed, leaping up and burying her little head into the covers like an ostrich. Woo-woo. I hope brother didn't notice anything. What if he thinks I'm not a good child? After a lengthy period of hiding, Yishiru suddenly snapped back to reality, pulling her head from the blankets with a look of delight. Brother just said we could practice the dual cultivation sword technique. Hee hee. She playfully slapped her cheeks. only to realize the heat on her face had yet to dissipate. In a hurry, she rushed to the wash basin, splashing her face with cold water to cool down. Once she stepped outside, her brother guided her to a spacious area in the wilderness. After all, practicing sword techniques in the inn was fraught with inconveniences. Upon reaching the location, Yang Song presented a pristine jade slip, infusing it with spiritual energy and sending it floating before Yishiru. This is the purine sword technique I transcribed from the sword technique jade slip. Start with this. Yishiru took the jade slip in hand, glancing at its contents with curiosity. Isn't this the dual cultivation sword technique? Shouldn't it be practiced together? How can it be separated? Practicing together is still a ways off. Take a closer look, and you will understand. The sword technique is divided into 4 levels. Only after both practitioners have mastered the first level can they officially begin practicing the subsequent dual-person sword techniques. So, we are still far from that. Given your attitude towards cultivation, you should practice for at least another year or 2. Yang Song, with patience and diligence, walked over to a patch of grass and sat cross-legged. Humph. Who does my senior brother look down upon? Today, I shall prove myself. Yishiru pouted defiantly, casting a sidelong glance at him, her expression full of determination. Very well, then, I shall await your demonstration. Yang Song replied with a beaming smile. Treating her with the same indulgence one might show a younger sister. He then took out a pristine jade slip and began to study it, which contained the teachings of the Zhengyang chapter. Before long, Yishiru also entered a state of cultivation, driven by both frustration and her urgent desire to master the first layer. Otherwise, the purpose of learning this sword technique would be rendered meaningless. Upon examination, they discovered that the first layer comprised the foundational mental techniques. Furthermore, as disciples of the extreme Dao Sword sect, their innate talents were commendable. By the time dusk approached, both had thoroughly comprehended the mental techniques. With great eagerness, Yishiru summoned her long sword and attempted to channel the pure mental technique, unleashing a few ordinary sword energies. Though merely 2 basic strikes, their power effortlessly cleaved through trees, leaving deep craters in the ground. Yang Song, witnessing this, was unable to contain his astonishment. In a wonder so many sought to seize the sword manual within the secret realm. Even the simplest techniques possess such formidable might. One could only imagine the strength it would yield when fully mastered. Yishiru, with unbridled enthusiasm, exclaimed, Senior brother, if the Zhengyang Pure Sword Manual is this powerful, just imagine how formidable the Xian Yang Tai Sword Manual would be if it still existed. Yang Song, momentarily taken aback by her thoughts on the Tai Xian Sword Manual, could only chuckle helplessly. Let us not dwell on the Tai Xian Sword Manual. Not only is it long lost, but should it ever resurface, the competition would not be among us disciples. The elders of the sect would undoubtedly join the fray. It would be far beyond our reach. Besides, the sword manual we have now was gifted by Brother Li. Indeed, I wonder how they are faring now. As evening fell, the two returned to the inn, only to overhear a multitude of traveling cultivators chattering animatedly in the common room. Have you heard? There has been a surge of purple qi emanating from the border of the Qishao realm. It's said to be an omen of the chaos purple lotus, which may soon emerge. Wait, isn't it true that just a few months ago, there was a similar phenomenon in the Yinshu secret realm? Why is it happening again? Last time it didn't manifest, so there is a chance it might this time. Should we go take a look? Even if we can't obtain it, witnessing it would still be worthwhile. But let us not forget what happened half a month ago in the Qinglian secret realm. When cultivators went to see the Qinglian's emergence, the demon emperor appeared out of nowhere, and none of the spectators returned alive. I heard the saintess of Floating Cloud Palace was severely injured and has yet to recover. Exactly. The last time the demon emperor came to seize the Qinglian, we certainly don't want to attract attention from the Chaos Purple Lotus. Upon hearing their discussion, Yishiru turned to her senior brother with sparkling eyes, her excitement palpable. Senior brother, should we go? We still have plenty of time before returning to the mountain. What? Are you no longer afraid? Didn't you hear them mention that the demon emperor might also be there? Yishiru did not respond immediately, but instead contemplated before resolutely stating, For now, I am not afraid. Although I've only met the demon empress a few times, I sense she is not as cruel and bloodthirsty as rumored. Otherwise, how did we manage to escape with the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace? The Qinglian city remained unharmed after our departure, did it not? Hence, I surmise her methods may be ruthless. But the notion of her indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent is likely a misunderstanding by the world. Yang Song could only smile wryly, though he shared her sentiment. He cautioned, You've only spoken a few words with her. How can you be so certain? Your time outside the mountain has been limited. So do not be overly trusting. Humph, Must you speak to me in such a condescending manner, senior brother? Yishiro retorted playfully. While she appreciated his advice, she couldn't stand being addressed like a child. Yang Song merely chuckled in response. Am I not your elder? After all, I've watched you grow up. Humph. I refuse to acknowledge you as an elder. Yishiro huffed, storming off to her room in a huff. The following day, the morning sun streamed into the room, casting threads of light that illuminated Yishiro's youthful visage. The gentle rays nudged her from slumber. My senior brother hasn't come to wake me yet. Perhaps I should sneak a peek. With that thought, Yishiro quietly retrieved an unfinished book from her spatial pouch. However, after only a short while, a flush of heat crept across her cheeks. Life outside the sect is indeed delightful. No longer must I endure my father dragging me out of bed for cultivation, and there are countless divine tomes that the sect cannot provide. Currently, she was engrossed in a particularly stimulating text she had spotted at a stall in a mundane town. A lover of the spring and autumn annals, Yishiro had eagerly purchased it in secret, despite her senior brother's presence. True to its nature, the book was not only entertaining but also imparted numerous techniques to her. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she was immersed in her reading, a knock echoed at the door. Yang Song stood outside, bemused by his junior sister's unchanging laziness. Despite her remarkable talent for cultivation, she still preferred her slumber. And her training was perpetually lackadaisical. After reflecting on yesterday's conversation, he recognized that his junior sister had matured and deserved her privacy, so he refrained from entering unannounced. Senior brother, just a moment. I'll be right out, Yishiro called out as she hurriedly tidied her belongings. Once dressed and composed, she stepped outside, but Yang Sung couldn't help but notice the lingering blush on her cheeks, which struck him as peculiar. Junior sister, what's the matter? Why do you look so flushed? I told you, it's the heat, she retorted with a huff, quickly averting her gaze and rushing away. Yang Sung scratched his head in confusion. This was the second time in a few days that he had noticed her blushing upon waking. He couldn't recall her ever behaving like this before, unable to fathom the reason. He simply followed her downstairs. After checking out of the inn, they prepared to continue their journey. Having stayed there for 2 nights merely to adjust, it was time to move on. As they exited the inn, Yishiro ambled along, her lips constantly voicing her discontent. Senior brother, was coming down the mountain meant for training? Why is there nothing to do now? How terribly boring. Moments later, she proposed anew. Senior brother, why don't we go see the site of the chaos purple lotus phenomenon? The sect has allowed us to return early, and we have nothing to occupy ourselves with. Yang Song pondered her words for a moment. She did have a point. Since emerging from the Qinglian secret realm, they had been aimlessly traveling toward the territory of the Qingyuan realm, with their tasks assigned by the sect completed and no secret realms left to explore. They were indeed at a loss for what to do. T2 was curious about the phenomenon of the chaos purple lotus. However, if it were to truly manifest, such a rare treasure would undoubtedly attract powerful figures from various sects vying for it, as it held the potential to aid in breaking through barriers. Should one acquire this treasure, even a small sect could rise to prominence, provided they could safeguard it. Given their status, they might not even survive the aftermath of the ensuing chaos. Thus, Yang Song could only sigh and reassure her. The chaos purple lotus may not even manifest, and even if we were to hurry there, by the time we arrive, it may already be too late. Yishiro, however, was not particularly disheartened. After all, she merely voiced her complaints. The decision ultimately rested with her senior brother. Whatever you say, senior brother. Where shall we head next? Let us proceed eastward toward the Qishao realm. As we make our way back to the Qingyuan realm, we must pass through that area. Very well. However, after walking just a few miles, the two companions were met with the clashing sounds of battle ahead, accompanied by surges of magical energy emanating from the distance. Observing this, the duo quickly approached and quietly concealed themselves to witness the unfolding scene. Before them stood 2 factions, one clad in black, the other a merchant caravan. The merchant side had already suffered significant losses, with only an elderly man and a young woman remaining, still standing and ready to fight. Yet, they found themselves surrounded by 8 black-clad assailants. Clearly in a desperate struggle for survival. One of the black-clad men fixated his gaze on the young woman, unabashedly voicing his thoughts. Boss, I want to capture this little lady for some fun. Let us spare her life first, shall we? Ugh. How vile. Unfazed by his crude intentions, the young woman spat at him defiantly. This only seemed to excite the man further as he pervertedly remarked, "Wait until you spit into my mouth." Such a contemptible notion sent shivers down the spines of Yishiyu and her companion, who were hidden nearby. How revolting. How twisted. Their leader, filled with disdain, declared, I knew it would come to this. To avoid any mishaps, let us kill them first. After a brief pause, he added, we can use them while they're fresh. The boss is right. I'll go first. You stay behind, boss. Quit dawdling and attack. With that command, the 8 assailants charged forward, and the 2 remaining members of the caravan immediately summoned all their inner strength. The young woman prepared herself for a possible self-detonation, astonished by their shamelessness, killing even the dead. Yang Song and Yu Shiyu, not far off, quickly grasped the situation, and as the black-clad men sprang into action, their swords flew forth. Arriving before their targets, the blades struck first, catching the black-clad men off guard, and 2 perished instantly beneath the swords. The leader of the black-clad group was taken aback and shouted to the remaining 5, 2 of you come with me to deal with these 2. But scarcely had he spoken when another flash of sword light swept through, felled 3 more of his men in an instant. Meanwhile, the 2 surviving members of the caravan began to retaliate as well. These 8 men, lacking in strength, could only prey upon those without skilled fighters. In mere moments, only the leader remained. Just as Yang Song prepared to finish him off with a single strike, the young woman from the caravan intervened. Young hero. Wait, let us first inquire who they are and why they attacked the Lineage treasure pavilion caravan. Yang Song, upon hearing this, pointed the tip of his sword directly at the man's throat. Speak. Why did you raid the merchant caravan? The black-clad man's eyes burned with anger as he glared at Yang Song, his defiance evident. Understanding that such a man required a lesson, Yang Song severed the tendons in his arms without hesitation. If you remain silent, I shall shatter your dantian. The black-clad man, seething with rage and unafraid, retorted with a sneer, if I tell you, I'll still die. I might as well take someone down with me. With a chilling glare, he unleashed a surge of energy that erupted violently within him. This is bad. She is going to self-destruct, Yang Song quickly warned, pulling Yi Shiyu to a safe distance while conjuring a protective barrier. The young woman from the caravan, her focus still on the black-clad man, reacted swiftly, leaping to safety with a light step. Unfortunately, the elderly man struggled to keep up, having already endured much and being of advanced age. He was gasping for breath and could not react in time. Luckily, he was far enough away, and the black-clad man's realm was not high. The explosion's impact was minimal, sparing the old man from harm, though he was left drenched in blood and bits of flesh, resembling a gruesome sight. Once the dust settled from the explosion, the young woman rushed to the old man's side, inquiring, Uncle Chin, are you all right? Why didn't you hide? Alas, I couldn't react in time, the old man mumbled. The young woman chuckled lightly, Uncle Chin, you should find a stream to wash off. Yes, I shall go at once. After the old man left, the young woman approached Yang Song and Yi Shiyu, clasping her fists in gratitude. I am Zhao Qingxue from Lineage Treasure Pavilion. Thank you both for your assistance. Ah, so you are from the renowned Lineage Treasure Pavilion, the foremost establishment in the cultivation world? Yi Shiyu exclaimed in surprise, having heard of the pavilion. Yet, her father was notoriously stingy, giving her too few spiritual stones when she descended the mountain. She had often felt embarrassed to enter any Lineage pavilion she encountered. Indeed, that is correct, Zhao Qingxue replied with a smile. Thus, Yang Song and Yi Shiyu took turns introducing themselves. Zhao Qingxue, upon hearing, expressed her astonishment. So you are disciples of the extreme Dao Sword sect. No wonder your skills were remarkable just now. After exchanging compliments for a while, Yang Song's attention returned to the fallen bodies scattered on the ground. Who are they, and why did they attack you? I do not know, but they must have come to kill and plundered. We were merely traveling along the road when they suddenly emerged to attack us, Zhao Qingxue explained with a sigh. Glancing at the lifeless bodies of her escorts, all of whom had perished without a single survivor. At that moment, Yang Song approached the remaining corpses of the 7 black-clad men, peeling back their garments. Finding nothing amiss, he suddenly noticed a peculiar beast tattoo on one of their arms. The Beastmaster sect? Yang Song exclaimed in shock. This tattoo was unique to members of the Beastmaster sect. And upon inspecting the other corpses, he found they all bore similar beast tattoos. Yi Shiyu and Zhao Qingxue soon joined him, examining the patterns on their arms. Wasn't he the Beastmaster sect annihilated by the Demon Emperor? How can there still be members of the Beastmaster sect? Yi Shiyu questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice. Zhao Qingxue pondered for a moment before offering her conjecture. They must be mere servant disciples of the Beastmaster sect, lacking in cultivation and frequently dispatched on missions outside. Hence, when the Demon Empress attacked the Beastmaster sect, they were likely not present, allowing them to escape the calamity as a member of the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion. Zhao Qingxue had traveled extensively and witnessed much, thus she was privy to some of the secrets surrounding the former Beast Master sect. But what could servant disciples accomplish when sent out? Yu Shiyu remarked, becoming even more puzzled. In response to his junior sister's inquiry, Yang Song experienced a sudden moment of clarity, seemingly piecing together an idea. He quickly rummaged through the storage bags of the black-clad men. Now that they were deceased, the storage bags were naturally unclaimed possessions. Yang Song infused his spiritual energy into each bag, emptying their contents onto the ground. The sight that greeted them was astonishing. Heaps of purple spiritual stones. An amount far beyond what these men could possess. It was inconceivable that they had stolen such a vast quantity, as it would necessitate the protection of high-ranking cultivators, something they could not manage. However, what truly shocked them was the presence of numerous black spiritual stones. Black spiritual stones were deemed forbidden items in the cultivation world, as any cultivator who absorbed them would lose their sanity and become violent and murderous. Consequently, all sects strictly prohibited their extraction, with the Red Sky, Chaos Void, and Xingyuan realms all having their shares, particularly concentrated in Xingyuan. Conversely, purple spiritual stones were exclusively produced by the demon race, with the purple underworld realm being the most abundant source. How could these 8 individuals possess such a substantial amount of both purple and black spiritual stones? Yang Song felt an unsettling chill as he pondered deeply. He hastily gathered all his belongings and turned to Zhao Qingxue, saying, I kindly ask Miss Zhao to keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, I do not intend to hoard these spirit stones for myself. I merely fear that the implications may be too profound, necessitating further investigation. Zhao Qingxue only smiled in response, cheerfully stating, You worry too much, Taoist Yang. Our Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion engages solely in commerce and refrains from meddling in the conflicts of the cultivation world. Therefore, you need not be concerned. I shall keep this matter strictly confidential. I am truly grateful. Shortly thereafter, the elder Qin, mentioned by Zhao Qingxue, returned. Noticing that there were only the 2 of them and a considerable amount of goods to escort, Yang Song, along with his junior sister, decided to accompany them into the city. Zhao Qingxue expressed her desire to properly thank them, and after much insistence from her, the 2 agreed to stay overnight in the city. With nowhere else to go, they figured an extra night would not be a hindrance. Just after arranging accommodations for them, a few individuals arrived respectfully requesting their departure. Upon entering a grand hall, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached them. I am Zhao Changshou, the steward of Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion, that I must extend my heartfelt gratitude for saving my daughter today. Had Li Changxian been present, he would have recognized Zhao Changshou as the proprietor from the auction, the very one who gifted him the Qiangli jade. Yang Song promptly assisted him to his feet, politely replying, It was merely a matter of upholding justice. Your words are too kind. Steward Zhao. At that moment, Zhao Qingxue approached, holding 2 items, and personally handed them to Yang Song and Yu Shiyu. The 2, gazing at the warm, fruit-like objects in their hands, were filled with curiosity. Miss Zhao, what is this? Oh, this is the Yin-Yang twin fruit. Consuming it alone can enhance one's cultivation, and when 2 individuals partake together, the dual cultivation effect is even more profound. This is a token of gratitude from my father for your life-saving assistance. Please, do accept it. Yang Song wished to decline further, but upon hearing the fruit's benefits, Yu Shiyu's eyes sparkled, and she joined Zhao Qingxue in persuading Yang Song to accept it. Then it would be disrespectful not to comply. Ultimately, Yang Song, feeling somewhat resigned, accepted the gift. The 4 conversed for a while in the parlor before Yang Song and Yu Shiyu returned to their quarters. On their way back, Yu Shiyu abruptly called out to Yang Kong, Senior brother, please give me your twin fruit. What do you intend to do with it? I will help you safeguard it. Though Yang Song was uncertain of his junior sister's intentions, he still handed over the fruit. Yi Shiyu carefully placed it into her spatial pouch, relieved that she would no longer have to worry about her brother consuming it. Along the way, she inquired, Senior brother, where shall we go next? Yang Song paused momentarily, contemplating. Let us first investigate the origins of these black spirit stones. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli and Bai Ling had arrived at the border of Linghai realm as they traveled through the skies. They engaged in light conversation, primarily initiated by Bai Ling, while Jiang Mengli mostly listened quietly, responding occasionally. Having known each other for many years, Bai Ling felt less restrained in this exclusive setting, adopting a sisterly demeanor. During their journey, she had gathered a general understanding of Jiang Mengli's previous expedition to the Yinshu secret realm, upon hearing that 5 elders from the Taishian sect had ambushed their empress. Bai Ling's brows furrowed, and she could not help but exclaim, "Those old dogs from the Taishian sect are utterly shameless. Fortunately, you returned safely. Otherwise, I would have personally led the Fox clan to take revenge on them." Her chest, slightly more ample than Jiang Mengli's, heaved in indignation. Bai Ling's words elicited a subtle chuckle from Jiang Mengli. Despite the years, Bai Ling remained unchanged, her candor perpetually refreshing. However, Bai Ling soon realized certain inconsistencies, prompting her to question, "You were afflicted by Taishian's forbidden technique. How did you manage to seize the Yunyu Qinglian in the Qinglian secret realm?" "I was rescued by someone while en route to the Qinglian secret realm and fortuitously encountered a 9-flower wandering dragon immortal, which helped restore part of my cultivation." Bai Ling, a cunning fox in her own right, immediately grasped the key points in Jiang Mengli's words, despite the latter's attempt to obscure Li Changxuan's identity. Coupling this with the mortal aura she sensed upon arriving at the Imperial Demon Palace, she began to suspect the identity of Jiang Mengli's savior. Without hesitation, she inquired, "Was your savior immortal?" Jiang Mengli nodded slightly, disclosing no reservations. "Had he not been immortal, I would not have survived." Bai Ling understood fully, recognizing the long-standing discord between the human and demon races, which had persisted for millennia. Although large-scale conflicts were rare, smaller skirmishes occurred frequently, often 2 or 3 times a month. If a cultivator had encountered the weakened Jiang Mengli, sparing her would have been merciful, let alone coming to her aid. With this realization, Bai Ling pieced together the narrative without further explanation from Jiang Mengli. "So, the mortal you brought back to the Imperial Demon Palace is the one who saved you," Jiang Mengli affirmed. Confirming the truth of her statement, Bai Ling, as one of her most trusted demon kings and a fellow fox demon, understood the principle of repaying kindness. Thus, there was no need for concealment. Recognizing Jiang Mengli's affirmation, Bai Ling naturally concluded that bringing Li Changxian to reside in Qinli Palace was also a protective measure, finding no fault in it. After a brief interlude, their conversation returned to the current endeavor. "What will you do if there are no traces of the chaotic purple lotus this time? The other demon kings are becoming suspicious. It won't be long before they come to the Imperial Demon Palace to trouble you." At this remark, Jiang Mengli fell into contemplation. To be honest, she was uncertain how to address this situation. When she emerged from her seclusion, she was at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, a fact known to all the demon populace. However, 6 years had passed, and her realm remained stagnant. For ordinary demons, such a situation would be entirely normal. If their talent or bloodline was lacking, breaking through could be exceedingly challenging, and it would not be unusual for 100 years to pass without advancement. Yet, as a 9-tailed celestial fox, she possessed an inherent advantage in bloodline, allowing her to cultivate at an accelerated rate compared to other demon races within the demon realm. Several demon kings already harbored resentment towards Jiang Mengli. Once they confirmed her prolonged stagnation, it would not be a mere inconvenience for her in the imperial palace. The greatest fear would be a rebellion of their entire clan. Jiang Mengli's primary concern was not her inability to progress in the short term, but rather the prospect of a repeat of the demon turmoil from 6 years prior. Bai Ling noticed the worry etched upon Jiang Mengli's brow, but she could offer no assistance regarding her breakthrough. As she herself was not a 9-tailed celestial fox, in her helplessness, Bai Ling could only offer comfort. "Empress, do not dwell on it too much. The emergence of the purple lotus signifies that the chaotic purple lotus will surely manifest somewhere. It simply has not come to fruition yet. Even if it does not appear this time, we shall return next time. If it is still absent, we will seek alternative methods. I refuse to believe that we cannot uncover a path to breakthrough across the entirety of Lingxiao continent." Upon hearing these words, the frown on Jiang Mengli's face eased considerably. She wished she could be as carefree as that fellow. Returning to the demon realm entailed managing various affairs and worrying about numerous matters. Although she had fretted over breaking the spirit seal during her days in the human realm, the incessant chatter of that individual by her side had brought her a peculiar joy. Whenever she thought of him, Jiang Mengli felt a profound sense of comfort wash over her. Now, as if by instinct, a gentle smile graced her lips, unknowingly blossoming into an exquisite, cold beauty. Bai Ling, observing Jiang Mengli's newfound smile, initially questioned if she had misinterpreted the sight. Yet, as Jiang Mengli's smile lingered, Bai Ling became increasingly convinced that her eyes had not deceived her. In that moment, she was overwhelmed with astonishment. Could it be that the Empress, too, would reveal such a smile? It is not that Jiang Mengli has never smiled. Her smiles have always been laced with sarcasm and coldness. When she smirks, every creature of the demon race understands that she is incensed and harboring murderous intent. However, the smile she now displays is something Bai Ling has never witnessed before. Upon reflection, Bai Ling realizes that this smile resembles the innocent grin of a young girl experiencing the stirrings of affection for the first time. A flicker of suspicion begins to blossom in Bai Ling's heart. Surely, something is amiss with the Empress. She feels compelled to uncover the truth, for her curiosity threatens to rob her of restful sleep and disrupt her concentration and cultivation. What could the Empress be contemplating? She appears to be in rather high spirits. Bai Ling, not wishing to reveal her intentions too overtly, cautiously poses a question. Bai Ling's inquiry jolts Jiang Mengli from her distant reverie. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Mengli replies with an unchanging expression, "Is it not possible that we might find the chaotic purple lotus? Thus, this Empress is in good spirits. Is that so?" Bai Ling narrows her eyes, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. Indeed, this Empress never speaks carelessly. Jiang Mengli quickly steadies her thoughts and responds nonchalantly. "Oh, I see." Bai Ling retracts her probing gaze and resumes her tranquil journey. After all, they have ample time on this road, and she is determined to extract some information. Linghai Realm, Imperial Demon Palace. Let us go, my friend, and explore the city. Upon stepping outside, Li Changxuan finds Xiong Tai still on duty and pulls him along for a leisurely stroll in the city. Xiong Tai does not decline, having already made such a promise, and with the Empress's consent, he finds no reason to refuse. The two proceed directly to the palace gates. That moment, Li Changxuan realizes that this vantage point offers a breathtaking view of the entire Imperial Demon City, something he had overlooked during his previous visit. Exiting the front of the Imperial Demon Palace, one is greeted by the sight of the entire Imperial Demon City and the land of Linghai Realm. Conversely, departing through the gates on the opposite side reveals the boundless expanse of the vast sea. Xiong Tai approaches Li Changxuan and begins to explain the layout of the Imperial Demon City. Directly ahead is the south gate of the Imperial Demon City, where the city guards of the demon race are stationed. It is advisable to keep your distance. If you proceed straight through the south gate, you will find yourself at the foot of the Imperial Demon Palace, in the Imperial Demon Square. The eastern half of the city is primarily the commercial and entertainment district, while the western half comprises residential areas. Therefore, if we wish to explore, let us head to the eastern city. Very well, Li Changxuan agrees. However, he soon discovers that the surroundings of Imperial Demon Island are nothing but towering cliffs, leaving him unable to descend. Sensing his predicament, Xiong Tai leads him forward to the cliff's edge, where a narrow stone staircase appears. "Cannot you simply carry me down?" Li Changxuan inquires, perplexed by Xiong Tai's insistence on walking, regardless of whether ascending or descending. Unless one possesses a noble identity among the demon race, one must traverse the island on foot. Are you not the Empress's personal bodyguard commander? Must you also walk down? That is unnecessary, Xiong Tai states. And Li Changxuan immediately comprehends the implication. It turns out the issue lies with himself. Do I not carry the Empress's aura? Must I still walk? Your identity within the Imperial Demon Palace is merely that of the Empress's demon servant. I fear that if the citizens of the city see you, it may incite their ire. Very well then. Reluctantly, the two begin their descent along the stone path. 15 minutes later, they emerge in the Imperial Demon Square. Though it is morning, the square is bustling with many demons. As Li Changxuan sets foot in this area, numerous pairs of eyes turn toward him. Is that not the human male the Empress brought back last time? How's he still alive? I do not know. Look, it is Commander Xiong who brought him down. Surely he is not here for a public execution. I doubt it. Did you not sense the trace of the Empress's aura on him? In an instant, the Imperial Demon Square becomes a throng of curious demons, some drawn by mere curiosity, others eager to catch a glimpse of Li Changxuan. Before long, the square is a sea of faces, encircling Li Changxuan and Xiong Tai. Yet, they maintain a distance of 3 to 4 feet, as Li Changxuan still bears a trace of the Demon Emperor's aura, prompting them to keep a respectful distance. Seeing this, Li Changxuan feels emboldened, his expression calm as he strides forward with confidence. As he walks, the demons ahead part, creating a circular vacuum around him. All eyes are fixed upon him. Some glare with hostility, clearly harboring disdain, while others scrutinize him, perhaps hoping to glean something from his demeanor. Among them, several demon widows gaze at him with sparkling eyes, as if they have stumbled upon a treasure. One must say, this young human lord is truly handsome. Even I find my heart fluttering. Hearing this, nearby demons roll their eyes, frustration etched upon their faces. Pig widow, silence yourself. If you are so smitten, go home and find a stick. One demon boldly admonishes her, and others nod in agreement, giving him a thumbs up. Truly, he is deserving of the title of Martial General, as Li Changxian reaches the center of the Imperial Demon Square. One demon finally cannot contain their curiosity any longer. Who are you? What business do you have with our demon race? Indeed, what is your relationship with the Empress? Why do you bear a trace of her aura? What were you doing in the Imperial Demon Palace? Why have you now come out? A barrage of questions ensues, and even if Li Changxian wishes to respond, he finds himself at a loss as to which to address first. What had been a tranquil atmosphere upon his arrival swiftly transforms into a cacophony of voices, buzzing with incessant chatter. Recognizing that the situation is spiraling toward chaos, Xiong Tai, who has been vigilantly ensuring Li Changxuan's safety, steps forward. Silence, he bellows. With a commanding roar, the Imperial Demon Square falls silent, all eyes turning expectantly toward Xiong Tai. Eager for his words to at that moment, a voice from among the crowd inquires, Commander Xiong, who exactly is this human male? Indeed, countless demons echo in unison. Xiong Tai realizes that if he does not provide some clarification, they may follow them around indefinitely, jeopardizing their outing. Thus, he clears his throat and explains, he is merely a demon servant captured by the Empress from the human race. There is no need for further speculation. As for the matter of Li Changxian having saved the Empress's life, I cannot disclose it, as she has expressly instructed that this information must not be leaked. Oh, that explains it. I wondered why the Empress would keep him around as oh he is just a demon servant. Surely, the decision not to kill him was merely to humiliate him. How satisfying. I have long found those despicable humans intolerable, committing all manner of atrocities. With that, a collective sigh of relief washes over the demon populace. They reasoned that the aura Li Changxian bore was simply to deter the vengeful demons from harming him, preventing him from finding relief. As Li Changxian overhears the comments of the demon citizens, he cannot help but furrow his brow. The humans are guilty of all manner of heinous acts. It seems that during his residence in the Shadow Domain Forest, he was somewhat isolated from the truth of certain events. He must find an opportunity to inquire further about what has transpired. Following Xiong Tai's explanation, the crowd of demon citizens disperses, no longer harassing them. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Li Changxian is the Empress's personal demon servant and carries her aura, placing him above them in status, barely moments after the demons depart. The news that the human male brought back by the Empress is but a demon servant spreads throughout the Imperial Demon City. The intelligence network in this Imperial Demon City is truly remarkable. News travels with remarkable swiftness. The two individuals proceeded towards the eastern part of the Imperial Demon City. Upon exiting the Imperial Demon Square, they seamlessly arrived at the Eastern City, also known as the East Market. The demon folk they encountered along the way merely regarded Li Changxian with curious glances, without any attempts to obstruct their passage. As Li Changxian entered the East Market, he was immediately greeted by a bustling commercial street, where shops thrived with a lively exchange of goods. The demon populace was abundant here, and the trading scene was particularly vibrant. Walking side by side with Xiong Tai, Li Changxian observed the myriad of peculiar and exquisite items displayed at the roadside, his heart brimming with wonder. Old Tai, what medium does your demonkin use for trade? Silver, or perhaps spirit stones? Both are applicable, but silver is paramount, as the demon populace here is extensive and has little demand for spirit stones. The latter circulate primarily in larger commercial venues. It appears to be quite similar to the human realm. Li Changxian nodded slightly, feeling a sense of introspection. The two continued their conversation as they moved forward. Before long, Li Changxian halted before a particular shop, his eyes widening as he stepped inside. The interior was adorned with a dazzling array of pearls, uniquely shaped corals, and various colored jades. Remarkably, these items, aside from the jades, were increasingly grand in size. Leaving one in AWE. Li Changxian mused to himself that if he were to transport these treasures back to the human realm, they would surely amount to an inexhaustible fortune. The shopkeeper, noticing the entrance of Li Changxian and Xiong Tai, quickly approached them, devoid of any unusual gaze towards Li Changxian, his face a mask of respect. Esteemed gentlemen, may I assist you with any purchases today? Upon hearing this, Li Changxian withdrew his gaze from the treasures, focusing on the respectfully attentive shopkeeper. He soon recognized him as a crab demon, who, despite possessing a human-like form, bore two crab claws, a rather peculiar sight. You have many of these items in your establishment. Certainly, every treasure in this shop is personally procured by me from the depths of the Ling Sea. ensuring competitive prices and exquisite quality. Li Changxuan took a moment to observe, cognizant that while these items were treasures in the human realm, he could not return there in the near future. Thus, he shifted his attention from the pearls and corals to the various jades. Upon inspection, he discerned that these jades were far from ordinary, though he lamented his inability to utilize spiritual energy to gauge their authenticity. Moreover, the jades on display were unfamiliar to him, prompting him to inquire of the shopkeeper, "What is the purpose of these jades? Why are they presented in their raw form, uncarved?" The crab shopkeeper promptly approached with a smile. Elucidating, "This is cloudy rosy jade. It does not form among mountains and stones but is born within the sea. It is exceedingly rare, found only in deep waters, making its harvest quite challenging. However, its scarcity is justified. Unlike common jades, wearing cloudy rosy jade possesses beautifying properties and, more importantly, can store a small amount of spiritual energy, serving as a protective talisman, rendering it highly favored among many women." Having grasped the essence of the jade's properties, Li Changxuan reflected that most of these benefits were of little use to him, save for the last attribute of protection. It might serve well as a gift for a demoness, though she likely does not require beautification, possessing an unparalleled beauty already. Clearing his throat, Li Changxuan shook his head slightly, contemplating how his thoughts had drifted to that demoness. Regaining his focus, he searched among the cloudy rosy jades, considering asking Jiang Mengli to craft a protective charm for him upon her return. However, he found that all the cloudy rosy jades were merely the size of chess pieces, suitable only for beadwork, with the largest barely sufficient for a pendant. These jades fell short of Li Changxuan's expectations. Prompting him to inquire further, "Do you have any larger pieces of cloudy rosy jade?" The crab shopkeeper shook his head. "All the cloudy rosy jades in the shop are here, and other establishments in the city would not possess any larger specimens. Most cloudy rosy jades are of this size. Could I perhaps place a deposit for you to dive into the sea and retrieve a couple of larger pieces in the coming days?" The crab shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly, his expression apologetic. "I regret to inform you, esteemed guest, that these are indeed the largest cloudy rosy jades I can procure." "Are you implying that larger pieces exist but are simply unattainable?" The crab shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, contemplating before responding. "There is indeed a piece the size of a brick deep within the Ling Sea, but it lies at a considerable depth, guarded by a beast of extraordinary prowess. Akin to an immortal being, its movements are as fluid as a fish in water, and even cultivators of the immortal realm would find it challenging to contend with." Considering the risks, Li Changxuan found the prospect of retrieving such a jade to be unwise. Yet curiosity regarding the jade's significance grew within him. Why would a piece of cloudy rosy jade be protected by a being of such caliber? There must be something extraordinary about it. Determined, Li Changxuan resolved that once his cultivation was restored, he would seek to investigate, regardless of the outcome. Ultimately, the two left the shop empty-handed after meandering within for a quarter of an hour, with the crab shopkeeper bidding them farewell with a smile. This was both a reflection of his professionalism as a merchant and a show of respect towards Li Changxuan and Xiong Tai. As they were individuals close to the empress, "Old Tai, do you have anything you wish to purchase?" Li Changxuan inquired while surveying the storefronts along the street. Xiong Tai merely shook his head in response. His sole purpose was to accompany Li Changxuan and ensure his safety, without any ulterior motives. "Are you not going to buy a few bundles of bamboo shoots to take back?" Li Changxuan asked with a grin. Well aware of the dietary preferences of pandas, upon hearing this, Xiong Tai appeared momentarily perplexed. "What are bamboo shoots? Why would I bring them back? Surely you jest. What did you eat before absorbing the essence of heaven and earth?" Li Changxuan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that a panda had never tasted bamboo. Xiong Tai, unfazed, replied, "I used to eat meat alongside my kin." Li Changxuan nodded, acknowledging that pandas were indeed omnivorous. "But your kin are just like you. Pandas, members of the Ailuropida family, correct? Surely they must have eaten bamboo." "Not at all. They are bears that we merely resemble bears, but as Ailuropida are exceedingly rare, we have been classified among the bear species." Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan suddenly understood. In this world, pandas were also endangered. However, he refrained from asking Xiong Tai to seek out bamboo in the city, simply stating, "Once we return to the Imperial Demon Palace, Old Tai, you can try the delicacies in the demon kitchen. I am confident you will relish them, but I have already begun my cultivation and require no sustenance." Cultivation may allow one to forego food but does not prohibit eating. That does seem valid. Sigh, you cultivators truly seem to have grown oblivious. Even amidst fortune, you fail to indulge. The duo soon arrived at the bustling district of the East Market. Unlike the small shops previously encountered, This area was filled with elegantly decorated high-end taverns. Old Tai, are there any entertaining spots around here? Perhaps somewhere we can enjoy a meal? Li Changxian inquired languidly, having grown weary from a day of exploration as an ordinary mortal. Xiong Tai pondered for a moment before his bear-like visage brightened with anticipation. There is indeed a place. The Drunken Smoke Pavilion, not a tavern, you say? It should suffice. Lead the way. Before long, guided by Xiong Tai, Li Changxian arrived at an imposing edifice. However, upon observing the Drunken Smoke Pavilion, he felt it exuded an air of sophistication beyond that of an ordinary tavern. As they stood at the entrance, a young attendant spotted Xiong Tai and Li Changxian, promptly dashing inside. Moments later, a mature woman with an alluring demeanor emerged, her figure swaying gracefully. She was Ji Yuyu, the proprietor of the Drunken Smoke Pavilion. Ah, is this not Commander Xiong? What brings you to my Drunken Smoke Pavilion today? Though Ji Yuyu's words were courteous, there lingered a hint of resentment and sharpness in her tone. Yu, I brought my friend here to play. Please don't be upset about what happened last time, that I was in the wrong. I, Old Bear, shall never repeat my mistake again, Bear Tian said, his face painted with guilt. Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan's heart leaped with joy. There was something afoot. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, his innate curiosity for gossip was instantly ignited, prompting him to discreetly step aside and observe the unfolding drama. I shan't believe you. You have broken promises more than once or twice. At my age, I can hardly summon the commander of the Bear Guards. No, rather, he should now be referred to as the commander of the personal guards. Ji Yu fanned herself with a small fan, her face adorned with displeasure. Yu, I assure you, I did not deceive you. Last time, the Imperial Demon Palace had an urgent matter that I could not evade. Bear Tian explained, his expression one of profound grievance. He had previously arranged to meet Ji Yu, but at that time, Jiang Mengli had covertly ventured into the human realm, compelling the Imperial Demon Palace to heighten its defenses. As he was still the commander of the Bear Guards then, he found himself unable to extricate himself from his duties, leading to his failure to keep their appointment. Moreover, he had not come to explain himself for the past 2 months. Li Changxian, observing the exchange, quickly pieced together the nature of their relationship. To his surprise, Old Bear had quite the discerning eye. Meanwhile, Ji Yuyu, gazing at Bear Tian's earnest demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. She knew he was not lying. As for the reason for his broken promise, it was not her place to inquire. Very well, should you err again, do not come to Zuyan Pavilion seeking me, she declared. He, I shall not err again. Bear Tian responded with a simple-minded grin. And your friend, is he here? Ji Yuyu inquired. Bear Tian turned around, only to find Li Changxuan's figure had vanished. After their conversation concluded, Li Changxian hurriedly jogged over. Here I am. Yuyu, this is my friend Li Changxian, Bear Tian introduced boisterously. At that moment, Ji Yuyu's serpent-like pupils narrowed, her gaze scrutinizing the newly arrived Li Changxian as she circled around him. She soon realized that Li Changxian felt somewhat uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny and quickly offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, young Master Li, I have acted inappropriately. Without needing to ponder, she recognized that the gentleman before her was the human whom the Empress had recently brought back. News of Bear Tian escorting the Empress's human attendant into the city had already spread like wildfire hours ago, and she was certainly aware of it. Assessing Li Changxian, she found him not only exceptionally handsome but also rather ordinary otherwise. Let us step inside. We can converse further in there, she suggested. No trouble at all, Bear Tian replied cheerfully as he stepped forward. Thus, the three of them entered the establishment together. Upon entering, Li Changxian was struck by the vibrant decor of Zuyan Pavilion. Adorned with floral splendor and lush greenery, every service within was rendered by enchanting female demons. Li Changxian felt a flicker of uncertainty and leaned closer to Bear Tian, whispering, Old Bear, you brought me to a respectable place, right? What do you mean by respectable? Bear Tian exclaimed loudly, drawing Ji Yuyu's attention. However, Ji Yuyu was not offended. Instead, she smiled and clarified, although our Zuyan Pavilion is staffed entirely by young ladies, they are performers, not purveyors of flesh. With a light chuckle, she added, if you desire something more specialized, you may visit the Wangchun building in the East Market. There, you can find unique services, provided you have no qualms about the demons. Not at all, not at all. Li Changxian hastily waved his hands. His earlier inquiries stemmed from a fear that Bear Tian had led him astray. The three then ascended the stairs to a private chamber. Once the dishes were served, a youthful lady entered the room, bowed slightly to the trio, and approached a small table, where she began to play a guzheng that had been prepared in advance. Although the rooms were constructed of wood and seemed to lack soundproofing, each had inscribed soundproofing arrays, ensuring no disturbances between them. Li Changxuan savored the appetizers, sipped his drink, and listened to the delicate melodies. Feeling utterly content, Zuyan Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation for elegance. The ambience was exquisite. Meanwhile, Bertillon gazed at Ji Yuyu with a dazed expression. Observing his infatuated gaze, Li Changxuan felt a strange sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he recalled that the way Bertillon looked at Ji Yuyu mirrored how he had once gazed at a certain demoness during a massage. The memory of her soft, plump visage and her petulant demeanor when angered flooded back to him. Unbeknownst to him, he began to smile dreamily. Yet, his expression soon sobered. He wondered how that demoness was faring now. Was she in any danger, given her prowess, and with a certain by whatever demon king accompanying her? She should be safe, right? Abruptly, Li Changxuan snapped back to reality, questioning why his thoughts had drifted back to her. This was not the first time such musings had consumed him. Jiang Mengli had been gone for several days, and he had grown unaccustomed to not seeing her. In moments of distraction, she would inexplicably invade his thoughts. Could it be? Had he truly fallen prey to such feelings? Instantly, his appetite vanished, and a hint of confusion clouded his features. The crux of the matter was that he had never been in a relationship in either world, remaining a novice in such matters. As an orphan on Blue Star, his introverted nature had left him quite naive regarding romantic affairs. Noticing that Li Changxuan had abruptly ceased his meal, Ji Yu grew curious and inquired, "Young Master Li, what troubles you? Is the food not to your liking? If so, I shall have the kitchen prepare something else at once." Upon hearing Ji Yuyu's words, Li Changxuan regained his composure and quickly shook his head. No, it's not the food. Ah, then you must have something weighing on your mind, Ji Yuyu remarked. Having encountered countless demons in her role as the head of Zuyan Pavilion, she could easily discern that something troubled him. Li Changxuan remained silent, lost in thought, prompting Ji Yu to continue. "If it is convenient, might you share your concerns with me? Perhaps I can offer some clarity." Hesitating for a moment, Li Changxuan finally spoke. "I have a friend, and this matter pertains to him. Please do not misunderstand. I am merely worried about him." Despite his careful wording, the emphasis on friend revealed more than he intended. Ji Yu merely chuckled softly. "Please continue, young Master Li. I shall do my utmost to assist you." At that moment, Bertillon leaned in closer, his gaze fixated on Li Changxuan, eagerly awaiting his words. He had assumed that Li Changxuan, with his carefree demeanor, was devoid of any worries. With both listeners attentive, Li Changxuan began to recount his tale, carefully framing it as his friend's experience. My friend, you see, encountered another individual by chance. Due to certain circumstances, they spent some time together. Initially, he held a rather unfavorable impression of her, but as they grew accustomed to one another, he no longer viewed her negatively. Now that they have been apart for some time, he finds himself thinking of her quite often, and this is... Li Changxuan hesitated, feeling that the more he spoke, the more it resembled his own situation. Noticing Ji Yuyu's knowing smile, he realized she had discerned the truth, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Bertillon, on the other hand, appeared utterly bewildered, not grasping the nuances of the conversation, and shifted his gaze back to Ji Yuyu. Remaining unflustered, Ji Yuyu confirmed, "The person your friend encountered. Is she a woman?" Li Changxuan nodded slightly, his cheeks tinged with crimson. "Well, yes." Ji Yu let out a light laugh. "So it would appear that I was correct. It seems your friend has indeed developed feelings for that lady." Having spoken, she lightly waved her fan to conceal her amusement. At that moment, beside her, Xiong Tai had grasped some of the context and boisterously declared, "Just have your friend ask that lady to express his feelings directly. A big man shouldn't be so indecisive. If she doesn't agree, we'll find another. Ha ha ha." He continued to laugh heartily, completely unaware that his words had drawn the attention of a pair of dangerous, serpent-like eyes. Oblivious to the peril, Xiong Tai suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Apologies, brotherly. I completely forgot you were captured by the demon clan and can't relay that to your friend." At this point, Ji Yuyu could no longer endure the situation. She reached out and pinched his waist sharply, saying, "What do you know? Shut your mouth." The unexpected assault twisted Xiong Tai's face in pain, prompting him to cry out, "Ouch," and hastily cover his mouth with one hand, silencing himself. When Li Changxuan heard the words moved by feelings, he felt no greater turmoil within. He had already harbored vague suspicions and was merely seeking confirmation from Ji Yu due to his inexperience. As for what he should do next, he recalled his previous response to Zhao Chen. To let things unfold naturally. It seemed he was not yet on the same level as her, one an immortal. The other immortal, one an emperor, the other a servant. The gap was indeed substantial. However, in a few months, his cultivation would be restored, and he would possess the confidence to face her, even if she were to insist. She would find herself unable to resist. Meanwhile, Jiyu, who had been lightly laughing at Li Changxian, suddenly fell into a melancholic reverie. In her mind, Li Changxian should be living well among the human race. Perhaps encountering the lady he had mentioned. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had been captured by their female emperor and brought to the demon clan, a mortal who might never return. No wonder he mentioned they had been separated for a time. Being taken by the female emperor could hardly be described as anything else. It seemed that rather than a brief separation, it might indeed be a lifetime. The thought that Li Changxian might not have yet expressed his feelings to that lady filled her with regret. After all, it is the lovesick who suffer the most. Only the lovesick are truly pitiable. Gu sighed inwardly. He was personally captured by their female emperor, leaving her powerless to assist him. At that moment, a rather sorrowful melody began to play in the private chamber, further stirring her compassion. She had not even considered that the lady might be their own female emperor. Such a notion was beyond the realm of her imagination. After a moment, Gu abruptly stood and said to Xiongtai, "Come with me." "Huh? What's the matter?" I said, "Come with me. So just do it, no need for so much chatter." Oh, brotherly, you enjoy yourself for a bit. I'll be back shortly. Li Changxian nodded, and the two demons exited the private room, allowing him to continue his meal. Having resolved a significant doubt, his appetite improved greatly. In another room, Gu took a seat at a table. And shortly thereafter, Xiongtai hurried in. Yu, is there something urgent?" he asked, pouring her a cup of tea. With a serious expression, Gu inquired, "Is your friend truly a demon attendant captured by the female emperor?" "Well, everyone in the city knows about that. It is indeed true." Gu had initially worried that this was merely a guise, a fabrication by Xiongtai to protect Li Changxian from harm. However, it seemed he had spoken the truth. After a moment, she asked, "What is he like?" "Are you close?" "Very close. He often shares his food with me and the brothers on duty, and he is always polite." "How do you regard him now?" Xiongtai pondered for a moment and then confidently replied, "I do say he is a friend, but I believe he is worth getting to know. He is like a brother to me." "Then I suggest you look after him a bit more in the demon emperor's palace. He is a pitiful soul." "Why do you say that?" Xiongtai's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly sat beside her. Awaiting her explanation, Gu shot him an exasperated glance and said, "Did you even listen? Can't you tell that his friend was actually referring to himself?" "Huh? I didn't realize." Xiongtai scratched his head. A look of dawning comprehension crossing his face that I guess he fell for a girl before, but he didn't know it at the time. After being brought here by the female emperor and being apart for a while, he finally realized he had developed feelings. It's a pity he can't go back and will never see the girl he loves again. Gu sighed again. The lovesick truly suffer. Today he has come to terms with his feelings. But he might not be in a good mood when he returns. Realizing he cannot return to the human realm might lead him to act recklessly. You should keep an eye on him. Upon hearing this, Xiongtai understood her concern and felt a wave of sympathy for Li Changxian. I hadn't expected brotherly to be like me, a lovesick fool. Unfortunately, his luck is not as good as mine. Gu, initially saddened, couldn't help but chuckle at his remark. How shameless. Who boasts about being lovesick? Meanwhile, Li Changxian, still indulging in leisurely food and drink within the private chamber, remained unaware of the roles he was enacting in the minds of the two, nor the story unfolding around him. In the Qishao realm, at the Taishan sect's main hall, the sect leader, Shangguanyu, sat quietly with his eyes closed. Internally, he was torn, deliberating whether to send someone to ambush the impending appearance of the demon emperor due to the recent purple lotus phenomenon. He was confident that the demon emperor would indeed arrive. Based on the information he had received, it appeared the demon emperor was struggling to break through, a fact confirmed by her previous solo visit to the Yinshu secret realm. Therefore, it was certain she would come. However, the previous encounter had already alerted her, and she would undoubtedly come prepared this time, with 5 elders of the Tongxian realm already lost on his side. A failure now could lead to the annihilation of their sect. Last time, Jiang Mengli had not yet recovered her strength, but now she had returned to her peak form. If they ambushed again, the risk of failure was too great. Shangguanyu felt a headache coming on. An opportunity painstakingly gained was being squandered due to his disciples' cowardice. He silently cursed his lack of fortitude. After much contemplation, he sent a transmission into the void. Changxuan, come to the sect's main hall at once. Moments later, the figure of Song Changxuan, the deputy sect leader, silently appeared in the room. What is it? Sect leader, we are considering inviting the Tai sect to join us in ambushing the demon emperor. What do you think? Hearing this, Song Changxuan felt a mix of surprise and disappointment. He expected the sect leader to be so stubborn, urgently summoning him merely to discuss this matter. However, the fact that he had called him for discussion rather than acting unilaterally eased his concern slightly. Sect leader, this is unfeasible. After a moment's thought, Song Changxuan spoke with conviction. Why not? 6 years ago, we attacked the demon clan together. Surely they covet the mountains of purple spirit stones as well. Song Changxuan patiently analyzed the pros and cons of this plan for the Taishan sect. If successful, eliminating the demon emperor would be a significant victory for the Tai sect. If we fail, they could use it as an opportunity to gain the upper hand over us, regardless of the outcome. The Taishan sect would not find itself in a position of advantage, and what reason do we have to persuade them to take action? Upon hearing the words, Shangguan Yu fell into deep contemplation once more. Song Changxuan's assertions were indeed quite accurate. At this juncture, whether in triumph or defeat, it would be detrimental to the Taishan sect. Most crucially, there must be a compelling reason to persuade the Tai sect to take action. The last time he dared to intervene was due to the news that Jiang Mengli might be unable to transcend her current limitations, although this intelligence had originated from the demon clan. They were uncertain at that time that he approached the situation with a tentative mindset, dispatching 5 of the 12 transcendent elders of the Taishan sect, only to have them all fall in battle. This significant loss, nearly half of their number, was a grievous blow to the sect. However, the information regarding Jiang Mengli's predicament was known solely to him among the human race. Even his own disciples remained oblivious. Therefore, this intelligence could not be utilized as leverage to persuade the Tai sect to act, as he still required it for future purposes. In resigned frustration, Shangguan Yu let out a heavy sigh. Let this matter be for now. The sect leader's wisdom was commendable. Song Changxuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally managed to convince his sect leader. Otherwise, the Taishan sect might indeed fall to ruin in his generation. A fortnight later, Jiang Mengli and Bai Ling emerged from the secret realm where the chaotic purple lotus had manifested. As expected, they had yet to find even a trace of the purple lotus. Fortunately, there were no ambushes laid by the Taishan sect this time, and the two managed to exit with minimal conflict. They were currently en route back to the Imperial Demon Palace. Bai Ling quietly followed behind Jiang Mengli, having spent the past couple of days subtly probing for information, yet she had gleaned nothing substantial. She dared not make her inquiries too overt, lest her true intentions be revealed. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli appeared somewhat distracted. Earlier that day, upon their exit from the secret realm, news had reached them from Bai Yaoyao, within the Imperial Demon Palace. The Peng Kuan of the Great Peng Demon clan had arrived in Demon City. Claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with the Empress, Peng Kuan was the sole son of the demon king Peng Feng and the designated successor to the throne of the Great Peng clan. To prevent any suspicions from the scheming factions of the demon clans, Jiang Mengli had undertaken her 2 secret excursions to seek the chaotic purple lotus without drawing attention, thereby ensuring they could not immediately suspect her inability to transcend. The last incident had been an unexpected turn. Her attempt to seize the Yun Yuqing Lian had likely already spread throughout the demon clans. If Peng Kuan were to enter the Imperial Demon Palace and discover her absence, it would be a minor concern. However, she feared that the likes of Li Changxian would be discovered. For now, Bai Yaoyao was still engaged in a standoff with him, preventing his entry into the palace. But it could not be prolonged indefinitely. Without her presence in the palace, Bai Yaoyao and the others might not be able to hold him back, and should he take action against Li Changxian. Merely contemplating this ignited a flicker of anger within Jiang Mengli. Though not overwhelming, the emotion was palpable enough for Bai Ling to sense it. Thus, Bai Ling quickened her pace to walk alongside Jiang Mengli. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Upon hearing the question, Jiang Mengli hastily suppressed her ire and replied coolly, it is nothing. Simultaneously, she realized that merely thinking of Li Changxian had the power to influence her emotions. No wonder in these past few days, during moments of idleness, he would inexplicably occupy her thoughts. Bai Ling, noticing the apparent turmoil on her face, smiled lightly and inquired, Your Majesty, if there is something troubling you, do share. Perhaps I can offer some insight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli hesitated. She had begun to grasp her feelings towards Li Changxian but remained uncertain. After a prolonged silence, she murmured, This Empress has a friend. She often finds herself inexplicably reminded of another individual, granting him many exceptions, and her emotions are swayed by him. "Ah, so you were smitten," Bai Ling interjected, cutting her off. As for whom this friend might be. She understood it to be herself, yet chose not to address it directly. After all, she was well aware that the empress had but a few friends. Jiang Mengli, upon hearing this response, felt little stirrings within. Having anticipated such a reaction, nevertheless, in an attempt to obfuscate and divert suspicion from herself, she posed another question. What if the two were of the same gender? Bai Ling paused momentarily. Same gender. The smokescreen Jiang Mengli had cast indeed bore fruit, as Bai Ling remained perplexed. However, it did not quite achieve Jiang Mengli's intended purpose. Bai Ling had concluded that the person in question was Jiang Mengli herself. To her astonishment, it dawned upon her that the empress harbored no interest in men. Bai Ling felt as if the sky had fallen, questioning whether her lack of intervention during Jiang Mengli's formative years had led her to develop such inclinations. While Bai Ling was lost in her thoughts, a string of golden characters suddenly appeared before Jiang Mengli. Peng Kuan has entered the imperial palace. This was a long-distance transmission. One of the two talismans Jiang Mengli had previously bestowed upon Bai Yaoyao. Now that they were exhausted, she had no choice but to hasten her return. She could only hope that the young man would refrain from wandering about, for without her consent, no one dared trespass the Qianli Palace. In an instant, Jiang Mengli's figure shot towards Demon City, leaving Bai Ling far behind. "Your Majesty, wait for me." Just a quarter of an hour prior, at the entrance of the Imperial Demon Palace, Bai Yaoyao and Peng Kuan stood in a tense standoff. "White Envoy, why do you persistently obstruct my audience with the Empress? What is your intent?" A lean figure stood firmly before Bai Yaoyao, his features fierce, eyes gleaming with cold light, his claws clasped behind his back. This individual was none other than Peng Kuan of the Great Ping Demon Clan. Undaunted by Peng Kuan's menacing gaze, which seemed to pierce through flesh, Bai Yaoyao met his glare with unwavering resolve. "I have already stated, the Empress is currently occupied and does not wish to see you. You should wait outside the palace." Peng Kuan scoffed at her words, taking several steps back before projecting his voice throughout the imperial palace. "Empress, I come on the orders of the great Peng Demon King with urgent matters to discuss. Why do you refuse me entry?" The scene caused Bai Yaoyao to gasp in shock as she rebuked him. "Peng Kuan, how dare you show such disrespect to the Empress?" Panic surged within her as she realized that she might not be able to hold him back. As anticipated, a significant amount of time passed without any response from Jiang Mengli. Peng Kuan smirked coldly to himself, confirming his father's suspicions. The Empress was indeed absent from the palace. If she were present, she would never allow such insolence to go unchecked at the palace gates. Now that he was certain the Empress was not within the imperial palace, Peng Kuan felt no need for restraint. Boldly striding towards the palace's interior, Bai Yaoyao's expression turned icy as the guards at the entrance stepped forward. Weapons drawn, forming a barrier to prevent his entry. However, Peng Kuan remained unperturbed, approaching Bai Yaoyao and speaking in a tone only they could hear. "White Envoy, I trust the Empress is not presently within the palace. According to protocol, I am entitled to enter and await her return." Bai Yaoyao stood resolute, unwilling to grant him passage. Observing her steadfastness, Peng Kuan chuckled softly. "You have no grounds to obstruct me now." As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic and overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped him, forcefully pushing Bai Yaoyao and the demon general blocking the palace gates aside. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yaoyao was taken aback. Not having anticipated that he had reached the late stage of the transformation tribulation realm, with her own cultivation being merely at the early stage of the same realm, she realized he had restrained some of his power, sparing her from injury. However, the other demon generals were not so fortunate. Their lips stained with blood, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Fortunately, she had previously notified the Empress, and reflecting on it now, she believed that the Empress should be returning swiftly. Given her speed, with no one to obstruct him, Peng Kuan strode boldly into the Imperial Demon Palace. However, bound by protocol, he could not approach the Imperial Demon Hall or the Qianli Palace, thus he meandered through other areas of the palace. At that moment, Li Changxuan was also emerging from a side hall of the Qianli Palace. He had initially intended to remain indoors, but a fool had decided to broadcast loudly outside the Imperial Demon Palace. Just as he was about to doze off for his afternoon nap, the noise had roused him, compelling him to step outside for a look. Yet, as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he was intercepted by Xiong Tai. "Brotherly, you cannot go out now." Upon hearing this, Li Changxuan frowned. "Surely the Empress has not issued any orders to restrict my movements, so why can I not step outside?" "There are individuals from the Doping Demon Clan who have entered the palace, seeking an audience with the Empress." by Shinshur can no longer stop them from entering, so it would be prudent for you to remain within the Qinli Palace. They dare not set foot here. Xiongtai patiently explained the situation. Li Changxian listened, his expression calm and unperturbed, and he inquired leisurely, "Isn't the Doping Demon Clan the sworn enemy of your empress?" Li Changxian clearly recalled that previously, Jiang Mengli and Xiongtai had both mentioned to him that among the 9 major demon clans, several were unwilling to accept Jiang Mengli's ascension to the throne. However, due to her widespread support, they dared not confront her openly, resorting instead to subtle opposition. Xiongtai pondered for a moment, hesitated slightly, and then nodded. Li Changxian immediately understood, chuckling as he approached and patted Xiongtai's bear-like shoulder. "Since they are sworn enemies, we cannot afford to retreat. Doing so would only embolden them further. Come, let us go meet them." With that, he strode purposefully out of the courtyard, suddenly recalling something, and turned with a light-hearted smile. "Be sure to ensure my personal safety." Xiongtai could only helplessly facepalm, but something felt amiss. "Huh, you, a mere demon servant, lacking status and cultivation, what business do you have in confronting them?" Yet, with Li Changxian already outside, Xiongtai had no choice but to follow. Soon, Peng Kuan, who had been wandering inside the Imperial Demon Palace, encountered Li Changxian head dash on it. Li Changxian scrutinized Peng Kuan carefully, noting his fierce and dark demeanor. With eyes full of arrogance, instantly Li Changxian recognized him as no ordinary demon. Upon seeing Li Changxian, Peng Kuan's eyes flared with murderous intent, for he instantly recognized him as a member of the human race. More importantly, Li Changxian bore a trace of the demon emperor's aura, which only fueled Peng Kuan's rage. He had heard rumors that the empress had brought back a human male as a demon servant just a few days prior. After all, this matter had spread throughout the Imperial Demon City, and it was only a matter of time before it reached the entire demon race. "Were you barking like a dog outside the Imperial Demon Palace just now?" Li Changxian confronted him without a hint of fear, addressing Peng Kuan directly. This momentarily stunned Peng Kuan, who had not expected such audacity. Regaining his composure, Peng Kuan's anger surged. How dare this insignificant ant speak to him in such a manner? A cold, sinister smile crept across his face. "If you have the courage, say it again." Li Changxian first turned to Xiongtai behind him and asked, "Is this fellow deaf?" Then he turned back to face Peng Kuan directly. "I asked if you were barking like a dog." Upon hearing this, Peng Kuan merely scoffed a few times. "It's been a long time since anyone has dared to speak to me like that." With that, his expression turned icy, and he unfurled his arms, extending one hand with fingers curling into vicious claws, sharp and cold, ready to tear flesh from bone with a single strike. Just as his claws were about to reach Li Changxian, he bellowed, "Old Tai, make your move." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xiongtai had already flashed in front of him, firmly intercepting the blow. Seeing who had intervened, Peng Kuan glared furiously, his voice low and menacing. "Does Commander Xiong intend to protect this human ant?" "Peng Kuan, this is the Imperial Palace of the Demon Race, not your Doping clan. You have no right to act so recklessly here," Xiongtai retorted. "You are aware that the presence of a living human in the Imperial Palace is a disgrace to the Demon Race." As Peng Kuan continued to rage, he unleashed both claws toward Li Changxian, forcing Xiongtai to hurriedly defend as the Empress's personal demon servant. "Whether I live or die is not for you to decide." "Humph, as long as he is not a demon, killing him is justified. The Imperial Palace of the Demon Race does not require the presence of humans." Peng Kuan's expression darkened, and he unleashed his full power. A torrent of energy that pushed Xiongtai back. Li Changxian, who had been standing behind Xiongtai, was also forced back several steps before he could stabilize himself. This unexpected turn of events startled both Li Changxian and Xiongtai. Xiongtai had not anticipated that Peng Kuan had surpassed him by a realm, while Li Changxian was shocked at Xiongtai's lack of reliability in this critical moment. Peng Kuan's sharp claws were now aimed at his heart. Seemingly intent on ripping his innards out, Li Changxian grasped the thunder pearl in his hand, preparing to unleash it at the opportune moment to severely injure this bird-like demon in an instant. The claws were upon him, and just as Li Changxian was about to hurl the thunder pearl, Peng Kuan suddenly halted, his expression contorted with pain, as if he were suddenly burdened by something. Following this, an overwhelming pressure descended, forcing him to kneel, causing the very ground to crack beneath him. Jiang Mengli's figure quietly materialized before Li Changxian. Upon witnessing this, Xiongtai promptly knelt, exclaiming, "I greet the Empress." Jiang Mengli paid him no mind. Instead, she coldly gazed down at the kneeling Peng Kuan, still weighed down by the pressure. "Peng Kuan, Your Daping clan has grown increasingly audacious, daring to act freely within my imperial palace. Peng Kuan, hearing this, wore an expression of defiance, yet under the oppressive force, he could not rise, and could only reply coldly. He is a human. I should not need to report to the empress for eliminating an ant. Jiang Mengli's expression remained unchanged, but her aura abruptly intensified, a greater pressure descending that forced him to kneel further, his knees sinking into the stone floor. Whether my servant is human or demon is not for you to question. When did it become your place to act? Her voice was icy and devoid of warmth, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Sensing this aura of death, Peng Kuan immediately wilted, his face paling. Although he had reached a high realm, he felt utterly insignificant before her. Reluctantly, Peng Kuan conceded, though he feigned calmness, saying, "Empress, I beg for your forgiveness. It was my overstepping. I come on the orders of my father. With urgent matters to discuss with the empress that I hope for your clemency this time." Jiang Mengli pondered for a moment before coldly replying, "Should you dare to offend again, I will not hesitate to disregard the dignity of your Daping clan." With that, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. Peng Kuan, with a grim expression, slowly rose and clasped his fist in gratitude. "Thank you, Empress. Speak. What urgent matter does the Daping king wish to discuss with me?" Upon hearing this, Peng Kuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to address the matter in this place. Therefore, he simply suggested, "Empress, discussing matters here with outsiders present may not be appropriate. Perhaps we should proceed to the imperial hall." Jiang Mengli merely scoffed. "Everyone within the imperial palace is my person. There are no outsiders here. If you wish to discuss matters in the imperial hall, summon your demon father to come personally. If you remain silent, you may leave the palace at once." Jiang Mengli spoke as she gracefully walked to the nearby pavilion and took a seat. Changxuan hurriedly followed, this time truly adopting the demeanor of a demonic attendant. Standing rigidly behind Jiang Mengli, he thought to himself, with outsiders present, it would be prudent to show her some respect. Moreover, it seemed that Peng Kuan harbored a strong desire to end his life, so hiding behind her was a safer option. At that moment, Bai Yao also arrived fashionably late. Upon seeing her sovereign return, she and Xiong Tai positioned themselves on either side of the pavilion's entrance. "Speak. What urgent matter brings you here?" Jiang Mengli inquired. Sitting regally at the forefront, her imposing aura undiminished despite not being on the imperial throne within the grand hall. Reluctantly, Peng Kuan divulged the reason for his visit to the imperial demon palace. "Your Majesty, my father has sent me to propose a marriage alliance with the imperial demon palace." The revelation stunned the four for a brief moment. A marriage alliance. However, they quickly reconciled with the notion. For such occurrences were not unprecedented in the annals of demonkind. Once they regained their composure, the gazes of Li Changxian, Xiong Tai, and even Jiang Mengli converged upon Bai Yao. After all, within the imperial demon palace, the only individual of sufficient stature to warrant a union with the great Ping demon clan was none other than Bai Yao herself. Upon feeling the weight of so many eyes upon her, Bai Yao panicked, promptly turning to kneel before Jiang Mengli. "Your Majesty, I refuse. I only wish to remain by your side forever. I do not wish to marry into the great Peng demon clan." Yet, before Jiang Mengli could respond, Peng Kuan, standing outside the pavilion, hurriedly clarified, "Divine Envoy Bai has misunderstood. Our great Ping clan seeks a marriage alliance with someone else." This statement left the others momentarily dumbfounded. If not Bai Yao, then who else could be deemed suitable within the imperial demon palace? Could it be a mere demonic attendant? Yet, if it were just an attendant, it hardly warranted a marriage alliance. Thus, Jiang Mengli inquired with a hint of skepticism. "If not Bai Yao, then with whom do you wish to ally?" Peng Kuan grinned, his expression a blend of coldness and disdain. "Of course, it is with you, Your Majesty." At this proclamation, save for Jiang Mengli, all others wore expressions of utter astonishment. Silence, an oppressive silence. The air was thick with tension, punctuated only by the soft sounds of a few breaths and the gentle rustle of the wind, rendering these subtle noises distinctly audible. Li Changxian was the first to regain his composure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had yet to make his move. Just as he began to comprehend his own feelings, he found himself outmaneuvered. The great Peng clan had chosen the path to ruin. Bai Yao, equally astonished, fixed her gaze upon him, and upon regaining her wits, she erupted in indignation. "Peng Kuan, how dare you? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words?" Her voice was laced with fury, more intense than when she was being compelled to marry into the great Peng clan. Peng Kuan disregarded her outrage, noting Jiang Mengli's silence as a sign of hope, and continued to persuade, Surely, your majesty is aware of the pivotal role our great Ping clan plays within the demon army. Among all demonkind, we possess the strongest aerial prowess. We can launch fierce assaults or hold steadfast defenses. Our reconnaissance extends for miles, unmatched by any other clan. The human cultivators are still restless, and I believe that if you, your majesty, were to unite with our great Peng clan, all aerial demons would rally to your cause to end that eventuality, regardless of whether the human cultivators launch an all-out assault or a sudden strike. You would be able to respond with ease, and the prospect of conquering human territories would not be out of reach. If you agree, our great Peng clan shall lead all avian demons and offer our full support. I urge you to consider this carefully. After absorbing his words, Jiang Mengli's expression remained inscrutable, revealing neither anger nor joy. She simply stated, "Your father is unworthy of my attention. And have you considered your own age?" Following her words, she let out a dismissive scoff. Hearing this, Peng Kuan misinterpreted her disdain as a complaint about his father's age, which filled him with a sense of joy that he hastily explained, "Your Majesty, the one seeking to marry you is indeed the great Peng King. But it is not my father. It is I. My father has agreed that as long as you consent, he will immediately pass the throne of the great Peng clan to me, and I will then be worthy of your stature." At this, Jiang Mengli could no longer contain her fury, striking the stone table before her with such force that it shattered into dust. "I have no interest in your father, and I have even less interest in you. I hold your entire great Peng clan in contempt. You, leave my presence at once." Jiang Mengli had managed to suppress her anger upon her initial rejection, but she had been seething beneath the surface. The great Ping clan, the most defiant of the 9 major demon clans, dared to set their sights on her. However, he spoke the truth. The great Ping clan was indeed the strongest among the 9, sharing the title with the Fox clan. But the Fox clan had gained their advantage only after she ascended to the throne, whereas the great Ping clan had maintained their supremacy for years. Thus, she had initially responded with measured politeness, hoping to avoid an outright confrontation with the great Ping clan. Yet, she would only extend her mercy once. To her dismay, Peng Kuan had taken her kindness for granted. Her feelings toward the great Peng clan had devolved into nothing but disdain, making the notion of a marriage alliance utterly repugnant. While she could tolerate their petty schemes against her, their audacity to target her directly ignited a fury within her. Upon witnessing her vehement rejection once more, and the disdainful remarks directed at his clan, Peng Kuan could not suppress his anger. Though he lacked the strength to confront her directly, he clenched his fists. His voice icy. "Your Majesty, you will surely regret this. Are you attempting to instruct me?" Jiang Mengli shot him a lethal glare, and instantly, 9 ethereal fox tails erupted behind her, overturning the pavilion in the blink of an eye. The 9 tails, accompanied by the sound of rushing air and a fierce wind, struck towards Peng Kuan. Caught off guard by her sudden attack, he attempted to defend himself but found his power lacking. He was sent reeling backwards, crashing out of the Imperial Demon Palace and landing heavily in the plaza, coughing up blood. Moments later, Peng Kuan staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth with his sleeve. Muttering coldly to himself, "Humph, just wait. You will regret this." A cruel smile crossed his lips as he added, "In due time, you will have no choice but to acquiesce. I shall ensure you endure humiliation day after day." His visit to the Imperial Demon Palace was indeed under the orders of the great Peng King, Peng Feng, to discuss the marriage alliance. If Jiang Mengli were to agree, he would remain in the Imperial Demon Palace to cultivate their relationship and gather intelligence for the great Ping clan. However, Peng Feng had tasked him with another mission, to ascertain whether Jiang Mengli had indeed been in the Imperial Demon Palace, for they had noticed abnormalities 3 years prior, when Jiang Mengli emerged from her seclusion at the pinnacle of the Transcendence Realm. It indicated that she had remained at that threshold for an extended period. Even after ascending to the throne as the Demon Emperor, she had yet to break through. Yet, they could only speculate. Given Jiang Mengli's formidable reputation, they were cautious in their probing. It was only a few months ago, upon hearing news of the Demon Emperor's solitary venture into the Qinglian secret realm, that they realized she had visited the human realm. Thus, when the Purple Lotus phenomenon appeared, Peng Feng sent Peng Kuan to inquire about the marriage alliance as a pretext to gather information. An agreement would be ideal, allowing them to gradually infiltrate the Imperial Demon Palace and ultimately place the great Peng clan in the position of the Demon Emperor. If she declined, it would confirm their suspicions about her inability to break through. Given a little more time, Peng Feng would ascend to the pinnacle of the Transcendence Realm, and Peng Kuan would reach the initial stage. The Great Ping clan, renowned for their martial prowess and endowed with innate advantages, would be unstoppable, even capable of facing 10 foes alone. What would happen then? Peng Kuan harbored aspirations for the title of Demon Emperor, as well as an insatiable desire for the beauty of Jiang Mengli. However, he was aware that the position would eventually be passed down to him by Peng Feng. Consequently, his immediate objective was to pursue Jiang Mengli. At present, the likelihood of their entire clan rebelling seemed considerably greater. The thought of ascending to the pinnacle of the demon realm, alongside claiming the enchanting Jiang Mengli as his own, filled him with uncontainable excitement. Lost in contemplation, Peng Kuan broke into a perverse grin, extending his crimson tongue to lick the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he focused his gaze, only to discover that a multitude of demon folk had gathered around him, their eyes scrutinizing him. Was this man truly rendered foolish by the esteemed empress? Having been cast down from the island, could he possibly not be dazed? Goodness, he looks quite grotesque. It remains uncertain whether his appearance was a result of the fall or if he had always looked thus. The whispers and pointed fingers of the onlookers reached Peng Kuan's ears, igniting a fierce glare in his eyes, causing the crowd to instinctively recoil. Subsequently, he transformed into a majestic rock demon, leaping into the air and vanishing from the imperial demon city in the blink of an eye. On the other side, after the crowd dispersed, Bai Yao now hastily knelt and reported, "Esteemed Empress, it is my failure to restrain him. He has likely become aware of the situation." "Rise," the Empress commanded. "You are not to blame for this. Moreover, he must have known I was absent, which is why he dared approach." Understanding dawned upon Bai Yao. Peng Kuan was merely a scout sent to probe the situation, with the true intention likely resting with the great rock demon king. "Peng Feng, esteemed Empress, what shall we do now? Peng Feng has likely discerned that you are unable to break through to the next realm. There is no rush. Even if I am unable to advance, I shall still maintain an upper hand over him. The Great Rock Clan will not dare to rebel in the near future. You may leave," she concluded. Yes, with that, Xiong Tai and Bai Yao departed, leaving only Li Changxian and Jiang Mengli beneath the open pavilion. "You truly possess no fear of death. Even in my absence, you speak so boldly. Only I can tolerate such insolence," Jiang Mengli remarked coolly, adjusting her gown as she elegantly seated herself upon the stone bench. Though Jiang Mengli arrived late, she could surmise the situation. It was undoubtedly Li Changxuan's reckless tongue that had instigated the trouble. Why could he not remain within the Qianli Palace and spare her the worry? After a brief silence, however, she realized Li Changxian had yet to respond. Turning to glance back, she found him mesmerized, staring intently at the swaying foxtail behind her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this caused her cheeks to flush, and she quickly retracted her tail. "Li Changxian, did you hear me speaking?" Yes, I did. I thought the Great Rock Clan was not your sworn enemy, so I merely assisted in scolding him," he stammered, his 9 foxtails suddenly vanishing from sight, snapping him back to reality. Thankfully, he had been interrupted before he succumbed to the urge to touch it. Had he not been halted, he could only imagine how the demoness would have punished him. "Humph, at least you are perceptive." Upon hearing Li Changxuan's response, Jiang Mengli let out a light huff. Her crimson lips pursed in satisfaction at his reasoning. She had long grown accustomed to his reckless behavior. Moreover, even if she had not arrived in time, Xiong Tai would have intervened, so she chose not to reprimand him, recognizing that he acted out of concern for her. The two fell into a comfortable silence for a moment. After some time, Li Changxian broke the stillness, feigning indifference. "You didn't sustain any injuries, did you?" At his words, Jiang Mengli's delicate features transformed into a captivating smile, her alluring eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. "Are you concerned for me?" "Cough. Just asking casually," Li Changxian replied, feeling somewhat guilty as he rubbed his nose, casting his gaze elsewhere to avoid her penetrating stare. Jiang Mengli's eyes sparkled, and without needing to employ the secret art of Tianhua Yuli, she could tell he was lying. She chuckled lightly. "You speak falsehoods. We've both braved the Qinglian secret realm together. We are life and death companions. What's wrong with showing concern?" Li Changxian stated plainly this time. Without hesitation, Jiang Mengli smiled at his words, her lips curling slightly. "Humph. Only you underestimate me. In this world, few can harm me. How could I possibly be injured? And what of the purple lotus?" Upon hearing that she was unscathed, Li Changxian felt an unbidden sense of relief wash over him. Jiang Mengli shook her head lightly, her expression revealing no trace of disappointment. After all, it had been years, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. had it not been for the need to prevent infighting among the demon clans and the encroachment of human cultivators. She would not have been so eager to break through. Just then, another figure appeared before them, a pink-clad silhouette, the Fox Clan Demon King, Bai Ling, who had been trailing behind. Li Changxuan's attention was instantly captured by her presence. She possessed an enchanting beauty, her demeanor exuding a mature charm. However, in Li Changxuan's eyes, her appearance paled in comparison to Jiang Mengli's. Although Jiang Mengli occasionally displayed a hint of allure, their styles were entirely distinct. Bai Ling embodied a sultry allure, having already wed, her aura lacking the innocence of a maiden, instead radiating a more mature grace. In contrast, Jiang Mengli's demeanor varied with circumstances. When angered, she was frigid. When indifferent, she remained cool, and when joyful, her smile was captivating, encapsulating both icy elegance and seductive charm. Upon landing, Bai Ling could not help but voice her grievances. Why did the Empress rush off so quickly? She panted, gasping for breath. Internally, she lamented her own inadequacies compared to the esteemed Empress. The gap in their realms rendered her unable to catch up, and the effort to pursue had left her breathless. A member of the Great Rock clan has arrived, and Peng Kuan claims he wishes to form an alliance through marriage with me. Bai Ling, who had been panting heavily, abruptly halted, her breath catching in her throat. Initially filled with seething anger, disbelief soon followed. Did you agree to him? Bai Ling had assumed Jiang Mengli had acquiesced to the proposal, for the Empress wore a radiant smile, with traces of the captivating allure unique to fox demons lingering in her expression. Something felt amiss. Indeed, 9 parts out of 10 felt wrong. Jiang Mengli typically bore either a cool, indifferent demeanor or an icy anger. Bai Ling had never witnessed her display such an expression. At times, she even questioned whether the 9-tailed celestial fox was truly akin to ordinary fox demons. Otherwise, how could Jiang Mengli have never exhibited the innate allure of a fox demon, now that Bai Ling had witnessed it? She mistakenly believed her Empress was elated and had consented. However, she did not need to ponder deeply. This should not be the case. The Empress and the Great Rock clan were sworn enemies. If it were not for their respective statuses, it would surely be a fight to the death. How could she possibly be so pleased? Besides, did not the Empress prefer women? Had her preferences shifted? Yet, unbeknownst to her, it was likely that Jiang Mengli's demeanor was only ever revealed in the presence of one person. It was not due to the alliance with the Great Rock clan, but simply because she had encountered someone special, nothing more. Perhaps even Jiang Mengli herself was unaware of the expression she wore at that moment, just as Bai Ling was lost in her thoughts. Struggling to comprehend the situation, Jiang Mengli interrupted. How could that be possible?